Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. OPM. My neighbor is Saitama. 1 nanosecond. Chapter 1 Bald Neighbor Saitama. Summer, Z City, no man's land, residential buildings. As a city where weirdos frequently appear, the entire area is basically a no man's land. Every building here has gas, water and electricity, but no one comes to collect fees because they don't know if a weirdo will suddenly appear next moment and take them. Life taken away. Although this is called a no man's land, there are still people living there. After all, the frequency of weirdos here is so high that the rent is very cheap, causing some people with no money to live here. Dong dong dong. In a residential building, a bald man wearing pajamas knocked on the door, but no one opened the door. My family has not ordered newspapers. A voice came from the transmitter in the room, but after thinking for a moment, he responded, my family has not ordered milk. If I charge rent, I'm sorry I don't have the money. ... The bald man outside the door listened to the voice and said helplessly, it's me, Fang Xuan. Do you want to come to my house for hot pot tonight? Hearing a familiar voice, the door to the room slowly opened, and a young man walked out. It's you, I don't really want to eat hot pot today, so I won't go. After Fang Xuan leaned out and said that, he planned to close the room. Yes, the Saitama that Fang Xuan mentioned is exactly the protagonist Saitama in One Punch Man. 3 years ago, he accidentally traveled to this world and became Saitama's neighbor. At that time, Saitama's hair was still very lush. His strength was not as powerful as it is now. Since there were only 2 of them in the entire no man's land, Saitama took good care of him and often asked him to go home for dinner. When Fang Xuan learned that he had traveled to the world of One Punch Man, he was in despair. After all, in this world where ghost-level monsters are as numerous as dogs and dragon-level monsters are everywhere, he, a little ordinary person, is too. It's hard to survive. He originally wanted to move to City A, which has the strongest and most concentrated heroes in the world, but he was too poor to move there. He also wanted to practice like Saitama and become a strong person, so in the past 3 years, when Saitama exercised, he also exercised with him. However, as the days passed, Saitama's hair fell more and more. His strength is getting stronger and stronger, but except for his physical strength, there is no change at all in other aspects. Just when he was completely ruined, the system suddenly came. Seeing that he had a golden finger, Fang Xuan was excited, but before he was happy for 2 seconds, the system told him that due to some irresistible reasons, it would need to undergo maintenance for 3 years. At this moment, Fang Xuan's worldview completely collapsed, so in order to safely wait until the system maintenance time was over, he basically didn't go out in the past 3 years. Even if he had to eat, he asked Saitama to take care of it for him. As for the benefit of letting him bring him, it is naturally to cook a delicious meal. After all, he could cook a lot of delicious food before traveling through time. Under the effect of delicious food, the relationship between the two has become very good. Today was the end of the system maintenance period, so he planned to stay home and wait for the system to be activated. But what he didn't expect was that Saitama suddenly asked him to go to dinner today. Hearing that Fang Xuan was about to prepare food, Chiyu's dull eyes flashed with brightness. Despair. He quickly stretched out his hand, held the door that was about to close, and ate the food cooked by Fang Xuan for 3 years. Kiyu knew that his hot pot was far less delicious than those delicacies. You're welcome, we have to eat anyway, why don't you bring the food over and eat together? Fang Xuan tried to close the door with all his strength. Last time he just made a goose stew in an iron pot for Saitama. Unexpectedly, this guy almost ate the pot as well. If Fang Xuan hadn't been quick with his eyes and hands, he would probably have eaten it. His big iron pot had long been eaten alive by Saitama. Thank you, but I really don't have much appetite for hot pot today. You can eat it by yourself. Saying that, Fang Xuan tried hard to close the door, but his tiny Li Yong was not on the same level as Saitama, who had become One Punch Man through training. Seeing Fang Xuan's resisting look, Kiyu thought about forgetting it, but when he thought of the delicious dishes, he decided to go in no matter what today, and a super powerful force burst out from Kiyu's body. The next second I saw that the seemingly solid door became shattered. The door is broken again, I'm sorry. Saitama said expressionlessly. Looking at the broken door, Fang Xuan clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Kiyu, your uncle, why do you destroy my door every time you come here? Does my door have a grudge against you? But although he was very angry, he could do nothing about the big bald man in front of him. There was no way he could make this guy the biggest loser in the world. Oh, forget it, you can bring the hot pot to my house to eat, and then go downstairs to get me a door. After saying that, Fang Xuan walked into the room. Okay, Saitama walked back to the apartment where he lived and brought the hot pot to Fang Xuan's room. Then he quickly came downstairs and opened the door of an unoccupied apartment, holding the door and walking upstairs. As for why they had to go downstairs to get the door, it was because all the doors to the apartment on the floor where they lived had been destroyed by Saitama a year ago. Fang Xuan, I brought you the door you asked for. Saitama placed the door at the door, then walked into the kitchen calmly with his hands in his pockets. Fang Xuan came to the door with a toolbox and began to skillfully install the door into his home. Fang Xuan, where is your food? Saitama walked out of the kitchen, eating a carrot in his hand. I was just about to cook, but you came and broke my door. I have to wait. Saitama, Put down my carrots. That's where I make fish sauce. Ingredients for shredded pork. Oh, really? Okay. Saitama put the carrots back into the kitchen expressionlessly, but there was always a doubt in his heart. That is, although the fish-flavored shredded pork that Fang Xuan makes every time is delicious, but he had never eaten fish before, but the food did taste like fish, which made him very confused. He once thought that Fang Xuan secretly ate all the fish when the food was served. So in order to eat the fish and the fish-flavored shredded pork, every time Fang Xuan cooked this dish, Saitama would secretly observe it, but he kept observing, and when the dish was served, he still didn't see the fish. It made him even more confused about where the fish had gone. It's so cool, Fang Xuan, your daily life is still so exquisite. After putting the carrots, Saitama felt the temperature of the air conditioner in the room and praised. At the same time, he walked to the refrigerator with ease, opened the refrigerator, and took out a cup. I drank a bottle of ice-cold soda without thinking of myself as an outsider. After Kaio took a sip of soda, he sat comfortably on the sofa and looked at Fang Xuan, who was repairing the door, and said, Fang Xuan, why haven't you repaired the door yet? I'm hungry, hold on for now, wait until I repair the door. After listening to Chiyu's words, Fang Xuan, who was reinforcing the door, couldn't help but put a little more strength into his hands. Chapter 2 Dragon Ball Lottery System. In the room, Saitama glanced at the already boiling hot pot, then at the repaired door, and then he glanced at Fang Xuan who was busy in the kitchen and said, Fang Xuan, hurry up, the hot pot is ready. Quote, I know, my food will be ready soon. Fang Xuan, who was cooking, was speechless to Saitama who was urging him to do something. In the 3 years since he traveled here, after becoming good friends with Saitama, he would come over to the restaurant on time to have a meal without treating himself as an outsider. In addition, this kid's strength has become stronger and stronger. Every time he came to his house, the door would be knocked broken. Until the 6th door was broken, Fang Xuan couldn't bear it and talked with Saitama, so that he restrained his strength a little when knocking, but occasionally the door would still appear. A broken situation. Last time, he was too sleepy to hear Saitama's knock on the door, which made Saitama think he was in danger, so he punched the door open and rushed into his home, only to find that he was sleeping. As for the door, it flew to the top of Fang Xuan's sleeping head in a very strange trajectory, waking him up. Looking at the door that almost took his life, Fang Xuan was confused. He turned around and saw Saitama who was touching his head. After understanding the cause of the matter, Fang Xuan never slept so dead again because he was afraid that he would killed in his sleep. Of course, apart from this situation, Saitama is usually nice to him and often brings his own food to entertain him, such as hot pot this time, or discounted dishes from the supermarket. The food is ready, Kaio come over and help me serve it. Fang Xuan said loudly. After Saitama, who was watching TV, heard this, he got up and went to the kitchen to serve food. The two of them walked out one after the other carrying a plate of vegetables and a bowl of rice. After placing the vegetables on the coffee table, they began to eat. Fang Xuan had just taken 2 bites of rice when a crisp electronic voice sounded in his mind. Ding! System maintenance completed. Dragon Ball Lottery system is activated. My golden finger has finally arrived, ha. 3 years, how many 3 years can a man have? System, do you know how I have lived these past 3 years? Fang Xuan was extremely excited. In the past 3 years, he could be said to have been on tenterhooks every day. He could hardly get out of the door and couldn't sleep well. Today, the system received the payment, which meant that he could finally change his way of life. It has been detected that due to system maintenance for 3 years, the novice gift package has not been distributed. Do you want to receive it now? Receive. The next moment, the novice gift package appeared in the system warehouse. Just as Fang Xuan was about to open it, Saitama's voice came to his ears. Fang Xuan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so happy? Saitama was eating just now when he suddenly noticed that Fang Xuan had put down his bowl and chopsticks, and the smile on his face became more intense, so he asked curiously. After coming back to his senses, Fang Xuan heard Chiyu's question and replied, It's okay, I just remembered something happy, eat. Kaio did not ask about the happy things that Fang Xuan thought of, but continued, Fang Xuan, let's go shopping together in 3 days. A new supermarket is opening in D City recently, and there are also great discounts. Quote, at this time, Fang Xuan was in the joy of receiving the golden finger, so he directly agreed, okay, you can call me in 3 days and we will go together. Hearing that Fang Xuan promised that he was going to the supermarket to buy groceries, Kaio, who was already prepared to be rejected, was stunned because since he met Fang Xuan, this guy has asked him to go out to bring him things almost every day. He has looked like this in the past 3 years, but today he actually agreed to go out with her. Coupled with the weird smile just now, could it be? Saitama's eyes when looking at Fang Xuan changed from dull to serious. Fang Xuan, who had recovered from the excitement, saw Chiyu looking at him suspiciously, and couldn't help asking, why are you looking at me if you don't eat? Am I handsome again? Fang Xuan, I want to ask you something, and you have to answer truthfully. Kaio asked coldly, what's the problem? Fang Xuan, who hadn't noticed the change in Chiyu's tone, asked casually. Do you remember what happened when we first met? First meeting, right, of course I remember, that day I fell from the sky and hit you, and you were heading to the supermarket dejectedly because you couldn't find a job. Listening to Fang Xuan's narration, Chiyu's serious face slowly turned back to calm. By the way, your hair also started falling out that day. In order to grow it again, you guy actually, woo woo. Kiyu's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly covered Fang Xuan's mouth with his hand, and said, okay, you are the real Fang Xuan. Bang bang bang, let go now, my mouth is about to be crushed by you. Fang Xuan quickly patted Kiyu's hand and said, I'm sorry, I was too nervous and didn't pay attention. Saitama quickly let go of his hand, sat back in his seat, and continued eating. Hiss, UBD. Fang Xuan touched his mouth and said in pain, wait a minute, what did you mean by what you said just now? What does it mean that Fang Xuan is really right? Fang Xuan, who had recovered, stared at Kiyu closely, wanting him to explain. Seeing Fang Xuan staring at her, Kiyu felt a little embarrassed and did not dare to look at him. It's delicious, let's go now, I'll call you in 3 days. I saw Kiyu wolfing down the food, then quickly took his pot and left Fang Xuan's house. Damn it, Saitama, you guys just left some food for me. You finished eating it all, and, you helped me wash the pot. Fang Xuan quickly ran to the door of Saitama's house, knocking on the door and shouting. But no matter how he knocked, Saitama didn't respond at all. Chi Dandan, just wait for me. Fang Xuan cursed and returned to his apartment and locked the door. Since Saitama had finished all the food, Fang Xuan could only wash the pot. After quickly washing the pot, Fang Xuan quickly came to the bed and opened the system warehouse. The system will open the novice gift pack for me. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Pseudo Saiyan bloodline, the system has automatically fused it for the host. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 10 fairy beans, which have been placed in the system warehouse. Please check them carefully. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Guixian style training secret book, which has been placed in the system warehouse, please check it carefully. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a set of Kamezen Ryu martial arts uniforms. It has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check it carefully. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 100,000 Sony, which has been converted into the currency of the One Punch Man world. 200,000 yuan will be credited to the host's account. After the sound of the system ended, a stream of energy flowed into Fang Xuan's body, and then Fang Xuan, who was originally thin, began to gradually become taller and his muscle lines became more obvious. Tongzi, is there any difference in your Pseudo Saiyan bloodline? Fang Xuan asked doubtfully after the fusion was completed. Compared to the pure blood Saiyans, the strength of the Pseudo Saiyan bloodline is only 30% of the talent of the pure-blooded Saiyans, but for the current host, it is not weak, but there is one weakness. It's difficult to become a Super Saiyan, the system replied. Fang Xuan continued to ask, then is there any way to increase the concentration of my Saiyan blood? By absorbing the blood of Saiyans, the Saiyan bloodline is improved. The levels of Saiyan bloodline can be divided into Pseudo Saiyan, Sub Saiyan, Mixed Blood Saiyan, Pure Blood Saiyan. How do you get the Saiyan blood you are talking about? You must know that this is the world of One Punch Man. The Saiyan bloodline can be obtained through the Dragon Ball Roulette. The levels of the wheel are divided into 5 levels: elementary, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate. The more advanced the wheel, the more generous the rewards. Currently, the host's wheel level is elementary, and the number of draws is you can talk to others to get emotional points to exchange for times, and 1000 emotional points can be exchanged for a lucky draw opportunity. After listening to the introduction of the system, Fang Xuan opened the system warehouse, and then clicked on the training secret book of Kame Senran. The next second, all the information inside was transmitted to Fang Xuan's brain. What was recorded here was the Kame Senran Professor Sun Wukong. Methods of practice. By the way, he also took out the martial arts uniform of Kame Senryu. After putting it on, Fang Xuan came to the mirror and looked at it. It fit him perfectly. Finally, Fang Xuan looked at his personal information again. Name: Fang Xuan. Bloodline: Pseudo Saiyan bloodline. Move: none. Combat strength: 3 inches. 2. Why is my combat power so low? It's not even as good as the scumbag with a combat power of 5 at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. No, it seems I can't let myself fall like this. I will work hard starting from tomorrow. Come on, here comes Ollie. But before he could inspire him for a few seconds, Fang Xuan suddenly thought, that's not right. With the system, I can become stronger just by lying down. Why do I have to work so hard? Hearing Fang Xuan's voice, the system said angrily, host, please correct your attitude. The name of this system is the Dragon Ball Lottery System, not the pig raising system. Give me some money to train and become stronger. Chapter 3 Training of Kamezen Ryu. The next day, it's still dark. Fang Xuan was still lying on the soft big bed having a sweet dream. In the dream, he had the blood of a pure-blooded Saiyan, the strength of a great priest, and the erasure ability of a king. He traveled through various worlds and lived a happy life. Just when he was about to have an in-depth communication with the beautiful woman in his arms, an alarm bell suddenly rang in his ears. Ring ring ring. The loud sound of the alarm clock pulled Fang Xuan out of his dream. Fang Xuan got angry because his dream was disturbed. After turning off the alarm clock, he threw it on the ground and sat on the bed to wake up for a while. Damn it, if I had known I would have such a dream, I set the alarm clock back a little last night, just a little bit. An annoyed Fang Xuan got up and walked to the sink to start brushing his teeth and washing his face. And the reason why he got up so early was because today he had to start practicing according to the Kamezen Ryu training secrets. The first item in the Kamezen Ryu training secrets was to get up early to deliver milk, which was a morning run. After washing, Fang Xuan put on the martial arts uniform of Kamezen Ryu. After a simple warm-up, he started running. Since Fang Xuan was not on a small island like Kamezenran and the others, in order to better restore their training, Fang Xuan decided that he would run around Z City 5 times today. Okay, let's start, try to come back before breakfast. Fang Xuan moved his legs and started his morning run along the streets of Z City. In the early morning, the city was still shrouded in a hazy morning fog. The street lights on both sides of the street gave off a faint light, bringing a trace of warmth to the city. Although Fang Xuan has Pseudo-Saiyan blood, running 10 laps around Z City is a difficult challenge for him after not exercising for a long time. At the beginning, he had plenty of physical strength and his steps were light and powerful. However, as the number of laps increased, Fang Xuan gradually felt exhausted. His legs were as heavy as lead, and every step required tremendous effort. His martial arts uniform was soaked with sweat and felt uncomfortable against his body. But in order to survive in this dangerous world, he must persist. After all, when little Goku in Dragon Ball received such training for the first time, his combat effectiveness was higher than him, but it was still difficult to complete under such training. When Fang Xuan finished his 5th lap, the sun had already risen. When he returned home, he was so tired that he could hardly stand. With every step he took, he felt like he was about to fall down. Fortunately, he relied on perseverance and lay down on the sofa. Hoo. Fang Xuan was lying on the sofa, panting heavily, and the sweat on his forehead was constantly breaking out, and the sofa he was lying on was directly wet with sweat. Fang Xuan originally thought about getting up to make breakfast and then rest for a while to continue training, but his tired body and heavy eyelids prevented him from moving. He felt like he was nailed to the sofa, and the sore muscles made him unable to even lift a finger. Just when he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly thought of the fairy beans he had given in the novice gift package yesterday. Without having time to think about it, he hurriedly took out the fairy beans and put them in his mouth. Crunch, 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 cluck. After eating all the fairy beans, he, who was originally limp and weak, instantly regained his physical strength and energy and readjusted his body to its optimal state. It is indeed a fairy bean. This extremely powerful recovery power is truly worthy of its reputation. Feeling that his body had returned to its peak, Fang Xuan was very happy, because this way he could continue with the rest of his morning practice. At this moment, he suddenly felt sticky on his body, so he immediately took off his martial arts uniform that was wet with sweat, put it in the washing machine to clean, and then entered the bathroom and started taking a shower. Soon, Fang Xuan walked out of the bathroom while wiping his wet hair. After taking out the clothes from the washing machine and putting them on the clothes drying rack, he originally wanted to cook, but because of the effect of fairy beans, there was currently no effect. Feeling hungry, he changed into casual clothes and went to see Saitama. He wanted to take this time to chat with Saitama to see if he could earn some emotional points. However, in order to have a better excuse, he made a meat Jamo brought it over. Bang bang bang. Q. Open the door, I'm Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan knocked on the door vigorously and shouted. But after he knocked for a while, Saitama refused to open the door for him. Strange, could it be that this guy went out? Ding. Saitama was disturbed in his sleep because he felt the host's knock on the door and was very angry. His mood value plus 100. Hearing the sound of the system, Fang Xuan understood that Saitama was sleeping, but seeing the 100 emotion value that suddenly arrived in his account, Fang Xuan had a very good idea. The corners of Fang Xuan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a wicked smile. He decided to keep knocking on the door to see if he could anger Saitama again and earn more emotion points. Bang bang bang. Q. Open the door quickly. I know you are at home. Fang Xuan shouted loudly, and the knocking on the door became louder. Sure enough, not long after, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. Due to the host's continuous knocking and shouting, Saitama feels very irritated, and his mood value plus 150. Haha, the effect is good. Fang Xuan was secretly happy, but on the surface he pretended to be nonchalant and continued to knock on the door. Finally, with Fang Xuan's unremitting efforts, the door was opened. I saw Saitama wearing pajamas. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was full of fire. Fang Xuan, what's the matter with calling me so early? Looking at Fang Xuan, who was uncharacteristically, Q was very confused. Strange, doesn't this guy usually get up later than me? Why did he get up so early today? Fang Xuan handed the rujamo that he had already prepared to Q. I'm bringing you breakfast. I just made an extra portion of rujamo today. Rugamo. Upon hearing the word, rugamo, Saitama, who was originally feeling angry because he was woken up, was instantly calmed down. I didn't expect that Fang Xuan would wake up so early to make breakfast for me. I was so moved and happy to be able to eat delicious food when I woke up early in the morning. Ding. Saitama was very touched when he saw the host bringing him food early in the morning, and his emotional value was plus 120. Ding. You can eat delicious food just after waking up. Saitama feels very happy and his mood value is plus 200. Fang Xuan was very happy when he saw that he had earned 320 emotional points from just one meat bun. He did not expect that he had earned 2000 emotional points through Saitama in one morning. It was so cool. Thank you Fang Xuan. Q thanked him after taking Fang Xuan's meat bun. Fang Xuan waved his hand and said, You're welcome, you eat first, I'll go back if I have other things to do. After saying that, Fang Xuan quickly ran back home, and then prepared to start the lottery. Kaio looked at Fang Xuan who was leaving and said, "Strange, why do I feel that Fang Xuan's speed has become faster? Is it an illusion? Ignore it, let's go eat first, and then take a nap." After saying that, Saitama turned around and closed the door. Chapter 4 The First Lottery. When Fang Xuan returned home, he couldn't wait to say, "System, hurry up, I want to draw a lottery." Whoosh, an illusory interface of a huge turntable appeared in front of him. There was a red button in the middle of the turntable, which said 1000 emotional values one time. There were countless spherical objects around the button. He took a closer look and found that they were basically from the Dragon Ball world. The items inside, some fairy beans, detectors, Bulma's little nene, Bulma's little nene. Hey, system, what's the use of this thing? If I win, wouldn't I have wasted 1000 emotion points in vain? Fang Xuan pointed at Bulma's little nene and said, "This is a primary turntable. The things on it are almost normal. The host needs to understand." The system replied without blushing or heartbeat. "You're a color system, forget it, let's draw a prize first and see how it works." Fang Xuan muttered to himself, and finally chose to spend 1000 emotion points to turn the wheel. Ding ding ding, the pointer on the turntable began to rotate like a wind chime. Fang Xuan's eyes were fixed on the turntable, watching it start to rotate slowly. His heartbeat also accelerated, looking forward to pulling out a good item for the first time. The pointer kept turning over those items, and soon began to slow down. "Stop, stop, stop," Fang Xuan muttered silently in his mind, trying to make the turntable stop on the item he wanted. However, the turntable seemed to have a mind of its own and continued to spin slowly. "Stop, stop, 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 I want this," Fang Xuan shouted excitedly, and saw that the pointer of the turntable was getting slower and slower, and the current position was on the light ball called Wukongshu. Fang Xuan knew about the Wukong technique. It was the secret skill of the Crane Master in Dragon Ball. It was a skill that allowed him to fly. Although it was not of much use to him at the moment, he could at least run away when in danger. But the turntable didn't follow people's wishes, and the pointer just turned past Wukong and stopped right after. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Bulma's little panty. Please check it after it has been distributed. The next second, a small white piece of underwear appeared in Fang Xuan's hand. Looking at the thing in his hand, Fang Xuan roared angrily in his heart. "Your sister, just a little bit, why can't you stop at Wukong technique? What's the use of this thing? It is detected that the host still has 1000 emotion points. Do you want to continue the lottery? Slap your sister, you are so lucky, I'll draw a woolen yarn." Fang Xuan threw the things in his hands on the ground angrily, turned around, washed his hands, put on the martial arts uniform that had been dried, and went out to continue practicing. As for the chance to draw the lottery, we will wait until he comes back in the evening. There is a wasteland not far from where Fang Xuan and Chi Yu live. New buildings were originally going to be built there, but due to the frequent appearance of weirdos, the place was completely deserted until now. But this is good, it can just be solved. The problem of Fang Xuan's cultivation. After a while, he came to the wasteland. Looking at the large land in front of him, Fang Xuan took off his upper body clothes, and then began to plow the land with his hands like the little Goku in Dragon Ball. Under the scorching sun, Fang Xuan's sweat fell like raindrops, and the pants he wore had long become muddy due to sweat and mud. His hands kept turning over the land, and each turn was so powerful, as if he was turning the entire land over. Time passed minute by minute, but Fang Xuan's movements never stopped. His hands had already turned red, and faint blood streaks could even be seen under the skin. The nails on all 10 fingers had been broken. Every time the soil was turned, the heartbreaking pain spread throughout his body like an electric current. But he had no intention of stopping, and instead plowed the land even more crazily. Soon, the time came to noon, and Fang Xuan also stopped practicing, and slowly walked forward with his 2 arms that had no strength at all and were wrapped in mud and blood. Fang Xuan immediately took out a fairy bean from the warehouse and ate it. The next second, his whole body instantly returned to its original state. Fortunately, there are fairy beans. Otherwise, with my current strength, if I practice once, I would probably have to lie down for several weeks to recover. But I only opened 10 fairy beans in the novice gift pack. I have already consumed 2 of them before today. If this continues, it will probably take only 3 days to consume them all. If you want to replenish them, you can only get them through the turntable. Quote, after thinking about it, Fang Xuan put on his clothes and returned home. During this period at noon, he could take a good rest, because the purpose of Kamezenryu was to have a good rest while practicing hard. After returning home, Fang Xuan took off his clothes. After taking a shower, he took out a can of soda from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa and drank it. Gudong gudong gudong. After taking a few sips of soda, Fang Xuanlian shouted, "It feels good." Watching TV, Fang Xuan thought for a while that since he had renovated such a large area of land due to training, he might as well buy some vegetable seeds and plant them. After thinking for a while, he decided to buy some seeds when he went to the store with Saitama the day after tomorrow. After a while, he turned off the TV and went to take a lunch break. After all, there was training in the afternoon. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Fang Xuan came to the sea. He was ready to start swimming training in the afternoon, but at this time he was considering whether he should go into the sea. The reason why he needs to consider it is because the sea in the One Punch Man world is different from the sea in the Dragon Ball world. Due to environmental pollution, the sea in the One Punch Man world has various powerful monsters in it. He is afraid that if he swims, the monster appeared in front of him, and then he could. After standing at the beach for a long time, Fang Xuan finally made up his mind. I won't believe it no matter what, I am so unlucky that I just met a weirdo. After saying that, he immediately jumped into the sea and started swimming. Fortunately, no monsters appeared in the sea. After swimming for several hours, Fang Xuan went ashore, put on his clothes and continued walking home. Maybe it was the Saiyan's super adaptability. Although he was a little tired from swimming this time, he didn't feel the muscle soreness he had in the morning. By the time he got home, the sun had begun to slowly set towards the mountain, but there was still one last step in his practice today, which was to train his reaction ability. He tied a rope around his waist and tied the other end of the rope. It was tied to a big tree. There happened to be a honeycomb in the tree, and the bees were not contaminated yet. He picked up a stone and threw it towards the hive. Buzz buzz. After the beehive was attacked, the swarm rushed out instantly and pierced Fang Xuan with the spikes on its buttocks. Facing the bees' attack, Fang Xuan dodged as much as possible. Every time, his head was covered in stings. Night fell, and after a hard day's training, Fang Xuan was cooking in the kitchen. He made a large bowl of ramen and ate it in big gulps. Although his current bloodline was only a pseudo-Saiyan, his appetite was not as big as that of a pure-blood Saiyan. Being young, he finished the bowl of ramen quickly, but he still felt hungry, so he got up and made another bowl. After eating more than a dozen bowls in succession, Fang Xuan was full. After washing the bowls and pots, he lay lazily on the sofa and opened the character information panel, checking his information after training for a day. Name: Fang Xuan. Bloodline: Pseudo-Saiyan bloodline. Move: none. Combat strength: 9 inches. Today I heard 6 points of combat power. It's not bad. I hope I can draw something good in the lottery later. After saying that, Fang Xuan opened the lottery interface. After consuming 1000 emotion points, the turntable started spinning again, and soon the pointer stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the weight-bearing turtle shell. Please check it after it has been distributed. Dwang! The next second, a heavy turtle shell hit the floor with a dull sound. Weight-bearing turtle shell. The weight can be adjusted from 1 kilogram to 200 kilograms. Oh, this is a good thing. Fang Xuan was very happy looking at the turtle shell in front of him, because with this turtle shell that can adjust the weight, his cultivation results will be better. However, isn't it a little too conspicuous to carry a big turtle shell on your back to exercise every day? I thought too much and almost forgot that there are not many people in this city. Do I need to take care of so many people? Fang Xuan thought for a while and came to the bed and started to sleep. Chapter 5, Rage Emotional Points. In the early morning of the next day, Fang Xuan, who had already finished his morning run, once again knocked on Saitama's door with breakfast just like yesterday. Today, Fang Xuan was a little greedy and spent 3000 mood points before he stopped. After he got home, he fired 3 shots straight away, and then the system's beep sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Please check it after it has been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Please check it after it has been distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Little Wukong's weapon, the Rui stick. Please check it after it has been distributed. I'm really lucky today. Not only did I replenish my fairy beans, but I also got a weapon. As he said that, Fang Xuan took out the Rui stick from the system warehouse, and then he quickly ran downstairs to try it out. Try this wishful stick. I saw him inserting the wishful stick into the ground and shouting, stretch the wishful stick. The next second, the small red stick began to grow longer, and in the blink of an eye, the length of the stick actually penetrated the clouds. Saitama was brushing his teeth on the balcony and looked out boredly. Suddenly, a red stick appeared in his field of vision and grew taller rapidly. Huh, a super long stick. Am I dazzled? Saitama rubbed his eyes and looked at the stick that was still getting longer. The hand that was brushing his teeth stopped unconsciously. Shorten it, wishful stick. Seeing that the wishful stick had grown too tall, Fang Xuan quickly shrunk it. Soon, the wishful stick that pierced the sky returned to its normal size. Saitama quickly washed his face and was about to look for the stick that could be lengthened. When he raised his head, he found that the stick had disappeared. After thinking about it, he must have been dazzled. After all, there is no such long stick in the world. After Fang Xuan took the Rui stick back to the system warehouse, he continued to complete the rest of today's training tasks, including farming, swimming, and training reaction abilities. With the improvement in combat effectiveness, he completed the tasks much faster today than yesterday, and the physical strength has also improved a lot. Yesterday, when he was plowing the ground with his bare hands, his hands were bleeding, but today they only turned red and the nails on his fingers were cracked, but there was no bleeding. After finishing today's training mission, he checked his own strength in the evening and found that his combat power had reached 16, which was 6 points stronger than the little Goku who had just appeared. ... Bang bang bang. Fang Xuan, are you at home? Outside the door, Chiyu was knocking on the door early in the morning. Today was the day that he and Fang Xuan made an appointment to go shopping at the newly opened supermarket in D-City, so he got up early on purpose, but he knocked on the door for a long time. Xuan still made no move to open the door. Isn't it strange that Fang Xuan is not at home? The confused Chiyu was about to force open the door to see if Fang Xuan was at home when a voice came from behind. Saitama, stop, what do you want to do? Why did my family provoke you? After finishing his morning run, Fang Xuan just went up to the floor and saw Saitama raising his fists and preparing to break through the door, so he hurriedly shouted. Hearing Fang Xuan's voice, Kiyu turned around and said, I just want to see if you are at home. After Fang Xuan entered the house, he realized that Saitama had asked him to go shopping at the newly opened supermarket in D-City. This was what he had promised before, but Fang Xuan had forgotten about it because of his continuous training. Fang Xuan, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, said to Saitama who was waiting to eat, Sorry, I was busy exercising recently so I forgot. Let's finish breakfast later and set off again. Kiyu just nodded when he heard this, but he was very curious about Fang Xuan starting to exercise again. He remembered that Fang Xuan exercised with him 3 years ago, but he didn't know why Fang Xuan stopped later. He did not exercise and became a homebody, staying at home all day without leaving the door or taking a step outside. Although he was curious, he didn't ask because most of his thoughts were on food now. After a while, Fang Xuan prepared breakfast and served it on the table. Fang Xuan, what do you think about becoming a hero? Saitama asked after taking a bite of the omelette. Hero. Fang Xuan, who has read the original work, knows that Saitama is the kind of hero who is motivated by interest, but he does not want to be a hero. He just wants to practice steadily and become stronger, and then live a peaceful life without fear. I don't have any opinions on heroes, because I don't want to be a hero. I just want to practice and become stronger in the days to come, and then live a stable life. Fang Xuan expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, Chiyu nodded and said, That's it. After a while, the two of them finished their breakfast, and then they set off for D-City. But before going to the supermarket, Fang Xuan had to go to the cash machine to withdraw some money, otherwise he would not have money to buy anything. You must know that in the past 3 years, except for the time he had just traveled through time and worked odd jobs for a few months to save some money, he had not saved anything else. At that time, he basically asked Saitama to help him buy things. Naturally, Saitama also provided the money, so he owed Saitama a lot of money in the past 3 years. Looking at Fang Xuan who was counting the money, Kiyu couldn't help but ask, Fang Xuan, I didn't expect that you still have so much money after staying at home for 3 years. It's incredible. Hearing Chiyu's words, Fang Xuan was a little embarrassed. Actually, during the 3 years I stayed at home, I occasionally did small tasks online to earn some money and save up. However, I didn't go out often, so I forgot the location of the card. Where can I put it? I just found it not long ago. By the way, I will give you the 20,000 yuan first, as I will pay you back the money you have advanced to me in the past 3 years. Quote, you can also make money by doing tasks online, how can you do it? Saitama looked excited after taking the money. You must know that since he became a hero, he has almost no income. In addition to providing for his 3 meals a day, he also has if he had to help Fang Xuan pay for things in advance, he would be extremely poor. Seeing that Kiyu wanted to make money through online tasks, Fang Xuan hurriedly said, the online tasks are basically over. I will tell you when there is a task next time. Let's go shopping first. Quote, is that so? Okay. Seeing that the online mission was basically over, Saitama was a little disappointed, and then walked towards D-City. Ding. Sensing Saitama's depressed mood, the mood value plus 100. I'll go, that's fine too. Fang Xuan was a little surprised when he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Then on the way to the supermarket, Fang Xuan chatted with Kiyu as much as possible, trying every means to make Kiyu change Kiyu's mood. After arriving in D-City, when Fang Xuan looked at the more than 5,000 emotion points that had arrived in his account, he almost jumped up with excitement. Work harder, and when you return later, think of a way to talk more, and try to have 10 draws in a row tonight. Soon, the two came to the supermarket and started shopping. Fang Xuan bought a lot of food, some vegetable seeds, and a watering can. As for Saitama, he bought the meal for today and some snacks, and then the two of them started to return. Along the way, Xuan started chattering non-stop again. Although Saitama's face showed no signs of movement, the system's beeps kept ringing. Ding. Sensing Saitama's happy mood, the mood value plus 100. Ding. Sensing Saitama's angry mood, emotional value plus 150. Chapter 610 Consecutive Lashes, Mosquito Girl. In the evening, Fang Xuan returned home after saying goodbye to Kiyu. After putting away the things he bought, Fang Xuan did not start cooking immediately. Instead, he opened the lottery interface first and saw that the button in the middle of the turntable was divided into 2 halves, with 1,000 emotional values written on one side. The other side says 10,000 emotions worth 10 times. Without any hesitation, Fang Xuan immediately clicked the button with 10,000 emotion values 10 times, and the pointer of the turntable began to rotate rapidly. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 Saiyan blood. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Congratulations to the host for winning a secret book of Sun Wukong's Chi Sense. Congratulations to the host for winning the Universal Capsule 1. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Congratulations to the host for drawing Lan Chi's pistol. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 fairy bean. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 Saiyan blood. Oh, I'm so lucky. They're all practical things. As he said that, He clicked on Sun Wukong's secret book of chi perception, and in the next second, the methods of chi perception poured into his brain. After receiving it, Fang Xuan found that he could faintly sense the existence of some auras, and the closest one was naturally Saitama's aura. He then absorbed all the 2 drops of Saiyan blood he had drawn. After absorbing it, he only felt that his body strength instantly became much stronger. Fang Xuan immediately opened the personal information panel and took a look. Name: Fang Xuan. Bloodline: Pseudo Saiyan Bloodline 2%. Move: Chi Sense. Combat Strength: 18 inches. He was very happy to see that the purity of his Pseudo Saiyan blood had increased by 2%. He thought that if he could pump 10 times in a row every day, it would only take him a few months to make the Pseudo Saiyan blood evolve to the next stage, so he decided to exclude training time from tomorrow and chat with Saitama for a while every day, so that his emotional value would continue to increase. After reading the panel, Fang Xuan went to cook. As for the universal capsule, there was no need to look carefully, it was for storing items. As for Lan Chi's pistol, it was of little use in this world. Perhaps due to the influence of the bloodline improvement, Fang Xuan's appetite today was a little larger than yesterday, but it was not very obvious. After eating and drinking, and washing the dishes, Fang Xuan went shopping with Saitama today and didn't do much practice, so Fang Xuan put on a weight-bearing turtle shell on his back, adjusted the weight to 20 kilograms and started exercising in the room. After training for a while, Fang Xuan stopped and went to take a shower and sleep. 1 year later, after practicing day after day, Fang Xuan's body was now full of muscles, and the weight-bearing turtle shell he was carrying had already reached 200 kilograms. At this time, he was sweating and practicing under the sunset. Over the past year, he had obtained a lot of emotional points through Saitama lottery, and obtained many practical rewards, such as some Qigong and martial arts moves in the Dragon Ball world, and Sendo. After several draws, he accumulated hundreds of them, and the Saiyan bloodline was successfully advanced to become a hybrid Saiyan. His combat power also reached 3,200. This value has allowed him to have nothing to fear in the world of One Punch Man. At this time, Fang Xuan and Chi Yu, one was flying in the air and the other was running wildly on the ground. The 2 of them were holding several plastic bags in each hand, and they were quickly engaging in a speed and passion competition. Fang Xuan, we can say that we have a great harvest today. Stop talking nonsense, Saitama, let me explain first why I paid the bill in the end. Didn't I agree that you paid the bill? Don't worry about this so much. You really don't regard yourself as an outsider. There was an event in the supermarket today. When Saitama found out, he immediately brought Fang Xuan to the supermarket to make purchases. He also said that he was treating him today. But when the 2 of them bought the things and checked out, Saitama, the boy, said to the cashier that he had bought something after typing out the price. He immediately picked up the items he bought and ran away quickly, leaving Fang Xuan standing there in confusion. There was no way, because the guy ran too fast, Fang Xuan could only pay the bill. After buying things, Fang Xuan sensed Saitama's aura, took a large amount of food he bought, and quickly chased after him using Wukong Jutsu. The reason why Chi Yu ran so fast was because Fang Xuan bought so many things that he had no money to pay, so he ran away. It's a good thing I ran fast, otherwise my wallet would have been severely damaged. These foods, plus the occasional free meals at Fang Xuanjia, should be enough to last a week. Saitama, who was running quickly, was thinking in his mind. Stop for a moment, Chi Yu, I sense something near our home. Fang Xuan said loudly. It was seen that the 2 of them were still more than 100 kilometers away from City Z. Even the shadow of City Z was basically invisible, but Fang Xuan could feel the vicinity of the apartment where they lived through breath perception. Fang Xuan, what are you talking about? We are still far away from Z City. Saitama stopped and asked doubtfully. Unlike Fang Xuan, although Qiu has immeasurable physical strength and power, he is far inferior to Fang Xuan in terms of breath perception. There is probably a difference of several thousand genos. Fang Xuan put his fingers on his forehead and sensed the direction of City Z. After a while, the current situation of City Z appeared in his mental world. A dense army of mosquitoes swept through the area where he and Qiu lived. In the urban area, there is a guy with a slightly stronger aura in the middle. It is indeed the mosquito girl. Since this guy is there, the one fighting him is probably Genos. Because Genos is a man transformed by the devil, similar to the artificial man in Dragon Ball, he does not emit breath, so Fang Xuan cannot sense him. Saitama, I sensed a strange person appearing where we live. Do you want to go? Weird. Okay, let's go together. Okay, let's make an agreement first. Whoever rushes over first will get that weirdo. Good. After saying that, the 2 of them rushed towards the mosquito girl as fast as they could. And on the other side of the battlefield, a woman with a plump figure and excellent appearance but wrapped in humanoid mosquitoes was flying in the air. At this time, she was extremely seductively taunting a tattered robot on the ground that had only its upper body left after being beaten. Ahahaha, rubbish is rubbish. It seems that you have no more ability, so let me send you on your way. And this weirdo is a monster with a fusion structure of mosquitoes and women developed by Dr. Kinos of the Evolution House. She has the ability to control mosquito swarms, and can also evolve by absorbing blood. No, now she has successfully acquired ghost-level strength because she absorbed a large amount of blood. Genos, who rushed to City Z to look for his enemies, also happened to catch up with the mosquito swarms that were spreading everywhere, so he rushed over and used his incineration ability to eliminate a large number of mosquito swarms, and he also completely suppressed the early stage in terms of strength. Mosquito Girl. But Mosquito Girl's strength has greatly increased by sucking all kinds of blood. Genos is no match for him. After several fights, he tried his best to wipe out all the mosquito groups controlled by Mosquito Girl, but he himself was beaten to the point of paralysis by the Mosquito Girl. Damn it, I didn't discover it earlier. This guy is a weirdo who can enhance his abilities by sucking blood. I can't move now, it's too careless. I have no chance of winning now. After saying that, a square energy source appeared on Genos' chest. For now, it seems that the only solution is to self-destruct. Sorry, Doctor, it seems I have no way to take revenge. Chapter 7 Saitama snatches monsters. Genos is shocked. Just when Genos was about to detonate himself and die together with the Mosquito Girl, a yellow air bomb in the distance quickly hit the Mosquito Girl. The Mosquito Girl was about to attack Genos. Her sixth sense suddenly exploded and she sensed the danger. She looked up and saw an attack coming towards her, so she immediately stopped her hand and quickly dodged the attack. And the air bomb also drew a beautiful trajectory in the gap between Mosquito Girl and Genos and then exploded in the air. The next second, Fang Xuan flew here first and fell from the sky, followed by Saitama who quickly ran over. The reason why Saitama is one step slower is because Fang Xuan flies in a straight line and Saitama runs in a curve. I didn't expect this guy to have support, but it doesn't matter if he has support. In the end, he will be killed by me and then become the nourishment for me to become stronger, ha. Mosquito Girl looked at Saitama and Fang Xuan who appeared and couldn't help laughing. Genos turned his head and looked hard, and found that one of them was flying in the air. Flying in the air, is he the second-ranked S-class hero? No, as far as I know, the ranking the second S-class hero is a woman, but this person is obviously a man. Fang Xuan and Chi Yu arrived here and ignored Mosquito Girl's words. Since Fang Xuan arrived here first, Mosquito Girl became his opponent, but what he didn't notice was that Saitama didn't seem to think so. Fang Xuan pointed at the Mosquito Girl and said, don't hurt anyone. Your opponent is me. Look at me, I'm FG Saitama. This monster is my opponent. What are you doing? Halfway through his words, Fang Xuan saw Saitama rushing forward, raised his palm and slapped the Mosquito Girl. Boom. In just a moment, the Mosquito Girl was slapped by Saitama and her life and death were unknown. A large amount of blood was scattered on the building below. During this period, the Mosquito Girl barely reacted at all. Genos, who was crippled on the side, widened his remaining eye. No vital signs of the weirdo can be detected, the danger is over. Genos looked at the results scanned by the detector in disbelief. It was obvious that the danger was lifted and he survived. Looking at the bald man in front of him who defeated the Mosquito Girl with one blow, Genos was very confused. Who is he? Is he from the Heroes Association? But why have I never seen any photos of him? And that man who can fly like the second-ranked S-class hero, are they together? Saitama, please explain, or I will challenge you to a duel. Fang Xuan was very angry that his opponent was defeated by Saitama first. He grabbed Saitama's collar and said loudly. Saitama asked with a dull look on his face, explain. Explain what? What? We just agreed that whoever got here first would own this weirdo. It was obvious that I was the one who came here first, and the air bomb I fired came earlier. Why did you take action just now? Is this happening? What do you think? I'm sorry, I hate mosquitoes, so when I saw that super big mosquito just now, I couldn't help it, so I just took action. Ding. Detected Genos. Shock at Saitama's strength, emotional value plus 666. Ding. Detected Genos. Shock at the host's strength, emotional value plus 666. Hearing the system's beep in his mind, Fang Xuan remembered that there was a maimed Genos lying next to him. So he stepped forward and asked, hey, are you okay? Genos. I'm fine. By the way, are you from the Heroes Association? Saitama asked confused. Hero Association? What is that? Genos replied. The Hero Association was founded 3 years ago by the tycoon Albany. The reason for its creation was that a mysterious hero saved his grandson. Then Albany wanted to express his gratitude to the hero who saved his grandson. This led to the creation of the Heroes Association, an organization that was later operated by raising funds from the public. Fang Xuan said, sorry, the two of us are not members of the Heroes Association as you said. I am just an ordinary person, and that guy is an otaku who stays at home. The reason why Fang Xuan said that Saitama is an otaku is because Saitama basically spends the rest of his time at home, sleeping, reading comics, and occasionally going to Fang Xuan's house to use the air conditioner and eat. After Kiyu put away the shopping bags, he walked to Fang Xuan and said, Fang Xuan, since he has nothing to do, let's go back. That's right, there are other things today. Fang Xuan looked at Genos and said, since you don't have anything important to do, let's leave first. After saying that, Fang Xuan also picked up his shopping bag. Looking at the two people who were about to leave, Genos hurriedly shouted, please wait a moment, I am a devil robot who practices justice alone, my name is Genos. Please tell me your names. Saitama, Fang Xuan, the two said without looking back. Seeing this, Genos shouted again, I want to ask you two for a favor. Please accept me as your disciple. Not interested in, I do not want. Two voices sounded at the same time again, directly rejecting Genos' request. Under the illumination of the setting sun, the figures of Saitama and Fang Xuan slowly disappeared in front of Genos. Although he was directly rejected, Genos was still determined to let these two people accept him as their disciple. Then he immediately sent Dr. Kusno the news that he was seriously injured and unable to move, and then sent his address. After a while, Dr. Kusno drove over and rescued Genos. Soon night fell. After finishing all the training content today, Fang Xuan took the ingredients he just bought and started making dinner. Because of the changes in his Saiyan blood, he now has a very large appetite. In addition, there are a familiar Saitama is sitting at the dining table, waiting to eat, so he has cooked a lot of food today. When the shovel was about to stir up sparks, delicious food was served on the table one after another. After the last dish was ready, Fang Xuan came to the table with 2 bowls of rice. Saitama couldn't stand the delicious food. The food has already been served. Fang Xuan didn't waste any time and started directly. In this way, the two of them devoured a large table of food and finished it in a short time. Saitama burped with satisfaction, and then said, Fang Xuan, your cooking skills are getting better and better, but why does your appetite suddenly become so big? Fang Xuan said, haven't you been exercising recently? Think back to when you first exercised, did you eat a lot? Saitama thought for a while, and it seemed like this was true. Fang Xuan continued, okay, don't worry about the amount of food. Since you've finished eating, just help me wash the dishes. Call out, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Saitama rushed out of the room quickly. Sorry, I have something else to do, so I'm going home first. Looking at the door swinging in the wind, Fang Xuan said in his heart, let this BD escape again. Chapter 8 Genos wants to become a disciple. Dong. Teacher Saitama, are you at home? I'm Genos. Early in the morning, Genos knocked on the door of Saitama's house. Genos, who was standing in front of the door, was picked up by Dr. Kusno and repaired, and then he asked the doctor to help find Saitama and Fang Xuan in City Z people. Due to the small number of people in Z City, and the fact that Saitama and Fang Xuan were the only 2 people living there, Dr. Kusno quickly found the 2 people from the residence's residence information. After getting the address, Genos couldn't wait to come here. He must worship Kaio and Fang Xuan as his teachers. After a while, Saitama couldn't stand Genos knocking on the door, so he stood up and slowly opened the door. Looking at Genos outside the door, he said helplessly, you're really here. By the way, what's your name? Coming. Teacher Saitama, hello, my name is Genos, and I came here specifically to be your teacher. By the way, isn't teacher Fang Xuan here? Genos said with excitement. Fang Xuan is my neighbor. He lives in the apartment next to me. Can you please stop calling me Teacher Saitama? It feels weird. Master Saitama. I seem to be better behaved. You should just call me by my name. Yes, Teacher Saitama. Genos' performance made Saitama very helpless, but looking at the other person's expectant eyes, he still let him into his apartment. After getting another can of drink for Genos, Saitama sat on the sofa seriously and said, let's talk first. I didn't agree to accept you as a disciple. Just leave after drinking the drink. I don't want to accept you as a disciple, and I'm going to Fang Xuan's house soon. Genos, who had just sat down, heard that Chiyu was going to Fang Xuan's house. He immediately stood up from the sofa and said seriously, I just happened to be going to Teacher Fang Xuan's house, so I asked Teacher Chi to take me with him. Saitama did not refuse Genos' request. On the contrary, he quickly agreed, then went to the refrigerator to get a bag of beef hot pot base and took Genos to Fang Xuan's home. At this moment, Fang Xuan was playing the game, Genshin Impact, that he got from the lottery at home. But halfway through the game, he sneezed inexplicably. It's strange, you're so good, why are you sneezing? Maybe someone is thinking about me. Then he shook his head and continued to play the game. Dong. Just when Fang Xuan re-entered the world of the game, there was a knock on the door. This made him feel a little confused, because no one usually came to him at this time. Who is it? Fang Xuan put down the handle in confusion and walked over to open the door. The scene outside the door made him regret opening the door. He saw Saitama standing there, and behind him stood Genos, who was saved by the 2 of them last time. Fang Xuan, this is Genos. He wants to talk to you about something. Saitama gave a brief introduction, then raised the beef hot pot base in his hand. I stopped by to come and eat beef hot pot with you. Genos immediately responded. Hello, Teacher Fang Xuan, I am here this time to ask you to accept me as your disciple. Watching Saitama bring a bag of hot pot base that only tastes of beef but no beef to the rice, how could Fang Xuan be fooled, because he had just used this trick the day before yesterday, and today this guy didn't even use the same reason, and want to use the same method. Just when Kaio was about to enter Fang Xuan's house, Fang Xuan quickly wanted to close the door. Boom. As soon as the door was closed halfway, Saitama immediately raised his hand to block it. Fang Xuan, what are you doing? Why did you close the door suddenly? I have to play games today, so I don't plan to eat. You can go back, and Genos, I won't accept you as my disciple, please come back as well. No, Fang Xuan, you see we are here, let us in, and what game are you talking about? Can we eat it? Eat your sister, let me go quickly and go back to your home. For a while, the 2 were in a stalemate. After a year of training, Fang Xuan could barely confront Saitama for a while. During this period, the 2 also fought once, but when Saitama came out in serious mode, Fang Xuan no longer an opponent. Seeing that Fang Xuan refused to let her in, Kaio said to Genos, please go in through the half-open door first. Yes, Teacher Saitama. At this moment, for some reason, the two people were surprisingly in agreement, as if they had planned it. After Genos finished speaking, he immediately went in through the remaining half-open door. Fang Xuan thought about the lifespan of his door, and finally reached a year. If it was damaged, it would be very troublesome to take the doors of other apartments and install them, so he let the two people in. As soon as he entered the door, Saitama put the hot pot ingredients in the kitchen as if he were at his own home, and then opened the refrigerator skillfully. Genos, what do you want to drink? I can do it, Saitama-sensei. Saitama took 2 cans of soda and handed one to Genos, and then the two sat on the sofa. This scene happened to be seen by Fang Xuan, who came back from turning off the computer. Looking at Saitama's smooth movements, he couldn't help but roar in his heart. Who is the owner of this house, UBD? Fang Xuan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. He knew that it was useless to get angry with a simple-minded guy with strong limbs like Saitama. He came to the two of them and said, Genos, I just said, I will not accept you as a disciple, because I can't practice myself, and Saitama, can you understand that you are a guest? Instead of the master, Fang Xuan, I brought you an ice Coke. Ah, thank you. Fang Xuan, who subconsciously drank Coke, just opened it and took a sip, then he realized that what Saitama handed him was from his own refrigerator, so he was so thankful. Saitama, your uncles. Genos watched the conversation between Fang Xuan and Chiyu and said thoughtfully, the relationship between the two teachers is really good. No wonder they live so close to each other. Maybe it's because both of them are very powerful. Quote, Fang Xuan, who was condemning Saitama, heard what Genos said and said, Genos, what does your machine brain think? How did you know that we have a good relationship? Genos explained. Teacher Fang Xuan, to be more precise, my brain is still a human brain. I just replaced the parts of my body with machine parts. Essentially, I am still a human being. By the way, what parts did you two teachers use to modify it? Can you tell me? After Genos finished asking, he asked Fang Xuan and Saitama seriously, especially Fang Xuan. He wanted to know what kind of parts or technological means the other party used to achieve flight. Chapter 9 Attention from the House of Evolution. By the way, what parts did you two teachers use to modify it? Can you tell me? After hearing Genos' question, Saitama, who was lying on his back, replied, we haven't modified it with any parts, we are just normal human beings. Nani? Genos couldn't believe it, so he pointed at Saitama's bald head and said, so, is the armor on Saitama's head the same color as his original skin? Could it be that Saitama is bald when he was young? Genos was very surprised. He couldn't understand why Saitama was bald when he had such great power. Fang Xuan on the side did not disturb the chat between the two. He sat on the chair and listened to the system prompts and felt secretly happy. Ding. Genos' words caused Saitama to break his defense, and his emotional value plus 9999. Ding. I'm surprised that Saitama is strong but bald. Genos, emotional value plus 999. The two chatted for a while, and Fang Xuan earned tens of thousands of emotional points, which were 10 lottery opportunities, and he made a lot of money. At this moment, Fang Xuan looked at the two of them with great pleasure. He expected Genos to say more, so that he could earn more emotional points. Saitama, who was said to have broken his guard, stood up and said emotionally to Genos, what's wrong with me being bald? Does it bother you? Besides, who are you, kid? Teacher, do you want to hear my story? Okay, let me tell you. My story is a long one. Before Genos could start speaking, Fang Xuan hurriedly interjected, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your story. But Genos didn't seem to hear him and continued to talk to himself. 4 years ago, when I was 15 years old, I was still an ordinary human being. Every day memories are like a flood that opens the floodgates. Once opened, it cannot be stopped. More than 2 hours passed like this, but Genos' memories continued, and Saitama, who was still emotional just now, had already returned to an expressionless state, lying down and watching TV, and Fang Xuan sat at the computer desk, wearing headphones and playing the game. I know that I am immature now, but in order to take revenge, I must gain powerful power to destroy evil no matter what. Saitama on the side saw that Genos had no intention of stopping, and he finally reached the limit of his patience and said, that's enough, you guy, please summarize what you want to say in 20 words or less. Ding. Saitama was very angry because of Genos' memory time, and his emotional value plus 1000. Fang Xuan, who was playing games, heard the system prompts in his head, so he took off his headphones and turned his chair to see what was going on. I saw Genos say, Teacher Saitama, isn't it a little too short to summarize it in 20 words? I feel enough. Saitama had been pushed to the brink of collapse by the talkative Genos at this time. He swore that if the guy in front of him didn't have any ill intentions, and this was Fang Xuan's home, he would have probably punched him out. Looking at Saitama's angry eyes, Genos couldn't help but shudder. He knew that if he didn't talk about the key points, he might really arouse Teacher Saitama's dissatisfaction. So, he took a deep breath and tried to summarize his more than 2 hours of memories into less than 20 words. Anyway, these two teachers will teach me how to become as awesome as you. Not interested in. I reject. After Kaio and Fang Xuan finished speaking in tacit understanding, one continued to lie down and watch TV, while the other turned around and continued playing games, leaving Genos standing alone in confusion. Just when Genos was seeking to become his disciple, Dr. Genos, the founder of the House of Evolution and a genius scientist, heard interesting news hidden in the House of Evolution deep in the jungle. The mosquito girl was beaten so quickly. Forget it, it's just a test product, nothing to regret. By the way, has Mosquito Girl's battle data report been sent back? Clone number 23, who was also his own, nodded and replied, the transmission is back, but the process is a bit incredible. In a battle with a robot, Mosquito Girl was suppressed in the early stage, but after sucking a lot of blood, she successfully evolved into ghost-level strength. However, she was killed by someone who came in with one blow. Kill with one hit. Is it an A- class hero from the Hero Association or an S-class hero? According to the investigation, there is no information about these two people in the Heroes Association. This is interesting. Is there any footage of the scene? Clone number 23 nodded and replied, yes, please look at the big screen. This is when Mosquito Girl is defeated again. Only these three people are shown in the image data sent back. I saw Saitama, Fang Xuan and the disabled Genos appearing on the big screen. Clone number 23 added, the one who defeated Mosquito Girl was this bald man. Interesting, it seems we have material to study again, especially him. Dr. Genos' body lifted his eyes and pointed at Saitama who made the move. Immediately organize people to bring these two people back to me. Maybe we can study something different from them. Afternoon, Fang Xuan's house. Saitama looked at Genos sitting on the sofa with a serious look on his face. Genos, are you ready? What you have to do next is very difficult. Even though I was fully prepared, I still failed. So I give you this arduous task, and you must complete it seriously. Genos also responded very seriously. Don't worry, Teacher Saitama, as long as I can become stronger, I will definitely complete the task no matter how difficult it is. Okay, very impressive. Saitama affirmed Genos' attitude, and then continued, then let's start choosing the characters to play. That's right, at this time, Saitama and Genos were playing Genshin Impact in front of Fang Xuan's computer, while Fang Xuan was cooking in the kitchen. Sir, why should I, as the host, cook here, while these two guys, as the guests, are playing games and playing my games? It's disgusting. Do you have a letter? Genos. Yes, Teacher Saitama, I'm ready. Then let the game begin. Enter Genos. Yes, Teacher Saitama. Fang Xuan was speechless when he heard that these two guys were acting so seriously just to play a game. After a while, Saitama's voice came again. Awesome, Genos, how did you pass this level? Teacher, that's all it takes. Just as Genos was describing how he passed this level, he suddenly put down the controller in his hand. Because the detector equipped on him detected an energy body coming from outside. Fang Xuan, who was cooking, also noticed something strange outside the door, so he quickly put down what he was holding and walked out the door. Chapter 10 An Encounter with Hell Fubuki. Outside the apartment where Fang Xuan lives. The weirdos from the monster house have arrived here. These guys received orders from Dr. Genos and came to bring Saitama, Fang Xuan, and Genos back. Through the telepathy of the slug-shaped weirdo, it was discovered that the target three people were gathered together. So the Mantis Man, who was the leader among the group, raised his two sharp sickle hands and struck at Fang Xuan's house without saying a word. This Mantis Man is a Mantis-type monster studied by the Evolution House. His strength is the same as that of the Mosquito Woman before she sucked a lot of blood. He is at the Tiger level and poses a certain threat. Just when the Mantis Man was about to break through the wall, Fang Xuan opened the door and walked out. He looked up and saw the Mantis Man rushing over. Seeing that the other party wanted to destroy the house where he lived, Fang Xuan couldn't bear it. He condensed a Qigong wave with his right hand and wiped out the Mantis Man. The remaining aftermath happened to hit the apartment where Saitama lived, on the wall. How is it possible that Mantis Man was killed by this guy with just one move? He was indeed killed. My telepathy couldn't reach him. The two weirdos below who were preparing to respond exclaimed. After hearing the noise, Saitama and Genos hurried out and saw the strange man downstairs. Just when Genos was about to take action, Saitama noticed a hole in the wall of his home. Fang Xuan, why is there a hole in the wall of my house? Hearing Chi Yu's words, Fang Xuan turned around and felt a little in his heart. Damn, I didn't hold back just now. No wonder I just heard the sound of something breaking. I can't let Chi Yu know it's me. Do it. Fang Xuan pointed at the two weirdos below and said, they destroyed your home. Teacher Saitama, Teacher Fang Xuan, leave these two guys to me. It's nothing. Before Genos could finish speaking, Saitama had already disappeared upstairs. When Genos recovered, he saw that Saitama had already taken care of the Frog Man and Slug Man downstairs. You dare to destroy other people's houses at will, how disgusting. Saitama said angrily. Ding. Sensing Saitama's angry mood, the emotional value plus 800. Fang Xuan, who had just caused trouble to the east, couldn't help but admire his reaction ability after hearing the voice in his head. However, an accidental battle also occurred not far from them. Z City, No Man's Land. A beautiful lady wearing a dark green long dress, a white fur coat, black high-heeled over-the-knee leather boots, short black hair, green eyes, a tall figure, white skin, and a delicate face. Looking at the thing in his hand, he looked around as if he was looking for something strange. According to the address given, it should be here. Why can't I find it? Looking at the surrounding streets, the beauty frowned and muttered to herself in confusion. Beep beep beep. Target found. Target confirmed. Failed. Not the target you were looking for. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The sudden sound from behind made the confused beauty feel as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She quickly stepped back and distanced herself from the guy behind her. What is this guy? A weirdo. As soon as she turned around, she saw a huge humanoid creature wrapped in thick armor staring at her with flashing red eyes. Hey, you robot, what do you want to do here? I'm here to tell you, hell Fubuki, you can't even think about destroying this city. Hell Fubuki, never heard of it, you are not among the targets this time. What, you guys haven't heard of my name? Fubuki was a little surprised. Logically speaking, she should be quite famous, but the guy in front of her didn't know her. So she was very angry and said loudly, listen up, I am Hell Fubuki, the No. 1B class member of the Hero Association. At the same time, I am also the leader of the Fubuki Group. The reason why Hell Fubuki came to Z City this time without bringing any of the boys from Fubuki's group was because her sister gave her an important task. But looking at the arrogant, rude robot in front of him who didn't even know his name, Fubuki felt very angry because this guy was as arrogant as his sister Tatsumaki. But apart from the tornado, what Fubuki couldn't bear the most was having others ignore everything in front of him. Don't know me, it doesn't matter. Today I'll let you see the power of being number 1 in Class B. After saying that, Fubuki's body erupted with a majestic momentum, and countless stones accompanied by air currents floated up, surrounding the robot that was difficult to wear heavy armor in front of him. And this is her superpower, she can freely control the power of the wind. At this time, the surrounding scene is just like her title. The tragic scene caused by the strong wind is like a scene from hell, so she added, hell, to her real name, Fubuki, as a modifier. The robot looked at the stones floating around it without showing any panic expression. Its eyes were flashing with red light, as if it was analyzing Fubuki's abilities. Superpowers, it's interesting. The robot said coldly, what, it seems that I need to leave a deep impression on you today. Hell Arashi, Fubuki's slender fingers moved, and the huge airflow quickly spread out and turned into a powerful offensive. The strong wind was raging on the streets in no man's land, with a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to swallow everything up. The powerful airflow instantly swept the surrounding dust and gravel into the air, forming a violent storm that swept towards the robot. If an ordinary person was attacked by Fubuki, he would probably be cut to pieces by the wind blades in the wind column. Hundreds of holes. Now, even if you apologize, it's too late. As the storm fell, the robot also began to take action. I am the third-ranked armored gorilla in the evolution house, and your attacks have no effect on me at all. Seeing the gorilla head exposed after the armor on the opponent's head was knocked off by his own unique move, Fubuki had to take it seriously. Because the special move she was proud of was blocked by this guy. Outside the apartment where Fang Xuan lives. Fang Xuan looked at Saitama who was attacked by a weirdo and fell into the ground from the neck down. Suddenly he felt 2 breaths. He was very familiar with these 2 breaths. One was the arrogant little Lolita, and the other was the little Lolita. Lee's sister. Teacher Fang Xuan, are we going to help Teacher Saitama? Genos looked worried at Saitama who was stuck in the ground. Fang Xuan waved his hand and said, don't worry, it's still 20,000 years before those guys want to defeat Saitama. Okay, I have other things to do. I'll leave this to you and Saitama. Remember not to let these guys damage my house, otherwise it will be very troublesome to repair it. Yes, Teacher Fang Xuan. After saying that, Fang Xuan burst out with a white breath, and then quickly flew towards where Fubuki was. Chapter 11 Fang Xuan's superpower, Tornado appears. Boom. Ding. It seems that your strength only reaches this level. The armored gorilla in front of me is more mecha type and has a high defense, so it is more restrained against Fubuki's ability to manipulate the wind as an attack method. In addition, the damage that Fubuki can cause is very limited. Even if he attacks multiple times, he still does not cause any substantial damage to the armored gorilla. Instead, he consumes a lot of physical energy by using the skills multiple times. At this time, Fubuki looked more embarrassed, not as glamorous as before, but she knew that if the battle continued like this and the other party understood her attack method, the situation would be bad, so now there were 2 paths in front of her. One was to retreat, or to continue fighting. But if she hesitates to move forward, then she is not Fubuki. Come again. Seeing that his special move, Hell Arashi, which he was proud of, was unable to cause damage to the opponent, Fubuki immediately gave up the attack method he was good at and started attacking by manipulating boulders with telekinesis. In an instant, countless small gravels floated on the ground where the armored gorilla stood. With Fubuki's force, the ground turned upwards, and the 2 huge rocks were attracted to each other like magnets. After a loud bang, the armored gorilla was caught between 2 huge rocks. How about it, you feel bad? Fubuki said after seeing that his attack had controlled the opponent. Ding. I see, are you trying to use the boulder as an auxiliary means of attack to make up for the lack of your own attack power? Ding. This idea is indeed good, but unfortunately, such an attack is ineffective against the armored gorilla ranked 3rd in the evolution house. Drink. The armored gorilla roared loudly, but the 2 boulders sandwiched between him did not move at all. The breeze blew a garbage bag away from the battlefield between the 2, and the scene was very embarrassing. Wait a minute, the one just now doesn't count, come again. Ding. Such an attack is ineffective against the armored gorilla ranked 3rd in the evolution house. Drink. The armored gorilla exerted enough strength this time, and the muscles all over his body swelled to the extreme. The veins were obvious, and all the veins on his forehead were also exposed. However, no matter how hard he exerted himself, the rocks clamped on his body remained motionless. Nani, what's going on? Wait a minute, give me another chance. Ha! Looking at the situation in front of him, Fubuki, who launched the attack, was also confused. Because the move she was releasing now was purely a tentative skill. She knew exactly how powerful it was, and there was no way it could be so powerful. So she couldn't figure out what was going on in front of her. Just when both sides showed incredible expressions, a voice came from the sky. I said, didn't little Loli teach you how to use superpowers to deal with enemies? Or did you not learn it? Kuei looked up when he heard the sound and found a figure stretching out a hand and slowly falling from the air. The person who came was none other than Fang Xuan. One of the big reasons why the armored gorilla did not break apart the boulder was that Fang Xuan used superpowers to strengthen his control over the armored gorilla. As for where Fang Xuan learned his superpowers, he naturally obtained Frieza's superpowers through the lottery wheel. Ding! It is detected that Fubuki is in a very excited mood, and the emotion value is +1000. Beep beep beep, find the target, confirm the target, success. Ding! Fang Xuan, I am the third-ranked armored gorilla in the evolution house. I am here to take you to the evolution house. Follow me back obediently. The armored gorilla, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, continued to imitate a machine-like voice. Looking at Fang Xuan who appeared in front of her, Kui Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. The main reason why she came to Z City this time was to find Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan, because the man in front of her is the only man who can catch up with her sister Tatsumaki. Then how do you use superpowers to fight? Simple, take a look, just like this. As Fang Xuan waved his finger upward, countless pieces of gravel hit the armored gorilla from the bottom up. Within a few blows, all the armor on the armored gorilla was shattered, and the armored gorilla itself was also severely injured. Xuan stopped attacking. The reason why he stopped attacking was because he still needed to rely on this guy to find the base of the evolution house. Why didn't you kill him? Kui Xuan looked at Fang Xuan who spared the life of the armored gorilla and asked in confusion. This guy is still of some use to me. By the way, have you learned the key points of the superpower attack I just used? Fang Xuan asked. Fubuki was stunned and said, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the key points. It seems it's not that little Loli doesn't want to teach you, it's that your talent is too poor. Remember, control and precision are necessary conditions for a qualified superpower user. Watching Fang Xuan teach Fubuki the key points of superpowers, the armored gorilla who was so awesome just now didn't even dare to fart, because Fang Xuan's attack just now made him see his grandparents far away in heaven. Wave to him. Although he is the armored gorilla ranked 3rd in strength in the evolution house, and his strength level has reached the ghost level, but facing such a monster, his ranking is useless. But he was not discouraged, because this time he was not the only one. The second-ranked Beast King in their evolution house also came here with him. He believed that the Beast King would be able to beat this human. Ding! Detected the fearful expression of the armored gorilla, emotional value +300. After finishing the key points, Fang Xuan turned around and shouted, I say, you've seen enough, it's time to show up, little Lolita. As Fang Xuan's voice fell, the next second a slender lowly sound came from the sky. It's none of your business. How many times have I told you not to call me little Lolita? At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! It is detected that Tatsumaki is very dissatisfied with the name of the host, and the emotion value is +3000. While talking, Tatsumaki, ranked 2nd in the Hero Association, appeared. I'm not wrong, you look like a little Lolita. Fang Xuan replied. Tatsumaki looked at Fang Xuan with murderous eyes, and she swore that if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat this guy, she would give him some trouble. Fang Xuan smiled and said, okay, don't be angry. What's wrong with being a little Lolita? Doesn't it make you look younger? Hearing this, Tatsumaki became even more angry. Sister, why are you here? Didn't you go on a mission? Fubuki's expression was very surprised at this time. You must know that she came here specifically without telling her sister today. Chapter 12 Fubuki wants to become a disciple. Fubuki has always had a dream, that is, through her own efforts, she can catch up with her sister who is far more talented than herself. However, after working hard, she found that no matter how hard she tried, the gap between her and her sister Tatsumaki seemed to be endless. Make up. But now, she has renewed hope. One time when he was drinking with his sister, he accidentally learned that even his sister, who was as proud as a genius, also had people who were highly regarded for their superpowers. Fubuki thought that the person his sister was talking about was a blaster, but Tatsumaki said otherwise, which made Fubuki's curiosity was overflowing. So in order to find this person, she would ask him for a drink every time Tatsumaki was free. After several efforts, she finally got the information about the person from her sister, and she also learned from her sister that Blast had personally spoken to him. I have said that this person is stronger than him. Fubuki couldn't believe it. Blast, who ranked first in the S-class rankings of the Hero Association and was called the strongest hero by the Hero Association, would actually admit that Fang Xuan was stronger than him. So in order to find Fang Xuan, Kui Shui went to the no-man's land of Z City alone without even taking his most trusted confidants with him. It's just that there was an accident, That is, I didn't expect to encounter the armored gorilla ranked 3rd in the evolution house, and then what happened just now. For me, those tasks are far less important than you, so I gave up the task directly and came to find you. Tatsumaki spread his hands and said. For her, nothing is more important than her sister, even the explosion and the explosion in front of her. This annoying guy also had to lean back in front of his sister. Isn't it a good idea to just give up the mission? What if the association's top management has objections? Fubuki asked worriedly. TCH, I don't care what opinions those guys have. Even if they do, they have to hold it in, or I'll beat them up. After saying that, Tatsumaki looked at Fubuki again and said seriously, I didn't expect it has been so long. Use your strength still at this level. I told you a long time ago not to hang out with those who have no talent, it will lower your talent, but you just don't listen. Immediately, Tatsumaki began to educate Fubuki, and those people without talent in her mouth were naturally referring to the Fubuki group formed by Fubuki. Listening to her sister's teachings, Fubuki could only stand there with her lips pursed. Faced with her sister's words, she did not have any refutation, because everything Tatsumaki said was true. Although he liked her Fubuki team very much, but what is undeniable is that even if everyone in Fubuki's group came together, and added himself, they would all be killed in an instant if they could not survive the tornado for even 1 second. Fang Xuan, who was standing aside, didn't want to listen to what this little Lolita said, so he said, Little Lolita, I won't bother you to educate my sister. I'm leaving first. After saying hello, Fang Xuan was ready to escort the armored gorilla away, because the Tatsumaki in the state of a little loli with a bad personality in front of him was not as cute as he looked. I told you, don't call me little Lolita. Tatsumaki protested again, and raised his little foot to kick Fang Xuan in the leg. Ding, it's detected that Tatsumaki is very dissatisfied with the name of the host. Emotional value plus 4000. Listening to the emotional value of the tornado in his mind rising again, Fang Xuan was going crazy with joy. Today's harvest was so huge. Please wait a moment. Seeing that the only person who could teach her to catch up with her sister was about to leave, Kui-zan stopped Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan turned around and asked, do you have anything else to do? Then, my name is Fubuki. Please accept me as your disciple and teach me how to develop superpowers. Please. Fubuki lowered her head, mustered up all her courage, and told her sister the purpose of coming here. Fang Xuan thought to himself, what's the situation? Is it popular to become a disciple now? Is there an agreement for 1 or 2? He has not been able to train himself in his own practice, so how can he have the leisure to accept disciples? However, in order to have a reason to refuse directly, Fang Xuan still asked, so, Fushui, what is the ultimate goal of your apprenticeship? Tatsumaki, who was educating his sister just now, did not interrupt the two of them, because in his eyes, in addition to blasting, the BD in front of him was indeed qualified to teach his precious sister. If anyone else was sorry, he would have to fight first. Just pass her. Hearing Fang Xuan's question to him, Fubuki fell into deep thought for a short time. He felt that this was Fang Xuan's test for him. Then Fushui bent down and replied, my ultimate goal is to catch up with my sister's pace and become a person who can a unique and powerful person with superpowers. It's impossible. You'd better give up. With your talent, if you want to catch up with the little Lolita, it's impossible unless you are reincarnated. Fang Xuan waved his hand. Although these words were a bit too direct, it was the reality. Seeing Fang Xuan being so direct, Tatsumaki was a little dissatisfied. Although she usually didn't care about these things, but her sister was involved. Hey, you BD, can't you speak more tactfully? Fang Xuan replied, little Loli, has your tone changed when you talk to me now? Is your butt itchy again? With that said, Fang Xuan took out a ruler from the system space and held it in his hand. Seeing Fang Xuan take out the ruler, Tatsumaki subconsciously covered his butt, and suddenly recalled some bad things in his mind. Ding, I noticed the strange emotion of Tatsumaki, and the emotion value plus 10000. When Kuishui heard that Fang Xuan directly rejected her, she clenched her fists tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. The hope she finally found was extinguished in an instant. Although she had been prepared before coming, I still felt very disappointed, as if I was going to cry the next second. I know the gap between me and my sister, but, Kuishui said intermittently with red eyes. She knew that talent was an insurmountable gap, but she just couldn't reconcile it. Ding, I noticed Fubuki's disappointed mood, and the mood value is plus 9999. After scaring the tornado, Fang Xuan put back the ruler in his hand, heard the system prompt, and then continued, don't be discouraged. Although you can't surpass your sister in terms of talent, if you just change Chang, I might be able to help you. Ding, if you notice Fubuki's surprise, your mood value will be plus 9999. Really? Fubuki said excitedly. Fang Xuan nodded. Of course it's true. Did I lie to you? Tatsumaki looked at Fang Xuan at this time and said, BD Fang Xuan, since you have a way to make my sister stronger, why didn't you tell me earlier? I originally wanted to say something, but you suddenly interrupted me just now and I didn't have time to say it. Looking at the angry expression on the little Lolita's face, Fang Xuan was speechless. So, how did Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki know each other? What is the relationship between them? This incident will happen half a year after Fang Xuan awakens the system. Chapter 13 The Fate with the Tornado. Half year ago, Z City. Fang Xuan was wearing a 200 kg turtle shell and was doing rigorous training as always. At this time, after half a year of training, his combat effectiveness had reached more than 1,900, which could be said to be very powerful. But at this time, a person was talking constantly next to Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan, a super powerful weirdo, has appeared in City A. What do you think? Are you interested in working part-time as a hero? Help me deal with it. This person is wearing a black silk cape and a pair of sunglasses. He has a strong body and looks like a strong man. This person is Blast, the number 1 S-class hero. The two got acquainted a week ago, when Blasting was having a fierce battle with a very powerful dragon-level monster. During the fight, the two happened to come to the place where Fang Xuan practiced. In order to get rid of the entanglement of the explosion, the weirdo rushed towards Fang Xuan without saying a word. Sensing that there was an aura rushing towards him, Fang Xuan quickly stopped practicing, took off the turtle shell on his back, jumped into the air, and punched the weirdo to the ground. When Bao Bang, who was just about to save people, saw this scene, he stopped instantly. As for Fang Xuan, after finishing the attack, he did not stop the attack. Instead, he fired a round of turtle-style qigong, beating the weirdo to ashes. When Biaobo saw how powerful Fang Xuan was, he was very curious, so he stepped forward and had a fight with Fang Xuan. Naturally, Fang Xuan won in the end. After the defeated Blast returned to the Heroes Association, he immediately began to investigate Fang Xuan's information. Soon he got Fang Xuan's address and then went to Fang Xuan's home. After meeting Fang Xuan, Blast asked him if he was interested in becoming a hero. Fang Xuan's answer was naturally that he didn't want to, and then he sent Bao Bao away. However, Bao Bao did not give up after being rejected. He kept coming to his house for a week and asked a question every time. Fang Xuan, who was practicing, heard what Blast said. "I'm not interested, I still want to practice, don't disturb me." After hearing this, Bao Bao sat down directly on the ground and started to act rogue. "I don't care, if you don't agree to me today, I will stay here and won't leave. You kid can't even think about practicing peacefully, and you have to take care of the food." Quote. Hearing this, Fang Xuan stopped, looked at Blast and said, "You are so disgusting. Okay, I will reluctantly help you once, why don't you go in person?" Blast stood up and said with a smile, "I have some things to do recently and I can't take care of them. Let me tell you first, my fees are very high. That's not a problem, I'll send you there first." After saying that, Blast used his space ability to teleport Fang Xuan to City A. In City A super powerful dragon-level monster is attacking the city at this time. The city is in flames under the attack of the monster. At this time, Tatsumaki was fighting the monster, but because the monster was too powerful, even the second-ranked S-class Tatsumaki was at a disadvantage and could only passively defend against the monster's attack. Call out. With the blasting space ability, Fang Xuan quickly arrived in City A. As soon as he arrived at the battlefield, Fang Xuan saw a tornado being knocked to the ground by a weirdo. Tatsumaki stood up and was about to attack the weirdo again when he heard a voice coming from behind him. "Little Lolita, leave this guy to me. You can stay in the back." Fang Xuan walked to Tatsumaki, stretched his muscles and said. Looking at the unknown man in front of him, Tatsumaki was very angry because he just called him Little Loli. "Who are you? Get out of here quickly, this is not a battle that an unknown little character like you can intervene in." Tatsumaki replied immediately, "Should I go away? Please, you should be the one to go away. Looking at your underage appearance, how can your family trust you to come to such a dangerous place? Who is underage? Let me tell you that this girl is already an adult, she just looks younger." Okay, you can't do it now that you're an adult. Please leave here first and don't disturb my fight." "What, you disgusting guy, you actually talk to me in this tone? Little brat, I say it again, go home quickly and don't disturb the adults, fight. Damn it, after I eliminate this weirdo, I will definitely cut you into pieces." In this way, when the two met for the first time, they started to curse on the battlefield quite unpleasantly. Fang Xuan had naturally recognized that the little loli in front of him was Tatsumaki a long time ago. The reason why he was scolding her was because the reminder sound was constantly ringing in his mind, ding. Tatsumaki is dissatisfied that the host called her a very special name. Anger, emotion value plus 1000. But while the two were scolding each other, the weirdo on the side was not idle. He quickly launched an attack and rushed towards Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Tatsumaki quickly used her superpower to fly into the air. At this moment, she thought that there was a nasty guy who suddenly appeared below. Just as she was about to save people, she saw the weird guy flew out instantly, and that guy, the annoying guy, kept his punching stance. What's going on? He was the one who knocked the monster away just now. Tatsumaki's face showed confusion. After finishing the attack, Fang Xuan flew into the air and said to the tornado, "Okay, just stay here and leave that guy to me. Don't cause trouble." After saying that, Fang Xuan chased in the direction of the weirdo. "This guy can fly just like me." "Wait, what do you mean I'm causing trouble? I'm the second-ranked S-class being." Surprised, Tatsumaki reacted and shouted angrily. Fang Xuan quickly arrived in front of the weirdo, grabbed him and threw him into the air. He had to practice and didn't have much time to fight with these weirdos with low combat power. He released a wave of turtle qigong, directly beating the monster with dragon-level strength to ashes. The explosion in the air made Tatsumaki, who had been yelling angrily just now, freeze in place. He watched the weirdo who had been fighting with him for a long time and was still at a disadvantage being wiped out by this guy who suddenly appeared in the blink of an eye. Tatsumaki said, very surprised. After seeing the weirdo being eliminated by him, Fang Xuan planned to go back to City Z when the tornado flew over quickly. Hey, who are you and why do you suddenly appear here? Tatsumaki looked at this guy who suddenly appeared and was extremely powerful and asked with a serious expression. Fang Xuan said, I'm just an ordinary human being. Okay, I've eliminated the weirdos. Bye-bye, little loli. Hearing Fang Xuan call him little Lolita again, the grumpy tornado broke out. He blocked Fang Xuan and said, You guy, I have told you how many times, I am an adult, you are not allowed to call me Shaluoli, if you call me again, I will cut you into pieces. Hearing this, Fang Xuan shamelessly took out a lollipop from the space warehouse and handed it to Longjuan, and also touched her head and said, Okay, big brother has other things to do, please get out of the way. Quote, looking at the lollipop in her hand and the big hand touching her head, the tornado completely erupted. She threw the lollipop on the ground, slapped Fang Xuan's big hand away and immediately activated the skill and said, You guy, too damn it. Seeing the really angry Tatsumaki, Fang Xuan hurriedly said, Okay, let's stop making trouble. Can't I apologize to you? At this time, Tatsumaki, who was already overwhelmed by anger, replied, I don't accept the apology, you go and die. After saying that, Tatsumaki launched several attacks one after another. After Fang Xuan dodged one by one, he said, Hey, stop making trouble. If you make trouble again, I will take action. Come on, you think I'm afraid of you? Tatsumaki said angrily. Fang Xuan was not used to it when he saw this. He ducked behind Tatsumaki, hugged Tatsumaki with one hand, and then took out a ruler from the system warehouse. Just when Tatsumaki was about to struggle and get out of Fang Xuan's arms, he suddenly felt a pain in his butt. Snapped. Fang Xuan was seen waving the ruler and hitting Tatsumaki on the buttocks. After realizing that he was being beaten, Tatsumaki's little face immediately turned red and he cursed loudly, UBD. How dare you hit me there? I'm going to kill you. Tatsumaki struggled to get out of Fang Xuan's arms, but Fang Xuan's strength was not just for show, and she couldn't break away. Seeing that he was still scolding himself, Fang Xuan waved the ruler in his hand again. Bang, bang, bang. Several consecutive hits with the ruler hit Tatsumaki's butt accurately. Hey, let me go, you pervert, BD, scoundrel, Tatsumaki yelled. Although he couldn't feel any pain, he looked very ashamed. I made you disobedient. I made you lose your temper. I made you use your hands. I made you scold me. Fang Xuan said something every time he hit him, as if he was educating a disobedient child. Just like that, Tatsumaki, who was ranked second in the Hero Association's S-class, received his first beating in his life. After a while, Fang Xuan released the tornado and said, That's it for today. Remember to be polite when talking to others in the future. After saying that, Fang Xuan took the ruler back to the warehouse. Tatsumaki covered his butt and shouted with a red face, A-hole, do you dare to tell me your name? Fang Xuan smiled and said, My name is Fang Xuan, and I live in Z City. Well, I have other things to do, so I'm going back first. And since you are from the Heroes Association, remember to tell Blast and let him show me my appearance. Pay the fee. What did you say? Blast. Blast asked you to come. Tatsumaki, who was angry, asked after hearing Blast's name. Ever since Blast had a fight with the Ninja King a year ago, he has disappeared without a trace. Even the Hero Association has no news. Fang Xuan replied, Nonsense, if it weren't for this scoundrel, I wouldn't be here. Where is Blast now? Tatsumaki asked. Fang Xuan replied, The guy's breath disappeared after he sent me to City A. I don't know where he went. Okay, I have other things to do. I'll leave first. Remember to pay for the blasting. Otherwise, I will definitely beat him up next time I see him. After saying that, Fang Xuan burst out with white aura and flew towards Z City quickly, leaving Tatsumaki flying in the air alone. In the following days, Tatsumaki came to Z City to find Fang Xuan whenever he had time, and challenged Fang Xuan every time to vow to avenge his spanking. However, as Fang Xuan became stronger and stronger, Tatsumaki was no match at all. So much so that every time he was defeated by Fang Xuan, he would get a beating, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. However, every time Tatsumaki came here, Saitama happened to be away, and he didn't know where he was. Why? As for Blast, he came back several times in the past 6 months, and one time Tatsumaki happened to be there. That is, this time Blast personally told Tatsumaki that Fang Xuan was even more powerful than him. Chapter 14 Armored Gorilla. Sorry, I spoke a little too loudly just now. Back in time, since that incident, the relationship between Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan has slowly become more subtle. Tatsumaki also knew about Fubuki's battle with the armored gorilla just now, and Fang Xuan knew that if she chose to watch Fubuki fall into a dangerous situation in front of the extremely girly Tatsumaki, she would definitely kill this weirdo first. 5 horses cut the body into pieces, and then went to his own home to make a big fuss. Therefore, this armored gorilla is also unlucky enough. Among the people who should not be offended in the world, this kid has offended 2 of them at once. At this time, the tornado floated up, and an extremely dangerous aura emerged from the whole body. Looking at the armored gorilla, it seemed that it was going to kill it directly in the next moment. Fang Xuan hurriedly stopped it to Tatsumaki. He believed that if Tatsumaki took action, the black monkey would be beaten to nothing in an instant. Calm down, this guy is still of some use to me, let's save his life first. What's the use? What use can this guy have? Let me go and I'll turn him into ashes. No, I still have to rely on this guy to find the headquarters of the Evolution House. If you kill him, how can I find it? I don't care, let me teach him a lesson first. Fang Xuan tightly hugged the tornado to prevent him from taking action, but when he finally calmed down, the armored gorilla began to seek death. After stopping the tornado, Fang Xuan turned to look at the armored gorilla and asked, "Hey, as long as you take me to the headquarters of your Evolution House, I will consider sparing your life, otherwise." Facing Fang Xuan's question, the armored gorilla said disdainfully, "Ding. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you defeated me. Let me tell you that our Evolution House not only sent me this time, but also the second-rank Beast King. When he catches the other two people, he will come over to help me. By then, none of you will be able to escape. Ha, so I advise you little characters to surrender as soon as possible and follow me back obediently, otherwise you will suffer the same consequences when the Beast King comes." Seeing that this guy was still so arrogant even after being beaten like a bird, Fang Xuan directly exploded his aura to the maximum, then condensed a Qigong wave and grabbed the armored gorilla's head and said, "I tell you Black Monkey, my patience has its limit. I advise you to be wiser, otherwise I will make you become countless tiny molecules, do you hear me?" At this time, the armored gorilla still imagined that the Beast King could come to save him, so he continued to say arrogantly, "Ding. I am not afraid of you, the Beast King will be here soon, and you will let you know that the House of Evolution ranks second and third. How powerful is the cooperation? Is he the Beast King you're talking about?" Saitama came to the armored gorilla holding an eyeball in one hand, followed closely by Geno's. Not long after Fang Xuan left, the Beast King arrived at the door of the apartment. Seeing that Saitama was attacked by an earth dragon and sunk deep into the ground, with only one head exposed, he was about to take her away immediately. Geno's naturally would not watch it. Then, he immediately jumped downstairs and started fighting with the Beast King. Due to the strength and power of the Beast King, Geno's was not his opponent at all. Fortunately, at this time, Saitama emerged from the ground, and then the second-rank Beast King in the Evolution House was beaten by Saitama's continuous normal punches, shredded. After defeating the Beast King, Saitama went underground and defeated the Earth Dragon with one punch. Then he asked Geno's to come here to find Fang Xuan. That's right, it's him. The armored gorilla glanced at the eyeball in Saitama's hand and continued to speak arrogantly, but he reacted in the next second. "Sorry, my voice was a little loud just now. I was wrong, I did everything, please spare my life." The armored gorilla looked horrified at this time. He originally thought that the appearance of the Beast King would turn the tide of the battle and give him a chance to make a comeback, but the reality was that the Beast King had been defeated and only one eye was left. He knew that he would die if he continued like this, so he chose to beg for mercy. Fubuki asked in confusion, "Huh, aren't you a robot? And you have been speaking in a machine voice just now, why can you suddenly speak normally?" "Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a robot. The reason why I speak in a robotic voice is to look cool, so I'm sorry." Hearing the armored gorilla's explanation, Fubuki was speechless. She didn't expect there were weird people who liked to pretend to be robots. "Fang Xuan, who are these two people?" Tatsumaki asked as he looked at Saitama and Geno's who appeared. Fang Xuan replied, "The bald man is my neighbor named Saitama, and the robot is Saitama's apprentice, Geno's." "Neighbor, strange, I've been to your house so many times, why haven't I seen him?" "Oh, every time you come here, this guy happens to be busy, so you haven't seen him before." After speaking, Fang Xuan looked at the armored gorilla and said, "Okay, now tell us your origin clearly, and then take us to your lair." Hearing Fang Xuan's question, the armored gorilla in front of him began to look deeply. He looked at the sky and said, "My story. That's a bit long-term. A long time ago, there was a genius named Geno's." Fang Xuan heard this guy's tone of voice that was very familiar, as if he had just experienced it that morning. After thinking for a while, he found that this guy's state was the same as Geno's description of his life experience that morning. After half an hour passed like this, Fang Xuan finally couldn't bear it anymore, and once again concentrated his Qigong and said to the armored gorilla, "If you can't shorten the next sentence to less than 50 words, I will crush you to ashes." Fang Xuan was also numb. This black monkey turned out to be a talker just like Geno's. He talked endlessly. Moreover, the stories he told were long and smelly, and the key was that they were not repeated. Tatsumaki, who could no longer bear it for a long time, said, "Get out of the way, I'll kill this guy." "I'm sorry." All in all, after watching the video of your battle with Mosquito Girl, Dr. Kinos became very interested in your body structure, especially the bald head, so he sent us to take you back. Seeing that these people seemed to be really going to take action, the armored gorilla was frightened and quickly summarized the purpose of coming here. "Isn't this the case a long time ago? Why are you talking so much? Didn't you ask me to tell you my origins? What did you say?" It's okay, I'm just talking too much." Fang Xuan saw the armored gorilla shut his mouth, so he dispersed the Qigong in his hand and said, "Okay, then take me to your lair." Tatsumaki asked at this time, "Do you need me to go with you?" Fang Xuan pointed at himself, Saitama and Geno's and said, "No, just the three of us will go. You and your sister should go back first. Are you sure you can take the two of them?" Tatsumaki asked. Fang Xuan responded, "No problem. Saitama's serious strength is even more powerful than mine. What's the problem? What, you mean, this guy is more powerful than you? Hearing Fang Xuan's words, Tatsumaki said with some disbelief, because it didn't matter that he knew from Blast's mouth that Fang Xuan was stronger than him, and now from what Fang Xuan said, he knew that his neighbor was even more powerful than him. Of course, okay, you and your sister should leave quickly, we have to go to the evolution house to settle accounts. After saying that, Fang Xuan led the armored gorilla up and let him lead the way. Then he, Saitama, and Genos walked towards the evolution house together. After being stunned for a moment, Tatsumaki and Fubuki also left here. Chapter 15 House of Evolution. Evolution House. What, so many people were sent out, and only the armored gorilla is left? Dr. Genos looked at the life curves of the monsters sent to capture Saitama and Fang Xuan on the big screen. Except for the armored gorilla, all the life curves turned into a straight line. Mercury Mantis, Playing Slug, Frog Man, and Earth Dragon were defeated. This was as expected, but what happened to the Beast King? Why was he defeated? What happened to the armored gorilla? Why didn't he report to the base when this happened? This time, in order to capture Saitama, Fang Xuan, and Dr. Genos, what they discharged are the core combat forces of the Evolution House, and they are also the loyal combat forces that he can control and dispatch. But now this combat power is almost everything was wiped out, leaving only a missing armored gorilla. Boom. Damn it, what happened, and why were the losses so heavy? Dr. Genos punched the table angrily. Many of his own clones began to brainstorm opinions. It seems that the strength used by the opponent far exceeds our predictions. I suggest that it is time to abandon the current base and retreat. No, I think this loss may not be caused by these two people. It may also be caused by people from the Hero Association. If we retreat like this, the results of many years of research in the base will be destroyed. Clone number 45 refuted Clone No 49's opinion. This matter is related to the future and destiny of Evolution House. We must make a careful decision, so I suggest preparing in advance to prevent the other party from coming. Clone number 21 put forward his own opinion. However, although this seems to be a discussion, in a sense, these people are all clones of Dr. Genos, which means that these clones are all Dr. Genos. That's enough. Let's do this for now. I'll prepare the corresponding materials. Dr. Genos, as the subject, stood up at this time, with a decisive expression on his face and said, I decided to use the ultimate weapon of the Evolution House. The final form of artificial evolution, Asura Unicorn. Nani. As soon as Dr. Genos of the main body said this, the expressions of the surrounding clones suddenly changed. They did not expect that in order to deal with those two guys, the main body of Dr. Genos would actually use the number one weirdo in the Evolution House. Except for this method, I can't think of any good method. Dr. Genos said, looking up at the ceiling, if the 8-story mechanism trap above the Evolution House and those inferior reformers can, those guys are the best to kill, otherwise we have to activate the final weapon. After saying that, Dr. Genos shed a cold sweat involuntarily, because as the person who researched Asura, he knew what kind of monster he was going to release. At this time, an alarm suddenly sounded in the main control room of the Evolution House's internal base. Alert! Alert! The target person has appeared at the expected location. Please prepare all members on the 1st to 8th floors of the Evolution House. After hearing the sound of the alarm, all the clones hurried to their relevant locations, and Dr. Genos' main body also hurried to the main control room, and saw the evolution through the surveillance screen transmitted on the big screen. Fang Xuan, Saitama, Genos and the armored gorilla above the house. That arrives so fast. What's going on? How come the armored gorilla is with the enemy? Is it possible that the armored gorilla rebelled? Not necessarily. Maybe it's because the enemy is too powerful and has hijacked the armored gorilla. A group of clones looked at the situation outside and began to discuss heatedly. Don't worry, the entrance to the 8th floor above the Evolution House is a trap carefully laid by me. No matter how powerful they are, they can't get in easily. After Dr. Genos finished speaking loudly, his eyes glanced unconsciously. He walked toward the laboratory where Asura was imprisoned, and thought to himself, I hope that big killer weapon won't be used. At this time, the steps for the liberation of Asura One-Horned Immortal have been initially completed. As long as Dr. Genos gives the order, Asura One-Horned Immortal can be completely liberated, but whether it is liberated or not depends on the offensive that will wait for a while. In fact, Dr. Genos is unwilling to release Asura One-Horned Immortal in his heart. This is because although Asura One-Horned Immortal's strength ranks first among all monsters in evolution, he does not under control, his personality is not complete. At best, he is just a powerful failure. No matter what, let me show you what you are capable of. Genos lowered his head at this moment, his eyes full of hope. If the trap on the 8th floor could catch Fang Xuan and the others, then the sacrifice of the weirdos before would be worth it. Boom. Just as Dr. Genos was meditating for a moment, a huge explosion sounded. Genos was horrified to see that the trap he had carefully laid out in advance disappeared in an instant and turned into ruins along with the 8 floors outside. What kind of monsters are these 3 people? They are so powerful. Clone 18 expressed great shock. Stop talking nonsense, release Asura One-Horned Immortal's control immediately. Although he gave the order, when Genos looked at the strength of the 3 people outside, Asura's confidence in Asura One-Horned Immortal suddenly dropped a lot. Beyond evolutionists. Following the path led by the armored gorilla, Fang Xuan and the others arrived at the bottom of this tall floor. This is your base? Genos asked looking at the armored gorilla. The armored gorilla nodded. Yes, that's it. Buzz. After confirming that this was the base of the evolution house, Genos' core device began to shine with great light at this moment, and all the high-tech means he was equipped with were displayed at this moment. The incineration cannon is ready. The reloading power is 100%. Emission. Boom. A fiery attack similar to Fang Xuan's Qigong wave was launched from Genos' hands, creating a huge explosion. After the explosion, the originally tall 8-story building instantly turned into ruins. Hey, Genos, what are you talking about? This is too sudden. Saitama on the side was also confused by Genos' sudden attack. Teacher Saitama, according to my judgment, using such an attack is the most effective and most likely way to kill the opponent in one fell swoop. Genos said. Having said that, the other party must have made a lot of preparations. Wouldn't it be boring for you to finish them all like this? Saitama said. Fang Xuan moved his wrist and said, okay, this is good. At least those unnecessary battles have been solved. There is a hole over there, let's go. After saying that, Fang Xuan walked forward, with Saitama and Genos following closely behind. Only the armored gorilla was left on the spot. Looking at the blow from Genos just now, he was glad that he was very sensible, otherwise he would have disappeared by now. Chapter 16 The Frightened Asura Dujao. It was so easy to get in. Thankfully, I thought about it and was really looking forward to it. Saitama walked, picking his nose and talking unhappily. He thought that no matter what, this place was the enemy's base camp, and there would probably be a battle for him to enjoy. But he didn't expect that Genos would basically destroy this place with one blow, and then the three of them moved forward without any obstacles along the way. Don't be so disappointed. Those guys just now are just childish. Generally speaking, the powerful guys appear at the end. Fang Xuan said calmly. He knew that there was also a dragon-level monster ranked first in the evolution house. As for the name, he couldn't remember it, but he remembered that this guy seemed pretty powerful. How was Saitama instantly killed by Saitama in the original novel? Teacher Fang Xuan, do you mean that there is a more powerful guy who has not appeared? Genos asked with some confusion. Fang Xuan explained. Yes, I remember that Black Monkey said that his strength ranked 3rd in the evolution house, and the Beast King you defeated ranked 2nd, and we have not seen the number 1. Really? That's great. I hope this guy ranked number 1 can interest me a little bit. After Chi Yu heard what Fang Xuan said, the disappointed expression on his face disappeared instantly. Fang Xuan said, don't be excited. Last time you killed the mosquito girl first and I didn't take any action, so this time I will take care of the guy who was ranked number 1. Don't interfere. Something is coming. Get ready for battle. Through breath perception, Fang Xuan immediately noticed something moving towards them quickly and rushed to alert them, but Genos, who had a perception system, only realized it belatedly. After a while, a strange-looking man grabbed a human and quickly came to the front of the 3 people, and these 2 people were Asura Unicorn and Dr. Kinos. Oh huahuo, I found it. 1, 2, 3, 6 in total. By the way, which one do you want? Asura Unicorn asked as he looked at the scarred Dr. Kinos in his hand. I just want the bald one on the left. Dr. Kinos said with difficulty. If that's the case, then the others are useless, right? Asura Unicorn showed a cruel smile and threw Dr. Genos aside, and then his figure disappeared instantly. Boom. Before Genos' sensory system and his brain could react, he was hit against the wall by Ashura and lost the ability to fight. The 2 big guys, Guden and Goose, who were standing next to Genos, looked at each other and seemed to be asking why you didn't help Genos block the blow. Kiyu thought to himself. Strange, didn't Fang Xuan just say that he was going to take action? Why didn't he take action just now? Fang Xuan thought to himself. It's strange. Saitama is standing closest to Genos. Why didn't he take action just now? Genos, who lost the ability to fight, said. My family, who knew that standing next to 2 heaven-defying combat powers could still receive such a critical blow epsilon_. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. After the attack, Asura didn't care about this. He continued to smile cruelly and said, okay, next is you, pretty boy. After saying that, Asura's figure disappeared again, aiming directly at Fang Xuan. Then Asura Unicorn appeared behind Fang Xuan, and Fang Xuan was ready to take action. Just when a few people thought Asura was about to attack, he suddenly fled back at a very fast speed. Ding! Sensing Asura's shocked emotion, the emotion value plus 10000. After hearing the sound of the system, Fang Xuan smiled and said, oh, that's good, you actually know how to escape. Dr. Genos, who was lying on the ground, saw this situation and said, how is it possible that Asura the one-horned immortal came back and then retreated? At this moment, the originally proud Asura Unicorn was sweating coldly at this moment, because just when he was about to attack, his 6th sense saw Fang Xuan folding his arms and looking at him with strong pressure. Looking at him, he was convinced that if he took action, he would definitely die, so he decisively chose to escape. Fang Xuan continued, if I had taken action just now, the battle would be over now. Ha, what is the origin of this guy? That pressure actually makes me feel like I can't breathe. Just now, it was obvious that there were flaws all over his body. Logically speaking, he should be killed by me as long as I take action, but why? No, that must be an illusion just now. The power I possess should already be superior to all humans. There can be no one more powerful than me. This guy, forget it, this guy is not the person that Genos wants. I'd better change my target. The bald and dull guy should be weak. Plus, he is the person that Genos wants. I'll just fight him. After thinking for a while, Asura Unicorn looked at Saitama. Gia, don't think that I don't attack you because I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to waste too much time. The person Genos wants is the bald man, not you, so I'll let you go. Bald, come with me and fight in the combat test room inside. Asura said. He walked towards the room. Regarding what Asura Unicorn just said, Genos, who was lying on the ground, said, I'm not the target that guy needs, why are you hitting me? And Fang Xuan, who was watching Asura one-horned immortal picking and choosing opponents, said in his heart, you are not afraid of me, huh? Then what was the sound of the system's notification just now? Saitama looked at Genos lying on the ground and said angrily, damn it, this guy beat Genos into looking like a modern work of art. I want to give him a good beating. With that said, he walked towards the battle room, but Fang Xuan said it didn't matter. After all, the mood value was obtained, and it didn't matter whether he fought or not, so he lifted Genos up and flew towards the battle room. Genos, who fell to the ground, looked at the people leaving. How could he let go of this wonderful battle? He also wanted to know urgently whether his test subject could defeat Saitama, so he dragged his scarred body slowly walked towards the battle room. After Fang Xuan arrived at the battle room, he saw Saitama and Asura Unicorn standing and looking at each other, and at this time Genos also woke up. Teacher Fang Xuan, where was that monster just now? There, Saitama is fighting with him. Teacher Saitama, why don't Teacher Fang Xuan go up and help Teacher Saitama fight? I think so too, but that guy wants to fight Saitama by name. Besides, he is such a novice. I think too highly of him if we go together with Saitama. Okay, just leave that guy to Saitama. You and I sit and watch the show. After saying that, Fang Xuan sat on the ground, ignoring the battle and summoning the lottery interface to start the lottery. Chapter 17 Enlightened Genos. On the battlefield, Asura Unicorn looked at Saitama with a sneer on his face and said, Baldhead, I can see that you are very strong. You are as confident as the guy just now. Saitama pointed at Asura Unicorn and said, you are the strongest guy here, right? I hope your strength will not disappoint me. Call out. As soon as Saitama finished speaking, Asura's figure disappeared just like before. Genos saw it and said, it's so fast, even my tracking system can't see where this guy is. Fang Xuan, who was sitting on the ground watching the lottery draw, took a glance and said, behind Saitama. After saying that, he continued to draw the lottery. After Fang Xuan finished speaking, the figure of Asura Unicorn appeared behind Kaio. Just when he was about to raise his fist and smash it down, the sixth sense came to his heart again. He once again saw what he had just seen in Fang Xuan. What Xuan saw was that Saitama was even more violent, so he wanted to do what he had just done, and fled back at a very fast speed. He looked at Qiyu and Fang Xuan with horrified expressions and said to himself, what's going on? Why are the people I met today so powerful? Asura Unicorn regretted very much at this moment, why he agreed to Dr. Kinos's conditions without looking at the almanac when he was released. Dr. Kinos, who had just walked over, saw the scene of Asura Unicorn escaping back. At this time, he had great doubts about his experiment. Saitama looked at Asura Unicorn calmly and said, hey, what are you doing? I'm obviously looking forward to it. Why did you escape? Ashura was sweating again. If I had taken action just now, I would probably have been killed just like before. Who are these two guys? They are obviously full of flaws, but the auras they exude are so powerful and deadly. It's possible for my sixth sense to make a mistake once, but it's impossible for it to happen twice. Thinking of this, Asura Unicorn couldn't bear it any longer. He yelled, you two bastards, how on earth did you get such a powerful power? As soon as these words came out, Genos showed doubts, and Genos looked eager to know. Saitama was stunned for a moment and then said, you want to know, right? Well, I'll tell you. Genos, listen carefully too. Hearing this, Genos said excitedly, is the teacher finally going to tell me the secret to becoming stronger? Do you really want to tell me how to become stronger in front of a weirdo? Should I stop him? Just when Saitama was about to reveal the secret to becoming stronger, Fang Xuan, who was still drawing a lottery at the side, interjected, the secret to this guy's becoming stronger is that he has been exercising for 3 years. His daily training content is as follows, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and then ran 10 laps around the playground. In this way, this guy persisted for 3 consecutive years and became as strong as he is now, but his hair also became bald because of becoming stronger. Quote, ding. It was detected that after Saitama was interrupted by the host, he swallowed the words he was holding back and became very angry. His emotional value is plus 9999. Ding. It is detected that Genos is very confused about the host's words. Emotion value plus 1000. Ding. It is detected that Asura Unicorn is very confused about the host's words. Emotional value plus 4000. After getting the new emotional value, Fang Xuan continued to draw prizes and ignored everyone. Teacher Fang Xuan, please don't make such a joke, okay? What you just said is just an ordinary muscle training method, not a way to become stronger at all. Teacher Saitama, are you right? Genos yelled after hearing this. Saitama said. Fang Xuan is right, I did become stronger through training like this. After listening to Saitama's words, Genos continued to shout, don't be joking. I don't worship you two as my disciples just to hear such jokes. I do it to become stronger. Saitama spread his hands and said, but, this is how I really became stronger. The Asura one-horned immortal on the side burst out with strong murderous aura after hearing this. Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me. Sensing that something was wrong with Ashura's state, Saitama looked over. Dr. Kino said, is Asura the one-horned immortal going to lose control again? Since you don't plan to tell me how to become stronger, forget it. You can never be stronger than me anyway. I'm so angry now, I want to kill you all. Asura mode on. After transforming into Asura mode, Asura Unicorn looked at Saitama with a fierce expression and said, I will kill you first, and then go to the town to continue the crazy killing until Saturday next week. If you are really powerful, then find a way to stop me. After saying that, Ashura raised his fist and hit Saitama quickly. And because he thought that today was Saturday, a special price day in the supermarket, Saitama was stunned for a while and ignored Asura's attack. Boom! Asura's attack hit Saitama in the face instantly. After seeing Saitama being beaten, Genos was very happy because he saw that his test subject beat Saitama until he was unable to fight back. Genos looked at Fang Xuan and asked, Teacher Fang Xuan, let's hurry up and help Teacher Saitama, he seems to be stunned by Asura's aura. Fang Xuan stood up unhurriedly and said, don't worry, Saitama is not stunned because of the strength of this rookie opponent, this guy is because of another thing. Another thing? What? Genos expressed confusion. Fang Xuan clenched his fists and said as if he was ready to go, you will know later, just back off first. On the battlefield, Saitama reacted and was about to take action against his opponent when he went to the supermarket to buy something. Fang Xuan quickly came between the two of them like a meteor and fired a Qigong wave at Asura. Then Asura the one-horned immortal was beaten to ashes and wiped out. This scene stunned both Genos and Kinos. Ding! Saitama is very angry about the host's behavior of grabbing monsters, and his mood value plus 10000. Ding! Genos is very surprised, his emotional value is plus 6666. Ding! Genos is very surprised, his emotional value is plus 6666. After Fang Xuan finished fighting the monster, he looked at Chi Yu and said, okay, last time you robbed me of a monster, and now I've returned it, we are even. Seeing this, Chi Yu didn't say anything. He came to Fang Xuan and asked anxiously, Fang Xuan, have you brought your wallet? Take it, let's go. Oh, do you know what I'm going to say? Nonsense, I've been with you for several years, and I still don't understand your simple brain cells. Let's go, otherwise the time will pass. The conversation between the two made Genos on the side very confused. He asked, teachers, what are you talking about? Fang Xuan replied, it's the supermarket discount day on Saturday. That's why this guy was stunned just now. Okay, come up and follow us. We'll set off now. Saitama will clear the way. After hearing what Fang Xuan said, Genos was speechless. He didn't expect that teacher Saitama would be stunned because of such a trivial matter. Boom! A sudden loud noise brought Genos back to his senses. He looked at the big hole punched by Saitama. Saitama and Fang Xuan walked away quickly. When he reacted, he quickly used the flying device to follow them. Dr. Genos, who had witnessed everything just now, sat slumped on the ground. I'd better give up on the so-called research on human evolution. It makes no sense at all. Even if I spend my whole life, I probably won't be worth mentioning in front of these people. Chapter 18 System Upgrade. After quickly going to the supermarket to buy a large amount of food, Fang Xuan returned home and began to enjoy his time alone. Genos followed Saitama home. Enjoying the comfortable air conditioning in the house, he lay on the sofa with his legs crossed and watched TV, then held the remote control in one hand and drank an iced drink in the other. This is the life I want. It's so comfortable. Although there is still some unfinished practice in today's practice, it is getting late now, and occasional relaxation is also a kind of practice. After making excuses for himself, Fang Xuan began to think hard about how to enjoy the next time. By the way, during the afternoon lottery, I remember that I got a new game. Thinking of this, Fang Xuan immediately got up and came to the computer desk, pressing the power button with ease. After turning on the computer, he did not rush to play a new game. Instead, he logged into Genshin Impact and completed all the tasks inside. After receiving all the rewards, he returned to the desktop and prepared to start taking out the new game from the system warehouse. Play started. System, help me install the new games from the warehouse today onto the computer. After saying that, Fang Xuan began to wait for the system to start installing the game as usual, but this time there was no movement from the computer after waiting for a long time. System, are you here? System. After calling several times in succession, the system did not respond as usual. Huh, why didn't you respond again? Did this guy in the system upgrade without even saying hello? This is not the first time that the system did not respond to this situation. It also happened once a few months ago. That time the system was upgraded from elementary to intermediate. That time the system suddenly became silent, which shocked Fang Xuan. If the system hadn't said that he had finished upgrading a few hours later, he would have thought that his golden finger had disappeared. However, after that upgrade, all the 40,000 emotional points he had accumulated in the junior version were cleared for him, and he had no idea what was happening. What will happen next time? but this time there is no loss even if it is emptied, because he has basically used them all in the afternoon, leaving only a few hundred that cannot be drawn. This time he still didn't know when the system would be upgraded, so he could only play games and wait. After an hour, ding, the system upgrade is over. The intermediate Dragon Ball lottery system has been upgraded to the advanced Dragon Ball lottery system. All the emotional values accumulated by the intermediate Dragon Ball lottery system have been cleared. Please collect it again, host. With this upgrade, the quality of all rewards on the lottery wheel has been improved, and items such as Majin Buu's infinite cell ability, Kaio Fist without side effects, and the ultimate turtle-style Qigong wave have been added. Sure enough, it was cleared. Fortunately, I had the foresight to use up all the emotional points I obtained, otherwise I would definitely regret it now. Having said that, the fact is that all the 40,000 emotional points were cleared after the last upgrade, which made him afraid to accumulate more emotional points, so he spent as many emotional points as he earned every day. Then the system opened Fang Xuan's personal information panel. Name: Fang Xuan. Bloodline: Mixed Saiyan Bloodline 48.1%. Moves: Chi Sense, Chi Bomb, Qigong Wave, Turtle Style Qigong Wave, Gallic Cannon, Chi Manipulation Bomb, Chi Yuan Slash, Superpower, Demon Penetrating Light Killing Cannon, Afterimage Fist, Drunken Fist, Magic Star Fist. Quote: Combat Strength: 3694. He skillfully closed the personal information panel and said, "System, help me install the new games from the warehouse today onto the computer." Okay, it'll be ready soon. After saying that, a game called GTA 6 began to be installed on Fang Xuan's interface. Fang Xuan is very familiar with this game. He has always liked this game series in the world before traveling here, but unfortunately he has only played it to 5 and 6 and there has been no news. Under the quick installation of the system, the game was installed in a short time. Fang Xuan quickly entered the game and started playing. 9991, 9992, 9993. Fang Xuan was wearing headphones and a 1000 kilogram turtle shell while doing today's training task. Dong dong dong. Just as Fang Xuan was doing some exercise, there was a sudden knock on the door, and at the same time, Tatsumaki's familiar lowly voice sounded outside the door. Fang Xuan, are you at home? I'm coming in. Fang Xuan, who heard the knock on the door, was about to suspend his training and open the door. But after Tatsumaki knocked on the door a few times, regardless of whether anyone opened it or not, she directly used her telekinesis to remove Fang Xuan's door and threw it away. Then she walked in with her younger sister Kui Shui. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Fang Xuan's posture of practicing. What stupid thing are you doing again? Looking at Fang Xuan, who was standing upside down with a turtle shell on his back, Tatsumaki said unceremoniously. Little Lolita, how many times have I told you that this is what I need to practice to become stronger? Forget it, people like you who are born with superpowers will never understand. Practice to become stronger. After hearing Fang Xuan's words, Kui Shui's eyes lit up. Now, as long as there was a way to become stronger, she would definitely not let it go. Teacher Fang Xuan, please tell me the training content of the method you mentioned to become stronger. Before Fang Xuan could speak, Tatsumaki said earnestly, Kui Shui, the content of this guy's training is very perverted, and it's not something you can bear. You'd better not think about it. Last time I practiced according to his method, I almost came close in just one morning. So exhausted, Fang Xuan took off the turtle shell at this time, looked at the two of them and asked, by the way, what do you want to come to my house for? Tatsumaki replied, nonsense, last time you said there was a way to help my sister become stronger, but it's been so many days and you haven't contacted us, so the two of us had to come here by ourselves. Fang Xuan thought about it and it seemed that this matter really happened, but he had been addicted to GTA 6 after practicing in the past few days, so he put this matter behind him. Speaking of which, if you want help from someone, shouldn't you come to your door yourself? Hearing Fang Xuan's words, Tatsumaki said, that's too long-winded. Hurry up and tell me your method of helping my sister become stronger. But don't tell me, your so-called method of becoming stronger is your own perverted exercise. Of course not. If your sister practices according to my method, I dare say that she will be completely useless in one day. Seeing the little loli being so impatient, Fang Xuan was speechless, and then took out the secret book of dumpling superpower training that Li had obtained in the primary carousel from the warehouse and handed it to Fushui. Here you go, practice in the above way and your superpowers will become stronger. Really, thank you, teacher. Fubuki took the secret book very happily. Fang Xuandao. I told you, don't call me teacher. Tatsumaki on the side saw that Fang Xuan really had a way to make his superpower stronger, so he stepped forward and asked, Fang Xuan, can I become stronger by practicing this secret book? Chapter 19 Fubuki Moving. Seeing Tatsumaki asking himself, Fang Xuan replied, if you practice, it shouldn't be a problem to become stronger, but the effect may not be as obvious as your sister's. Okay, I have obtained the cultivation method. It's time for you two to leave. I still want to practice. Fang Xuan glanced at the door that was removed by the tornado and added, by the way, before leaving, open my door, put it back. I will indeed leave later, but my sister wants to stay. Tatsumaki said. Hearing this, Fang Xuan, who was about to continue practicing, turned to look at Kui Shui, who only nodded. Fang Xuan asked doubtfully, what do you mean, you want to live here? Kui Xuan said, Yes, in order to better practice the secrets given to me by teacher Fang Xuan, I decided to move here from City A. I don't think it's necessary, and I've said it many times, don't call me teacher, and the training methods to become stronger have been given to you. You just need to practice at home. There is no need to move here. Quote, no, besides, we live alone together, don't I want my reputation? No, although I look talented and charming, I am definitely not this kind of person. Fang Xuan spoke righteously, but the happy expression on his face revealed that he was very happy. Seeing that Fang Xuan misunderstood what he meant, Kui Shui wanted to explain, but Fang Xuan didn't give him a chance to speak. At this time, Tatsumaki couldn't bear it anymore, and she shouted like a little dinosaur, "What do you think, you pervert? How could my sister move to your house?" After hearing Tatsumaki's words, Fang Xuan finally stopped chattering, and he wondered, didn't she just say she wanted to move here? As he said this, Fang Xuan pointed to his home. Tatsumaki crossed his arms and said, "Of course not. My sister means that he is moving from City A to City Z, and Fubuki lives on the opposite floor." Yes, that's it. Fang Xuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Tatsumaki continued, "Of course, in order for my sister not to be harassed by a guy like you in her future life, I will also move here after completing a few tasks at hand." What word did you use? Harassment? Am I that kind of person? Just kidding. Furthermore, the Heroes Association can agree to your moving here. You have the highest combat power except for blasting. They can let you leave City A. I don't care if those guys agree or not. It's up to you. Okay, hurry up and install my door, and then go. I still want to practice, so I won't chat with you anymore. You help my sister carry her luggage up first while she practices. Luggage? Can't you carry it yourself? You can use me. No, my sister has more than 100 million points of luggage, so she needs your help. How much luggage can I have? After saying that, Fang Xuan walked out and looked down, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw several large trucks parked underground in their apartment, each truck full of items. All go. Are you sure this is moving? Not robbery. Can an apartment accommodate so many things? After Fang Xuan was shocked, he looked at the two people next to him and said. Tatsumaki patted Fang Xuandao and said, "You don't understand women very well. Come on, hurry up and help my sister carry her luggage up, otherwise I will keep disturbing you today and prevent you from practicing." FK, where did you learn this trick? Bao Bao told me that if he asked you for help and you refused, you might agree using this trick. Hearing Tatsumaki's answer, Fang Xuan clenched his fists and secretly said, "Explosion, FK me." Blast, who was elsewhere, suddenly sneezed. What's going on? I have a cold. Afterwards, Fang Xuan went downstairs to help Kui Shui move his luggage, and soon moved all Kui Shui's luggage up. Since then, a new resident has arrived in the apartment where Fang Xuan and the others live. As for why, because the other one is Geno's who lives in Saitama's house. A few days later, Saitama family, an emergency news is broadcast below. A terrorist organization calling themselves the Tawuan Group has appeared in F City. They have been causing riots in F City. Several heroes who rushed to the scene have been injured. There is nothing we can do about it now. Saitama, who had just woken up, took the remote control and turned on the TV to see such news. Is there another riot in City F? Saitama nodded while looking at the news, then took a toothbrush and started washing. While washing, he continued to listen to the news. Just now, we have found the leader of the gang. He is the B-class felon with a bounty on his head, Hammerhead. Hammerhead, who is 2.15 meters tall and weighs 210 kilograms, is very big. According to the available information, Hammerhead had conflicts with 20 people overnight. In the end, he sent all 20 people to the hospital. Quote, so far, Hammerhead and the Tawuan Group led by him have caused many violent incidents. This time Hammerhead is dispatched to establish a Tawuan Group with completely different tasks. Because his behavior has been called upon by many young people, the general public is requested to pay close attention. All members of this organization are bald, and they are extremely if you encounter something vicious, stay away immediately and never conflict with it. Saitama originally looked at this news with little interest, because the strength of these people was not a challenge to him at all, but after seeing the last note, Saitama became a little uneasy. These guys are so abominable. They imitate my appearance and do bad things. In this case, won't I be included in them? Saitama looked angry. You must know that he is a hero. If his image is ruined, it will not be good, so this matter is very urgent. After Saitama quickly put on his clothes, he said to Genos, who was also reading a newspaper, Genos, get ready, we have something to do next. At the same time, the Tawuan Group reported on TV had arrived at a new target, Xenil's mansion. Master Xenil, let's run away quickly. The old housekeeper put forward his own suggestion, and just when Xenil was undecided, the man sitting on the windowsill spoke. It's not necessary. You are very lucky to encounter such a thing before the contract you signed with me expires. After Xenil heard what this man said, he breathed a sigh of relief, because he knew that this man was Sonic. Another bodyguard wearing a karate uniform asked, is it okay? Is this the Tawuan Group? It's them who should worry. After saying that, Sonic disappeared. Chapter 20 Respective Battlefields. Fang Xuan's family. Qiu told Fang Xuan what was reported on the news just now. So, Fang Xuan, this matter is very urgent and cannot be delayed. I must go over immediately and deal with those guys who ruined the bald head's reputation, otherwise I will be finished. Fang Xuan, who was playing GTA 6, nodded and said, this matter is indeed urgent. I support you, go ahead. After saying that, Fang Xuan didn't make any moves and was still completing the tasks in the game. By the way, he also used his superpower to take a can of drink from the refrigerator. Upon seeing this, Saitama immediately said, can you get me a bottle too? Fang Xuan, who was in a game state, naturally got a bottle for Saitama. Teacher Fang Xuan, although it is not difficult to solve the Tawuan Group with the strength of Teacher Kaio and I, we not only need 5 hours to rush there, but also find the location of their gang. In this case, it may take more time, so I would like to ask you to come with me and use your breath perception to help us find their location accurately. Genos on the side thought he understood the essence of Saitama and said, don't you have a detection system? Fang Xuan asked, but his eyes were still on the computer screen. Genos replied, after the last battle with Ashura, I found that my perception system was still too backward, so I asked the doctor to help me upgrade it. It is still unavailable, it's comfortable. In the summer, you still need to drink iced drinks to feel cool. By the way, Genos, I also want to play games, so I'm not interested in this matter. As for looking for someone, go to F and see where there are more people. That's it. Fang Xuan continued to refuse. He was joking about ending his hard training and just wanted to enjoy a comfortable life. How could he go out? But at this time, Genos bowed his head and came to Fang Xuan's ear and said, Teacher Fang Xuan, I heard that all games in F City are now 20% off. 20% off, so what? No, what I mean is that not only are they offering a 20% discount on games, but in order to recommend new games for release, they have specially held a game competition today. From 7 AM to 7:30 PM, you can go to the game store to sign up for the competition. The winner will be not only can you get new games for free, but you also get a huge bonus. Snapped. Fang Xuan stood up, drank the rest of the drink in one breath and said, this matter is indeed very urgent. Saitama is my good friend and neighbor. How can I just watch those guys ruin the reputation of Baldhead? This matter I've taken care of things, let's go now. With that said, Fang Xuan immediately shut down the computer and walked out. Fang Xuan was only a little interested in games and money, but who made these two things that he was interested in come together this time? There was nothing he could do about it. He had to find out. When he went out, he happened to meet Kui Shui outside the door, and Fang Xuan directly asked him to go with the three of them. In order to quickly go to the game store, not the area where the incident occurred, Fang Yun used superpowers to take Saitama, Fubuki, and Genos to fly to F City at high speed. Genos originally calculated that it would take 5 hours to arrive. The distance, with Fang Yun's acceleration, successfully arrived in only 45 minutes. Okay, we have arrived in City F. We will still meet here at 8 o'clock in the evening. The one called the Tawuan Group is 3 kilometers to the west from here. Okay, now Saitama, Genos, you two will go to the battlefield on the Tawuan Group as a team, and Fubuki and I will go to the other battlefield, let's go. Quote, after setting the flag, Fang Xuan immediately took Fubuki towards the game publishing store Genos mentioned, while Fubuki behind him was still confused at the moment. Kui Shui. Strange, didn't I come to Teacher Fang Xuan to ask for advice on how to practice superpowers? Why did I come here all of a sudden? Genos, who was inspired by Fang Xuan's words, also said to Saitama at this time, Teacher Saitama, let's start working hard here too. But just when Genos was very excited, Saitama on the side was attracted by a billboard. He pointed to a supermarket discount event not far away and said, Genos, does the supermarket over there have a 30% off discount on the entire store? That's right, Saitama-sensei. Genos replied firmly with the help of his ultra-high precision machine eyes. After getting the confirmation, Saitama, who was originally dull, instantly turned into a rare serious look. Genos, it seems we have to separate here for now, because there is still a battle over there that I have to go to. After saying that, without waiting for Genos to react, Saitama quickly ran to the door of the discount supermarket. After all, for Saitama, even reputation cannot compare with the temptation brought by supermarket discounts, especially the discounts. 30% off, this discount makes Saitama fearless. At this moment, the original group of 4 people was left alone. Genos was messy in the wind. On the Tawuan Group's side, members of the Tawuan Group led by Hammerhead had already surrounded the home of the wealthy Xenal. Just when they were about to attack, they were stopped by Sonic, who was covering his face. Who are you? Looking at the masked Sonic in front of him, Hammerhead felt a little worried for a moment, because a mysterious guy like this would not be too weak anywhere. Sonic glanced at Hammerhead and said, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I hope you can surrender so that I can save some trouble. What did you say? Surrender? Stop joking, how dare you say such big words just by yourself? Hammerhead wanted to laugh a little at this moment, but as the boss of an organization, he still had to have this kind of self-control. How could it be possible for one person to want their Tawuan regiment to surrender, not to mention that they still had stolen combat uniforms on them? This improvement in physical fitness is not just a little bit. In that case, I will stop talking nonsense. Let me tell you the ugly things first. No one I have fought against so far has come back alive. After saying that, Sonic took off his mask, showed Sonic's iconic smile, and disappeared in the next second. Sonic, who was extremely good at speed, pulled out his sword and swung it at the soldiers of the Tawuan Group. He cut down most of the soldiers in just an instant. No one could resist or see his movements clearly, just like fruit. In the ninja, the operator holds a knife like cutting fruit. What's going on? Why did everyone fall down? Looking at the situation in front of him, Hammerhead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No, we can't just sit back and wait for death. It seems that we need to use some special methods. The next second, when Sonic killed the younger brother of Tawuan Group, Hammerhead immediately punched Sonic in the back, but unfortunately, Sonic was too fast and disappeared just as he was about to touch him. Not see. Childish, how could such an attack hit me? Seeing that he was no match for the person in front of him, Hammerhead immediately grabbed the two boys behind him and threw them at Sonic. After Sonic killed the two men, he looked up and found that Hammerhead had escaped. HMPH, you think you can outrun me, Sonic? The next second, Sonic chased Hammerhead. In the original book, the two people escaped in the direction of Saitama, but for some unknown reason, this time the two people escaped in the direction of Fang Xuan's game store. Not sure what will happen with this change. Chapter 21 The Kidnapped Fang Xuan. F City, the home of the wealthy Xenal. After being separated from Saitama, Genos immediately rushed here following the direction mentioned by Fang Xuan. He saw a large number of members of the Tawuan Group lying on the ground in a mess, and everyone had more or less wounds on their bodies. Strange, who defeated the people of Tawuan Group? Just when Genos was confused, a call came from his communication system. Hey, Genos, I've upgraded your early warning system. Please take the time to come over and I'll install it for you. Okay, Dr. Kusno, I'll be there right away. Now that the Tawuan Group has been defeated, there's no big problem with Teacher Saitama. They all have other things to do, so I will go to Dr. Kusno first. After finishing the phone call with Dr. Kusno, Genos activated the flight system and left here. A discount supermarket. Get away, or I'll beat you up. After several shouts, the crowd in the supermarket began to panic. I saw Hammerhead, who was being chased by Sonic, after escaping to the supermarket, quickly squeezing into a crowded place. The purpose of doing this was naturally to use the customers of the supermarket as his own shield. Because Hammerhead is so big and has some strength, no one can stop him from running rampant through the crowd. The staff in the supermarket saw Hammerhead breaking in, so they immediately spread the news through the radio. Emergency notice, Hammerhead, the leader of the Tawuan Group, a terrorist organization in City F, has entered this supermarket. The supermarket is now temporarily closed. All customers please evacuate to a safe place immediately. In addition, please note that Hammerhead and the Tawuan Group he leads are characterized by their fiercely facing bald heads, so to avoid injury, avoid them immediately if you see them. After the supermarket informed them, the originally panicked supermarket became even more panicked, and everyone was rushing to run out of the supermarket. Great, today is another great harvest, and these dishes will allow Fang Xuan to prepare several delicious meals. Saitama, who had already purchased items at the supermarket checkout counter, lined up with several super large plastic bags to check out. But after the supermarket alarm sounded, the surrounding customers and cashiers screamed after seeing Saitama's bald head, and the scene was chaotic. Run quickly, there is a member of the Tawuan Group here. He is from the Tawuan Group, everyone, run away. We are surrounded by people from the Tawuan Group. Seeing the people around him shouting at him, Saitama said helplessly, Hey, I'm not a Tawuan Group, what do you think of me? I'm a hero. But the people around him didn't believe what Saitama said. Saitama watched the cashier bring up what he had purchased and said, Please help me check out first. The cashier looked at Saitama and yelled tremblingly, People from the Tawuan Group robbed Saitama. No matter how Saitama explained next, he seemed a little pale. As soon as the fleeing customers saw him, they would either scream or speed up their escape. The counter that was originally full of people turned into nothing in an instant. One person. Seeing everyone who was scared away by him, Saitama clenched his fists and said angrily, Damn you, don't let me meet you, otherwise I will make you look good. However, just when Saitama was angry, a voice came from behind. You guys are also bald. I know you are also a member of my Tawuan Group. Just in time, my younger brothers have been killed. You are welcome to join. Don't worry, as long as I, Hammerhead, am here, I will definitely establish one belongs to the Tawuan Group where we don't have to work. As he spoke, Hammerhead put his hand on Saitama's shoulder and began to tell Saitama about his grand ambitions. A game store holding an event. Fang Xuan had already won the game and was frantically shopping around in the store, while Fubuki was buying clothes at a clothing store not far away because he was not interested in the game. There is actually a sequel to the latest Yuan Sora, as well as Memories of Autumn. It's so cheap, I bought it. In the game store, Fang Xuan was buying new games as if buying new ones. Just when Fang Xuan was happily purchasing goods, a hand came towards him. Under Fang Xuan's deliberate avoidance, the hand did not touch his shoulder. Seeing that he didn't get the shot, the man asked directly, Hey, boy, have you ever seen a bald head? The person coming was none other than Sonic, who was chasing Hammerhead just now. Due to the chaos in the supermarket just now, he was squeezed out by the fleeing crowd. He felt that Hammerhead might escape among the crowd, so he chased him out, but he didn't find his figure, so he thought of trying his luck. By chance, he came to the game store where Fang Xuan was, and what was even more coincidental was that the person he asked was Fang Xuan. Bald head. When someone asked him if he had ever seen a bald head, Fang Xuan subconsciously thought of Chi Yu. Sonic looked at Fang Xuan's thoughtful look and thought that Fang Xuan had something to do with Hammerhead, so he continued to ask, "Do you know him?" "Of course we know him. After all, he and I have been neighbors and friends for several years." "Is that so? Then I would like to ask you one more thing by the way, if you were kidnapped, would he come to rescue you?" Hearing Sonic's question, Fang Xuan began to think deeply. He was not thinking about whether Saitama would come to rescue him after he was kidnapped, but he was thinking about who could kidnap him with his current combat power. Even if he was really kidnapped, Saitama would probably come to rescue him. After all, he couldn't eat so much food in vain. "I want him to come back and save me," Fang Xuan said seriously. Hearing this answer, Sonic was very happy. He didn't expect that he was just trying his luck, and he didn't expect that he would win the prize first. "Really? That's great, thank you. It seems that my problem has been solved." Sonic pulled out the knife and put it on Fang Xuan's neck and said, "I'm sorry, you are kidnapped by me now." Quote. Feeling the knife on his neck, Fang Xuan turned around and saw Sonic's face clearly. After staring for a while, he finally recognized Sonic, whose egg was broken by Saitama in the original work. He didn't expect that he would be beaten by him. Kidnapped. Regarding this, Fang Xuan said, "What else can I say? I can only say that he is very talented and bold." "Hey, brother, I want to ask you something." Fang Xuan turned around and asked. Sonic saw that this man had been kidnapped by him and even asked himself questions, so he asked curiously, "What happened?" "Just, are your eggs cooked?" "What's the meaning?" Chapter 22 Saitama wants to be famous. "Impossible, why are you faster than me? Who are you?" Sonic, who is known as the speed of sound, was full of shock at this time, staring at what was happening in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Because just now Fang Xuan completely crushed him at the speed he was good at. How could I, the mighty Sonic, lose to a little-known character in terms of speed? Just now, Sonic was planning to coerce Fang Xuan to take him to find Hammerhead, but the other party asked him if your eggs are cooked, which really confused him. Just when he was thinking about what Fang Xuan said, he replied God discovered that Fang Xuan had broken free from his restraints. Just when he was about to place the knife on Fang Xuan's neck again, he found that all his attacks had been dodged. Unbelievable, he quickly burst out even faster, trying to catch Fang Xuan in one fell swoop, but Fang Xuan dodged them one by one. Sonic. After hearing the other party's name, Fang Xuan finally remembered this ninja whose balls were broken by Saitama in the original work. "I am FTL Fang Xuan. Boy, I advise you to leave quickly. You can't defeat me." After thinking of a random name, Fang Xuan wanted to send this guy away. And the meaning of his title is also very obvious. He doesn't need to say who is faster, your speed of sound or my speed of super light, so it's better to leave quickly and don't disturb him to buy the game. Super light speed, humph, it's really shameless, just let me see it. Sonic, who didn't believe that anyone could be faster than him, immediately pulled out his knife and rushed towards Fang Xuan. Whoosh, the sword slashed out with such speed that a bright sword light appeared. However, facing Sonic's rapid attack, Fang Xuan still maintained his calm look, and even his eyes did not waver at all. Because in his eyes, Sonic's movements are no different from those of a snail. Fang Xuan turned his body slowly and dodged the attack. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing that Fang Xuan dodged his attack, Sonic still didn't believe in evil. Since he couldn't hit with one sword, he would use 3 swords. He didn't believe that Fang Xuan in front of him was really faster than him. Fang Xuan twisted his body several times to avoid all these attacks. Ding! It's detected that Sonic is shocked by the host's speed, his emotion value is plus 9999. Sonic saw that his attack was dodged again, so he thought, since 3 strikes didn't work, then 6 strikes, and if that didn't work, he would continue to attack a few more times. He didn't believe that the guy in front of him could really dodge again and again. Seeing that Sonic still didn't give up, Fang Xuan stretched out his 2 fingers to clamp the steel knife that Sonic was swinging and said, "You're getting more and more addicted the more you fight, aren't you? You haven't recognized the current situation yet. Looks like I need to teach you a little lesson." After saying that, Fang Xuan exerted force with his fingers, and the steel knife suddenly broke into 2 pieces. Nani! Before Sonic could be surprised, Fang Xuan clenched his right fist and punched him. Feeling the suffocating fist pressure, Sonic was frightened and froze in place, as if he saw a ferocious beast charging towards him. Fang Xuan didn't mean to kill, so after his fist came close to Sonic's forehead, he immediately changed his gesture to snapping his fingers and flicked Sonic's forehead. After a click, Sonic's body flew backwards uncontrollably, hit a wall, then slipped to the ground and passed out. Fang Xuan clapped his hands, as if he had done something insignificant. He looked at Sonic, who was unconscious on the ground, and shook his head. "I told you a long time ago that you are no match for me. Why bother if you have to force me to take action?" Then he turned around and continued to make 0 yuan purchases in the game store. As for why it was 0 yuan purchases, it was because the battle just now scared away all the sales staff and customers here. After the purchase, he paid the money and took the money. Big and small bags went to the clothing store not far away to look for Fubuki. When things on Fang Xuan's side ended, the battle on the other side also ended. In the supermarket where Saitama is. Hammer fell to the ground with a big smoking bag on his head, while Saitama was about to pick up the things and prepare to leave. Teacher Saitama, I'm here. I just felt the energy reaction of fighting here. What happened? After Genos upgraded the early warning system, he rushed over immediately. Before he finished speaking, he saw Hammerhead lying on the ground. After using the machine eye scan to confirm that the person in front of him was Hammerhead, a Class B wanted criminal, Genos' eyes suddenly lit up and he understood why Saitama came to this supermarket. That's right, Genos thought he understood Saitama's thoughts again. It turns out that Teacher Saitama has long known that the leader of the Tawuan Group is here, so he thought of catching the thief first. As expected of Teacher Saitama, he was so foresight. I couldn't even see through Teacher Saitama's thoughts. Sure enough, Saitama-sensei is very powerful. In this case, the battle on Teacher Fang Xuan's side is also real. After thinking about feeling good about himself, Genos bowed and apologized to Saitama. I'm sorry, Teacher Saitama, I didn't understand any of your and Teacher Fang Xuan's thoughts. I'm really ashamed. Genos, what are you talking about? When you're done, help me carry my things, we're leaving. Looking at Genos who bowed to him, Monk Saitama Zong was confused, but at this time he felt a little guilty because he didn't pay for these things. The next day, early morning. Fang Xuan's family. Saitama held his chin with both hands, his expression serious. Fang Xuan, after I went back yesterday and thought about it for a long time, I discovered a crucial issue. Seeing Saitama's serious face, Genos on the side began to guess what the important issue Saitama was talking about. Important question, and you have been thinking about it for a long time. Teacher Kaio rarely thinks about problems. It seems that something terrible must have happened, otherwise he would not come to Teacher Fang Xuan to discuss it. Could it be that a Lianqi appeared? Is it a monster that even Teacher Jade can't deal with? After pondering for a while, Genos asked seriously, Teacher Saitama, what serious problem has occurred that requires you and Teacher Fang Xuan to discuss it together? Fang Xuan also looked curious, because in his impression, Saitama basically didn't think about anything. Fang Xuan should know best. It has been 3 years since I became a hero. In these 3 years, I have defeated many weirdos, but I don't even have any publicity. Not only am I now impoverished and living in such a desolate place, but my reputation has been ruined by that group. Logically speaking, my current reputation should be something that everyone knows about. Yes, but why don't you even have a single fan? Saitama said with a pained look on his face. After listening to this, Fang Xuan understood that Saitama just wanted to be famous. Chapter 23 Fang Xuan was inexplicably registered. Genos on the side also said seriously after listening to Saitama's words, this is indeed a very difficult problem. Quote. Seeing that the two guys in front of him actually started to think seriously about the question of why they were not famous, the muscles in Fang Xuan's face began to twitch. TMD, Saitama, UBD, get back here. I thought it was something big, but it turned out to be just such a boring little thing that made me get up early in the morning. Fang Xuan said angrily, he finally wanted to be lazy, he planned to sleep and wake up naturally, and then happily play games all day, but he never expected to be quarreled by Saitama with such a boring trivial matter. What, Fang Xuan, this is a very important matter. That's right, Teacher Fang Xuan, I agree with Teacher Kaio's opinion. Looking at these two hopeless guys in front of him, Fang Xuan suddenly felt a headache. Squeak. At this time, the sound of pushing the door sounded, followed by a crisp voice. Teacher Fang Xuan, I'm here to practice. While the three of them were talking, Fubuki opened the door and walked in. Teacher Fang Xuan, good morning. Good morning, Fubuki. Junior sister Fubuki, good morning. Brother Genos, morning. After saying hello, Fubuki took a stool and sat next to the three of them. What about me? Saitama on the side turned to point at himself and asked the three of them. But none of the three people answered him, and Saitama suddenly felt sad. Teacher, what are you discussing? Fubuki asked curiously. Saitama told Fubuki again the problem he just mentioned. After listening to this, Fubuki immediately realized the problem that the bald man said. She said seriously, it's just out of interest. That means that although you have been a hero in the past 3 years, you have never registered on the Hero Association's list. Hero Association, I seem to have some impression. Genos seems to have mentioned it to me. Saitama said thoughtfully, but Genos suddenly realized. So that's it, I understand. Later, Saitama understood after Genos explained that in order to increase his popularity, in addition to becoming a hero, he also had to register with the Hero Association, take a test, and become a professional hero. After understanding it, Kaio looked at Fang Xuan and said, Fang Xuan, let's go register together. Sorry, I have no interest in becoming a hero. I want to go to you. Regarding Chi Yu's question, Fang Xuan directly rejected it without thinking. Why? If we become professional heroes, we will have a lot of fans, and then we will become an existence that everyone knows. Yes, Teacher Fang Xuan and Teacher Kaio are right. I have never paid much attention to reputation or anything like that. I just want to practice and become stronger. I have no interest in what you are talking about. Fang Xuan continued to refuse. Seeing Fang Xuan's persistence, Chi Yu had no choice but to turn his attention to Genos. Then Genos, just come with me to register. Saitama-sensei, let me forget it. My system is set to be a devil-turned-human who carries out justice alone. Genos waved his hand and said, No, Genos, how about this, as long as you come with me, Fang Xuan and I will teach you 2 powerful moves. Quote exclamation mark quote. This setting needs to be modified according to the actual situation. Let's set off now, Teacher Saitama. Genos said firmly. Quote question mark quote. That's not right, why did you bring me into this matter? Fang Xuan on the side said in confusion. Saitama taught because he wanted Genos to accompany him, but what does this have to do with him? Listening to the words of the 3 people, Fubuki put his forehead helplessly and said, wait a minute, you don't know that Teacher Fang Xuan has actually registered with the Heroes Association a long time ago, right? What, is this happening? Nani, when did I register? Saitama, Genos, and Fang Xuan were confused when they heard what Fubuki said. Especially Fang Xuan, how could he have registered on his own without even knowing it? Kuishui saw that Fang Xuan didn't even know that he had registered with the Heroes Association, so he was a little surprised and said, ah. Teacher Fang Xuan, don't you even know that? Has this ever happened? Fang Xuan began to think about everything from the time he traveled here to yesterday, and he had no memory of ever registering with the Heroes Association. Kuishui was confused when she saw Fang Xuan's reaction. She couldn't figure out what the situation in front of her was going on. I learned through my sister that the hero ranked 0th in the Hero Association's S-class didn't even know that he was a professional hero. Fubuki began to explain. Teacher Fang Xuan's hero ranking is the most special one among S-level. The Heroes Association has ranked all registered heroes, from high to low, into 4 levels, S-level, A-level, B-level, and C-level. C-level, stronger than ordinary people, its main job is to punish thieves or thieves, etc. B-level, much stronger than ordinary people, can deal with disaster levels like wolves and tigers. A-level, is the target of most heroes, can deal with disaster levels tiger, ghost. S-level, it is the pinnacle of heroes and can deal with disaster level ghosts and dragons. It is what other levels of heroes call monsters. They have very strong personalities but lack cooperation. Quote, as for me, due to some special reasons, my current level is B-level, ranking 1st, but my current strength is as strong as A-level. Just like me, Teacher Fang Xuan is an S-class hero who is even more powerful than me, and is still superior to all S-class heroes. I heard from my sister that Teacher Fang Xuan's strength is ranked 1st among S-class heroes. Blast has personally admitted that he is stronger than him. So among S-class heroes, Teacher Fang Xuan has his own title, the strongest warrior. Kui Xuan said, her eyes showing the admiration of Fang Xuan, and then she remembered something and continued. By the way, I heard from my sister that Teacher Fang Xuan was busy at the time, so he was unable to register in person. Blast and his sister jointly guaranteed this to the Heroes Association. Genos on the side followed the trend as always. As expected of Teacher Fang Xuan, it seems that after registering, I will have to work hard to become stronger. After listening to this, Fang Xuan thought to himself, I'm just telling you why I don't have this memory. It turned out to be the fault of Blast. Damn, Blast, just wait for me. When I win the teleportation one day, I will hunt you all over the world, and the little lowly dares to join forces with blasters to FK me. Okay, wait until I see you next time, see if I don't spread your Chapter 24 Hero Assessment. By the way, since I have registered with the Heroes Association, why has no one ever come to me to perform any tasks? Fang Xuan looked puzzled, because as far as he understood, everyone who joined the Hero Association would complete some tasks accordingly. Just like Tornado, the S-class ranked 2nd. Since the explosion disappeared, any difficult tasks she was sent to solve it, but she, the strongest S-class hero, was never called once. Kui Xuan said, I'm not very clear about this, because my sister told me these things. How about Teacher Fang Xuan ask my sister in person or go to the Hero Association headquarters to confirm? Okay, let's go and see what's going on. Fang Xuan said very speechlessly. Okay, in that case, let's set off. We can't let Fang Xuan be so handsome by himself. Yes, Teacher Saitama. Seeing Saitama and Genos so excited, Fubuki said from the side. Just wait for me, I just have to go for another evaluation. City A, Hero Association Headquarters, Hero Qualification Assessment, 6th Special Examination Room. Physical Fitness Assessment Area. The assessor held the record book in his hand, pushed up his glasses and shouted, the next assessment item is 30 seconds of repeated horizontal jumps. As soon as he finished speaking, a naked bald man wearing only underwear bent his head. The next second, his speed was so fast that a large number of afterimages appeared on the field. The next assessment event is the 1,500-meter long-distance run. This bald man quickly ended this assessment at an extraordinary speed. The next assessment item is the muscle test. The next assessment item is the reaction test. The next assessment item. In the following time, every time the assessor mentioned an assessment task, Baldhead would complete it as quickly as possible, and soon he would complete all the hero qualification assessments. Hero Assessment Lounge. In this case, all the assessment tasks have been completed. All you have to do is wait for the results. After saying that, Kyu glanced at Fang Xuan who was sitting beside him. Fang Xuan had a dark face at this time and said angrily, damn it, why are you letting me watch these naked men's assessments here? These things are almost polluting my eyes. If only I could go to Kuishui and watch them. Quote, Fubuki, who was rating heroes, sneezed. As for the purpose of his coming here, after calling Tatsumaki to find out more, he learned that the guy who blasted it had given serious instructions to the higher-ups of the Hero Association. If there were any difficult things, he would not go there unless Tatsumaki couldn't solve them. Find Fang Xuan, otherwise don't disturb him, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Considering that the person who said this was blasting, these senior officials could only believe it, so this matter became a top secret that only the senior officials of the Hero Association knew. Click. The door to the lounge was opened, and Genos, who was wearing similar clothes to Saitama, walked in after completing the assessment. Damn, there's nothing good about a naked robot. Saitama saw Genos walking in and immediately said hello. Genos, are you done too? Yes, Saitama-sensei. What's the expected outcome? Well, it's no problem to get full marks in the written test. Although the physical fitness test is not as good as Teacher Saitama and Teacher Fang Xuan, it should be more than enough compared to others. However, in addition to these, when I came out again, those guys asked me some strange questions. After Fang Xuan heard this, he became interested and asked, "What is this strange question?" Genos replied, "They asked me some questions about whether I was present during the previous battle in the Evolution House. Did I participate in related battles?" The reason why the person in charge raised this question was mainly because traces left behind by Genos' attack using a large incendiary cannon were detected in the ruins of the Evolution House. Genos looked at Saitama and asked, "So, where is Saitama-sensei?" Saitama replied, "They didn't ask me that question." After an hour, the test results finally came out, and Saitama and Genos got their own relevant evaluation information. Name: Genos, overall rating, S, excellent. My final score was 100, and my rating was S level. Genos said, looking at the report card in his hand. Fang Xuan looked at Kyu and asked, "Kyu, how are your grades?" "Even I have reached S. Compared to Saitama-sensei, my level will be higher." Before Genos could finish speaking, Saitama showed the report card to the two of them with tears in his eyes. "My final evaluation grade is B grade." B level, oh, this guy's level is one level higher than the original. Fang Xuan thought to himself, what, with Teacher Saitama's strength, how can it be only B level? There must be a mistake there. I'll go talk to the person in charge here. Genos said indignantly, and just when he was about to go out, Fang Xuan stopped him and said, "Okay, B level is not bad, at least not C level. This matter is embarrassing enough. Don't go. What do you think, Saitama?" After Fang Xuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Kyu. Saitama nodded absent-mindedly. Then the three of them walked out of the lounge and saw that Fubuki had also passed the hero evaluation and successfully became an A- level hero. Genos, Saitama, immediately go to Conference Hall 3 for a newcomer lecture. Saitama heard that only he and Genos were mentioned in the report, but not Fubuki, so he asked, "Strange, why didn't they mention Fubuki?" Fubuki replied, "This is because I have already been a hero. This time I came here just for re-evaluation, so there is no need for a newbie lecture." Fang Xuan said, "It doesn't matter if he is a newcomer or not, let's go together. Anyway, there is nothing to do here." Then the four people walked towards Conference Hall No. 3. At the same time, the person in charge of the newbie assessment of the Hero Association held a picture in his hand and carefully identified it on the big screen. What was displayed on the big screen was Fang Xuan, and the person in charge happened to be one of the top executives who knew about Fang Xuan's affairs. How is it possible? How could this being who has surpassed the S-class suddenly come here? Also, the robot next to him seems to be Genos, who was just rated S level, the bald head is Saitama, who was rated B level, and Fubuki, who was re-leveled as A level. How could they get together? Could it be that these three people are his disciples or something? The person in charge looked at the four people on the big screen, his brain running rapidly. Chapter 25 A-Class Crane Tail, Snake. Hero Association. Conference Hall 3. This is usually a place where new heroes are given instructions on what they usually have to do. In the huge exhibition hall, there were only four people, Fang Xuan, Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki, sitting at the bottom in different postures. Saitama chewed gum and sat idly. Genos crossed his arms and stared at the podium. Fubuki already knew what she was going to talk about, so she took out the mirror and touched up her makeup. Fang Xuan, on the other hand, directly put his feet up on the table and started playing the game. Snake, who was in charge of the explanation on the podium, was speechless when he saw the nonchalant look of the four people. At the same time, he was very confused. Fubuki, Tatsumaki's sister, seemed to have joined the Heroes Association a long time ago, but why did she come to hear a lecture again? Then he directly ignored Fubuki and said to Saitama, Genos, and Fang Xuan, "You are the new heroes who passed the test this time, right? Welcome to join the Hero Association. So before I explain, allow me to introduce myself. I am the A-level hero responsible for this explanation. My name is Snake." In order to highlight himself, he deliberately emphasized his tone when talking about A-level heroes. But the impact was not very good. The four people seemed to have not seen him and were minding their own business. Damn it, Fubuki is fine. After all, I have a background, but these three guys pretended not to hear what I said. Snake was MMP at this time, but in order to relieve the embarrassment, he coughed and picked up the two materials on the table to read. Huh, 2 pieces of materials, but why are there 3 people? Fubuki is automatically not counted among them. As an A-level hero, he knows the rules of the Hero Association. Under normal circumstances, the staff of the Hero Association will never make such a basic mistake. In other words, one of these 3 people sneaked in. It seems like we can show them the aura of an A- class hero. Let me see who the person who sneaked in is. Saitama, B level, the one with the bald head, not bad, barely passable. Genos, level S. Snake took Genos' information sheet and looked up at Genos sitting below with a look of disbelief. He didn't expect that when he was only an A- level goalkeeper, the opponent was already at the top of the hero. There is an S-class hero. No wonder he ignored himself just now. It was normal. Very good. After excluding these 2 people, there is only one truth. The person who sneaked in is this guy. Snake looked at Fang Xuan who was playing the game. Then he opened his mouth and said to Fang Xuan, although, I understand your feelings of wanting to be a hero, but a hero is a very high-risk profession. He often performs dangerous tasks. If he does not have outstanding abilities, he will lose it if he is not careful. Life. With that said, Snake jumped on the table again and performed a set of snake bite punches. Although you didn't pass the assessment this time, don't lose confidence. Go home and practice hard for 2 years. I believe you will pass the assessment next time. Although he said this, what Snake was thinking in his heart was that even if he could pass the assessment, his grade would only be C level. In his mind, talent was a gap. People without talent would probably only be able to spend their entire lives in the hovering on the C level. Fang Xuan saw this guy named Snake looking at him and talking non-stop, so he asked, are you talking about me? Snake nodded. Fang Xuan continued, I can be considered a hero, but I registered earlier. Hearing this, countless grass and mud horses ran through Snake's heart. Your sister, you should have registered earlier or not. Snake, who failed to pretend to be 13, returned to the podium and continued to talk about heroes. Inside the office where the Hero Association recruits new recruits, Snake finished his speech and returned to the office with an angry face. The reason was naturally that when he was giving a speech just now, the 4 people sitting underneath didn't even look at him, as if he was a transparent person. It's okay if Kui Zan and Fang Xuan don't listen, at least they are old members. It's okay if Genos doesn't stop, whose level is S level, higher than him. But that B level Saitama, like these 3 people, didn't listen to his speech, which made him very angry. Damn it, these 2 guys ignored me so much. I won't say anything to Genos, but that bald guy actually dared to ignore me. Is that guy really qualified? Guys like this will probably die soon. Dropped. And when they heard my name, they didn't react at all. Don't they know that I am Snake, the 38th ranked A-level hero? They are really amateurs, by the way. At this stage, the total number of A-level heroes, the number is 38 people. The more he talked, the angrier he became. He raised the coffee in his hand and drank it, trying to relieve his depressed mood. The person in charge of the newcomer assessment did not pay any attention to what Snake said. Instead, he said lightly, no, Snake, let's talk about that Genos first. He got perfect scores in both the written test and the in vivo test. This result has not occurred for 2 years, so he was rated as an S-level super rookie just after passing the test. As for Saitama, although his written test score was only 60 points, 10 points higher than the original, his physical fitness test scored full marks, and judging from the results, all of his test values set a new record for the physical fitness test of the Heroes Association. Even Genos cannot compare to this. It can be said that his body has reached an unimaginable level. Hearing this, Snake put down the coffee in his hand tremblingly, and his eyes widened, because even he did not have the ability to break the records left by those S-classes. The person in charge continued. In addition, Snake, let alone your ranking below Genos, it is estimated that Saitama will catch up with you soon. Just because of that bald head. Snake looked in disbelief. The person in charge looked out the window and said calmly, do you know who the masters of Saitama and Genos are? Master. Their master is the legendary Bakumo who is ranked number 1 in S-class. He is said to be stronger than them by Tatsumaki, who is ranked number 2 in S-class. He is ranked number 0 in S-class and is known as the strongest warrior, Fang Xuan. By the way, you have already met him today. He is the person who has been playing games. As for what I said today, you must keep it completely confidential. After saying that, the general manager left, leaving Snake alone in the office with his mouth wide open. Chapter 26 Large Shira Field. The 4 people who came out of the Hero Association began to return to Z City. Originally, Fubuki thought that he hadn't seen his sister Tatsumaki for a long time, so he planned to go back and have a look. However, he was told that Tatsumaki had gone on a mission and was not here now, so he had no choice but to go back. On the way, Saitama thought about the lecture just now and complained, that crappy lecture was really boring. Genos followed behind and said, it's indeed a bit boring, but from today on, people all over the world will gradually get to know our 2 new heroes. Maybe the teacher's reputation will become more and more famous in the future. And I can finally officially start learning the skills of the 2 teachers. Please give me your advice in the future. After Saitama heard what Genos said, he felt a headache. Oh, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to call it any skill. Then he looked at Fang Xuan who was walking in front. With Fang Xuan here, I should be able to relax a little bit. If it doesn't work, just leave Genos to Fang Xuan. I'll hide out for 2 days. No, if I do this, what should I do if Fang Xuan doesn't let me go to his house again? ... 3 days later, Fang Xuan's house. Boom, boom, boom. Only 3 loud noises were heard in succession, and then Fang Xuan's voice came out. Hey, Tatsumaki, I can explain this matter, don't be impulsive. While speaking, Fang Xuan smoothly put down the robot wearing a maid outfit. As for Tatsumaki, her whole body was emitting a super strong green light, countless storms were rising in the room, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The reason why this happened was that 3 days ago, Fang Xuan was about to take a rest after returning home from the Heroes Association, but he thought that he seemed to have some emotional points that he had not used, so he planned to go to bed after drawing the prize. The previous draws were pretty normal, and the prizes were daily necessities such as fairy beans or universal capsules. But this last time he was unexpected, because the prize for this last time was a beautiful robot wearing a maid outfit. After seeing this reward, Fang Xuan was completely confused, because in his memory, it seemed that there was no such beautiful robot in a maid uniform in Dragon Ball. Out of curiosity, he activated the maid robot. After some tests, he found that the maid robot could do any housework, and it was not maintained by electrical energy like ordinary robots, but by air energy, that is, it is said that as long as there is air on the earth, this maid robot will not crash. More importantly, it has artificial intelligence, and others cannot modify any of its programs. After trying it out, he found that the maid robot was really easy to use, so Fang Xuan set a range of activities for it at home. His daily work arrangement was to do some simple activities such as cleaning at home when he went out to practice, and he also gave him a name, Poo-Poo. As for cooking, he didn't think about it, but the food cooked by the robot was too ordinary and not as delicious as what he cooked, so he decided to cook it himself. But surprisingly, last night, Fang Xuan played some games and watched TV after eating normally, and then went to bed. The servant didn't know why, but after cleaning the room, he came to Fang Xuan's bed. After completing the mission, Tatsumaki returned to City A. He heard that his sister came to see her, but she was not there, so today, before dawn, he came to City Z. It happened that she had not seen her for a long time. I miss my sister a little bit. But after she arrived at the apartment, she didn't go to see Kuishui immediately. Instead, she came to Fang Xuan's house. I don't know why, but this time Tatsumaki surprisingly didn't knock on the door as hard as before, but used his superpower to quietly open the door. When he came to Fang Xuan's bed, he saw Fang Xuan sleeping with a woman dressed as a maid. Because it was too sudden, Tatsumaki didn't see clearly the identity of servant. Then, the tornado broke out. She opened the door angrily and threw it towards Fang Xuan. Fortunately, Fang Xuan's physical fitness was strong enough, so this blow did not cause any damage, but it also woke him up, and then there were the 3 loud bangs just now. Tatsumaki looked at the robot in maid uniform and asked in a trembling lowly voice, "Tell me clearly, where does this woman come from? Don't tell me that you have found some dirty women to come to your door just for your own bad taste." Fang Xuan said, "Hey, little lowly, you are slandering others' innocence out of thin air. Am I that kind of person?" The noise was so loud that Genos, Saitama and Fubuki who lived in another building woke up. The 3 of them immediately came to Fang Xuan's house and saw Tatsumaki's domestic violence. No, questioned Fang Xuan. Saitama watched for a while and found that he couldn't understand what was happening at all, so he asked Genos beside him, "Genos, do you know what happened?" Genos pondered for a while and said seriously, "I probably understand. It probably means that there is something wrong with teacher Fang Xuan's personal style, and he was caught by Kui Xuan's sister. Could it be that Kui Xuan's sister is my future master?" Kui Xuan said, "I didn't expect that the teacher would have such a hobby, and my sister and the teacher would have such a relationship. No wonder teacher Fang Xuan would tell me how to become stronger, which means I should change my name to teacher Fang Xuan as my brother-in-law." As soon as these words came out, Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan looked at each other and immediately became uneasy. Then I saw Genos being pushed to the ground by Fang Xuan using his superpower. Tatsumaki on the side surprisingly didn't take any action. Fubuki was a girl after all, so naturally she couldn't do anything to him. "Hey, Genos, please stop making trouble, okay?" After saying that, Fang Xuan removed his superpower. Tatsumaki also blushed and said, "Fubuki, what are you talking about? I have nothing to do with this guy, and who would care about this perverted personal style issue, Yes, I'm sorry, teacher Fang Xuan." Genos apologized quickly after standing up. Fang Xuan also said at this time, "Little Lolita, you see clearly, Poo-Poo is a complete robot, what can I do?" Hearing Fang Xuan's words, Tatsumaki was stunned for a moment and said, "Robot." Then she flew to servant and checked it carefully, and found that it was indeed a robot. Tatsumaki blushed and said with embarrassment, I didn't know this was actually a robot." Fang Xuan was speechless when he looked at Tatsumaki. "Don't even think about it, how could a clean and tidy person like me do such dirty things? What kind of bad taste could I have in finding a dirty woman? Please can you see clearly next time you come in?" After being told by Fang Xuan, Tornado did not have any refutation. Seeing that Tatsumaki didn't refute him, Fang Xuan took a look at the removed door and the big hole in the wall. Then he asked Tatsumaki to install his door, while he went downstairs to find some bricks. He took out his tools and started to fill the big hole in the wall. It's so hard for me. Chang. No one speaks for me. Chapter 27 Discussion. Desert. Under the scorching sun, the sand is billowing with heat, making the surrounding area look particularly desolate. In such an environment, a man and a petite woman flying in the air stood opposite each other. These two people were Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki. Little lowly, is this really necessary? Fang Xuan looked at the tornado floating in the air in front of him and said helplessly. Fang Xuan, although I really don't want to admit it, you are indeed stronger than me, but I am not a vegetarian either. Tatsumaki answered Fang Xuan's question with her unique lowly voice. However, despite her voice and figure, she looks like a primary school student. Her actual age is 3 years older than Fang Xuan. In the original work, Tatsumaki's age is 28 years old. Seeing Tatsumaki's insistence, Fang Xuan had no choice but to say, okay, let's just show Fubuki and Genos how to fight with superpowers. Next, I will only use superpowers and not other moves. But since it's just a simple sparring session, I think we can just stop there and there's no need to take it too seriously. After hearing what Fang Xuan said, Tatsumaki was naturally a little unhappy. Fang Xuan, I know the gap between us is very big, and this may be a bit willful, but what I want to tell you is that I am serious about this battle, so I hope you can also cheer up and work hard with all your strength. Come and have a fight with me. As the second-ranked S-class being in the Hero Association, she could personally admit that there were very few people who were stronger than him, and they could be counted on one hand. After Tatsumaki said what he just said, he was thinking, if you don't let me know where your limit is, how can I follow in your footsteps? But she thought so in her heart, but her expression was still so arrogant. On the opposite side, after hearing Tatsumaki's words, Fang Xuan shook his head helplessly and said to himself, if I use all my strength, I guess you won't have a chance to take action. Forget it, just do as I said just now, I will only use my superpowers. Quote, please give me more advice. After Tatsumaki finished speaking, she immediately mobilized her mind power to move countless huge rocks around and float them in the air. She knew that even if she went all out, she probably wouldn't be able to hurt this guy, so she would never hold back. The moment Tatsumaki waved to Fang Xuan, all the huge rocks controlled by her mind power were smashed over. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders hit the ground one after another, making a series of sounds, stirring up huge amounts of sand and dust. After the test attack ended, Tatsumaki immediately used his mental power to lock Fang Xuan, and then used his huge mental power to launch another mental attack. Not far away, on a boulder and under a huge parasol, a bald man, a robot, and a woman were watching the battle between Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki through their respective equipment. They were Saitama, Fubuki, and Genos. Awesome, is this the strength of the second-ranked S-class tornado? It is indeed terrifying. While Genos was watching, he was thinking about it. If the tornado's attack had been aimed at him, he estimated that even if he tried his best, he would still be no match for him, and he would be killed in just a split second. No, the attack my sister is showing now is just an appetizer. Fubuki on the side responded. As for her sister Guden's strength, she knew very well that the attack she just showed could only be regarded as a test at best. At this time, Fubuki, as a person with superpowers, felt a strong telepathic shock. Sister is going to do something serious. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt that the place they were in suddenly began to shake violently. The tornado first completely controlled the surrounding terrain. Countless sand and stones flew in the air, forming a huge sandstorm, which completely enveloped Fang Xuan. Then he used his telekinesis to crack several large holes in the surrounding ground, and countless sand poured out. Entering, the surrounding rocks began to collapse one after another, and then the tornado used its huge telekinesis to turn over the entire nearby ground. That's right, the ground was turned over, and Fang Xuan was also pressed into the ground. Then the tornado used his mind power to compact the ground into a flat surface, and there was no trace of any turning at all. Exclamation mark. After doing this, Tatsumaki was about to use his mental power to check Fang Xuan's current situation, but found that there was no figure of Fang Xuan on the ground he had just climbed over, its opposite. I made such a large area specifically to target him. The attack was so easily dodged by him. Damn it, when did it happen? After saying this, Tatsumaki used her huge mental power to begin to detect the surrounding space, but even so, she still did not find Fang Xuan's figure. As a person with superpowers, there is nothing wrong with using mental attacks as the main means of combat, but there is a problem with relying purely on mental attacks. Just when Tatsumaki was carefully exploring Fang Xuan's traces, Fang Xuan's voice came from behind her. Tatsumaki turned around and found Fang Xuan holding a knife on the back of his neck in his right hand. You were ranked second in S-class after all. How could you be fooled by me using a super simple afterimage and or a shielding? Okay, little lowly, the winner is decided. After saying that, Fang Xuan put his hand on Tornado's green curly hair and touched it. In this way, Fang Xuan won the battle easily. While stroking Tornado's hair, Fang Xuan continued to explain, in the following battles, you have to pay attention to the fact that people with superpowers have a common weakness, and that is their brains that control superpowers. As long as the brain is attacked, no matter how powerful your superpower is, you will lose the ability to fight in an instant, and in severe cases, you may lose your life. Although Tatsumaki was defeated, she didn't want to listen to what Fang Xuan said. She immediately regained her proud look and struggled with her limbs, trying to break away from Fang Xuan's big hand. Let go, don't you know you can't touch other people's heads casually? You won't grow taller if you do that. After breaking free from Fang Xuan's big hand, Tatsumaki punched Fang Xuan with all her strength, and then her little hand turned red. Fang Xuan smiled upon seeing this and said, also, if a person with superpowers has not undergone hard physical training, he must not engage in hand-to-hand combat, otherwise you will be very passive. After saying that, regardless of whether Tatsumaki agreed or not, Fang Xuan put his arm around Tatsumaki's slender waist, held it under his arm and flew towards Saitama and the others not far away. Hey, BD Fang Xuan, what do you want to do? Let me go. Why not? I'll take you to Fubuki and the others. Then why are you hugging me? I can go there by myself. Your speed is too slow, let me help you. Tatsumaki was startled by Fang Xuan's sudden movement, and quickly made a dissatisfied sound in a high-pitched Lolita tone, and at the same time kept struggling to get out, but this time Fang Xuan used some strength, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Too easy. There was no way, in terms of strength, Tatsumaki, with his thin arms and thin legs, couldn't break free from it, so seeing that the struggle was ineffective, he could only be carried by Fang Xuan in this position and fly. Chapter 28 Fubuki Team. Fang Xuan flew to the three people watching the battle with the tornado between his arms. Fang Xuan looked at Fubuki and Genos and asked, you all saw the battle just now, right? So if you encounter an opponent with superpowers in the future, do you know how to deal with it? Genos and Fubuki nodded, but Fubuki said doubtfully, teacher, what should we do if we don't have the strength like you? Fang Xuan replied, this is easy to handle. Remember, when dealing with a person with superpowers who is stronger than yourself, once you seize the opponent's weakness or opportunity, hit the enemy's head quickly and accurately so that there is a 99% probability of killing him. Genos has no problem with defeating him, but Fubuki, you are far behind, so after you go back today, you need to do some basic physical training. The reason why Fang Xuan didn't say 100% is because people like him who are both powerful in combat and superpowers are in the other 1%. After hearing this, Fubuki said, yes, teacher. Fang Xuan, are you finished? That's it. What's wrong? Hearing the sound of a tornado on his arm, Fang Xuan answered seriously. UBD, put me down quickly when you're done. Tatsumaki's blushing face shouted loudly. She didn't expect that Fang Xuan, the guy, would forget about her immediately after he put her in front of her sister, causing her such embarrassment. She wondered when Tatsumaki had been so angry and was carried back like a child by an adult on her arm. Hearing this, Fang Xuan scratched his head, put the tornado on the ground, and said apologetically, sorry, I forgot about it accidentally. Tatsumaki straightened his clothes and hair, looked at Fang Xuan angrily and whispered, damn it, this guy must have done it on purpose. Then the five of them returned to F City. Tatsumaki wanted to stay with her sister for a few more days, but the Heroes Association sent her another mission, so she had no choice but to go back to the Heroes Association first. But before leaving, Tatsumaki told Kui Shui to be optimistic about Fang Xuan and not allow him to associate with any unscrupulous women. Facing her sister's request, Fubuki nodded and agreed. After that, Fang Xuan once again lived a comfortable and peaceful daily life of cultivation, while Saitama, because he had just become an official hero, did not know much about the responsibilities and tasks that some heroes were responsible for. All Genos did every day they are all tutoring him. City C. The sun is scorching, an inconspicuous street alley. A man wrapped tightly in a thick down jacket walked quietly in a deserted alley. Just when this person thought there was no one here, suddenly, a man in suits and ties appeared in front of him, blocking him. Then people in suits and ties appeared in several surrounding alleys and behind him, surrounding him. There were about 20 people in total. C-level wanted criminal Pinero, you have no way to escape now. I advise you to squat down with your hands on your head and follow us obediently, so that you can suffer less physical pain. The leader, a man in a suit with a ponytail and a loudspeaker, shouted at the person in front of him. The identity of these people is that they are members of Fubuki's group founded by Fubuki. This person is the eyelash currently ranked number 1 in B level. Fubuki is now an A- level hero. Saitama is still a newcomer, and is the right hand of Fubuki's group. Go-getter, before Fubuki becomes his apprentice, he entrusts Fubuki's group to him. Faced with the warning from his eyelashes, the C-level wanted criminal obviously didn't want to be caught like this. He took off his down jacket and stared at the few people eagerly to escape. Seeing that this guy still wanted to resist, Eyelash issued a final warning. Boy, I advise you to stop struggling and just follow us. Facing 20 B-level heroes at the same time, you have no chance of winning. Quote, 20 B-level heroes surrounded me, a C-level wanted criminal. This guy is so embarrassed to say it. Pinero, the C-level wanted criminal, was very depressed in his heart, but he still said, by the way, you guys, since he is a hero, why did he dress so uniformly and have no personality at all? This is Fubuki Gumi's exclusive team color. The eyelashes ranked number 1 in Class B flipped the suit in front of Pinello and said incomparably. Fubuki team, Pinello asked doubtfully. Eyelash introduced. Yes, we are the Fubuki team formed by the A-class hero Hell Fubuki. It's just that Sister Fubuki has been away for other things recently, so I will be in charge of the Fubuki team for the time being. Well, to be honest, I miss Koyuki-san very much after not seeing her for so many days. You too, sure enough, I'm not the only one who misses Fubuki-san. Quote. Immediately, the 20 members of the Fubuki group all around started a discussion around the topic of missing Fubuki, while Pinello on the side was directly ignored by them. Seeing that the 20 people surrounding him completely ignored him and were discussing their own topics, Pinello finally couldn't help it and said angrily, that's enough. Shut up, you guys. After saying that, he took out several fire bottles from the down jacket on the ground as if he was suffering from a Chunabu disease and said, "Let the raging fire burn, you guys who dare to ignore me. You interrupt us from missing Fukiyuki-san, but you still dare to resist. Come on, brother, and beat this guy until he can't take care of himself." 10 minutes later, he patted the dust on his body with his eyelashes, and said to Pinello, who had been beaten by 20 of them and couldn't take care of himself, "This guy is really troublesome, he has wasted so much of our time." Quote, after knocking Pinello unconscious, the people around him continued to miss Fubuki. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Since Mr. Fubuki is not here, then this achievement will be shared equally among the 20 of us. After hearing what Masashi said, the other members of Fubuki's team agreed. Just as they were about to leave with Pinello, the voices of citizens calling for help came from behind. Help, there's a weirdo invasion. Accompanied by cries for help and screams, a four-legged electric fan ghost man with a propeller on his head came to them. Fan ghost, disaster level, ghost. Some of you, please protect the citizens to a safe place first. I will inform Mr. Fubuki about the situation here, and then the rest of you will follow me to hold this guy down. After arranging everything, Eyelash put out the cigarette butt in her hand and looked at the fan ghost in front of her and said confidently. Just 10 minutes later, of the original 20-person Fubuki team, now only Eyelash was left standing, while all the others had fallen down. Damn it, it turns out to be a monster that can control the wind. Fubuki-sama, I'm sorry, it seems we can't hold on until you come. After finishing speaking, the eyelashes closed their eyes and prepared to face death. But at this moment, a breeze deflected the fan ghost's attack. You get out of here immediately, this weirdo is no longer something you can handle. Hearing the sound of his eyelashes, he immediately opened his eyes and saw that Fubuki had arrived at the battlefield. Chapter 29 Fubuki's battle after becoming stronger. It's Fubuki-sama, great, Fubuki-sama is here, this weirdo will definitely be eliminated by Fubuki's people. Everyone, let's stand up again and help Master Fubuki fight this monster. After seeing Fubuki arriving on the battlefield, these members of Fubuki's team who had lost their combat effectiveness regained their confidence in an instant, and their originally sluggish morale suddenly rose. Kuei looked at the fan ghost in front of her with a disaster level of ghost level. Her eyes were full of confidence. After all, after practicing with Fang Xuan for so many days, she could clearly feel that she was getting stronger every day. Although Fang Xuan didn't teach him too many superpower fighting methods these days, and although he didn't teach her any powerful related moves, although Fang Xuan spent most of his time on games, these are just minor issues, important. The thing is that she has become stronger. Fang Xuan's teachings flashed through Kuei mind at this time. Fubuki, Genos, you heard me. In the future battles, no matter what level of monster you encounter, use your full strength if you can. Don't even think about holding back, or even use it from the beginning. Try your best, because at this moment, although you don't know your opponent also doesn't know you, and this is also a good opportunity to kill your opponent instantly. Of course, there is another purpose of doing this, which is to confuse the enemy and make the enemy think that you are very powerful and not dare to take action easily. The corners of Fubuki's mouth raised slightly, and he made a provocative gesture towards the fan ghost. Take the move. Special move. Hell Arashi. The next moment, a large number of stones and rubble were swept into the swirling storm. The trick Fubuki performed this time was much higher than the last time he fought against the armored gorilla, both in terms of the number of stones and rubble and the intensity of the airflow. There has been a qualitative leap. With a wave of Fubuki's hand, a powerful attack rushed towards the fan ghost. The other members of Fubuki's team standing aside were making various shouts to cheer Fubuki on. As expected of Fubuki-sama, it's been so long since I last saw you, and you can unleash such a terrifying attack. Yes, if you look at it this way, Fubuki-sama will probably be able to join the S-class ranks soon. Come on, Fubuki-sama, defeat this weirdo. But just when they were so confident, an accident suddenly happened. Fan Ghost looked at the oncoming attack and quickly launched a counterattack. He turned the propeller on his head at full speed. After a while, a stronger wind formed a hurricane and blew away the blowing snow. Hell Arashi, Fubuki and other members of Fubuki's team were also blown back by the hurricane. Fubuki didn't stop until he pressed his legs against a wall. Fortunately, the hurricane did no harm. However, Fubuki couldn't help but become serious when she saw that the weirdo in front of her was able to counteract her attack. In midair, Fang Xuan and the tornado in his arms also saw the battle just now. This weirdo is a bit tricky for Fubuki. His ability just restrains Fubuki. Fang Xuan said calmly about the battle just now, but the tornado in his arms was not calm. He was struggling and shouting that he wanted to go down and cut the monster into pieces. If Fang Xuan hadn't stopped it, the battle below would have ended. After all, in the original work, after Fubuki was defeated by the fan monster, Tatsumaki came to the rescue in time and defeated the fan monster. Hey, Fang Xuan, please let me go quickly. I'm going to help Kui Shui. Tatsumaki's struggling movements became larger and larger, but under Fang Xuan's absolute strength, she couldn't break free at all. Don't worry, Tatsumaki, Fubuki's current strength is not what it was before. After all, she has been practicing with me for a while. You have to have confidence in her. Besides, even if she is really in danger, what should I be afraid of? Fang Xuan patiently persuaded Tatsumaki while watching the battle below. I saw Fubuki leaning against the wall due to the strong wind, thinking about how to deal with this weirdo who could restrain her ability. In the confrontation between the two sides just now, Fubuki clearly felt that the hurricane created by the opponent's propeller was stronger than hers, so fighting head-on was not the optimal solution. What's more, not only did she use her full strength, but she also used her most powerful force. None of the moves caused any harm to the fan monster. But there's no way the fan geek would wait for Fubuki to figure out a way to deal with him. I saw that he continued to increase the power of the propeller, forming a more powerful hurricane, and he himself kept moving forward. Wait a minute, if this guy is a fan geek, that means his weakness is. Fubuki's eyes suddenly lit up, and she thought of a possible way to defeat the fan geek. Since fan monster creates hurricanes through the propellers on his head, that means that as long as the propellers on his head are destroyed, he will not be able to create hurricanes that can restrain himself. Thinking of this, Fubuki took a deep breath and then rushed forward. Fang Xuan, who was floating in the air, saw Fubuki's movements and said, "It seems he has found the weirda's weakness." After hearing Fang Xuan's words, Tatsumaki, who was struggling so hard, stopped, raised his head and looked down. I saw Fubuki looking at the position of the fan monster's fan bone on its head, and then immediately used the other move, Hell Arashi. The next second, a powerful airflow swept in and violently collided with the hurricane caused by the fan monster. The key to fighting with superpowers is suppression, but Fubuki's current skills are suppressed by monsters, so she can only rely on persistence and precision to win the battle. As Fubuki persisted, the speed of the propeller on the head of the fan monster finally began to slow down. Upon seeing this, Fubuki immediately used his strength, and saw that the fan bone on the head of the fan monster was directly twisted off, and the fan blades were also broken and scattered on the ground. Immediately, Fubuki used up the last of his strength and activated Hell Arashi again to knock down the fan monster. I succeeded. Fubuki, who was breathing heavily, looked at the weirdo who was knocked down by him in disbelief, with a look of surprise on his face. Fang Xuan, who was high in the air, nodded when he saw Fubuki knocking down the fan monster, and then flew downwards with the tornado in his arms. Well done, your practice these days has not been in vain. After Fang Xuan landed, he immediately affirmed and praised Kui Shui's performance. But at this moment, the fan monster that had been beaten to the ground by Fubuki actually reused its own wires to put back the broken fan bones and blades. Seeing this scene, the members of the Blowing Snow team quickly shouted, "Be careful, this guy has recovered again. Maybe I want to thank you. I seem to be stronger now than before." Boom. Before the fan monster could finish his words, Fang Xuan hit him with a Qigong wave from his hand. Chapter 30 Report from the Heroes Association. As the yellow Qigong dissipated, the fan monster that had been resurrected was directly beaten to ashes. Even if his regeneration ability was strong this time, there was absolutely no way he could be resurrected. Regenerative ability, I'd like to see how you can recover. Fang Xuan took back his hand and looked at the fan monster that turned into dust. Destroyed that fan monster with one strike. The 20 members of the Fubuki group looked at the scene just now and opened their mouths wide. This level of strength is simply beyond what they can compare with. It's too strong. If their level is B level and Fubuki is A level, then what level is this man in front of him? Because even S level ranks second. All the tornadoes were caught in his arms and he couldn't break free. Could this man be the blaster who has disappeared for a long time? For a time, the people in Fushui's group began to have various suspicions about Fang Xuan's identity. Tatsumaki broke away from Fang Xuan and came to Kui Shui. "Are you okay?" Fubuki replied, "It's okay." Tatsumaki breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Fang Xuan and said, "It seems that you have learned a lot from this guy these days, so I feel relieved." At this time, the bald Saitama, who was wearing a khaki Superman suit, arrived late. He had been doing homework these days. After seeing the news on TV that there was a weirdo here, he immediately got dressed and ran here from home. Fang Xuan, Kui Shui, why are you here? I saw a weirdo here on TV. Where is the weirdo now? It's Saitama. I'm sorry you came a little late. We have already taken care of the weirdo. If you put it this way, wouldn't it mean that my trip was in vain? You're right, Saitama. City A. Hero Association Headquarters. Since today is the day to report on the basic status of each city, some senior leaders of the Hero Association all sat together, waiting for the reports from the heads of each city that were produced by the AR virtual projection technology in front of them. Seeing that the time was almost up, a man stood up and said, "Okay, let's start the report. Let's start with Q City and send the video to Police Dog Man." The person who spoke was the person in charge of the last newcomer assessment. After he finished speaking, a man wearing a dog suit immediately appeared in the open space in the center of the hall. He was the Police Dog Man responsible for the security of Q City. There is currently nothing unusual in Q City. After the super simple report, the Police Dog Man directly cut off the communication, leaving the top management with a confused look. Then the senior officials began to discuss Q City. Q City is one of the places where weirdos frequently occur. The probability of their occurrence is not lower than that of Z City. Although this is the case, the other party is the 12th S-class Police Dog Man. There should be no surprises when he says this. Although his report is indeed a bit simple, the way S-class heroes behave is very strange. Since everyone has no objections, then we will move on to the next city. Y City, no abnormality. M City, no abnormality. City B, there have been giant ghost-level disasters before, causing serious damage to a large number of urban buildings in City B. City D, we are connected to City B, and the giants that appeared there also destroyed some of the buildings in our city. City F, our city's previous terrorist organization Tawuan Group and its leader Hammerhead have now collapsed after being defeated by unknown persons. They are currently looking for jobs. Quote. Under the concise and clear reports of the heads of each city, all reports were completed except for Z City. The president of the Hero Association turned off the AR projector for the report, turned on the lights in the conference room and said, "Okay, that's the situation in each city. Now only the troublesome City Z is left. Let's discuss it. How to solve the problem in Z City." President, regarding Z City, we have already dispatched 2 powerful A-level heroes. Golden Ball and Spring Beard have passed. Now we can only wait for them to further investigate the situation. City Z is where Saitama and Fang Xuan live. As an urban area where weirdos frequently break out, the housing prices and water and electricity bills here can be said to be free, but the risk factor is also very high. Ordinary people who live here, after going out, they may encounter a weirdo within 5 minutes and then die on the spot. As for the no man's land where Saitama and Fang Xuan live, because they live there, that no man's land can be said to be the safest compared to other places in Z City. But even so, there are still very few people living in Z City. As for the issue of combat power ratio in City Z, this president is very clear about it. Because Fang Xuan, the 0th ranked S-class student, lives there, and he heard from the person in charge of the newcomer assessment that last time Fang Xuan brought 2 of his disciples for the assessment, one of whom was a newly promoted S-class outstanding student. North, and although the other one is B-level, he is suspected to have S-level strength, because Saitama's physical fitness test is full score, and the written test is slightly weak. In addition, Tatsumaki, who was ranked 2nd in S-class recently, also said hello to him and said that she would move to Z City to accompany her sister Fubuki, who became an A- class hero after the last re-rating. It can be said that the current combat power ratio of City Z is almost equal to the total combat power of other urban areas. After thinking about it, the president said, "Let Golden Ball and Spring Beard come back. I don't think they need to understand the situation in Z City." Tatsumaki, the 2nd ranked S-class hero, may be moving to Z City soon. In addition, the newly promoted S-class hero Genos is also living in Z City according to the investigation, and Tatsumaki's sister Fubuki also lives there. Quote, after hearing what the president said, other senior officials immediately started talking. After all, the transfer of S-class was a very troublesome matter, but now that Tornado is moving to City Z, what should they do in City A? At this time, a senior executive said, "President, regarding the issue of tornado mobilization, isn't it a little too hasty?" The president shook his head and said, "There is nothing I can do about this matter, because that girl gave me a reason that I cannot refuse." After hearing this, the senior officials were very curious. The president continued, "That girl said she is going to Z City to practice with someone." President, are you kidding me? That's right. Tatsumaki is the 2nd ranked S-class existence, who can teach her? Could it be that she has come back from the blast? The president said, "I'm not joking, I think you all should know that there is a person ranked 0th in S-class, and that person happens to live in the no man's land of Z City, and Tatsumaki went to him to practice." Quote, "Yes, that's true, I really can't refuse." For a moment, the senior executives couldn't think of any words to describe it. Because the current configuration of combat power in City Z seems to be a bit higher than that in City A. Chapter 31 A-class hero Golden Ball and Spring Beard. While the Hero Association was reporting, Golden Ball and Spring Beard, who were sent to City Z to investigate, had already arrived in City Z. As soon as they arrived, they discovered a weirdo named Infinite Kelp, so they chased after him. "Be careful, Golden Ball, this guy is definitely not as simple as he looks." Spring Beard whispered to Golden Ball, who was also an A- level hero. Golden Ball took out his weapon's special slingshot, aimed at the weirdo, and replied, "I know, so I have to strike first." Infinite Kelp, who was walking in front, also noticed the Golden Ball and Spring Beard following behind him. He showed a strange smile. "Human. You dared to chase me, you are so stupid. HMPH, you just discovered us now and you still dare to be so arrogant. Let me show you the power of my A-level hero Golden Ball. Let you, this guy, have a taste of my special memory gold bullet that can penetrate a 20 cm iron plate." Before he finished speaking, Golden Ball's fingers relaxed slightly, and the special memory gold bullet cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, shooting straight towards the Infinite Kelp with a sharp whistling sound. However, although the Golden Ball's momentum is very powerful, his attacks are really not very good. I saw Infinite Kelp with a weird smile, and then casually flicked the kelp and flew away the memory gold bullet that the Golden Ball was proud to be able to penetrate a 20 cm iron plate. Golden Ball was a little surprised by this. He didn't expect that he was proud of being able to penetrate a 20 cm iron plate. This is not important. What is important is that after seeing that his attack was easily thrown away, Golden Ball was a little disappointed for a while. But at this moment, the attack of Infinite Kelp was already in front of him. His kelp was like a living snake, dancing nimbly towards the Golden Ball and Spring Beard. Spring Beard quickly dodged the attack of Infinite Kelp, but the Golden Ball was not so lucky. He was entangled in his right foot by the kelp that came out from the ground, and then the golden ball turned into the same shape that he was proud of. It runs through the end of a 20 centimeters iron plate. The golden ball was knocked out and fell into a coma after landing, losing the ability to fight. Now that the golden ball has fallen, let me, Springbeard, deal with this weirdo. As he spoke, Springbeard took out a handkerchief from his chest pocket, and then he flicked the handkerchief out like magic, turning the handkerchief into an exquisite fencing sword. At this moment, Infinite Kelp launched another attack. His kelp was like a giant python attacking Springbeard, trying to wrap him up. However, Springbeard seemed to have expected it, and nimbly avoided Kelp's attack, while using his sword to stab Infinite Kelp continuously. Swish, swish, swish. Springbeard relied on his superb fencing skills to block all of Infinite Kelp's attacks. Not bad. Compared to that guy just now, you are a bit stronger. Infinite Kelp praised Springbeard's fencing skills, but that was all. Watch out, there is no power of heavy rain. Springbeard first turned his pen body, and then put the fencing sword in his hand in front of him. With a kick, the fencing sword in his hand instantly became longer, like a sharp long sword that penetrated everything. The power of his move was obviously much more powerful than the golden ball's memory gold bullet that could penetrate 20 centimeters of steel plate. It's just a pity that Infinite Kelp seemed to have seen through his move a long time ago and dodged on one side. Whoosh! The long sword penetrated the air, but failed to attack the Infinite Kelp. Due to excessive force, Springbeard staggered slightly after missing a blow. What? You actually saw through my power? No, this guy is stronger than me. It seems that we can only seek support from the Heroes Association. As an experienced hero, Springbeard secretly sent a request for help to the Heroes Association through communication equipment, while ostensibly delaying time through conversation. But after the two sides talked for a while, Infinite Kelp discovered Springbeard's plan. Despicable humans. Damn it, have you been seen through? It seems that we can only find a way to hold this guy back. Springbeard saw that his plan was exposed, so he immediately waved his fencing sword and got entangled with the Infinite Kelp. After receiving Springbeard's request for help, the Hero Association immediately contacted the nearest A-class heroes and rushed to provide support. Half an hour later. Is this your strength? It's so boring, Infinite Kelp said with a hint of ridicule. Springbeard's physical strength had already been exhausted in this half-hour confrontation with the enemy, and the clothes he was wearing were in tatters. I see. It seems that City Z is really a dangerous place. I encountered such a powerful weirdo so easily. No wonder no one comes back to live in the houses here even if they don't cost money. After Springbeard said these words, he fell straight to the ground and fainted. Looking at the fallen Springbeard, Infinite Kelp said, "It's so boring. I finally defeated the hero, but in the end I didn't even hear a scream. But think about it, no one seems to live here. If I stay here all the time, I won't be famous at all. Let's just break into the residential area." After Infinite Kelp finished speaking, and when he was about to walk towards the residential area, the sound of conversation came from behind him. Fang Xuan, besides hot pot, do we have any other dishes tonight? No, we've all had hot pot, what else do you want? It seems so, but I always feel that it would be too monotonous for 4 people to just eat hot pot. Okay, I'll make some more desserts after I get back. Okay, but I always feel like I bought something less just now. What did you buy less? These 2 people were Fang Xuan and Saitama, who had returned from shopping for groceries. They turned a corner and happened to see Golden Ball and Springbeard, who were knocked to the ground and passed out, as well as Infinite Kelp, who was about to go to the residential area. Oh, it seems like we can have some fun before breaking into the residential area. Infinite Kelp looked at Fang Xuan and Saitama with a strange smile. He had no idea who the 2 people he was facing were. Such existence. Saitama looked at the Infinite Kelp and his eyes lit up. I remembered, we just forgot to buy kelp. After saying that, Saitama looked at Infinite Kelp, and Fang Xuan did the same. Just like this, the 3 people looked at each other, and then nothing happened. According to the descriptions of several A-class heroes who later rushed to the scene for rescue, when they arrived at the scene, they only saw the fainted Golden Ball and Springbeard lying on the ground, as well as kelp leaves scattered on the ground. They did not see the weirdo. That night, at Fang Xuan's house, Saitama, Genos, Fubuki, and Fang Xuan were eating hot pot and singing, and there were kelp shreds on the table. Chapter 32 Dragon Level Disaster Comes. Another calm and peaceful day. A few days ago, after finishing all the tasks at hand, Tatsumaki officially moved from City A to City Z. However, for some reason, this girl did not live in the apartment next to her sister Fubuki. Instead, she moved directly to the apartment next to her sister Fubuki. Lived in Fang Xuan's home. Fang Xuan naturally refused to this, but after the tornado demolition, destroying the door, breaking the wall, breaking down the wall, and causing trouble, harassing Fang Xuan's practice, Fang Xuan really had no choice, so he let her stay. Come in. Therefore, Fang Xuan's home was very lively at this time. In the small room, there were 3 S-level heroes, 1 A-level hero, and 1 B-level hero with strength above S-level. Genos looked at the information about the hero rankings on his laptop and said, as expected of Saitama-sensei, it has only been so long since he advanced from the bottom of B-level to the 25th place in B-level so quickly. After Saitama heard this, he put down the remote control in his hand, turned his head and stared at Genos with his natural dead fish eyes and said, Genos, I don't know why this sentence came from the mouth of an S-class hero like you. Coming out, there was a strange feeling. After saying this, he looked at the maid robot that was sweeping the floor and said, "Servant, could you get me a drink?" The servant put down the mop in his hand and responded, "No problem, what would you like to drink?" Cold soda. Okay. Then servant came to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door, took out a bottle of ice-cold soda and delivered it to Saitama. "Thank you." Saitama thanked him after taking the soda and started drinking it. Tons, it's so cool. As expected, in this hot summer, I have to stay at Fang Xuan's house with the air conditioner blowing on and drink ice-cold soda to feel energetic. After finishing his soda, Saitama turned to look at Fang Xuan, who was playing a game with Tatsumaki, and asked, "Do you want a drink?" Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki nodded at the same time, and servant went to the refrigerator to get their favorite drinks. "Brother Genos, has your ranking changed recently?" Fubuki, who was reading a magazine, became interested after hearing about the hero rankings. After the last fan weird incident, her ranking rose by 3 places. Her current ranking is number 36 in Class A. Genos replied, "I haven't started anything yet, so my current ranking is still the bottom of S class." Fubuki nodded after hearing this, and Saitama patted Genos on the shoulder and said, "Genos, although your starting point is very high, you still need to work hard. After all, acquired hard work and innate ability effort is equally important." After Saitama finished speaking, he thought about what he had just said and was quite satisfied with what he had just said. He promised that it was the most skillful sentence he had ever said since he had rarely taught Genos. It is conceivable that the previous words how incompetent. "I understand, teacher." After saying that, Genos clicked the mouse to jump to another web page and said, "However, in the recent hero popularity rankings held by the public, I have reached 6th place and the current number of votes still continues to grow." PFF'd. What did you say? Hearing Genos' words, Saitama immediately came back to his senses from what he had just done. The can in his hand was also crushed by him. Fortunately, he had finished all the soda in it, but he didn't finish it in his mouth. But it spurted out. When the servant saw it, he sighed helplessly and could only silently pick up the mop and mop the floor again. Saitama quickly came to Genos and looked at it. 6th, 3rd, 5th, what the hell are these? Fang Xuan, who was playing games, heard what Genos said and asked curiously, "Genos, how are you evaluated on the internet?" Genos spoke out what the internet said about him. This is what the internet says. Not only is His Highness Genos very handsome, but he also debuted as an S-class hero. A hero with such good looks and strength is the perfect hero in people's eyes. Hero template. Although His Highness Genos is expressionless, he looks very cool. 10 minutes later, Genos continued to comment on the comments online. Saitama, who was on the sidelines, couldn't stand it when he listened to Genos' expressionless words about the praises he received from the internet. "Genos, don't you feel ashamed of these words on the internet?" "No, teacher Saitama, these comments are just straightforward impressions of my appearance. I generally don't pay much attention to them. Damn it, why aren't these words praising me?" Seeing the praise for Genos on the internet, Saitama, who was judged as the bald-caped man, was very depressed. He had an inexplicable obsession with the words of appreciation for Genos in his heart. Ring ring ring. At this moment, Genos' communication device suddenly rang. After Genos connected, it took a while before he hung up. "Teacher Saitama, Teacher Fang Xuan, the Hero Association headquarters suddenly called me over. I went to see what was going on," Genos said after hanging up the phone. "You go ahead," Fang Xuan responded. Saitama, who was in a depressed mood, said, "Maybe, those guys will fire you when they see that you have not contributed for so long." Not long after Genos left, the phone on Tatsumaki also started to ring. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring, ring ring ring. But Tatsumaki, who was addicted to the game, didn't want to answer the phone at the moment and just threw the phone aside. Fang Xuan watched the phone ringing non-stop, so he said to Tornado, "Aren't you going to answer the call? What if there is something urgent?" Boom. Because she had not cleared the level, Tatsumaki was feeling a little depressed at this time. She turned around and looked at the phone. The next second, the phone exploded and stopped ringing. "Okay, the phone will stop ringing. Let's continue." Well, looking at the phone that had been completely scrapped, Fang Xuan rarely replied, because the aunt was in a bad mood at the moment because she kept losing. Hero Association headquarters. At this time, the Heroes Association headquarters was already empty compared to last time, with almost no one at all. Genos, who rushed over, was very puzzled when he saw that there was no one at the Hero Association headquarters. He opened the door and walked in. He found that except for a bad old man, there was no one in the entire Hero Association headquarters. Strange, what's going on? Where are the people? Where have they gone? Everyone here has already taken refuge. Escape. What happened? A disaster with a disaster level of dragon is coming soon, so they went to take refuge and called us here to fight against this disaster. I see. In other words, we just need to defeat the weirdo this time, right? No, that can't be done. Chapter 33 S-Class Hero Metal Knight. By the way, who are you? Genos asked looking at the old man in front of him. The old man smiled and said, "Me. My name is Bangu. Please give me some advice. I am the newly promoted S-Class hero Genos-kun. Bangu, you are the 3rd ranked S-Class hero, Silver Fang Bangu. Please give me your advice. Genos bowed when he heard the old man's name. Bang Ji smiled and said, you're polite, it's just a false name. Genos continued to ask, by the way, why did you just say it was impossible? Is the weirdo this time very powerful? Listening to Bangu's words, Genos expressed his confusion, because the person in front of him was actually ranked 3rd in S class. Although he had never seen the opponent take action, his strong strength could be seen based on his ranking. But to be able to make this Silver Fang talk about unsolvable problems, could it be said that the strength of the weirdo who appeared this time is as strong as Teacher Saitama and Teacher Fang Xuan? If this is really the case, then they really can't resolve the matter. Bangu paused and said helplessly, no, the target of this dragon-level disaster is not a weirdo, but a huge meteorite that will land on the Earth in 30 minutes. Its destination is Z City. According to preliminary calculations, if a meteorite lands on the Earth, the entire city Z will cease to exist, and several surrounding cities may also suffer huge impacts. Because this situation is very special, even we, as S-class heroes, may be helpless because this is a problem that we humans cannot solve. It turns out to be a meteorite. No wonder. Wait a minute, you said the meteorite landed in City Z. Genos was shocked when he realized it, because he had no idea about this when he came out of Fang Xuan's house. Message, while everyone else was relaxing at Fang Xuan's home. Not bad, what's wrong? Bangu asked looking at Genos' panic expression. Since the Hero Association knows the news, why didn't I see the evacuation notice? Because the meteorite can only be detected 30 minutes before it lands, the headquarters will probably start releasing information now. But now it's been less than 30 minutes since the meteorite fell. Where do those people who just got the news have time to evacuate? So Mr. Bangu, what are you going to do? I am. The dojo that I have passed down from generation to generation is here, so I will not leave under any circumstances. Speaking of his own dojo, Bangu put on the posture of Flowing Rock Shattering Fist and looked at Genos and asked, have you heard of Flowing Rock Shattering Fist? Genos shook his head. I'm sorry I haven't heard of it, and Mr. Bangu, are you really not planning to leave? Yes, when I took over the dojo from my master, I swore that I would carry forward the Liasuian Shattering Fist in this life, so I will not leave until this goal is achieved. After saying that, Bangu said again. He put on another posture of the Flowing Rock Shattering Fist and asked, are you interested in my Flowing Rock Shattering Fist? If you are interested, I can accept you as my disciple. Sorry, I already have 2 teachers. That's right, but it doesn't matter. Whenever you want to learn this move, come to my dojo. The Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist is very powerful. When Bang Ji was about to continue speaking, he found that Genos' figure had already left. Already gone. Z City. The Heroes Association has now spread the news about the meteorite impacting City Z. The few citizens living in City Z, as well as citizens in surrounding cities, began to flee after receiving the news. Due to the rush of time and the large number of people who had not evacuated, the road was blocked at the moment. Some citizens were too scared and stepped on the accelerator of their cars to the lowest limit. As a result, many car accidents occurred, which made the already blocked roads even worse. In the blocked road, Genos was seen holding a brand new suitcase in his hand, quickly passing through the crowd, and at the same time he would use the communicator to contact Fang Xuan. Strange. Why doesn't Teacher Fang Xuan answer the phone? Since meteorites have no breath, Fang Xuan does not know that a huge meteorite is about to fall from the sky. Currently, he is still playing games with the tornado. The reason why Genos couldn't get through Fang Xuan's phone call was because Fang Xuan's phone was destroyed by Tatsumaki, who lost his temper just now and used it as an object to vent his anger. Seeing that Genos could not contact Fang Xuan, he contacted Saitama again. Unfortunately, Saitama was currently watching TV at Fang Xuan's house and did not bring the phone with him at all. Seeing that he could not contact the 2 teachers, Genos could only bite the bullet and plan to use brand new equipment to see if he could crush the meteorite that was about to fall. Genos threw the box in his hand out. The next second, the box turned into several parts, which were equipped on Genos' body. After getting the new equipment, Genos suddenly felt that his strength had increased a lot. He jumped onto a tall building and held the newly equipped machine tightly in his fist. I don't know if the incendiary cannon can crush the meteorite if it is fully fired. No matter what, I will give it a try anyway. After all, the teacher and the others are still in this city, and I can't escape alone like this. At this moment, a super cool mecha flew across the sky and landed on a building not far from Genos. Upon seeing this, Genos immediately ran over and asked, if I remember correctly, you are the 6th S-class Metal Knight, Beaufoy, right? After hearing what Genos said, Metal Knight looked over. Are you the newly promoted S-class hero Devil Cyborg Genos? Are you here to prevent the meteorite from falling? Genos said. Yes, Beaufoy, please help me. I refuse. Metal Knight said. Genos heard the other party rejecting him directly, so he asked, why? The Metal Knight replied, no reason, I came here just to test a new weapon, and this meteorite can be used for experiments. Experiment. I'm afraid now is not the time to talk about this. After all, if the meteorite lands, you will die too. After hearing what Genos said, Metal Knight smiled and said, I will not die, because the person you are talking to now is just my remotely controlled robot, and the real me is already in a safe place at this moment. While the two were talking, the sky began to change color, and above the two's heads, a meteorite that was as big as the sun had penetrated the atmosphere and began to slowly fall. Chapter 34 Genos, Full Power Incineration Cannon. Get out of the way of the new guy. Next, I'll show you the power of my new weapon. After Metal Knight finished speaking to Genos, he turned on all the firepower currently configured on the rack and aimed at the meteorite above. Missile launch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next moment, countless missiles began to be fired from the devices on the Metal Knight, and these missiles shot towards the falling meteorites like dense raindrops. But facing the huge size of the meteorite, the missiles launched by Metal Knight looked like toys played by children. That's a missile. Genos took back his right hand that was accumulating energy and said, damn it, if I use this move at this time, it might interfere with him, but a missile of this size doesn't seem to be able to do anything to it. What does it do? Boom. The moment Genos finished speaking, all the missiles launched by Metal Knight had hit the surface of the meteorite. Deafening explosions resounded across the sky, and fire and smoke intertwined into a doomsday scene. Quote exclamation mark quote. Does this guy Metal Knight already have such a powerful destructive weapon without activating his body? It's too dangerous. It seems necessary to keep an eye on him. In the sky, when the smoke and dust caused by the missile gradually dispersed, what was revealed was the still indestructible surface of the meteorite. Although those missiles left speckled traces on the meteorite, overall, they had almost no impact on the meteorite's descent speed and trajectory. Didn't it succeed? There was a trace of unwillingness and regret in Metal Knight's tone. The material that this meteorite is made of is much harder than I thought, and my new missile cannot cause effective damage to it at all. Dip, dip, alert, alert. There is still 1 minute left before the meteorite falls, and the countdown is now starting at 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. After Genos heard the warning system on his body begin to sound the final alarm, he immediately raised his head and looked into the sky, and then he began to gather all the energy in his body into the energy core. Before using the incineration cannon at maximum power, it takes 5 seconds to accumulate power in the body. But even the powerful attack of Metal Knight has no effect on the meteorite. Will my attack have any effect? If I can really crush the meteorite, then the broken meteorite fragments will definitely cause a lot of disasters. What should I do then? How should I deal with the large meteorite fragments? During the 5 seconds that Genos was charging up, his brain was thinking about various issues rapidly, causing him to be a little distracted now. Genos, your heart has begun to mess up. Bangu came behind Genos at some point and taught him, you are still young, you don't need to think about failure. Instead of thinking so much, it's better to be more casual. After all, the more critical the moment, the more casual it is. If the current situation can be changed, that is already the best result. After listening to Bangu's words, Genos suddenly understood. His early warning system continued to send out alarms, and he had already gathered all the energy in his body at this time. The next second, Genos exploded his shirt, and the machine protective layer on his body that protected the machine core slowly opened at this time, revealing the blue core that gathered huge energy. Genos took out the core that had accumulated strength and assembled it on a brand new robot arm. At the same time, his other arm has also entered the state of releasing attacks. At full power, Genos' body's current equipment power has been greatly improved. Mr. Bangu, get down. After saying that, Genos thought firmly in his heart. Next, I will not consider the factors of failure or other accidents. I just want to devote all my energy to this time's attack. Full power, incinerate cannon, boom. As Genos roared, Genos fired a fiery attack from his palm, and the roof of the building he was on began to gradually crack due to this powerful attack, and the incineration cannon released with all its strength also like a shock wave, it rushed straight towards the meteorite in the air. Ah, Genos shouted with all his strength, but the attack on the meteorite had no effect at all. Damn it, it's of no use at all. This is not a power I can destroy. Genos gritted his teeth as he looked at the meteorite that was still falling at high speed despite his full blow. Bang Ji-yu raised his head, stared at the meteorite and said, oh. I don't know if it's an illusion. I just saw that the meteorite was not falling so fast. Really? Ah, it turns out it was my imagination. Smelly old man, is now the time to make such a joke. Listening to Bangu's words, Genos' heart skipped a beat. Bang Ji-yu said with a smile, Genos, just relax, since it's a foregone conclusion, why don't you face it with a calm attitude? I don't know if it was an illusion, but Genos felt a super strong momentum coming from Bangu just now, but in his current state, he didn't have time to care about it. My energy is running out. It seems like, here's where my buying valuation is going to be low. As Genos finished speaking, the huge energy gathered in his energy core was gradually exhausted, and the incineration cannon was destroyed because there was no energy support. Genos, who had exhausted his energy, fell to his knees limply. On the ground, the early warning system on his body also started its final countdown. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds, 27 seconds. With a face full of despair, Genos said to Bangu on the side, Mr. Bangu, take advantage of the remaining time before the meteorite falls and escape from here quickly. Bang Ji-yu did not move, however. He still stood where he was, staring deeply at the meteorite that was about to fall. He, Genos, I won't leave here. At the end, let me show you the power of the flowing rock shattering fist. With that said, Bangu once again assumed the stance of Liashaoyan shattering fist, but this time his body exuded a powerful aura. But just when Bang Ji-yu started to do it, he saw a bald man wearing khaki Superman clothes jumping upstairs. Grandpa, Genos will ask you to take care of me. Bang Ji-yu looked at the visitor and asked slightly surprised, "Who are you?" "A hero." After Genos heard this voice, he immediately looked back and said in surprise, "She." "Teacher Saitama." Chi-yu looked up at this time and said, "Fang Xuan, are you sure that as long as I crush the meteorite, the rest will be left to you?" "That's right, hurry up and take action. After handling this matter, I have to go back and cook lunch." Fang Xuan said with an okay gesture, and there was a tornado flying next to him. After Genos heard the sound in the air, he looked up and said, "Teacher Fang Xuan, you are here too." Fang Xuan looked at Genos and smiled and said, "Genos, you did a good job just now. Have a good rest. Let Saitama and I handle the rest." Seeing the two teachers arriving at the scene, Genos, who had originally looked desperate, suddenly regained his previous confidence. How Fang Xuan and Chi-yu arrived in time is a long story. Chapter 35 The Power of One Punch Clears the Sky. A few minutes ago, Fang Xuan's family. I've passed the level. Fang Xuan looked at the successful subtitles displayed on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the tornado with disgust in his eyes. Because after teaming up with Tatsumaki for the 25th time, he finally cleared the game. He originally thought that Tatsumaki, who had a very high understanding of superpower talents, would be a good player in gaming, but he didn't expect that he would actually be a real person. A real gaming black hole. It can be said that if he didn't bring the tornado, Fang Xuan would have passed the game long ago, but this is not the most important thing. The key is that this girl has a bad temper. Every time she loses, she doesn't curse who invented the SB game. Just destroying the items in Fang Xuan's home, which made Fang Xuan very helpless. "Yeah, I finally cleared the level, I am indeed a genius," Tatsumaki said happily at this time. Then she changed another game and said to Fang Xuan, "Okay, this game has been cleared, let's move on to the next one." Quote. Fang Xuan looked at the excited Tatsumaki speechlessly, and thought to himself, "Damn, what level are you at? You don't have any ideas in your mind, and you're still playing." Fang Xuan put down the controller and stood up and said, "I won't play anymore, you can play by yourself. Servant, what time is it now?" The servant replied, "Report to the master, the current time is 11:35, it will be 12 o'clock soon." "Ah, time flies so fast, it's already noon, I have to go cook." "Master, do you need me to help you?" "No, I can do it myself. By the way, isn't Genos back yet?" "No." "Fang Xuan, I want to eat the cake you made," Dragon Wan said while playing the game. "No." Fang Xuan put on his apron and was about to enter the kitchen when he heard Saitama asking Fubuki a question. "Is a dragon-level disaster serious?" After hearing this, Fubuki replied, "It's very serious. Let's put it this way. According to the threat level, it is divided into 5 disaster levels from high to low: God, Dragon, Ghost, Tiger, and Wolf, and these 5 levels are sometimes used as represents the intensity of the eccentric. Wolf-level disasters represent the emergence of dangerous factors, Tiger-level disasters represent crises that may cause casualties, Ghost-level disasters represent crises that may cause the functional paralysis or even destruction of a town, Dragon-level disasters represent crises that may cause the destruction of several cities, God-level disasters represent crises that may cause the destruction of several cities. Although it has not happened so far, its definition is a crisis that may lead to the demise of mankind. Ring ring ring. At this time, Fubuki's phone rang. She picked up the phone and found that it was the call from Fubuki's teammate. "Sorry, I'm going to answer the phone first." After saying that, Fubuki went to answer the phone. When Saitama saw Fubuki talking about the dragon-level disaster being so serious, he immediately planned to go back and put on his own clothes. But Fang Xuan came to Chi-yu at this time and asked, "Chi-yu, why are you suddenly interested in dragon-level disasters?" Saitama pointed at the TV and said, "It was just broadcast on TV that a huge meteorite is hitting Z City. The Hero Association rated this disaster as dragon level." "What?" Fang Xuan quickly turned to look at the TV, and then thought to himself, "Damn it, I was just playing games with the tornado, how could I forget this matter?" Tatsumaki also heard Saitama's words, and quickly put down the controller and flew to the TV. "It is indeed a dragon-level disaster. No wonder the communicator kept ringing just now. It should be someone from the headquarters who wants to contact me to deal with this disaster. Yes, this is bad, I have to go to the nearest location to the meteorite." "Wait a minute, we will go with you." After Fang Xuan finished speaking, he turned to look at Saitama and said, "Q, go and change your clothes quickly, and I will arrange the battle plan." Tatsumaki said, "I can understand if you go, but why does the bald man also want to go with you?" Fang Xuan replied, "Didn't I tell you? Saitama's current strength is even more powerful than mine. I will definitely take him with me to deal with such a dragon-level disaster. This is very safe. Okay, I just want to see how strong this guy is." Saitama soon changed her clothes, and then the 3 of them set off quickly. As for Fubuki, she also learned about the falling meteorite after answering the phone. When she was about to tell her master and sister, she found that everyone was already there when she entered the door. They were gone, and after asking their servants, they found out that the 3 of them had gone to deal with the meteorite. On the way, Fang Xuan told Kyu his plan. "Saitama, later you will use all your strength to crush the meteorite. As for the meteorite fragments, leave them to me." "Good." Tatsumaki on the side wondered, "Why not me?" Fang Xuan spread his hands and said, "Both of us have already taken action, you can just watch the show on the side." In Tatsumaki's depressed mood, the three of them quickly rushed to where Geno's was. Then came what just happened. The screen returns here. Bang Ji-yu looked at the bald man and the man flying in the air who appeared in front of him and was very curious. Who are these two guys, especially the guy who can fly? Does he have the same superpower as the tornado? Wait, there seems to be a tornado around that man. Just when Bang Ji-yu was full of doubts, Chi-yu was already ready to take action. I saw Saitama clenching his right fist, stepping suddenly with both feet, and his whole body shot into the air like a cannonball, rushing straight towards the huge meteorite. His figure drew a long trajectory in the air, the speed was jaw-dropping. No, fall into the city where I live. After shouting, Saitama punched the meteorite. Boom. After a loud noise, the meteorite that was originally intact under various attacks from Metal Knight and Geno's was actually covered in cracks in an instant, and then turned into countless fragments and splashed out, like a gorgeous firework. Bang Ji-yu was shocked when he saw this scene. It's unbelievable that this guy broke the meteorite with just one punch, but those stones. Bangu looked at the rocks falling rapidly from high in the sky, and hurriedly came to Geno's and took a posture and said, Geno's, don't move, I will protect you. Geno's said, don't worry, these rubbles will be cleared soon. Just when Bang Ji-yu was confused, a voice came from midair. Turtle Pi Qigong Wave. As the last word fell, Fang Xuan pushed his hands forward, and a blue Qigong wave hit the falling meteorite fragments like a giant dragon. Boom, boom, boom. In the successive explosions, the meteorite fragments were hit one by the Qigong waves, instantly turning into powder and dissipating in the air. The entire sky seemed to have been emptied, leaving only a little dust slowly falling in the sunlight. Chapter 36 The End of the Meteorite Incident. Those who had not fled in City Z saw that the huge meteorite in the sky was about to fall. Everyone had given up struggling and planned to welcome death. But suddenly the meteorites in the sky shattered and turned into countless meteorite fragments falling rapidly downwards. Just when they might have avoided death, but would cause countless disasters, a blue streak energy beams fell from the sky and shattered the meteorite fragments one by one. Seeing this scene, the citizens of City Z showed expressions of disbelief. Their already desperate hearts were rekindled with hope at this moment. Did someone from the Hero Association take action? Great, we are saved. On a tall building in the distance. The Metal Knight was extremely shocked as he looked at the dust dissipating in the sky and the three Fang Xuan who were slowly falling in the distance. It was hard for him to imagine that the attack just now could have been carried out by a human being. Also thinking the same thing as him was Bang Ji-yu. Fang Xuan landed on the floor where Geno's was, looked at the somewhat embarrassed Geno's and asked, are you okay, Geno's? After Geno's put the core back into his body, he said, I'm fine, Teacher Fang Xuan, thanks to you and Teacher Saitama, otherwise, Z City might really suffer a huge disaster this time. Tatsumaki noticed Bang Ji-yu at this time, and said, Old man Bang, you are here too. After Bang Ji-yu heard the name Tatsumaki, he chuckled and said, you girl, can't you call me something serious? Tatsumaki ignored it and continued, by the way, since you are here, why didn't you take action to get rid of the meteorite earlier? I think it shouldn't be difficult to do it with your ability, right? Bang Ji-yu said, I just wanted to take action, but the two boys behind you took the lead. There was no chance. After saying that, Bangu turned to look at Fang Xuan and Qiu and asked, I wonder what you call these two brothers. Fang Xuan, Saitama, the two of them answered in unison. At this time, Bang Ji-yu showed off his signature skill of flowing rock-shattering fist to the two of them and asked, I see that these two young brothers have amazing bones. They are unique martial arts wizards. I have a very powerful set of martial arts. Do you want to learn? Not interested in no mood. Bangu, who was rejected again, was very depressed at the moment. One night a few days later. Hello everyone, welcome to today's news broadcast. The super meteorite that originally landed in Z City was finally defeated with the efforts of the S-Class hero Silver Fang, S-Class hero Metal Knight, S-Class hero Devil Cyborg, and B-Class hero Bald Cloak Man. Z City and the surrounding areas the city has also been spared. After the meteorite was shattered by the B-Class hero Bald Man in the cloak, a large number of meteorite fragments were also destroyed by Mysterious Man's blue energy attack, so that the people in Z City were not harmed by the meteorite. At this moment, at Fang Xuan's house, Geno's, Saitama and Fang Xuan were sitting on the sofa watching the news broadcast on TV, while Tatsumaki and Fubuki were not present because they had received missions. Looking at the content of the news broadcast, Geno said, if the person the Hero Association asked for help at the beginning of the meteorite's fall was Teacher Fang Xuan or Teacher Saitama, I'm afraid the meteorite would not have fallen into the Earth's atmosphere at all. Quote, who knows, but fortunately the crisis of the meteorite has been resolved. Fang Xuan said with a smile. Although there was nothing wrong with what Geno said, who knew that he was playing a game with Black Hole Tornado. Wait a minute, after we solved such a big disaster, did our ranking also go up? Saitama asked. That's right, my ranking has risen from 17th to 16th in S-Class, and now the 17th ranked prisoner is the sexy prisoner. Ah, Geno's, you only moved up one spot. No way, there are only a few S-level heroes, so the room for improvement is very small. If you changed to A-B level or C-level hero, in this case, it is possible to be promoted to A-level or S-level. It is not impossible. A level or S level. Geno's, what is my current level? Teacher Saitama, You were previously ranked 97th in Class B, but after this meteorite incident, your ranking has reached the first place in Class B, which is the previous ranking of junior sister Fubuki. Ah, didn't you just say that it was possible to reach S level or A level? Why am I still B level? I obviously broke the meteorite. Well, according to the official statement, the reason why the meteorite was shattered was because Metal Knight and I had already launched many attacks before the teacher took action. The meteorite was damaged a lot, so the teacher was able to crush it. Quote, Fang Xuan listened to the conversation between the two and said with a smile, okay, let's forget about the rankings for now. What do you two want to eat tonight? It just so happens that Tatsumaki and Fubuki are not here, and I don't really want to think about it today. Cook, that's it. How about we go out to eat beef-flavored hot pot? Saitama thought for a while and said. Fang Xuan shook his head and refused. No, I don't want to eat hot pot that only has beef flavor but no beef. But when I was on a mission before, someone gave me several hot pot coupons from the next city. Are you really not going? Fang Xuan, I promise I will treat you this time. Are you treating me to a treat? Then I'll go there reluctantly. Where's Gino's? I have no opinion. Okay, then our next goal is the hot pot restaurant, let's go. The three of them left Fang Xuan's home together and embarked on a journey to the hot pot restaurant. The night in Z City is slightly deserted compared to the night in other urban areas. Except for the three of them, there is no one in the huge urban area, and there are only few lights. There is no way to make Z City the most dangerous city. It's normal for people to be sparsely populated. After crossing several deserted streets, the three of them arrived at the border of the next city. This place is completely different from City Z, with bright lights and surging crowds. Soon, the three of them arrived at the hot pot restaurant, and saw a long queue at the door of the store from a distance. This shows that this hot pot restaurant has a good reputation. Saitama looked at the people queuing up and said helplessly, it seems we have to wait in line for a while. Hey, let's wait, Fang Xuan said helplessly. Then the three of them could only line up outside. After about half an hour, it was finally their turn. After eating, the three of them went home. On the way, they met several weird people without eyes. After the three people gave them a lesson, the weird people tragically lay on the ground. Chapter 37 Teach the Vest Brothers a Lesson. The day after eating hot pot, a large number of weirdos appeared in other urban areas, so Gino's was called by the Hero Association to provide support. So today only Fang Xuan and Chiyu were left at home with nothing to do. At this moment, the two of them were walking out of a supermarket on sale in City Z. Looking at the large and small packages of items in his hands, Chiyu said happily, Fang Xuan, today is another good harvest day. Fang Xuan looked at the food that was about to expire in Chiyu's hand and asked, say, Chiyu, why are you always staring at the food that is about to expire? Don't fresh foods taste good? No, but who makes these foods that are about to expire cheap? Hearing this, Fang Xuan sighed helplessly. Every time Saitama came to the supermarket, he would buy a lot of food that was about to expire. He would also come to his house to eat at his house the next day. The two of them were walking on the road like this, when suddenly a muscular man wearing a tiger print vest appeared in front of them. The two subconsciously avoided the man and continued walking forward. Who would have thought that when this man saw Chiyu and Fang Xuan passing him, he immediately turned around and ran quickly in front of them and said arrogantly, hey, why are you here? Looking at the man in front of him, Chiyu looked around to make sure that he didn't recognize him, so he turned to ask Fang Xuan, Fang Xuan, do you know him? Fang Xuan shook his head. I haven't seen it before. I'm talking about you hairless guy. The man roared. Saitama saw that he was looking for him, so he asked curiously, who are you? Who am I? Remember, I am the black hole in the B-class hero's vest. The black hole in the vest said very proudly, because in his opinion, his B-level hero ranking was promoted step by step, and a newly promoted B-level hero like Saitama, even though he is now the first B-level hero, that's just a glorification of an S-class hero, there's no way to compare with him. After hearing the introduction, Saitama shook his head and said, sorry, I don't seem to know you. You may have mistaken the person. Let's go, Fang Xuan. After saying that, Saitama and Fang Xuan continued to walk forward, but a muscular man wearing a tiger print vest jumped out in front and blocked their way. Stop, you loser who only knows how to take advantage of S-class heroes. Do you want to run away now? Seeing another one coming towards him, Saitama continued to ask, who are you again? I am a C-class hero Vest Tiger. After the Vest Tiger introduced himself, the Vest Black Hole also came to his side. What the hell do you want from me, Tiger Black Hole? You guys have been following S-class butts and taking some credit that doesn't belong to you. Don't you feel ashamed? Otherwise, how could a guy with thin arms and legs like you be promoted to the top position of B-level hero just after being promoted to B-level hero? The Black Hole in the vest and the Tiger in the vest started chatting in harmony. And the reason why the two of them found trouble with Saitama was simply because they couldn't stand how Saitama, a newcomer who had just become a B-class hero not long ago, turned into a ranked first in the B-level hero rankings, so this time the two of them came here specifically to attack Saitama, otherwise it would be bad if it continued like this and affected their hero rankings. After hearing what the two said, Saitama asked seriously, so, what do you want to see me for? Black Tiger in the vest. A-hole, he's a tiger in a vest and a black hole in a vest. Why are we looking for you? Of course we intend to beat you until you can't take care of yourself, so that you will never have the confidence to engage in heroic activities again. Wait a minute, brother, I don't think this method will help this thick-skinned guy remember it at all, so I have an idea. The tiger in the vest whispered into the ear of the black hole in the vest. After the tiger in the vest finished speaking, the black hole in the vest smiled sinisterly and said, "Okay, let's do it like this." Then the black hole in the vest took the lead and shouted, "Guys like you who only follow others to take credit are not worthy of being a hero. That's right, a guy like you is just a piece of garbage, and he's the kind of stinking garbage who doesn't care about the life and death of the people at all." The plan of the tiger in the vest is very simple, that is, to put a shit basin on Saitama's head crazily. As long as Saitama's reputation is ruined, they will not believe that Saitama has the nerve to hang out in the hero world. This is the solution that will solve the problem once and for all. The best ending. Listening to the two people's bad words, Fang Xuan, who was recording the video with his mobile phone, said, "It is because of the existence of this kind of SZ that I have always resisted being a hero. After all, whoever has nothing to do will listen to comments made by incompetent people every day." Quote, the words spoken by the two brothers in the vest became increasingly ugly. The two even directly blamed Saitama for the last meteorite incident. The reason was that the disaster was caused by Saitama's unlucky physique. Hearing this, even Fang Xuan became impatient, but Kaio still had a calm face, as if he didn't hear the two people's curses at all. Finally, Fang Xuan couldn't help it anymore, and he said, "Shut up, you two bugs. In my opinion, you two guys are purely because you are afraid that Saitama's ranking promotion will affect you. This kind of situation will happen to you. The reason is that instead of looking for reasons within yourself, you only use such despicable methods. Guys like you will only be able to stay in Class B and C for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you are not worthy of being a hero at all." Quote, seeing that Fang Xuan exposed their plan, both of them blushed, but the vest tiger followed Fang Xuan's threat and said, "Hey boy, I advise you to be careful what you say. We are B-class vest black hole and C-class tiger in the vest. Be careful that you get injured suddenly that day." Regarding the threat of the tiger in the vest, Fang Xuan was very disdainful. "Oh, you are worthy of threatening me. Let me tell you, I don't want Saitama to be a nervous guy and slow to react." Black hole in the vest flexed his wrist, and then said, "Damn it, you look down on us so much. Today I will let you see how powerful black hole in my vest is." After saying that, black hole in the vest walked towards Fang Xuan and Chiyu with a malicious look on his face. The tiger in the vest saw that his brother was about to take action, so he proudly introduced, "Let me tell you, the grip strength of the black hole in the vest is 200 kilograms, be prepared to suffer." Seeing that the two people on the opposite side wanted to take action, Fang Xuan didn't waste any time. He put the thing in his hand on the ground and punched forward normally. Then he saw a strong punch and directly hit the two people in the vest. "Fly out." After doing this, Fang Xuan picked up the items on the ground and prepared to leave. "Hey, boy, do you want to leave just because you hurt someone?" Chapter 38 The Supreme Lord Who Cannot Rise Again. "Hey, boy, do you want to leave just because you hurt someone?" After hearing the sound, Fang Xuan turned around and saw that the person coming was a man with yellow hair, wearing a vest, and his body was full of muscles. This person is the 14th ranked vest in the S-class. He is a physical type of S-class hero. He can defeat any monster with one move. He is a hero with a very heavy sense of responsibility. Of course, such a powerful person will naturally have many subordinates following him. However, compared to the venerable vest, although he has many subordinates, their personalities are uneven. Some of his subordinates' behavior can even be called despicable, but no matter what, he has many subordinates. These people are his younger brothers, so even if they are despicable, they will stand up for their younger brothers. And this is also the biggest problem with venerable shit, that is, his overprotection and connivance towards his younger brother. In his mind, no matter what his younger brother did, it was his responsibility, and he needed to stand up for them and settle everything for them. This excessive protection made some of his younger brothers become more and more unscrupulous and despicable. However, Fang Xuan didn't know the other party. He looked at the venerable master and asked, "It seems that you are their boss. Why do you want to stand up for them?" When Vest Black Hole and Vest Tiger saw that the person coming was Venerable Vest, they quickly hugged Venerable Vest's thigh and shouted, "Boss, you have to make the decision for us." Both of them were frightened by Fang Xuan's fist style. They didn't expect that an ordinary person could be so powerful. The venerable shit looked at the two younger brothers, broke away from them, walked forward, glared at Fang Xuan and said, "Yes, boy, you hurt my people, I can't let you go like this. You need to do this, pay the price." Seeing his little brother being beaten, the foolish man in the vest stood up regardless of whether he was right or wrong. "I don't have that much time to argue with you here. Just take a look for yourself. This is a video of your two younger brothers taking the initiative to stir up trouble and take action. Don't say that I wronged them." After saying that, Fang Xuan played the video taken by his cell phone just now to the venerable vest. "Even so, even if my little brother is at fault, it's not your turn to teach him a lesson." After watching the video content, venerable vest, he crushed his phone to pieces angrily. Fang Xuan, who originally thought that the matter would be over, was stunned after hearing the words of venerable Jue and thought, "This man must be sick. He has already seen the facts, and he still says such things, and you crush him. It's my mobile phone. My little brother, only I can educate him." The venerable master in the vest said in an arrogant tone, looking like a fool with only strength and no brain. Fang Yun clenched his fists at this moment, looked at the corpse on his mobile phone and said, "It seems that you are just a SB who only knows loyalty. I don't think these younger brothers of yours will become as wanton as they are today. You, the boss, take at least half the responsibility. Who are you, and you dare to judge me?" As he spoke, the venerable vest made a standard fighting stance towards Fang Xuan. The muscles on his arms tensed instantly, as if they were as hard as steel, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on his fists. "I'll show you how powerful my S-class hero, the venerable vest, is." Vest tag. The venerable shit hugged his two arms together and rushed towards Fang Xuan with a fierce momentum. It seems that one strike will kill him. For this attack of his, the venerable vest is full of confidence. As long as this attack hits the guy in front of him, at least half of the bones in the opponent's body will be broken. Looking at the venerable vest who took action, Fang Xuan was also filled with anger. He clenched his fists, thinking that his cell phone had just been crushed by the guy in front of him, and his anger level increased even more. But just when Fang Xuan was about to take action, Saitama, who had been dumbfounded on the side, took action. I saw Saitama lightly kicking out, and then the vest-backed master flew backwards faster than the speed at which he rushed up, and stopped after smashing several houses. The venerable vest can't rise again like this. "Who are you? You want to steal our things?" Saitama asked, not yet understanding the situation. Then Chi-Yu turned to look at Fang Xuan. "Fang Xuan, who was that guy who rushed over just now and wanted to steal our things?" Fang Xuan, who was originally planning to take action, stopped his hand and replied, "It's the boss of the two guys who blocked the road just now. His name is Lord Vest. He's an S-class hero. S level, isn't that the same level as Geno's and Tatsumaki? But, I feel like this guy is so weak." Saitama replied with an understatement. How is this possible?" The two Vest brothers on the side looked at the Vest master who was knocked out. At this moment, their eyes were already bulging out. They did not expect that this B-class who looked very weak could actually take the vest of an S-class hero with just one click. The venerable was kicked out. Come on, that was their boss, the venerable with the vest, who was ranked 14th in S-class. He was defeated by a kick from a fledgling B-class. And listening to the tone of these two guys, it doesn't seem to be difficult at all. The Vest Tiger and Vest Black Hole, who couldn't imagine what kind of existence they had offended, looked at the dumbfounded Saitama and the cold-faced Fang Xuan as if they had seen ghosts. Thinking of the death-seeking behavior of the two of them just now, after the two of them looked at each other, they didn't care about the pain in their bodies and the inability to get up again, and ran away quickly. These two people were not like the venerable in the vest. What kind of morality and ethics in the world, just ran away without even bringing your head back? Looking at the two people escaping, Fang Xuan asked, "Are you going to let them go like this, and don't you plan to continue to pursue what they scolded you just now?" Saitama touched his bald head and said, "Well, that's it. Anyway, you have already taught them a lesson for me. Forget it, it's up to you." "Thank you, you're welcome. By the way, I haven't asked them to pay for my mobile phone yet." After saying that, Fang Xuan walked towards the cell phone that had just been crushed by venerable shit, and bent down to pick it up. Looking at the deformed mobile phone, Fang Xuan said, "This is really not worth the loss. Originally, I just wanted to record evidence, but the mobile phone was stuck in it. It seems that it cannot be repaired like this." Kaio said, "Fang Xuan, how about I give you a mobile phone? Forget it, this phone has been used for a long time. Just replace it with another one in 2 days. It's not a big problem. It will probably cost a lot to replace it. It's just money, it's not a big problem." Fang Xuan said after taking all the things he bought. "Anyway, most of the draws are either fairy beans or money. Now I am not short of money at all." Chapter 39 Trip to the Seaside. Saitama Family. At noon that day, Kaio rarely watched TV at Fang Xuan's house, but lay down at his own house. "In the hot summer, why don't you take a refreshing trip to the seaside? The golden sandy beach, blue water, gentle sea breeze and warm sunshine will take you into a dreamy world. Here, you can sweat as much as you want and feel the passion of surfing, or you can lie leisurely on the beach and enjoy the kiss of the sun. A trip to the seaside is not only a feast for the eyes, but also a baptism for the soul. Here, you can abandon the hustle and bustle of the world and feel the tranquility and peace given by nature. Share good times with family and friends and leave unforgettable memories. A trip to the seaside allows you to regain the fun of childhood, release your passion, and enjoy the comfort and ease of life. Come join us and make this trip to the seaside the best chapter in your life. And we will also hold a doubles beach volleyball competition in 2 days. The winner will receive a bonus of 600,000 yuan. You heard it right, a bonus of 600,000 yuan. What are you waiting for? Come and join this event quickly. Come on a cool trip." Saitama, who was lying on the sofa, looked at the advertisement for the seaside trip on the TV and suddenly became interested. To be precise, he was interested in the 600,000 yuan prize money competition. A trip to the seaside, well, it seems like I've never traveled before. It seems very interesting. Well, go find Fang Xuan. After thinking for a moment, Kaio immediately closed the computer, got up and went to Fang Xuan's home. At this time, in Fang Xuan's home, except for Tatsumaki who was lying on the bed reading comics, there were only servants cleaning the house. As for Fang Xuan, he was not at home. He was practicing outside because his combat power was about to exceed 10,000. So I have been busy practicing recently and rarely play games. Dong dong dong. Saitama knocked on the door. Fang Xuan, are you at home? The servant who heard the knock on the door quickly opened the door. Fang Xuan walked in and found that Fang Xuan was not there, so he asked, isn't Fang Xuan back yet? Tatsumaki said, that guy is practicing outside. He said his combat power must reach 10,000. Recently, he doesn't even play games with me. As a result, I can only be bored at home and read comics. Is that so? When will he come back? Saitama asked. I don't know, it might be evening. Tatsumaki said, and then continued to read the comics. Kaio thought for a while and decided to go home first to prepare for the seaside trip, and then discuss it with Fang Xuan when he came back. So he said hello to Tatsumaki and Pupu, and left Fang Xuan's home first. In a wasteland, Fang Xuan is practicing here at the moment. As Fang Xuan shouted violently, a white aura bloomed all over his body, and his combat power began to increase continuously. Turtle-style Qigong wave. After finishing his words, Fang Xuan pushed his hands forward, and saw a blue Qigong shot straight forward, but under his control, it began to turn around. Galric Cannon. Then Fang Xuan fired another purple Qigong, which also started to turn in the opposite direction under his control. Fang Xuan's hands each control the Qigong. Under his control, the two Qigong quickly collided with each other. Fang Xuan quickly came to the center where the Qigong was about to collide, and spread his hands to the left and right. Boom. After the two Qigongs hit Fang Xuan's palm, they made a shocking loud noise. The air waves generated by the explosion spread to all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. But when the smoke dissipated, Fang Xuan was seen standing in the center. After enduring two Qigong attacks, except for his clothes being torn, his body remained as motionless as a mountain and he suffered almost no serious injuries. Is this the physical strength of 10,000 combat power? It's really amazing. After enduring two Qigong attacks, except for my clothes, I didn't suffer any damage. After saying that, Fang Xuan immediately opened the character information panel. Name: Fang Xuan. Bloodline: Mixed Saiyan bloodline 74.112%. Moves: Chi Sense, Chi Bomb, Qigong Wave, Turtle Style Qigong Wave, Gallic Cannon, Chi Manipulation Bomb, Chi Yuan Slash, Superpower, Demon Penetrating Light Killing Cannon, Afterimage Fist, Drunken Fist, Magic Star Fist. Quote: Combat Power: 10,050. After reading the personal information panel, Fang Xuan took out a new Kame Sen Ryu martial arts uniform from the system space and put it on. Okay, now that I'm done practicing, I can go home to cook, eat, play games, and entertain the little girl. Fang Xuan said, jumped up and flew quickly towards home. Afternoon. Kaio came to Fang Xuan's house again and expressed his idea of traveling to the beach. The seaside, it's indeed a nice place. The nerves throughout my body have been so tense recently due to cultivation, so it's great to go and relax. Maybe you can see many beauties in bikinis, hehehe. Putting down the game controller in his hand, Fang Xuan began to think, and from time to time he thought of the bikini beauty and laughed. But the hot weather that followed on TV made Fang Xuan give up the idea. Why is the temperature tomorrow going to be as high as 37 degrees Celsius? Forget it, isn't it nice to have the air conditioner blowing in your cabin? Why do you need to suffer the harsh rays of the sun? Besides, I have had enough of sunbathing during my practice these days. Besides, I think everyone will be very busy tomorrow, so let's forget about the trip to the beach. Just when Fang Xuan finished speaking, Genos, who was reading the newspaper, said, Teacher Fang Xuan, because the frequency of weirdos has decreased recently, we may not have much work to do recently, and I agree with Teacher Saitama's idea of going to the beach. Quote, listening to Genos' words, Fang Xuan was a little surprised. Let me go, Genos, you big-browed guy, don't you only care about getting stronger? Why do you suddenly waste time on such insignificant things? Are you still the Genos I know? Fang Xuan hesitated in his heart for a moment, and then said, no, Genos, don't force yourself. Fang Xuan specially emphasized the word, reluctantly, which means that you are considering it. But Genos didn't understand Fang Xuan's meaning at all, and continued, Teacher Fang Xuan, I didn't force myself. I just think it's a good choice to relax for a long time. After all, you often teach me that although cultivation is important, but proper relaxation is also important. Saitama quickly followed suit. That's right, that's right. Seeing the two of them singing along, Fang Xuan slapped his mouth hard in his mind and said, you are such a mouthful, why did I say this? And Genos, why are you so unreliable at this critical moment? Fang Xuan looked at Genos with a look of hatred. Chapter 40 Swimsuit Incident. Genos looked at Fang Xuan with puzzled eyes, and suddenly a bright light flashed in his mind. Quote exclamation mark quote. Genos clapped the two robot arms and said loudly, Teacher Fang Xuan, I understand what you mean. Quote opening parenthesis question mark. What's going on? What does this guy understand? I didn't seem to say anything just now. Fang Xuan looked at Genos in confusion. Teacher Fang Xuan, what you mean is that no matter where you are, you should treat it as a practice. Going to the beach this time and feeling the vastness of the sea is also a kind of spiritual practice and improvement. Don't worry, teacher, this is not forced on me at all, and I will cherish this opportunity to practice. You understand a hammer, do you understand, is that what I mean? Ah, obviously not, damn. Fang Xuan was in his inner world at this moment, put on the clothes of a green dragon, and then grabbed Geno's and violently beat. Saitama said at this time, Fang Xuan, the trip to the beach is really good, and there will be a doubles beach volleyball competition 2 days later, and the winner will receive a bonus of 600,000 yuan. I guess the 600,000 yuan reward competition is your kid's goal, right? Fang Xuan said. Seeing that his thoughts were revealed, Saitama immediately started to dodge his eyes and said, is it so obvious? Ha ha ha. Looking at Saitama and Geno's, Fang Xuan helplessly placed his remaining hopes on Tatsumaki. Because in his impression, this arrogant little loli would never go to a place like the beach where her 2 weaknesses would be exposed. After thinking about it, Fang Xuan's eyes fell on Tatsumaki's weakness, and he sighed in his heart. Oh, it would be nice if it could be bigger. After noticing Fang Xuan's gaze, Tatsumaki, who was playing a game, quickly covered his chest, and then said with a blush, hey, you pervert, you are definitely thinking about something dirty, right? Seeing that Tatsumaki noticed it, Fang Xuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but Tatsumaki's current reaction was exactly what he wanted, because after noticing his own weakness, this girl would definitely be very resistant and not want to go. But what Fang Xuan didn't expect was that Tatsumaki's next words made him freeze on the spot. I don't have any objections to going to the beach. Fubuki has wanted to go to the beach for a long time, but I have been very busy and have no time. I just took this opportunity to help her fulfill her wish. In this way, Tatsumaki directly agreed to this matter on behalf of the 2 sisters. No, I don't think Kuishui will agree. Let's ask her. Fang Xuan, who didn't want to go, could only place his last hope on Kuishui. Want to go to the beach? I have no problem. My things here will be finished soon, and I will go back in the evening. I heard the voice of Fushui coming from the other side of the phone. Fang Xuan, you see Fubuki agrees, Tatsumaki said while holding the phone. Looking at the looks of the 3 people, Fang Xuan knew that he had no excuse to shirk anymore, so he could only grit his teeth and said, since everyone wants to go to the beach so much, let's go to the beach together in the 37-degree heat. Quote, although he said this, Fang Xuan was shouting in his heart, I don't want to go. But then he thought that it seemed good to see Fubuki wearing a swimsuit, and then he moved his eyes to Tatsumaki again. Well, they are sisters after all. Why are there such big differences? One is rough and the other is mediocre. Q City. Early in the morning, Fang Xuan, Tatsumaki, Saitama, Fubuki, and Geno's arrived here. However, they did not go to the beach immediately, but first came to a swimsuit shop. Since the hero responsible for the security of Q City is the 12th ranked police dogman in the S class, many stores in this city carry the word police dogman. For example, the store everyone is currently in is called Police Dogman Men's Swimsuit Store. Fang Xuan looked at the rows of canine men's swimsuits displayed in the store and couldn't help but complain. No, what is the orientation of this store? Why are almost all swimsuits related to dogs? Since they were men, of course there were Fang Xuan, Saitama and Geno's here. The 2 girls, Tatsumaki and Fubuki, naturally went to find a women's only swimsuit store. Geno's explained. Maybe it's because the hero who protects this city is the 12th ranked police dog man in the S class. The people here are very fond of dogs, and they can protect the entire city where they are by themselves. It's not easy. Having said that, Fang Xuan didn't want to wear such a swimsuit. Fortunately, he had already spent 20,000 yuan to buy one before coming here. At this time, Saitama on the side picked out a swimsuit and came to the counter to check out. Hey, this customer has really good taste. This is our hot-selling swimsuit right now. Its workmanship and appearance are very similar to Police Dog Man, and it only costs 100,000 yuan. What can I say about the clothes Saitama chose? It is indeed very similar to the Police Dog Man, because it is basically a dog-like swimsuit. Nani, 100,000 yuan, but isn't this just a dog swimsuit? Why is it so expensive? After Saitama heard the quotation, he looked shocked, and then said the most critical point regardless of the occasion, which made the atmosphere in the store suddenly change. Because of the Police Dog Man's protection, there have been very few attacks by weirdos in Q City in recent years. This has also led to the Police Dog Man having a super high status in the hearts of the citizens of Q City. In Q City, you can say that you don't like any hero in Q City, but not Police Dog Man, because this is an insult to all citizens of Q City. Hey, boy, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on our heroic Police Dog Man in Q City? As soon as these words came out, the customers and clerks in the store cast angry looks at Saitama and the others and walked towards them. Although the strength of these people is nothing in the eyes of the 3 of them, they are here to have fun, so they don't want to provoke any quarrel. Fang Xuan put the same hat as the Police Dog Man on Saitama's head and said, no, this guy is joking. He likes this swimsuit very much, right? No, I don't. Saitama wanted to say that he didn't like this swimsuit, but Fang Xuan interrupted him by slapping him on the shoulder vigorously and said, okay, help us pay the bill, together with this swimming cap. I have to say, this hat and swimsuit match well. At first glance, I thought it was a real Police Dog Man. After hearing Fang Xuan's words, the customers and clerks who were angry just now began to look at it carefully. It's really similar. I didn't expect swimsuits to match so well. Quick, give me a look like this. 2 nanoseconds. Chapter 41 Tatsumaki and Fubuki's swimsuit. In this way, Under Fang Xuan's deliberate interruption, a dispute that almost occurred disappeared. The crowd began to praise Saitama for the matching swimsuit and swimming cap worn by Police Dog Man. Strange, although there's nothing wrong with what these people say, why'd I feel so angry? Saitama's shiny forehead condensed into a tic-tac-toe. It was obvious that he didn't like the compliments from these people, because although these people were compliments, they had nothing to do with him. At this time, the boss from before came over with a camera. This guest, I wonder if I can keep a photo of you. I want to treat it as a treasure of the store and pass it on forever. The reason why the boss said this is because Saitama's current dress really looks like a police dog man, so the boss thought that since he couldn't take a real photo, he could get a pirated one. Regarding the boss's plea, Saitama said, "Boss, isn't it a little weird to use my photo as a store treasure?" Seeing Saitama's resistance, the boss immediately said, "Of course, as a reward, you and your friends can choose a free swimsuit in our store, and I will give you the swimsuit you are wearing for free. In addition, how about giving you 50% off coupons for you to use next time you come over? Make a deal." Looking at the expensive price of the swimsuit, Saitama agreed directly. Then the boss took a few photos of Saitama. Saitama and Genos each went to pick out a swimsuit. As for Fang Xuan, naturally he also picked out one. After all, you can't take advantage of the benefits delivered to your door. After the three of them selected their swimsuits and swimming trunks, they went to the women's swimsuit store where Tatsumaki and Fubuki were located to find them. Tatsumaki and Fubuki needed to change clothes, so the three of them had to wait outside the store. Teacher Fang Xuan, Teacher Saitama, although this training has just begun, I feel that I have learned a lot, and I am looking forward to the future training more and more. Genos said seriously. Fang Xuan and Chiyu looked at each other, and they both saw doubts in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what Genos was talking about. At this time, a group of girls came not far from them. One of the girls recognized Genos when they passed by the three of them, so she ran over excitedly and asked, Are you Genos, the 16th ranked S-class hero?" Genos nodded. "Yes, it's me. What's wrong?" "Ah, sisters, come on, it's Genos, the 16th ranked S-class hero." Because there were a lot of people around, this girl's voice was very loud. In addition, Genos' reputation on the internet was also very famous in the S-class list among the public, and because a large number of his fans were women, there was a large number of fans. A crowd of mostly female young people instantly surrounded Genos, while Fang Xuan and Chiyu were directly squeezed out by the crowd. "He's a genuine devil's reformer. He's much more handsome than the one in the photo. This kind of machine-like sight is so great. Mom, look, I saw my idol. Can you please sign your name for me? Can you sign it on my back? I want to sign too. The devil transforms people, and I want to give you a child." What was originally a quiet trip to the beach suddenly turned into a fan meeting for Genos. Fang Xuan and Chiyu stood outside the crowd, looking at each other. None of them expected that Genos' popularity would be so high, especially with so many female fans. Fortunately for Fang Xuan, he himself was not interested in fans, but Saitama on the side was different. Looking at the fans surrounding Genos, and they were also female fans, this made the bald young man look like he was as devastated as a candle in the wind. Fang Xuan, I'll wait for you on the beach first. After saying that, Saitama staggered towards the beach with bloodshot eyes full of envy. Fang Xuan, who was standing aside, kept suppressing his laughter. After all, he had been neighbors with Saitama for so long. How could he not know what was going on with Saitama's expression? "You must be strong, Saitama, I believe you will have your own female fans one day in the future." Fang Xuan said with a smile, and after speaking, he thought in his mind, how long will it take to do this one day? No, ha. Not long after Saitama left, Tatsumaki and Fubuki changed their clothes and walked out. "Fang Xuan, we are ready." Hearing the voice behind him, Fang Xuan turned around expectantly. Fang Xuan's eyes first shifted to Kui Shui, and saw that the white bikini that Kui Shui wore made it full of femininity, while retaining her unique aloof temperament. The design of the swimsuit cleverly highlights her figure curves, making her look sexy and noble. Her short hair fluttered gently in the wind, and with her bright smile, it seemed as if the entire beach was lighting up because of her. Fang Xuan silently gave Kui Shui 100 points in his heart. Then, Fang Xuan turned his attention to the ordinary Tatsumaki. This little loli was wearing a light pink one-piece swimsuit. Well, forget it, that's it. Hey, you guy, you must have already evaluated us in your heart. Also, he thinks very SS things about us, right, especially Fubuki. I have to say that in some aspects, a woman's sixth sense is even more powerful than mind reading. No, I think both your and Fubuki's swimsuits are great. Although Fang Xuan said so, his eyes were staring at Fubuki, making Fubuki blush and feel shy. Fang Xuan, I'm looking at it openly, what's the problem? Author, you are shameless, believe it or not, I will write you to death. Fang Xuan, I was wrong. Tatsumaki looked at Fang Xuan suspiciously and asked, really? Of course it's true, why did I lie to you? Then you pervert, take your eyes away from my sister first, you BD. As he spoke, Tatsumaki's smaller body jumped up and kicked Fang Xuan in the face. Boom, Fang Xuan was kicked directly to the ground. After beating Fang Xuan, Tatsumaki clapped his hands, looked at the crowd of Wuyong around him and asked curiously, why are there so many people here? Fang Xuan stood up from the ground and said, "Nothing, they are all fans of Geno's." As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously moved to the side, but unexpectedly, Tatsumaki stuck directly to his face this time and said, "If you dare to look at my sister with your lewd eyes again, I'll dig out your eyes, don't you hear me?" Hearing this, Fang Xuan was unhappy and retorted, "You can't target me like this. When we go to the beach later, there will be more people looking at Fushui. Could it be that you want to dig out those people's eyes too? Come out, you don't need to worry about this anymore," Tatsumaki said angrily. There was no other way. Under the threat of the tornado, Fang Xuan had no choice but to resist the urge to look and stood there honestly. But at the same time, he thought to himself, "If you don't let me look, I won't look. If I look secretly, I don't believe you, a little lowly, can find it. Even if I find it, I won't admit it." Chapter 42 Watermelon Game. On the beach, Saitama was sitting on the beach with a depressed look on his face. Under the attack of Geno's huge number of female fans, he looked at the sea alone in boredom. Surrounded by other people playing and entertaining. But at this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from the coast. "We are the pioneers of the high people. The sea people are about to rule the land, so despicable humans should be captured as soon as possible. Those who dare to resist will die without a burial place." After saying that, the originally ordinary sea surface began to flap continuously, and a huge sea human monster was seen swimming out of the sea, followed closely by a large number of tiger-level monsters, such as octopus monsters, lobster monsters, crab monsters, jellyfish monsters, etc. But since there are currently very few people on the beach, what the Sea Tribe pioneer said went beyond the bald head nearest to them, and no one heard it. "Hey, can you guys please stop making trouble when others are suffering from psychological shock?" Saitama raised his fist and roared angrily, and then he punched out angrily when no one was paying attention. Boom! After a loud noise, the pioneer of the sea people and the shrimp soldiers and crabs were all shattered into pieces and carried into the sea by the waves that happened to rush up. In this way, the pioneers sent by the sea people were wiped out in less than a minute. After beating the weirdo, Saitama continued to sit on the beach and looked at the sea and continued to feel depressed. After a while, a large number of tourists came to the beach one after another, and the beach gradually became lively. On the other side, Fang Xuan and the other four came to the beach after Geno's signed autographs for his fans. Geno's looked at Saitama, who was sitting on the ground and kept making circles, and asked doubtfully, "Teacher Fang Xuan, didn't Teacher Saitama propose the trip to the sea? But why does Teacher Saitama seem to be very unhappy?" Fang Xuan grinned and thought, "I'm not shocked by your female fans." Looking at Geno's, who had no consciousness of being the culprit, Fang Xuan gave a suggestion, "Geno's, please don't go over to irritate Saitama. Just let him sit there alone for a while." Regarding Fang Xuan's words, Geno's did not understand the meaning at all. "I used to irritate Teacher Saitama. Why is this?" Suddenly an idea flashed in Geno's mind and he said, "I know, Teacher Saitama is definitely thinking about something important. This may be one of the ways for Teacher Saitama to become stronger, and the reason why Teacher Fang Xuan didn't let you. I went there because I was afraid that I would disturb Teacher Saitama's practice. Don't worry, I will sit here and watch, and I will never disturb Teacher Saitama's practice." After saying that, Geno's took out a pen and a notebook from somewhere, made a gesture that I understood, sat down and began to carefully record Saitama's movements and status, and then based on his own understand and summarize the cultivation methods. Seeing Geno's performance, Fang Xuan put on the little green dinosaur costume in his heart, grabbed Geno's neck and started beating him hard, shouting, "You understand, King, do I mean that?" Quote. Looking at Geno's, who was recording carefully, Fang Xuan shook his head and said that the child was hopeless. Then he no longer cared about Geno's, but put on the sunglasses he had prepared, then lay on the lounge chair under the umbrella, and began to enjoy the beautiful scenery on the beach. I am talking about the endless scenery here, the sea and the cloudless sky. Good figure, 89 points. No, this is too flat, but for the sake of leg length, I'll give it 70 points. This is good, it can score 90 points. Don't get me wrong, Fang Xuan is looking at the clouds in the sky. Unknown audience. Didn't you say it was cloudless? Where did the clouds come from? Author. This is not important. Just when Fang Xuan was enjoying the wonderful scenery, the tornado not far away waved to him and shouted, "Fang Xuan, let's play the watermelon game together." Hearing this, Fang Xuan took off his sunglasses and looked towards the tornado. I saw Tatsumaki and Fubuki standing under the scorching sun and looking at each other. The two sisters attracted the attention of most of the men on the beach. Although most of them were looking at Fubuki, some people were also very interested in Tatsumaki. After all, everyone has their own preferences for carrots and vegetables. The Lowly Island incident in a certain country in the past life is a good proof of this. While Fang Xuan was thinking, the tornado flew over quickly and asked, "Do you want to hit the watermelon?" Seeing that the tornado was unremarkable, Fang Xuan shook his head, then looked at Fubuki and nodded. Then his mind began to keep imagining the scene of Fushui hitting watermelon while blindfolded. It must be very nice. Ahem, Fang Xuan must play this game. Even if Jesus wants to stop him, then he will kill Jesus. But that's not the problem now. Tatsumaki looked at Fang Xuan and shook his head for a while, then nodded and asked strangely, "Hey, do you refuse or agree?" Fang Xuan took off his sunglasses, stood up and said righteously, "Of course I want to play." Then he called Saitama, who was still depressed, and Genos, who was taking notes, over, and then the 5 of them started this heart-pounding watermelon-beating game. Guess Ding K. Congratulations to Fang Xuan for being selected as the first watermelon. Tatsumaki shouted happily, clapping his hands. Fang Xuan looked at his right hand that used scissors, and then looked at the fists that the other 4 people used. He couldn't figure it out for a moment. Why is this happening? How could they use the same one? I'm the only one who's different. And I was elected the first one. What does watermelon mean? Shouldn't it mean thug? Is it another name for thug? But then he saw Tatsumaki looking at him with a sinister smile, but he didn't care. Okay, let's just watermelon. Give me the blindfold and the stick. Who else can match me? Listening to Fang Xuan's words, Genos said, doesn't teacher Fang Xuan know that this is a watermelon beating game exclusively for heroes? As this game divided into exclusive and non-exclusive. Before Fang Xuan could react, Tatsumaki used his superpower to bury Fang Xuan in the sand, leaving only his head exposed. He then took an eye patch and quickly put it on Fang Xuan. Huh, what does this mean? There is nothing wrong with blindfolding, but what's going on with you burying me in the sand? Fang Xuan was confused and couldn't figure it out. According to his memory, playing watermelon game should not be possible. Is it by instructing blindfolded people to hit watermelons? Wait a minute, I want to ask a question. Clang. Before Fang Xuan finished speaking, Tatsumaki took out an iron baseball bat from behind and struck Fang Xuan on the head first. Fortunately, Fang Xuan's head was harder than steel, so nothing happened. But Tatsumaki was shocked to the point that his hands were numb. Why is this guy's head so strong? Tatsumaki said, shaking his hand. Immediately afterwards, the other 4 people came up and kept hitting Fang Xuan on the head with baseball bats. Because the picture is too cruel, I won't describe it too much here, and children are not allowed to imitate it. Chapter 43 The upcoming beach volleyball match. Boom. After the tornado finished hitting with the baseball bat in his hand, this game called watermelon beating, which was actually a game to vent his anger, finally came to an end. Huh, it's such a fun and meaningful activity. Tatsumaki put his hands on the waist of the one-piece swimsuit and said happily. Fang Xuan, who was beaten like a watermelon, broke away from the sand and said depressedly, it's fun and meaningful, but it's you who are talking about it, but I'm miserable, my family, who of you can understand being blinded? Behind the eyes, it feels like being hit with a baseball bat. Touching the big bump on his head, Fang Xuan looked at Tatsumaki and Saitama. Although the bump on his head had nothing to do with Tatsumaki, this girl hit him on the head the most, and almost every time. Use all your strength. As for Saitama, let's not go into details. The reason why he can put a bandage on his head is all thanks to him. After all, no one on earth can put a bandage on his head except this guy. Unlike Genos and Fubuki, not only did they fight less, but they were also lighter. No wonder this game only belongs to heroes. If this happened to ordinary people, they would probably have to go to the morgue to lie down in a few minutes. However, although he was a little depressed at the moment, he soon became happy. Fang Xuan took 2 baseball bats and asked enthusiastically, okay, who is next? I vote for Chi Yu, his bald head is the best. It's suitable for being a watermelon. But who would have thought that Saitama looked dumbfounded on the surface, but in fact he was very evil. He quickly threw the baseball bat in his hand on the ground, then put his head behind his hands and said, I'm so tired, I won't play anymore. Go have a rest. After playing the watermelon game, Kyu's depressed mood had long disappeared because he hit Fang Xuan's head with all his anger points. When Tatsumaki saw Saitama running so fast and thought of Fang Xuan's terrifying strength, he suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. Then he wanted to imitate him and threw away his baseball bat and said, I'm also good at thunder, first. Go and have a rest, let's play. After watching the one who was hit the hardest and the one who was hit the most slip away quickly, Fang Xuan looked at Kui Shui and Genos. Although he was angry in his heart at the moment, it was really hard to express his anger towards these 2 people. After all, who made the 2 of them fight the lightest and least just now? After thinking about it, Fang Xuan could only break open the iron baseball bat with his bare hands like a broken wooden stick and said, I must get back to the court for the volleyball match tonight. Genos and Fubuki looked at Fang Xuan's actions and felt glad that they hadn't hit him too hard or too much, otherwise the broken baseball bat would have been their end. As the sun gradually sets, evening comes quietly. The cool sea breeze blows in your face, sweeping away the heat of the morning. A large number of people gathered on a volleyball court on the beach, including Fang Xuan, Tatsumaki, Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki. Hello friends, welcome everyone to travel to Q City. Now we are about to enter the much anticipated doubles beach volleyball competition. This competition requires 2 people to form a team. As long as you defeat all other teams on the field, you will get a cash prize of 600,000 new Taiwan dollars. How about it? Are you looking forward to it? Listening to the host's speech on the high platform, the audience suddenly became excited. But Genos said with a pensive look, this host is too unprofessional. He obviously said, high expectations, at the beginning, but at the end he said, very high expectations. Isn't this a standard 6-sentence? Quote, don't worry about such trivial matters. You'd better think about how to win the game with Saitama next time. Fang Xuan said. He was also speechless. Why did Genos focus so much every time? Not like others. On the other side, there was a certain bald man who came here specifically for money. At this moment, his eyes were about to look like money. Just listen to Saitama murmuring to himself. I must get the 600,000 bonus, so that I can buy more discounted food. Although 600,000 yuan is not a lot, it is only nearly 30,000 yuan when converted into RMB, but it is a huge sum of money for Saitama who lives in no man's land, because this 600,000 yuan can probably allow him to pass supermarket discounts live for a long time. Saitama said with excitement. Genos, let us master and apprentice have a hearty doubles volleyball match. Genos also said as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, yes, teacher. I saw that the master and the apprentice looked extremely crazy. Kui Zan asked. Teacher Fang Xuan, won't you participate in this competition? Fang Xuan waved his hand and said, I'm not like Saitama, who will participate in some volleyball competition for a mere 600,000 yuan bonus, but I want to. Before Fang Xuan finished speaking, the host on the stage spoke again. Of course, in addition to the fixed cash rewards, if the contestants are lovers, as long as the top 3 finishers, we will give them a gift a free set of Tomb of the Shadows games, and a 300,000 yuan supermarket shopping card. Okay, without further ado, players who want to participate in the competition should go to the registration area to sign up immediately. The competition will start in 30 minutes. A complete set of the Tomb of a Shadow game, this is indeed a good thing. Fang Xuan, who originally said he would not participate in the competition, now focused all his attention on that set of games. As a game fan, of course he wanted to. After obtaining this game and completing it, he thought about it and decided that it was just a small competition, so he participated. But there is another problem, that is, the teams participating in the competition must be lovers. After thinking about it, Fang Xuan decided, in that case, let's sign up for Tornado. Wah, what, hey, can you please stop making your own decisions? I don't want to pretend to be a couple with you and go to some volleyball match with you. Tatsumaki's focus is completely different from Fang Xuan's, because in her opinion, the words, couple, are more eye-catching. After all, as a standard tsundere loli, although Tatsumaki said so, his voice became softer and softer, and his face gradually turned red. But at this moment, Fang Xuan, who only has the game in his heart, only sees winning, and doesn't care about other things. Because according to the ratio of combat power on the field, except for the rest and Genos, Saitamas are all scum. Seeing resistance written all over Tatsumaki's face, Fang Xuan continued, Please, Tatsumaki, I need your help now. Shut up, don't say such things again, okay. Fang Xuan's words caused Tornado Fangkun, who had been alone all this time, to become confused and his heart beat faster. Seeing that Tatsumaki still refused, Fang Xuan could only turn his attention to Fubuki, but Fubuki had long been attracted by the stage recruiting referees over there, so Fang Xuan could only continue to cast his eyes on Tatsumaki. Looking at Fang Xuan's expectant eyes, Tatsumaki regained his arrogant look and said, Seeing that you are so persistent, I will reluctantly agree. Great, let's go and sign up quickly. With that said, Fang Xuan quickly pulled the tornado to the registration area. Chapter 44 Tatsumaki has a boyfriend. Half an hour later, the host came to the high platform with the compiled list of contestants. Okay, the registration time has ended. What I have in my hand are the teams participating in the competition this time. We have distributed the numbers of each group to each group member, but before starting the competition, I want to inform everyone first breaking news. That's Mr. Genos, the Devil Cyborg who is an S-class hero among the players participating in the doubles beach volleyball match this time. Not only that, but the only female among our S-class heroes, Ms. Tatsumaki, is participating in the competition this time. In addition, our referee team has also recruited the A-level hero Ms. Fubuki. Then, dear viewers, let's watch this volleyball match. I believe this volleyball match will be a visual feast. Please, wait a minute, everyone, I just received an even more exciting news. Our Miss Tatsumaki is participating in the competition as a couple. As soon as these words came out, the whole place suddenly became lively, and this gossip spread instantly on the internet. The top trending title was, Tatsumaki has a boyfriend, who is he? ... It was an ordinary game, but two S-class heroes participated in the game, which directly made the game more popular. Coupled with the host's promotion, some heroes who originally planned to watch the game also began to want to participate in the game. In order to increase the popularity, the organizer not only extended the registration time, but also increased the original 600,000 bonus to 1 million. The reward for couples participating in the competition is to increase the limit of the shopping card to 500,000. And why those heroes suddenly want to participate in the game is because they know that they can't win, but it is also a good thing to feel the power of S-class heroes. But for those viewers in the surrounding areas and on the internet, they are very much looking forward to this two-person volleyball match with S-class heroes. I heard that there will be two S-class heroes participating in this game. That's right, they are Tatsumaki, who is ranked 2nd in S-class, and Genos, who is ranked 16th in S-class. What a pity, it would be even more exciting if this game was a simulated battle game between heroes. Who says it's not, but I heard that Tatsumaki participated in the competition as a couple. I am very curious about who can conquer this Miss Tatsumaki. What? Someone's tornado in our house has been occupied by pigs. Who is it? Let me take a good look. At this moment, there has been a heated discussion about this game on the internet. After hearing that Tatsumaki's mother, sister, and fans heard that Tatsumaki had a boyfriend, almost all of them rushed in and started watching the game. As for why he is called a mom fan, although Tatsumaki is relatively old, he has gained a large number of mom fans and sister fans on the internet by virtue of his short age and cute appearance. The auditorium at the scene was even more packed at the moment, and they were all waiting to eat the dragon roll melon. Soon, the volleyball game started. In the first game, Saitama and Genos played, and their opponents were two B-level heroes. The host stood on the high platform and explained excitedly, "Well, all the players in the first game have already appeared. Oh, it's really incredible. All 4 people who appeared in the first game are heroes. They're the red side players B-level hero Appleman and B-level hero Iron Sword, while our blue side hero is the B-level hero Bald Man with the Cloak, and our S-level hero Devil Cyborg Genos. Devil Cyborg's debut as an S-class hero, he just faced a huge meteorite in Z-City not long ago." Although the host introduced all the heroes on the field, everyone except Genos mentioned their names, and then almost started to talk about Genos' heroic deeds. Saitama listened to the host's words and said with a depressed look, "Hey, why does what this guy said make people feel so big?" At this time, Saitama deeply felt how important it was to have a handsome and nice hero nickname. "Okay, no more talking nonsense, let's start the game now. The serving player is our blue team's bald-caped man. It seems that our S-class hero is intended to be the choice for subsequent outbreaks." The bald man in cape threw the volleyball up, then he jumped up and served. Boom! With a loud noise, the volleyball flew towards the red square at an astonishing speed, and the target was pointed directly at the opponent. Without any reaction, Appleman and Iron Sword directly dribbled the ball and were sent flying. Since the Appleman and Iron Sword players were eliminated, I declare that the bald-caped man and the Devil Cyborg won this game and successfully advanced to the next game. After saying that, the host and the audience looked at the big pit that appeared on the beach and couldn't help wiping away cold sweat. After Saitama served the ball, most of his depressed mood disappeared. As time passed, it soon came to the last promotion match. This match is between Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan, and their opponents are 2 unknown B-level heroes and C-level heroes. The host explained loudly, "The last promotion match is between our S-class hero Tatsumaki and his unknown boyfriend, and they are fighting against a certain B-class hero and her certain C-class hero boyfriend." Soon Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki came on stage. During the process, Tatsumaki's face remained red, and those who didn't know thought Tatsumaki was sick. Tatsumaki looked at it and thought to himself, "It's over, it's over. If it continues like this, won't everyone know that he and Fang Xuan are boyfriend and girlfriend? Ah, my innocence, damn Fang Xuan, you have to pay for it." Reputation. Fang Xuan was focused on winning the game at the moment and did not see the state of the tornado at all. After taking the volleyball, he began to prepare to serve. As this man missed Tatsumaki's boyfriend, he is indeed quite handsome. Oh, is this man serving the ball? Sure enough, all men in the world are the same. They have to show off in front of their girlfriends. Listening to the host's words, Fang Xuan was speechless. Why did this guy talk so much? Then Fang Xuan began to prepare to serve. He also planned to end the game with one serve like Saitama. Just like that, Fang Xuan threw the volleyball into the air and then clapped it down. The person on the opposite side wanted to react immediately, but suddenly found that his body could not move, and then he could only watch as the volleyball landed on his side again and again. After a while, Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki ended the game and successfully advanced. The audience on the field looked confused. Are the two players on the opposite side stupid? Why are they not defending? The host was also confused, but after seeing that Fang Xuan was teaming up with Tatsumaki, he suddenly realized, although I don't know what happened, I think it was probably Ms. Tatsumaki who took action. She is worthy of being ranked S-class. 2 heroes won the game so easily. After listening to the host's words, everyone immediately understood that it was an unknown lucky boy and a hero ranked second in S-class. Even if he thought with his toenails, he could think that the problem was with Tatsumaki. After hearing the host's words, Fang Xuan also thought like Chi Yu, strange, why does what this guy said make me feel angry? Chapter 45 Invasion of the Deep Sea Tribe. Just when a lively beach volleyball match was being held in Q City, something was about to move in the deep sea. In the bottomless darkness, similar sea people who were wiped out by Saitama gathered here. What? The vanguard troops sent out were all wiped out so quickly, and they were all solved by a human being. One of the sea people said these words, and the surrounding sea people and ocean creatures suddenly fell silent, because they knew that the team that was eliminated could be regarded as the backbone of the entire sea people. At this time, in the darkness, a huge black figure opened its eyes. Human, it seems I have to go and see for myself. When the sea people and marine creatures saw this one speaking, their faces began to relax. Because this one is their king in the deep sea, the king of the deep sea, the absolute lord of the abyss and sea, the leader of the sea people, and his strength is at the peak of ghost level. In the original book, although the deep sea king was physically unfit after setting foot on land, and his speed and strength were greatly reduced, he still had the power to easily defeat the sexy prisoner of an S-class hero. Then it rained heavily in the sky, and he instantly returned to his original state after being exposed to the rain. With some power, he later defeated several heroes, and it was not until Saitama arrived that he killed them instantly. And now, the Deep Sea King is obviously angry and dissatisfied that his vanguard troops were completely wiped out. He planned to take action personally to see how powerful this human being who could easily eliminate his men was. The Deep Sea King stood up slowly, his figure looking extremely large and terrifying in the darkness. The surrounding sea people and marine creatures all bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to show any lightness. If it is the king who takes action, then humans will not be afraid at all. I am afraid that before long, the land will be the habitat of our sea people, ha 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 ha. No, it wouldn't be too easy for them to directly eliminate humans. I suggest leaving 1/3 of humans as livestock for us. Ha ha ha. When the Deep Sea King listened to the flattery and compliments of the surrounding marine creatures and sea people, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart, as if the land was within reach. Everyone prepare immediately to attack the land, the Deep Sea King said coldly. The sea humans and marine creatures immediately took action and began to prepare to occupy the land. It's a pity that these fish in the deep sea are like the frogs in the Forbidden Land. They don't know the height of the sky and the earth. At this moment, they are laughing wildly, but they don't know that death is waiting for them. After all, if you don't seek death, you won't die, and the same goes for fish. At the same time, at the beach volleyball field in Q City, the laughter was still there. The game had reached the finals, between Saitama and Genos and Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki. Because both sides had S-class heroes in their teams, this was the game as full of highlights. Looking at the two people opposite, Kaio said seriously, even if the opponent is Fang Xuan, I won't give in. After all, it was a reward of 1 million yuan, and Saitama was not just talking about it this time. Looking at Chiyu's serious look, Fang Xuan said calmly, it's not easy to win against me. Seeing Chiyu's excited face, Fang Xuan was also not to be outdone. After all, you have the support of 1 million yuan in bonuses, and I also have the support of my game. It happened that one of the referees in this final was Fubuki. She looked at Fang Xuan and Saitama, who were serious, and was very excited because this was the first time he saw two people competing seriously for a certain thing. Genos on the field was also very excited. Oh, I can finally witness the duel between two teachers. I want to record it carefully. As for Tatsumaki, he could only shake his head helplessly when he looked at the three guys on the field who seemed to be seriously ill. Really? Then let's show the real results in actual combat. Anyway, the final winner of this game must be me. Saitama served first in this game. Look at me, serve the volleyball seriously. In order to win, Saitama also wanted to know how powerful Fang Xuan was now, so he used his strength without mercy and used his serious series from the beginning. The volleyball was like a fired cannonball, carrying strong airflow and astonishing speed, rushing straight towards Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki. On the other side of the volleyball net, Tatsumaki stared blankly at Saitama's so-called serious serve. At this moment, she felt as if no matter how she escaped, the volleyball in the sky would hit her. This was the second time she felt it. The helplessness of one's own superpowers. In the face of such absolute power, her superpower seemed so ridiculous. Oh, you are quite strong, but if you want to beat me, this level is not enough. Fang Xuan threw the ball back hard, and at the same time, his body moved slightly, and he was ready to defend. When Saitama saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Fang Xuan could catch his serve so easily. However, this did not make him lose confidence, but instead inspired him to have stronger fighting spirit. Okay, let's do it again. Saitama shouted and used his strength again to hit Fang Xuan hard with the volleyball. This time, the volleyball was faster and more powerful, flying through the air like a shooting star. However, Fang Xuan's expression remained unchanged. He jumped slightly, drew a graceful arc in the air with his hands, caught the ball firmly again, and hit it back at the same time. Caught it again, damn it, look at my serious save. Boom. Under the huge impact, after Saitama hit the volleyball back, a hole appeared on the beach under his feet due to the strong force. If Saitama hadn't hit the ball, it is estimated that this place would no longer be a volleyball stadium. It's a sand trap. J City, coastline. At this time, the Deep Sea tribe, led by the Deep Sea King, began to gradually land on land. However, they did not go to Q City like the previous pioneers, but came to J City, planning to invade and occupy it from here. More than a dozen weirdos from the Deep Sea clan were the first to land on land. Their bodies are huge and ferocious, completely different from the creatures on land, and they possess strength above tiger level. As soon as these deep sea monsters set foot on land, they began to cause wanton destruction. These are the humans on land. I didn't expect them to be so weak. It seems that we can kill all the humans without the king taking action, ha ha ha. By then, our deep sea clan will be the strongest overlord of the earth. A multi-eyed monster with tiger-level strength looked at the human being as big as an ant in his hand, laughed wantonly, and after speaking, he opened his mouth and ate the human in his hand. People around saw so many weirdos running for their lives. Chapter 46 A-Class Hero Sting. Lowly humans, from today onwards the land belongs to us, the sea people, ha ha ha. On the streets of J City, as more and more sea people landed, civilian casualties began to gradually increase. All the heroes in J City were rushing towards the location where the sea people were heading. Just as the sea people continued to destroy, a handsome young man with black hair stopped in front of them. Phew, we finally arrived. You guys have cultivated wildly. I am the A-class hero with a promising future, ranked 11th, and I have a very popular stinger, and I am here. Reciting the lines he had meditated on, and carrying his own weapon, the stinger of the bamboo shoot, he stood in front of dozens of sea people with a handsome posture. It seems that the response has been pretty good. After all, This is a line I asked a fan to come up with for me. Stinger thought silently in his heart, and then looked at the sea people in front of him. At the same time, he waved the bamboo shoots in his hands and warned, "If you guys don't want to die, then surrender obediently now." When those sea people saw a human standing in front of them, they were naturally very disdainful and immediately swarmed forward. When Stinger saw this, he didn't talk nonsense, and immediately took the weapon in his hand to fight with these sea people. Q City. On the beach. At this moment, the lively doubles beach volleyball has also come to an end. In the subsequent games, a good doubles beach volleyball match basically turned into a one-on-one match between Saitama and Fang Xuan. Because the strength of the two of them was so incredible, Genos and Tatsumaki, who were in the same group, couldn't intervene at all. The two of them almost fought tooth and nail for the prizes they wanted, and they truly refused to give in to each other. Every time Saitama made a serious series of shots, Fang Xuan would hit them back, and when Fang Xuan fought back, Saitama's ability to launch Qigong without martial ethics increased the speed of the volleyball's landing. Of course, this was not a problem for Saitama. He used a series of serious horizontal jumps to hit the volleyball back in an instant. Although this process was very exciting, the beach could not withstand the full force of the two men. The game had just reached the finals, and the entire beach dropped by more than 10 meters. This caused the competition venue to be directly submerged in the seawater. Those spectators were like heifers. They opened their eyes and saw for the first time playing volleyball on the beach. Gone. Because the venue was destroyed, it was impossible to tell who won and who lost between the two teams, and the organizers were also very stupid. When they saw that they could not tell the winner, they immediately wanted to say that the game did not count, and this time the double beach volleyball event ended. Although they made a lot of money through this activity, as businessmen they can naturally be greedy. Just when the organizer was about to make the announcement, under the kind attention of Fang Xuan, Saitama, Tatsumaki and Genos, the organizer finally, happily, decided that the players on both sides of the competition were too good and tied champion. Under the smiles of Fang Xuan and Chi Yu, the organizer gave their rewards to the two. Chi Yu's reward was naturally a bonus of 1 million yuan, while Fang Xuan participated as a couple, so he not only received in addition to a bonus of 1 million yuan, he also received a shopping card of 500,000 yuan and a complete set of the Tomb of the Shadows game. Fang Xuan, you really came back with a full load today. Saitama looked at the 500,000 yuan bonus and said happily. As for why it was 500,000 yuan, of course it was because the other 500,000 yuan was given to Genos. After all, they are a team. Although Genos said he didn't need it, Saitama still gave it to him. Fang Xuan nodded and agreed very much with Saitama's words. He was very happy looking at the complete set of Tomb Shadow game in his hand. For a person who likes to play games, this is undoubtedly the best prize. As for what he got, the prize money was all given to Dragon Scroll. After all, he could get money in almost every lottery, so he didn't need to care about it at all. Feeling the cool sea breeze, the five people began to walk towards the hotel they had booked. However, for some reason, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky that was originally clear today. At this moment, the siren from the Heroes Association sounded throughout Q City. Alert! Alert! A large number of sea people monsters have appeared in J City. The disaster level is Tiger. Since they appear in a coastal city, we do not rule out the possibility that sea people monsters will appear in other coastal cities. Please don't hesitate to contact the general public. Go out and avoid going out, especially do not go to the beach or anywhere near water. If a disaster occurs, please go to the shelter immediately. Repeat, the general public is advised not to go out easily, avoid going out, especially not going to the seaside or any place close to water. If a disaster occurs, please go to the shelter immediately. Although the siren sounds loud, the citizens of Q City don't care much because they believe that the police dog man can protect them. Sea people, these three words are so familiar. It seems that when I was sitting on the beach in the morning, those guys who came to disturb me said that they were the pioneers of the sea people. Saitama said thoughtfully. Fang Xuan listened to the alarm and had an idea in his mind. Sea people. Oh, it's that guy called Deep Sea King. I remember he seemed to be a weirdo with ghost-level strength. I didn't expect this guy to appear so soon. Teacher Saitama, you just said that you met the pioneer of the sea tribe in the morning. Genos quickly discovered something was wrong. Saitama nodded and said, that's right. Q, where are those guys? Fang Xuan asked. Saitama said calmly. I thought those guys were too noisy, so I punched them away. Genos said. Although Q City and J City are not too far apart, the sea people have appeared in both cities. This shows that the sea people are not just the ones who were beaten away by teacher Saitama. Quote. Is there any need to think about this? It's obvious that no matter how you look at it, they can't be the same batch, okay? Tatsumaki said. Ring ring ring, ring ring ring. The communicators on Genos and Fubuki sounded at the same time. Stinger, the A-level hero in J City, is currently in a tough fight against the attack of the sea people. Please ask nearby heroes to go to support immediately. In addition, there are a large number of monsters this time, and their strength is almost at the Tiger level. The heroes who go to support be sure to pay attention to safety. As for why Saitama's communicator did not ring, the reason is because the monsters who appeared this time were basically Tiger level, so the minimum who came to support were A-level heroes. As for the tornado, I'm sorry, the communicator on this girl was destroyed by herself not long ago, so the people from the Hero Association are currently unable to contact her. Chapter 47 Rising Disaster Level, Emergency Call for Help in J City. J City. On a large screen, a professional female host wearing OL uniform was reporting the scene through the monitor. A large number of weirdos have appeared in J City, and these weirdos claim to be the Sea People. As long as they see anyone, regardless of gender, age or child, they will directly attack indiscriminately. At this moment, the A-class hero Stinger, who rushed to the scene as soon as possible, is doing his best to block the progress of the Sea People. Although Stinger is very strong, the opponent has an advantage in numbers. Watching from a distance, I can also feel the hero's struggle and exhaustion. I hope that the supporting heroes can arrive as soon as possible to reduce the pressure on Stinger. Come on, Stinger. In addition, the situation at the scene is very dangerous, so citizens are advised not to get close. Below the big screen, the A-level hero Stinger was already bruised and swollen when facing the large number of Sea People in front of him, but there were also 10 tighter level Sea People monsters lying in front of him. Looking at the remaining tall weirdos, Stinger, who had been beaten so hard that he couldn't open his eyes, began to say harsh words. Are there 5 more? Let's go together and see how I will kill you all. Wipe out. Although Stinger put down his cruel words, his body had already begun to tremble. It was obvious that his physical strength was too much and he was close to the limit. Damn it, we are about to reach our limit. We must kill these guys in front of us before that. It seems that's the only way to use it. Stinger silently thought in his mind. He took a deep breath, held the special weapon bamboo shoot tightly in his hands and placed it in front of him. Stinger's hands were a little white due to excessive exertion. He stared closely at the Sea Clan monster in front of him, silently counting the distance in his mind for the opportunity to launch the final blow. The weirdos of the Sea tribe also seemed to be aware of the Stinger's intentions. They began to become vigilant and slowly approached the Stinger. However, little did they know that this was exactly what the Stinger was looking for. When the last Sea tribe monster stepped into the attack range of Stinger, Stinger shouted loudly, "You slippery and slimy guys, say goodbye here." Special move. Super Giant Spiral Stinger. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly burst out with all his strength, raised the bamboo shoots in his hands high, and then swung it forward fiercely. The tentacles on the Sea People monster closest to him were instantly shattered, and the poisonous sting the attack did not end there. He continued to pursue the victory and strangled the weirdo into a pile of rotten flesh. Did you think it was over like this? It's not over yet. The second stage of the sure kill. 4 consecutive thrusts. Immediately afterwards, Stinger launched a series of attacks with lightning speed. His figure quickly shuttled between the remaining Sea People monsters, and every time he waved the bamboo shoots, there would be a burst of screams and blood and flesh flying everywhere. In just a few minutes, the remaining 4 Sea People were strangled into a pile of rotten meat like the guy before. Ha. After the battle, Stinger struggled to support his exhausted body with the bamboo shoot in his hand, breathing heavily. Looking at his impressive record of 1 against 15, Stinger said handsomely, "It seems that you guys are nothing more than that. Do you think you can win with more numbers? Let me tell you, I can still continue to fight." Stinger is looking cool and speaking very confident words, but I would like to advise everyone here that confidence is important, but excessive confidence can sometimes put people in dangerous situations. Just when Stinger released his heroic words, a huge figure appeared behind him. "Oh, it seems that you are very powerful, so what do you think of my punch?" Before Stinger could react, the huge figure suddenly swung out a punch, bringing strong wind pressure directly to Stinger's back. The speed and power of this punch were far greater than those of the previous Sea People monsters. Boom! I saw that under this punch, the Stinger was knocked unconscious and flew backwards for dozens of meters before stopping. The guy who knocked down the Stinger was the king of the Sea People, the Deep Sea King. Except for the fins, this guy was a muscular man with a small yellow crown and looked at the fleeing humans in a joking manner. "Run, my favorite game is the eagle catching the chicken. Don't let me catch you, otherwise you will suffer the same consequences." Ha. The emergence of the Deep Sea King has raised the level of disaster to a higher level. Alert. The level of this disaster has increased, from tiger level to ghost level. Residents of coastal cities, please rush to shelters immediately. Q City. Genos heard that the disaster level had risen by a notch within a few minutes, so he quickly contacted the Heroes Association to confirm the news. A ghost level weirdo has appeared. Has the S-class hero sexy prisoner arrived already? I understand. After confirming the news with the Hero Association, Genos turned off the communicator and said to everyone, "The latest news, a ghost-level weirdo suddenly appeared in J City. The A-level hero Stinger has been hit by it. The S-level hero has been hit by it. Sexy prisoner on his way to support. Ghost-level weirdo." Fubuki frowned slightly. This is not good news. The situation in J City seems to be worse than we imagined. Tatsumaki said calmly, "Don't worry, that sexy prisoner guy has already gone over to support you. I don't believe that he, an S-class hero, can't defeat a ghost-class hero." Listening to Tatsumaki's words, Fang Xuan couldn't help but think that the sexy prisoner in the original book had never beaten the Deep Sea King. Ring. Sure enough, just a few minutes after Genos put down the communicator, it rang again. As soon as Genos was connected, a surprised expression appeared on his face, and at the same time, the Hero Association's alarm sounded again. Urgent information, a new ghost-level monster has appeared in J City, and its strength is a bit beyond expectations. The sexy prisoner of the S-Class hero has been hit by it. Please ask the S-Class heroes nearby to go and provide support immediately. What the hell, the sexy prisoner guy was defeated so quickly. Tatsumaki was a little shocked. I thought how powerful this guy would be if he stayed in prison for a day, but I didn't expect this. Teacher Saitama, Teacher Fang Xuan, this disaster is extraordinary, we'd better go to the rescue quickly, Gino said. Saitama nodded. Fang Xuan also said, okay, let's go over and see how powerful this ghost-level weirdo is. Then the group gave up their plan to return to the hotel, and quickly rushed to J City. Chapter 48 S-Class Hero Sexy Prisoner appears. A few minutes ago, J City. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and the smell of disaster has spread. In the city, on a wide street, the A-Class hero Stinger was unfortunately defeated in the battle with the Deep Sea King and was lying on the ground and passed out. After the Deep Sea King defeated Stinger, he grinned and began to pursue the citizens in the city. Every time he appeared, the citizens screamed and fled. On a building, the A-Class hero Lightning Max was lying prone on the roof of the building looking at the battle below through a telescope. What's lying on the ground seems to be the A-Class hero Stinger. Damn it, are you still late? If one-on-one seems to use all my strength, I should have a chance of winning, right? Forget it, let's not take risks yet, let's wait for volunteers. Just when Lightning Max was about to continue secretly following Deep Sea King and waiting for support to arrive, Deep Sea King had already arrived behind him without anyone noticing. It turned out that Deep Sea King had already discovered him. After Lightning Max noticed it, he quickly used his unique skill, Lightning Kick, to hit the Deep Sea King. But after enduring Lightning Max's move, Deep Sea King was not injured at all. He said with a mocking look on his face, "Are you tickling me?" Seeing that his special move had no effect at all, Lightning Max was a little panicked at the moment, and thought to himself, when did this guy come behind me just now, and after receiving my attack from the front, he was not affected at all. No matter what the injury, I guess I can't win with such strength, so I might as well find an opportunity to run away. Feeling the terrifying intimidation of the Deep Sea King, Lightning Max flinched at this moment. In order to have a chance to escape, he said to the Deep Sea King, "Let's decide the outcome." Upon hearing this, the Deep Sea King suddenly smiled gloomily, and then his body disappeared in an instant. Okay, let's have a showdown. After saying that, without waiting for Lightning Max to react, he punched him away, smashed through the glass of a building, and lay in the office. Lightning Max was lying on the ground vomiting blood. The blow just now almost caused him to see Tainai. If the Deep Sea King hadn't lost a lot of strength due to being too dry after setting foot on land, otherwise Lightning Max would probably be dead by now. Before Lightning Max could rest, Deep Sea King's attack began again, and the whole building suddenly began to shake. Damn it, is this guy planning to destroy the entire building? We have to escape from here quickly. Holding back the pain in his body, Lightning Max used all his strength to stand up, but the Deep Sea King had punched a big hole in the building and was looking down at him at this moment. Damn it, you damn BD, I'm going to beat you away. After listening to Lightning Max's words, Deep Sea King grinned, showing his sharp teeth. He, come on, I'm going to kill you. Lightning jump backspin kick. Lightning Max immediately stood up and attacked the Deep Sea King with a fatal blow. Boom. After a burst of smoke from the explosion, Lightning Max's face was injured and he flew out. Just when he was about to fall to the ground, the sexy prisoner of the S-Class hero who came to support him hugged him. Boom. The Deep Sea King jumped down from the building, stirring up a lot of dust. Seeing the sexy prisoner of Deep Sea King, his expression immediately became solemn. You are the weirdo who appeared in J City. I am the S-Class hero sexy prisoner. In order to defeat you, I specially escaped from the prison. The sexy prisoner introduced himself. I didn't expect that an S-Class hero would actually serve in prison, and even escape from prison in order to eliminate weirdos. It's really admirable. However, it is precisely because of you that I was able to leave prison. Thanks. I saw a man wearing black and white stripes walking out from behind the sexy prisoner. This man was Sonic, who had been defeated by Fang Xuan in the game store. The sexy prisoner listened to Sonic's words and said, "You must be the little Sonic of prisoner number 4188. Sonic was stunned when he heard the sexy prisoner call out his name directly. The sexy prisoner explained, "Don't be too surprised. I have investigated all the information about all the prisoners in the prison. As for why I have been in prison, it is because I can't help but attack the men I like, so he will serve in prison for many years." Sonic was also very embarrassed after hearing what the sexy prisoner said. He didn't expect that the sexy prisoner who was an S-Class hero would have such a perverted hobby. Oh, it seems that there is a new prey. The Deep Sea King looked at the sexy prisoner who had just arrived and said with a smile. This guy exudes an aura that only belongs to the strong, which is very good. The sexy prisoner said to Sonic behind him, "Little Sonic, stand back, there will be a fierce battle next." After speaking, the sexy prisoner pointed at Stinger and Lightning Max with a serious face and said, "They are both my favorite men. If you dare to hurt them, I will never forgive you. Although I was surpassed by Genos Jr. and became the last S-Class hero, I am an S-Class hero after all. I am different from them. Let's see how I teach you a lesson." As he spoke, the sexy prisoner's muscles all over his body surged, but he planned to test the strength of the weirdo in front of him first, so he only used half of his strength. Soon, the outermost sweater on the sexy prisoner was torn apart. After seeing the sweater turned into pieces, the sexy prisoner immediately shouted, the sweater my boyfriend knitted for me was destroyed. Damn it, I will never forgive you. The Deep Sea King looked at the sexy prisoner, licked the corner of his mouth and said, the meat on your body looks delicious. If that's the case, then I'll use a little more strength. After saying that, the Deep Sea King quickly came to the sexy prisoner and punched the sexy prisoner firmly in the face. But after taking the punch, the sexy prisoner did not lose his fighting power or be seriously injured like the two A-level heroes. Instead, he immediately raised his right hand and hit the Deep Sea King back. Oh, not bad. After the Deep Sea King finished speaking, the sexy prisoner's attacks continued to attack him. Bang bang bang. The sexy prisoner punched the Deep Sea King several times in succession, knocking the Deep Sea King back. But the repulsed Deep Sea King quickly stood upright, patted the dust on his body and said with a smile, your attack worked on me, but only a little. The sexy prisoner also wiped the blood from his nose and said, your attack worked, but only a little. Chapter 49 The Sexy Prisoner's Fiasco, Sonic's Highlight Moment. Judging from the attack just now, although the sexy prisoner was trying to show off his strength, he did hurt the other party, and the balance of power between the two parties began to become unstable. However, judging from the battle between these two people just now, if this is the strength of the S-Hero and the Ghost-level monster, then I may not lose to them. Sonic said as he watched the battle. And what Sonic said is really good. In terms of strength, Sonic can reach the S-level sequence with his own combat skills, not to mention his combat effectiveness when fully armed. As for strength, he may not be the opponent of Deep Sea King after the rain. Original work it was said that if he got the weapon, he could defeat the Deep Sea King before it rained, but his speed was higher than it. The reason why he ended up in prison was because he met Saitama in the original work, and now he meets Fang Xuan. What do you think? If he messed with these two guys, why would he not go to jail? But after being punched by the Deep Sea King, the sexy prisoner, whose facial muscles were deformed and had a nosebleed, thought, damn it, I didn't expect that before the real fight started, I was punched by the opponent and this guy's fists are stronger than mine. It's a lot better to imagine. No, in order to protect other boys from being hurt by this guy, I have to defeat him. It seems that the next step is to transform. Then the sexy prisoner said, transform. Angel form. Immediately afterwards, his body began to undergo tremendous changes. The muscles in his whole body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his originally strong body became even bigger. The clothes on his body were torn to pieces due to the collision of muscles, and he became completely naked, and even posed in a super sexy posture. As for what the sexy prisoner looks like after transformation, let our frontline reporter Sonic talk about this question. Sonic, a very shocking scene happened in front of me just now. The sexy prisoner said he was transformed into an angel, but after the transformation, I felt that he didn't even count as a human being. Can you imagine a man whose whole body is covered with tendons? A fleshy man, completely naked, posing in an eye-catching pose, and his preference is still for men. Because I couldn't stand it anymore, and because I was afraid of sexy prisoners, I really wanted to leave here. Returning to normal, after the transformation, the sexy prisoner said to the Deep Sea King, listen, no one who has seen my angel form has come back alive, and even if they have become my boyfriend. Sonic, I have to run away quickly. The Deep Sea King looked at the sexy prisoner's current appearance and couldn't help but say, it's really ugly. Is this your only last word? Okay, let's take it. Angel attack. I saw the sexy prisoner jumping up like an angel first, and attacking the Deep Sea King with his fist at super fast speed. Boom, 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 boom. Every punch struck by the sexy prisoner made a loud noise like a cannonball, and as the last punch fell, a large amount of dust and smoke was stirred up on the field. Ha, are you done with this combination of punches? The smoke cleared, and the Deep Sea King put down his defense and looked at his two smoking arms. It worked, although only a little. Then it's my turn next. Take a good look at what combination boxing is. Remember, every punch must hit the flesh and be filled with killing intent. After saying that, Deep Sea King swung his fist at super fast speed and hit the sexy prisoner on the stomach, followed by another uppercut on his chin, and then saw Deep Sea King swinging his fists rapidly, facing the sexy prisoner's belly launch numerous attacks. The sexy prisoner was so violently attacked that his body changed shape due to the beating. Finally, he was kicked by the Deep Sea King and smashed into a building. He fell to the ground and could not get up again. Sonic, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, felt a huge mental relief after seeing the sexy prisoner being defeated for some reason. Who are you? Sonic asked doubtfully as he looked at the Deep Sea King who defeated the sexy prisoner. The King of the Deep Sea showed his sharp teeth and introduced himself, me. I am the King of the Deep Sea, the leader of the Sea People clan, the ruler of the Deep Sea, and the ruler of the next world. Why do you also want to resist? The Deep Sea King, who defeated the sexy prisoner, was very confident at the moment. Sonic smiled and said, hey, do you think you can dominate the world by yourself? Wouldn't it be nice to live quietly under the sea? Really? Then you can die now. The Deep Sea King smiled evilly. That's what I also told you. If you treat me better, I might consider letting you go. But now, I have decided to eliminate you. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. After Sonic finished speaking, it started to drizzle in the sky. ... The scene returned to the present, and Deep Sea King took the lead in launching an attack. He rushed up quickly and punched Sonic. Sonic immediately jumped up, then turned over in the air and came to the top of the Deep Sea King. It's too slow. Look at me, Wind Blade Kick. Sonic, who launched his ultimate move, showed his iconic smile and said, King of Deep Sea, through your battle with the sexy prisoner just now, I have seen through your movements, so there is no reason for me to lose to you. What are you saying? The Deep Sea King's eyes narrowed, and he opened his mouth wide, only to see a tongue with fangs rushing toward Sonic, tearing Sonic's upper body clothes apart again and again. Fortunately, Sonic was fast enough and retreated in time to avoid the possibility of injury. What kind of disgusting thing is this? If you get bitten by an eel inside your body, don't even think about escaping. After saying this, the Deep Sea King continued to control his tongue and began to attack. But the next second, a hand was seen closing the open mouth of the Deep Sea King, and his tongue was directly disconnected. Sonic pressed Deep Sea King's chin and said, I'll say it again, I have no reason to lose to you. Seeing that Sonic was so close to him, the Deep Sea King immediately launched a fierce offensive. However, completely overwhelmed by Sonic's flexible movement and speed, all the Deep Sea King's attacks failed. Although your strength is very good, unfortunately, your speed is too slow. I'm very happy about this, Deep Sea King. Only by fighting a guy like you can you confirm how strong you are. Fang Xuan, who was coming, asked, Where am I? Sonic. I don't want to talk to a jerk. Sonic once again used his special move and hit the Deep Sea King steadily, but it did not cause any substantial damage. At this moment, the drizzle in the sky turned into a downpour. Little bug, your speed is indeed very good, but unfortunately it is of no use to me. As he spoke, the Deep Sea King's size increased several times under the nourishment of the heavy rain. After saying that, the Deep Sea King hit Sonic again, and this time his speed was several times faster than before. Impossible, this guy's speed and strength are much stronger than before. But in comparison, my speed is still a little faster than him. In the subsequent fight, Sonic was accidentally caught by the Deep Sea King. Fortunately, he used the Golden Toad's escape technique in time, wisely gave up his clothes and escaped. However, after this fight, he discovered that he was faster compared to his speed. However, since he had no weapons in his hands, he could not cause any substantial harm to the Deep Sea King. No, I can't kill this guy with my bare hands. I have to retreat temporarily and go back to get the weapon. After thinking about it, Sonic, who was naked, said to the Deep Sea King, Wait for me there, just wait a moment. Your death. Then Sonic left here as quickly as possible. When the Deep Sea King saw Sonic leaving, he threw his prison uniform on the ground and headed towards the shelter notified by the Heroes Association. Next, there will be a feast of killing, hee. Chapter 50 Fang Xuan arrives at the shelter. Jay's city. In the heavy rain, Sonic, who had just withdrawn from the Deep Sea King, was completely naked and was running as fast as he could in the rain. My speed must be faster. As long as I get the equipment, I can let the Deep Sea King fully experience the power of Sonic. The light pace completely ignored the small puddles that accumulated water on the way. Even if they stepped on it, they would only cause circles of ripples. But how can I put it, life is often full of accidents and coincidences. When Sonic rushed to where he lived, he accidentally met Fang Xuan, who had just flown from Q City to J City. As for you asking me why Fang Xuan is the only one, it's because Fang Xuan, Tatsumaki, and Saitama all wanted to fight the Deep Sea King personally on the way. In the end, no one could convince anyone. Fang Xuan suggested that whoever of the three people go over first would be the weirdo. Then Fang Xuan relied on his breath sensor to accurately locate the position of the Deep Sea King, and then moved several people far away. Far behind, it's you, egg-breaking ninja. Fang Xuanfei landed in front of Sonic and recognized the guy who wanted to kidnap him last time. A-hole, it's Sonic. Of course Sonic remembers Fang Xuan, because it was this guy who knocked him down with his own hands last time, causing him to be sent to prison. Remember my name, I will definitely defeat you next time. After saying that, Sonic immediately left here as fast as he could, and Fang Xuan didn't bother him too much, and quickly rushed to the location of the Deep Sea King. Hee, look what I found. So much fresh life is gathered in this building. After experiencing the nourishment of the heavy rain, the Deep Sea King recovered from his original shriveled body to his original plump and weird appearance. Boom! I saw the Deep Sea King raise his right hand, and then with just a light punch, a huge hole was opened above the impregnable shelter. The concrete and steel reinforced building appears to be very fragile in front of the Deep Sea King. It can be described as vulnerable. The people in the shelter became frightened when they saw the ferocious head of the Deep Sea King protruding from the torn hole above the shelter. They screamed and ran around, looking for any place to hide. However, in this small shelter, they had nowhere to escape. They could only watch the huge body of the Deep Sea King gradually squeeze into this small space. The Deep Sea King's eyes flashed with ferocious light, he opened his mouth, exposed his sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar. The roar echoed in the shelter, making people feel heart-stopping. Wait a minute, these are just ordinary people here. Even if you kill them, it will be of no use. AB level step-by-step hero mustered up the courage to stand up and said. The Deep Sea King smiled ferociously. Oh, ordinary people, that really doesn't make sense. After saying that, his eyes showed strong murderous intent. The next second, there was only a hiss sound, and the hero who had just spoken was torn to pieces. Blood spattered on the walls of the shelter. The tragic situation of the B-class hero made everyone else present instantly sink deeper, in fear. They trembled and hugged each other tightly, as if this could give them a sense of security. The Deep Sea King looked at this group of frightened humans, with a more ferocious smile on his face and said, "But if you really believe what I just said, you are too naive. I just like to hear the cries of the weak." No one felt funny because of Deep Sea King's cold joke, because not only was it not funny, it was actually very scary. Damn it, try your best. Although I am only a B-class hero, as a hero in the face of such danger, I still have to stand up. A man with a jetpack stood up from the crowd. Count me in, C-class hero angry man. It seems that no matter what the reason, everyone still stood up, so as an A- level hero, I can't back down. Snake Bite Fist Snake joins. This man in fancy clothes is Snake, the 39th ranked A-class Snake who gave a rookie speech to Saitama and Genos before. However, even though he is an A-class hero, he is still a little frightened when facing the Deep Sea King, because the opponent defeated the S-class hero Sexy Prisoner. The reason why he came to the shelter was because with his strength there was no way to deal with this monster. Okay, 3 heroes in total. It seems that we need to delay as much time as possible and wait for more A-class heroes and S-class heroes to rescue us. Snake knew that with their 3 heroes at each of the 3 levels of ABC, they could not delay for long. Everyone, please come quickly, we can't last long. After getting into the snake bite stance, Snake began to pray in his heart. ... In the heavy rain, Fang Xuan was flying quickly, only a few hundred meters away from the location of the Deep Sea King. Ring ring ring. Suddenly he heard a ringing sound from below, so he immediately flew down and found a communicator according to the sound. After being connected, a voice came from the communicator. Is it an undocumented night? Great, I finally contacted you. The matter at the shelter is not something you, a C-class hero, can solve. We are already here organize a powerful crusade, it will pass soon, you withdraw now. Shelter, are you saying that the weirdo has arrived at the shelter? Fang Xuan asked back. That's right, huh, aren't you an undocumented knight? Who are you? Return the communication device to its original owner quickly, and don't go to the shelter. Me, my name is Fang Xuan. Leave that weirdo in the shelter to me. I'll be there soon. Are you a hero too? Although I didn't do it voluntarily, to a certain extent, I am indeed a hero. Attention, the disaster level of the monster in the shelter has reached the ghost level, and it is the most powerful kind of ghost level. We are currently dispatching a special crusade team. This is not something you can solve alone. Evacuate immediately. Repeat, this is not something you can solve alone. Evacuate immediately. Fang Xuan hung up the communicator in his hand, and then continued to fly in the direction of the strange man's aura he sensed. ... Refuge. Boom. After Snake barely dodged Deep Sea's punch, he looked at the cracks on the ground and kept hinting to himself. You can do it, you have no problem. Counting him, there were a total of 3 heroes, but now he was the only one struggling to support himself. Among the other 2, Class B was seriously injured, and Class C was directly killed. Boom. The Deep Sea King swung a punch again, and this time Snake was unable to dodge at all. He was punched directly into the shelter and hit the ground heavily. The people in the shelter felt deeply desperate when they saw the last hero defeated. Okay, it's your turn next. Don't worry, I will let you become a part of me and live forever, just in my belly, ha ha ha. After saying that, the Deep Sea King opened his mouth with a cruel expression and walked towards the shelter. Damn it, I can't move at all. I have to stop him. Snake, who was lying on the ground, tried his best to get up, but he was seriously injured and now he can't even it was difficult to speak, let alone stand up. Just when the Deep Sea King was about to eat someone, a powerful punch struck quickly and knocked the Deep Sea King away. Snake, who was lying on the ground, looked at the Deep Sea King who was suddenly knocked away. He was very confused as to why the opponent flew backwards when he was clearly not attacked. Wait, he is. The confused Snake suddenly saw a figure falling from the sky like a god. He was very familiar with this figure, but he just couldn't remember it for a while. The Deep Sea King who was knocked away felt the pain on his body and looked at the figure. Who are you? Were you the one who knocked me away just now? My name is Fang Xuan, an ordinary person who came here specifically to eliminate you. Chapter 51 The Strongest S Level, Fang Xuan. City A. Hero Association Headquarters. A man wearing a Bluetooth headset is in charge of the invasion of the Sea People, and he is also the person in charge of this incident. His name is Gauss. What is embarrassing is that he has a weathered face under his stubble. At this moment, when he heard the beep beep sound of the other end of the phone hanging up, he sat on the chair with a solemn expression. Nowadays, these guys don't care if they throw away their communicators. Why do they still like to show off their strength? Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan. It's strange that although this name is very familiar, I'm sure his name is not on the list of heroes. But why do I always feel as if someone has mentioned this name to me? Reciting Fang Xuan's name, the person in charge of the invasion of the Sea People always felt that he had heard this name somewhere. He has a superb memory and clearly remembers all the hero titles and real names registered in the hero list, but from S level to D level, he seems to have never heard of a hero named Fang Xuan. The thinking Gauss's face flashed with light under the illumination of the virtual screen. He was sure that he must have heard this name on some important occasion, otherwise he would not be so familiar with this name. Is it because the name is too popular? Gauss, who pulled out a few beards, shook his head. Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. After putting this matter out of his mind, he immediately started the most important thing at the moment, which was to form a team to defeat the Deep Sea King. Due to the defeat of the S-Class hero Hexi prisoner, it is currently predicted that the expedition team must be led by one of the top 10 S-Class heroes. However, his status and position in the Hero Association are not enough to mobilize the top 10 S-Class heroes, so he needs to apply to his superiors. So he immediately contacted his immediate boss, one of the 12 senior council members stationed at the Hero Association headquarters. After a while, the anxious figure of his immediate boss appeared on the virtual projection, and the congressman also looked tired because of the Deep Sea King incident in J City. "It's you, Gauss. Is there something urgent?" The congressman pressed his temples and lay tiredly on his leather chair. Gauss asked. "Boss, haven't the members of the expedition team been formed yet? The Deep Sea King has arrived at the refuge." The congressman sighed. "I know, Gauss, but you also know that those S-Class heroes are all people who have their own way of doing things, and they are not so easy to be mobilized. I have tried my best to coordinate, but there is no clear answer yet." Quote, "Damn it, once there are large-scale casualties in the shelter in J City, this kind of thing will continue to ferment viciously. At that time, the Heroes Association may be forced to disband under the huge pressure of public opinion. These cannot be distinguished. Prioritization guy. Oh, by the way Gauss, how is the situation at the scene?" Gauss shook his head and said that the situation at the scene was not optimistic. Among the heroes who have arrived so far, the S-Class hero Hexi prisoner, the A-Class hero Stinger, and the A-Class hero Flash Max have all been defeated. Now we can't get the news from J City. Learned. Boom. After listening to Gauss's report, the congressman also punched the desk in front of him. Hiss. It hurts, it hurts. The congressman shook his right hand. Gauss looked at the congressman and thought to himself, as the boss a comedian. As the person in charge of the invasion of the Sea People, Gauss was speechless as he looked at the funny actions of his originally serious boss with a black look on his face, but he was used to it, because his boss would occasionally get crazy like this. At this time, Gauss remembered the familiar name Fang Xuan again, so he hurriedly asked, "By the way, boss, have you ever heard of a hero named Fang Xuan in our Hero Association?" "Who? Ho, it hurts. Fang Xuan, is that his real name? His hero title is..." "Wait, what did you just say? A hero named Fang Xuan? Are you sure you heard it right?" The congressman who had a sore hand stood up immediately after hearing Gauss say Fang Xuan's name, and then asked with a surprised look on his face. He also forgot about the pain in his hand. As a senior member of the Heroes Association, he certainly knew Fang Xuan. Seeing his boss's shocked expression, Gauss made sure the name was correct in his mind and continued, "Yes, he did say his name was Fang Xuan. So Gauss, is this person named Fang Xuan heading to the scene now?" "Yes, before he hung up, he told me that the weirdo in the shelter would be handed over to him. He would be there soon. Calculating the time, it should be here now. Great, it seems that there is no problem with the Deep Sea King's invasion this time. Since he has gone, what kind of crusade team is needed?" "Gauss, you immediately organize drones to conduct live broadcasts. The Deep Sea King is finished. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect him to take action suddenly. This is such an unexpected surprise. I can finally sleep well today." Seeing his immediate boss walking around, extremely excited, Gauss asked with a puzzled look, "Boss, is the man named Fang Xuan a hero? But why am I not on the list of heroes at the current level? Have you found him?" Listening to Gauss's doubts, the congressman pushed up his glasses and then explained it calmly. "Gauss, do you still remember the special S-level hero ranked 0th that I mentioned to you before?" Hearing his boss's words, Gauss instantly remembered and said, "It's the one who was personally guaranteed to be stronger than the two of them by Tatsumaki, who was ranked first in the S-Class blast attack." The high-ranking congressman nodded and said, "Yes, it's him. Now I can tell you his full name. He is the 0th ranked S-Class hero, and his title is the strongest warrior, Fang Xuan. You can understand it as there is no one more powerful than him. Saitama, leave me out." Gauss was shocked speechless by this sudden news. "But, boss, I still don't understand." Gauss scratched his head and asked doubtfully, "Since Fang Xuan is so strong, why have I never heard of any missions he performed?" The counselor smiled and shook his head, explaining, "Of course you have never heard of his name. The reason why he became the number 0 hero in the S-Class special ranking is entirely because his strength has been recognized by Blast and Tatsumaki. The two of them personally guaranteed that Fang Xuan's strength is above them. You must know that Blast and Tatsumaki are the top combat powers of the Heroes Association, and their recognition is not something they can give casually. It's just that he didn't know that Fang Xuan joined the Heroes Association. Before Bao Bao left, he told us not to disturb him the rest of the time unless he was contacted by an enemy that the Earth could not resist." After hearing this, Gauss suddenly realized. Chapter 52 The End of the Deep Sea King. J City. Refuge. The heavy rain that was originally pouring gradually became lighter with Fang Xuan's arrival, which seemed to indicate that this disaster was about to pass. "Fang Xuan, I've never heard of it. Although I don't know how you beat me out just now, but since you came here to die, then I will help you." The Deep Sea King said with a ferocious expression. "Mr. Fang Xuan, please destroy this monster completely. Please." Snake, who was lying on the ground, shouted these words with all his strength and then passed out. "Ha ha ha, just look at him, a guy with no strength, how can he be my opponent? I can kill an ant like this easily." The Deep Sea King pointed at Fang Xuan proudly and laughed. However, in the face of Deep Sea King's ridicule, Fang Xuan just smiled faintly, his eyes revealed a deep light, as if he could see through everything. Really? Then give it a try. Fang Xuan said calmly. Seeing Fang Xuan despise him so much, the Deep Sea King was very angry. The people in the shelter did not relax because of Fang Xuan's appearance at this moment. After they saw the A-level hero Snake fainted, they all showed expressions of fear and despair. What should we do? Even the A-class heroes have been defeated, are we all going to be killed by this weirdo? Yeah, probably not. After all, wasn't there someone outside just now? What's the use? Don't forget, whether it's the S-class hero Sexy Prisoner or other A-class heroes, they were all defeated by this monster. How can he defeat this weirdo just by himself? But after the A-level hero fainted just now, didn't he say that he would be the one to destroy this monster? Maybe he really has something special about him. A voice said with a hint of hope. Humph, what's so special about you? Don't forget, how was that A-level hero defeated just now? I think this new guy is just here to die. Another voice said sarcastically. Hey, why are you like this? You risked your life to save us. What's wrong with me? I'm telling the truth. People in the shelter were talking a lot, their emotions swinging between fear and hope. Although Fang Xuan did not hear what these people said, the emotional value collected by the system continued to increase. Ding, it has been detected that some people in the shelter are feeling desperate. Their emotional value is plus 99999. Ding, the current situation of some people in the shelter has been detected and I feel hopeful. The mood value is plus 99. Quote. Hearing the sound of the emotional value he had just gained in his mind, Fang Xuan asked with a black question mark on his face, what's going on? How come the emotional value given by despair and hope is the same as the strength of Saitama and Geno's? Why is the gap so big? Quote, these guys don't have much confidence in me. Ha, the Deep Sea King roared angrily, jumped up suddenly, and rushed towards Fang Xuan. He was extremely fast and was in front of Fang Xuan in an instant, punching Fang Xuan on the head. Humans, go to hell. Facing the thunderous blow from the Deep Sea King, Fang Xuan's figure did not dodge, as if he had not seen it, and he still stood there quietly. That weirdo attacks. Is that guy scared out of his wits? Why can't he move? I told you that boy was here to die, but you still don't believe me. The people in the shelter looked at the fighting situation outside and started talking again. Just when everyone thought Fang Xuan was about to be hit by the Deep Sea King's punch, they saw the Deep Sea King's fist pass directly through Fang Xuan's body and then hit the ground. Boom. What happened? Seeing his fist hit the ground, the Deep Sea King looked at Fang Xuan in confusion. He couldn't figure out why his fist went directly through the opponent's body. The people who were discussing just now all showed puzzled expressions. They had clearly seen the weirdest fist hitting this man, but it hit the ground. At this time, Fang Xuan's figure suddenly became illusory, and at the same time showed a mocking expression, and then disappeared. As for Fang Xuan's true body, he slowly walked out from the right side of Deep Sea King. What he just used was the afterimage fist in Dragon Ball. Your speed and observation skills are too weak. Can't you see even an afterimage? Hearing the sound, the Deep Sea King turned around and saw that Fang Xuan was standing on his right. He was shocked and said, when did you get to my right? Ding. The surprised expression of Deep Sea King is detected, the emotion value plus 1000. It seems that your understanding of combat is too shallow. Fang Xuan said lightly, his voice revealing an unquestionable majesty. Speed, strength, and skills are all indispensable in combat. Factor, and you seem to only value strength. Although Fang Xuan had the ability to kill the Deep Sea King with one strike, he did not do so, but planned to play with him. Speed. I understand. It turns out you are just like the kid just now, only faster. HMPH, let me tell you, it is even more impossible to defeat me with speed alone. After saying that, the Deep Sea King launched a fierce attack on Fang Xuan. However, no matter how fierce his attack was, he could not touch Fang Xuan. Seeing this scene, people in the shelter were shocked and speechless. They originally thought that Fang Xuan would be easily defeated by the Deep Sea King, but now the situation is completely reversed. Not only was Fang Xuan not defeated by the Deep Sea King, but he also used an overwhelming advantage to play with the Deep Sea King. How is this possible? Deep Sea King shouted in disbelief, how could you avoid all my attacks? Because your attack is too slow for me. Fang Xuan said calmly, his figure flashed again, appeared behind the Deep Sea King, and kicked him on the back. Bang! As if being hit by a cannonball, the Deep Sea King's body flew out and hit the ground heavily. No. Impossible, how could a mere human attack have an effect on me? Who are you? The Deep Sea King felt the severe pain on his back and said unwillingly. Seeing that the Deep Sea King just hit him, Fang Xuan didn't want to play anymore. He walked to the Deep Sea King and looked down at him, with a cold light in his eyes. I told you, my name is Fang Xuan, an ordinary person who came here specifically to eliminate you. King of Deep Sea, today is the end of you. After saying that, Fang Xuan condensed powerful qigong in his palm and struck it downwards. No, I am not willing to. Boom. Amid the unwilling shouts of the Deep Sea King, Fang Xuan took him away with a qigong wave, and the originally gloomy weather became sunny because the Deep Sea King was eliminated. Chapter 53 The End of the Invasion of the Sea People. Victory. Victorious. That weirdo was hit like this. Seeing this sudden victory, everyone in the shelter fell into a brief silence. A few people even didn't believe what was happening in front of them. In order to prove that they were not dreaming, they slapped themselves hard twice. This is not a dream, it's real. I don't know who said this, and then the people in the shelter clapped and cheered. Awesome, we're saved. It's so amazing, one person can completely crush that weirdo. I knew he could destroy the weirdos. That's not what you just said. By the way, who is this person? How can he be so strong? I don't know, but judging from what the A-level hero said before he fell unconscious, this person is probably also a hero. But I've never seen him on the hero list. The fearful invasion of the Sea Tribe finally came to an end after the Deep Sea King was killed. Although people did not know Fang Xuan, this did not prevent everyone from being grateful to Fang Xuan. The dense drones in the sky also recorded the entire battle that just happened and broadcast it all over the world. Not long after Fang Xuan eliminated the Deep Sea King, Chi Yu arrived here. When he saw that the weirdo had been eliminated by Fang Xuan, he hated himself for not being able to fly, otherwise this weirdo must be his. After a while, Tatsumaki, Genos and Fubuki also rushed over quickly. Is it over yet, Teacher Fang Xuan, Teacher Saitama? Genos asked after scanning the circle and finding that there was no danger. Yes, when I came, Fang Xuan had already killed the weirdo. Kiyu said. At this time, a man riding a bicycle and wearing a green melon hat helmet came here, and he was the owner of the communicator Fang Xuan picked up on the road, an undocumented knight. C-class hero, unlicensed knight arrives. Didn't you say that the weirdo has come to the shelter? The undocumented knight looked at the boiling scene in the shelter and was very confused. Then he saw Fang Xuan and his group, so after parking his bicycle, he stepped forward to ask. Hello everyone, have the weirdos been eliminated? After hearing this, several people looked back. Before they could speak, the undocumented knight took the lead and said, Oh. You are the 16th ranked Devil Transformer in S-Class. You are the 2nd ranked S-Class Tatsumaki. Oh my god, I'm so lucky today, I met 2 S-Class heroes. So, you two took care of the weirdo in the alarm. Hello, I am a C-Class hero unlicensed knight. The undocumented knight looked at Tatsumaki and Genos, and then directly transferred the matter of killing the monster to the two of them. Fang Xuan, Saitama, Fubuki. The three of them were speechless when they saw that the C-Class hero completely ignored them and focused all his attention on Genos and Tatsumaki. Genos said, No, it was not me who killed the monster, but my teacher Fang Xuan. Hearing Genos' words, the unlicensed knight was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fang Xuan and said, Strange. Who is this person, and why can he be a teacher for an S-Class hero? Fang Xuan stepped forward, took out the communicator he picked up before and handed it to the undocumented knight and said, This is the communicator I just picked up on the way here. Is it yours? After taking the communicator, the undocumented knight said, It is indeed mine, thank you. After returning the communicator, Fang Xuan and a few others returned to Q City to continue their trip. After one day, Q City, Police Dog Man Professional Express Hotel Chain. 607 Sea View Room. A live video related to J City was being played on the TV screen at this time. This live video was taken by Gauss, the former person in charge of the invasion of the Sea People, using a drone after being ordered by his immediate superior. In the video, Fang Xuan's appearance and the scene of taking action to eliminate the Deep Sea King were clearly recorded and put on the internet. They saw that many heroes were helpless and the weirdo was actually killed by a man wearing only swimming trunks and a swimsuit. The people suddenly began to question whether the existence of the Heroes Association could protect them. And some people looked at the Qigong wave released by Fang Xuan, which was very similar to the blue Qigong wave seen at the scene of the previous meteorite incident. For a while, the internet began to speculate that Fang Xuan was the person who released the blue Qigong wave last time. What's more, it was directly announced that Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki pretended to be a couple during the doubles beach volleyball match. With the high-speed sharing of the internet, these incidents became known to almost everyone within a few hours. Those who used to say that Fang Xuan was lucky enough to fall in love with someone like Tatsumaki now changed their minds and said that Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan were really talented and good-looking, a match made in heaven. Ms. Tatsumaki was very strong, but his boyfriend was even stronger. It's just that Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki himself don't know about these things on the internet yet. Is this the strength of Teacher Fang Xuan? It is indeed very strong. He can even suppress a monster with peak ghost level strength like Deep Sea King. It seems that I have to work harder. By the way, Teacher Fang Xuan, can you give me the clone move you used when you fought against the Deep Sea King? Genos pointed at the afterimage fist performed by Fang Xuan in the video and said. Afterimage fist, that's fine. Fang Xuan agreed. Genos immediately bowed and said, Thank you, Teacher Fang Xuan. Hey, Fang Xuan, did you bring any interesting games on your trip this time? I'm tired of playing that ancient tomb thing. Tatsumaki said as he was digging through Fang Xuan's small suitcase. There is no game, but I did bring the computer. Fang Xuan said. After hearing Fang Xuan's words, Tatsumaki carefully searched the suitcase and found no computer. Then he said, I didn't find your computer. Fang Xuan said speechlessly. Nonsense, my desktop computer is so big, how can I put it in such a small suitcase? Tatsumaki asked in confusion. It's not in the suitcase, where is it? Fang Xuan came to the suitcase that had been messed up by the tornado, took out a universal capsule, and pressed it, and then a desktop computer appeared on the bed. Tatsumaki looked at this scene and asked curiously, Fang Xuan, what is this? How come your computer appears on the bed when you click it? Fang Xuan said, this is called a universal capsule. It is a high-tech product. Not to mention computers, it can be installed in cars, airplanes, and houses with all kinds of furniture. Looking at this high technology, Tatsumaki, who just wanted to play games, was instantly fascinated by the universal capsule. She thought, if she had this capsule, wouldn't it be very convenient for her to go shopping and buy clothes with Fubuki in the future? So the tornado immediately wrapped around Fang Xuan, wanting a universal capsule. In response to Dragon Scroll's request, Fang Xuan directly gave him a box. After all, he had drawn a lot of this stuff in the lottery pool. After seeing Tatsumaki's attention being attracted by the universal capsule, Fang Xuan installed the computer and then turned it on. Original God, let's go. Chapter 54 Janos, the Talkative One. A few days later, morning, in the no-man's land of Z City. On a road that had not practiced cultivation for a long time and was often damaged by weird people, 3 people were walking on the road each carrying their things. Teacher Fang Xuan and Teacher Kaio, I gained a lot from these 2 teachers during this seaside practice trip. At the same time, I also realized many of my own shortcomings, so I will do more in the next time. Practice hard. Genos' 2 robotic arms each carried 2 large bags of ingredients and daily necessities that had just been purchased from a discount supermarket in F City, and he concluded as he walked. Saitama on the side listened to Genos' summary with a sad face, because this was not the first time he heard it. Regarding Genos' summary, Fang Xuan heard it not for the first time, but for the 3rd time. The previous 2 times were at Saitama's house and his own house. I didn't know what Genos was thinking, so I had to explain it to both families. It was called a careful review. As for the summary, the content starts from when a few people set out and continues until the night before returning from the beach. More importantly, because Genos is so good at summarizing, the contents of each of these 3 summaries will be different. Fang Xuan originally just went out to pick up a courier, but unexpectedly he happened to meet Saitama and Genos who were returning from shopping, and then he once again encountered Genos' lecture-like summary. As for why it has to go so far to pick up a courier, that's because the weirdos in Z City frequently have this characteristic, resulting in almost no couriers dare to come here to deliver couriers. Therefore, if you want to pick up a courier, the picker has to walk a long way. It can only be obtained by a long way. Saitama, why do you go shopping so early in the morning? That's not the point. The point is why you brought Genos with you. Fang Xuan asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's like this, Teacher Fang Xuan, because this morning, 2 supermarkets in F City were holding discounts at the same time, so Teacher Saitama took me shopping early in the morning. I didn't expect that after the purchase, I would return. It's such a coincidence that we happened to meet Teacher Fang Xuan on the way. Genos explained. Damn, if I had known that I would encounter a chattering guy like Genos when I came out at this time, I should have taken a little time to pick up the courier after I finished practicing. I was really unlucky. Fang Xuan heard this. After Genos finished speaking, he looked annoyed. And he is still more than 800 meters away from his home, but today he feels that these 800 meters are like 80,000 meters. Because after listening to Genos' words, Fang Xuan was about to collapse. If he hadn't considered that Genos was his apprentice, he would be a pile of scrap metal now. Genos, I still suggest that you change your habit of being a talkative person first. Fang Xuan said without making any move. I agree with what Fang Xuan said. Kaio also agreed. Gia, I didn't expect that I would meet 3 humans in this city so early. I'm lucky enough. At this time, a strange man jumped out of nowhere and blocked the way of the 3 of them. Genos looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared and immediately prepared for battle. Who are you? Hahaha, I am the boss of this area, my name is. Before the weirdo could finish his words, Saitama said angrily. Don't care what his name is, Genos, since this guy is a weirdo, beat him up first to vent his anger, and then say anything else. Fang Xuan on the side had already rolled up his sleeves and said, I agree, Kaio, let me do it first. Where did Saitama and Fang Xuan's anger come from? It was of course the anger accumulated by Genos' endless chatter along the way. At this moment, this sudden weirdo seemed to be their punching bag. It's just that this weirdo hasn't realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment, and is still laughing wildly. Fang Xuan and Kaio slowly began to approach the weirdo. Ah hit, X2. The next moment, the 2 of them took action at the same time, one on the left and the other on the right, starting to take out their anger on the weirdo. Bang, bang, bang. Under their various blows, this weirdo quickly became exhausted. Punch seriously. Turtle-style Qigong wave. Fang Xuan and Qiyu launched their ultimate moves at the same time, and then the weirdo was first beaten into a pulp by Qiyu's punch, and then was blown into dust by Fang Xuan's Qigong. The way he died can be said to be very. It was so tragic, because not even the Deep Sea King who invaded J City a few days ago died as tragically as he did. Seeing the strange man who had completely disappeared into the air, both Fang Xuan and Qiyu felt a sense of satisfaction. When Genos saw the monster that had been eliminated, he said, as expected of these 2 teachers, they killed a monster with such passion so early in the morning. Sure enough, I have to work hard. But why were the 2 teachers so angry when they beat this weirdo? And what's the point of asking me to get rid of my chatterbox problem? The weirdo who has returned to heaven. MMP, it's not because of you that I didn't even say your name, so I got beaten up for you. Your life is miserable O_O. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Genos' mind again, and he said, I understand, thank you both for your guidance, Teacher Fang Xuan. Teacher Saitama. Hearing this, Fang Xuan's head was full of questions. What's going on? Has this big brother understood something? I remember that I just asked him to get rid of his habit of talking too much. Has his conscience finally discovered his habit of talking too much? Genos continued. Teacher Fang Xuan, Teacher Saitama, the reason why you two asked me to get rid of my talkative problem is because you want me to focus more on training and fighting instead of wasting energy on unnecessary things. In terms of words, the reason why you and Saitama-sensei didn't wait for the weirdo to finish his words before destroying him was to tell me this, right? After listening to Genos' words, Fang Xuan and Qiyu looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Fang Xuan, is that what I meant just now? I just did it because he was too annoyed. Saitama, I don't understand what Genos is saying. Seeing that Genos was about to start a tirade again, Fang Xuan quickly stopped him and said, Genos, have you forgotten that I want you to correct your habit of talking? After Genos reacted, he immediately nodded and said, I almost forgot, thank you Teacher Fang Xuan for reminding me. Afterwards, Fang Xuan's ears finally calmed down. After a while, the three of them returned to the downstairs of the apartment and then returned to their own houses. Chapter 55 Fang Xuan vs Qiyu Part 1. After the invasion of the Sea People, the leader of the dinosaur tribe that once ruled the earth, the ancient king, suddenly woke up. Just when he was about to start attacking the city where humans now live, he was contacted by the Hero Association and sent here. Tornado, destroying it with a single move of meteorites falling from the sky. So far, the earth has ushered in a brief period of peace. Although some weirdos appeared during this period, the level was not very high and the number was not very large. Therefore, people's tense nerves began to relax. City Z, morning. Fang Xuan's family. Having completed her mission, Tatsumaki was lying on Fang Xuan's bed, with her legs crossed and looking at a magazine with a happy face. Beside her was a robot servant serving her tea and water. Good luck to me, wish me good luck to you. After finishing his training, Fang Xuan hummed a little tune and opened the door to enter. He seemed to be in a good mood. Seeing that Fang Xuan was so happy, Tatsumaki asked, Fang Xuan, did you find money today? Why are you so happy? Fang Xuan patted Tatsumaki's head and said happily, No, this is a happier thing than picking up money. Even if I tell you, you don't understand. By the way, I'm very happy today. I will personally cook some special dishes for lunch. You can order whatever you want to eat now. Upon hearing this, Tatsumaki's eyes lit up. He immediately sat up, threw the magazine aside, and said enthusiastically, Really? Then I'll order it, don't regret it. Fang Xuan waved his hand and said, Just do whatever you want, you will never regret it. Okay, I want to eat carrot sweet potatoes, mapo tofu, sauced elbows and braised fish. For dessert, I just want a strawberry sundae. Is that okay? Tatsumaki immediately said what he wanted to eat. Listening to the menu of dragon roll, Fang Xuan said in his heart, Hey, I'll go, this woman has a big appetite. Forget it, for the sake of my good mood today, I will agree to her. Fang Xuan made an okay gesture and said, No problem, just wait a moment, and I'll ask Saitama, Genos, and your sister what they want to eat. Let's have a small dinner at noon. After saying that, Fang Xuan continued to hum his own little tune and went to Saitama's house and Fubuki's house respectively. After writing down what they wanted to eat, Fang Xuan set off to F City to prepare ingredients. Noon. After Fang Xuan bought all the ingredients he needed, he returned home and started cooking in the kitchen, and he was humming a tune while cooking. Tatsumaki, Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki were sitting on the sofa, discussing what made Fang Xuan happy today. Tornado was the first to speak. Tell me, did Fang Xuan take the wrong medicine? I saw him in a bad mood when I got up this morning, but within a few hours, he suddenly returned home so happy. Did he win the lottery? Saitama's expression became serious after he pondered, and then he stood up and said, You guys wait for me for a while, I'll ask Fang Xuan a few questions. Then Saitama opened the kitchen door under the doubtful eyes of the three people, but within a few seconds, he walked out with a red fist mark on his head, sat on the sofa again and said, He is Fang Xuan, there is no problem. Genos asked with a confused look on his face, Teacher Saitama. What do you mean? What do you mean he is Fang Xuan? There is no problem, and why is there a fist mark on your head? Qiyu shook his head and said, Nothing, let's continue discussing why Fang Xuan is so happy today. Oh, okay, I think the reason why Teacher Fang Xuan is so happy today must be that he bought some more interesting games. Genos expressed his guess. After hearing this, Tatsumaki shook her head. Although what Genos said made sense, based on her understanding of Fang Xuan, buying a new game was not enough to make him so happy. Qiyu said, I think the reason why Fang Xuan is happy is that he got a lot of supermarket coupons. Obviously that's not the reason. Tatsumaki said. Just when several people were speculating, Kui Shui suddenly said, Could it be that Teacher Fang Xuan has obtained some moves that can make superpowers stronger? Although Fubuki guessed the idea, it was not entirely correct, because the move Fang Xuan drew was indeed a move that could enhance strength, but it was not aimed at superpowers but was used to enhance the strength of the whole body, and this is Kaio Fist. And it's a non-injury version. It's him who does morning exercises in the morning. In the kitchen, Fang Xuan was chopping vegetables in his hands and thought to himself, the non-injury version of Kaioken, my luck today is really good. The only flaw is that although this non-injury version of Kaioken will not cause any burden on the body, and it does not consume too much physical strength, but it is used according to the user's physical fitness. With his current physical fitness, he can only use 5 times the Kaio Fist at most. Quote, when he thought of the system's surprised voice when he drew the harmless version of Kaio Fist in the morning, he was very happy. The more he thought about it, the happier Fang Xuan became. His cooking speed was also very fast, and he finished all the dishes that needed to be cooked in a short time. Fang Xuan opened the kitchen door and said, the dishes are ready. Come over and serve them quickly. After hearing this, the 4 people on the sofa immediately got up and went to the kitchen to serve tea. After a while, the coffee table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Tatsumaki's saliva began to flow out unconsciously. She couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, pick up a piece of braised fish, put it into her mouth, and immediately closed her eyes with happiness on her face. Wow, it's so delicious. Fang Xuan, your craftsmanship is really great. Tatsumaki praised while chewing. Seeing how happy Tatsumaki was eating, the other 3 people started to join in. Although there were a lot of dishes on the coffee table, under the crazy attack of several people, everything was eaten in a short time. After finishing his meal, Tatsumaki was lying comfortably on the sofa, touching his belly and saying, I'm so full. Then she looked at Fang Xuan and asked, by the way, Fang Xuan, what good thing happened to you today, can you tell us about it? Fang Xuan looked at the 4 people's eyes that were seeking knowledge, and said, okay, let me tell you, my strength has become a lot stronger, that's why I'm so happy. He did not tell the story about Kaio Fist because it was difficult to explain the origin of this incredible move. After hearing this, Tatsumaki said with a disappointed look on his face, it turned out to be just this. I thought it was a good thing. But Genos on the side was very interested. Teacher Fang Xuan, what kind of improvement do you mean by becoming stronger? Fang Xuan said, the overall strength has increased by about 5 times. 5 times the overall strength. Genos was shocked, and then he said, Teacher Fang Xuan, can you show me? Fang Xuan asked doubtfully, show? How to show it? Could it be that I want to find someone to fight? What a great idea. How about you have a fight with Saitama-sensei? After all, I have never seen 2 teachers fighting since I became a disciple. Genos looked at Fang Xuan and Chiyu seriously and said, Chapter 56 Fang Xuan vs Chiyu Part 2. After hearing Genos' proposal, before Fang Xuan and Saitama could express their opinions, Tatsumaki, who was watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously, jumped up and said, this proposal is good, I have thought about it for a long time. Let's see you 2 fight, let's see which one of you is stronger. Seeing the curious looks cast by the 3 people, Fang Xuan began to consider it seriously. The reason why he seriously considered it was not because he didn't want to compete with Saitama, but because he was considering whether the Earth could withstand the huge energy collision generated when the 2 fought. If the Earth couldn't bear it and exploded, then they all have to finish playing, and you must know that he has not yet drawn teleportation. Just when Fang Xuan was thinking seriously, Kyu on the side said, can I refuse? Why Teacher Saitama, don't you want to know who is more powerful compared to Teacher Fang Xuan? Genos was a little surprised by Saitama's rejection, so he hurriedly said. Saitama touched his head and said, I'm not interested in who is more powerful. In my opinion, reading comics at home is less interesting than fighting. Seeing that Saitama really had no interest in fighting Fang Xuan, the unwilling Genos thought for a moment, took out a thick stack of supermarket discount coupons from his pocket and said to Saitama, what a pity, I originally wanted to give the discount coupons to Teacher Saitama after the battle between Teacher Saitama and Teacher Fang Xuan is over, but now it seems that these supermarket discount coupons can only be wasted. Quote, supermarket discount coupon, where did you get it? Saitama, who had no interest at first, immediately saw a golden light in his eyes after hearing about the supermarket discount coupon. Genos shook the discount coupon in his hand and said, when I went to City A for a meeting last time, a fan gave it to me and said he wanted me to use it when shopping. So Saitama-sensei, do you want to think about it again? Looking at the discount coupon in Genos' hand, Saitama was very excited. He grabbed the discount coupon and said, although this is boring, I think it is worth sparring for the sake of exercise. Fang Xuan, what do you think? Okay, but before playing, wash the dishes first. Earth. Genos, you deserve to die. I might be dead with this ball. ... Afternoon. Desert. Above the desert, the wind is blowing sand and dust, the sun is high, and it is extremely hot. Fang Xuan and Kyu each stood on a sand dune. Fang Xuan, I'm ready. I know, alas, just remember our fighting point until now. After saying that, Fang Xuan assumed a fighting posture and looked at Saitama with a serious face. On the other side, Fubuki, Tatsumaki, and Genos were eating watermelon, and then each held a space telescope to look at Fang Xuan and Saitama in the distance. Haha, there's something great to watch now. Tatsumaki said with a laugh, while chewing on the watermelon, he adjusted the space telescope in his hand to ensure that he could clearly see every movement of Fang Xuan and Saitama. Fubuki stared at the screen quietly, her eyes shining with anticipation. Genos' face was full of excitement. He had always wanted to see the battle between Fang Xuan and Saitama, and now he finally got his wish. He believed that this battle would benefit him a lot, and in order to record the battle, he also deliberately turned on his own camera function. Within the combat zone, Fang Xuan and Qiyu were ready to fight. Suddenly, Fang Xuan moved. His figure disappeared instantly, appeared behind Saitama, and punched Saitama in the back. Saitama reacted quickly and dodged Fang Xuan's attack on one side of his body. At the same time, he raised his right leg and kicked hard. Fang Xuan was already prepared for this. He turned his body slightly to one side and easily dodged Qiyu's kick. Then he quickly used multiple after-image punches. In an instant, a large number of after-images of Fang Xuan appeared around Qi. Surrounded by Jade, is it a clone technique? I'll do it too. Ernest series Ernest round-trip jump. Saitama was seen jumping back and forth and rushing forward at an unimaginable speed. Because the speed was so fast, hundreds of Saitama's clones instantly appeared around him, quickly cracking Fang Xuan's afterimages one by one. Fang Xuan, who was hiding in one of the afterimages, saw Saitama's B and used the Serious series as soon as he came up. After secretly cursing disgustingly, he immediately moved at high speed to avoid Saitama's impact. After Qiyu cleaned up all the afterimages of Fang Xuan, he immediately moved at super speed and chased Fang Xuan. Bang, 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 boom. After Saitama caught up with Fang Xuan, he continued to punch Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan was naturally unwilling to be outdone and punched him. For a moment, the shock wave caused by the collision of the two set off a violent sandstorm in the desert. The figures of Xuan and Saitama flashed rapidly in it, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening loud noise. The speed of the two's fists was too fast to be captured with the naked eye, and only a series of afterimages and continuous splashes of sand and stones could be seen. Fubuki, Tatsumaki, and Genos watched the fierce battle through the space telescope, with shocked expressions on their faces. This was because they could not see the two of them at all, only the sandstorm that was stirred up, with the clear sound of fist bumps. Especially Genos, as a mechanical cyborg, his camera naturally has double speed, but he adjusted the double speed to the maximum limit of 50 times, and he still couldn't see the two people fighting clearly. This made him deeply feel the power of Fang Xuan and Qiyu, and at the same time, the desire for powerful power in his heart became more determined. What he doesn't know is that the current battle between the two is just a trial fight, and the real battle is still to come. Boom. After the sound of fists clashing, Fang Xuan's figure flashed in the air, with a smile on his face and a very excited expression. Saitama also appeared on the ground. There was no way anyone could stop him from flying, but when he looked at Fang Xuan in the air, a smile appeared on his face, and the fighting spirit in his body became even more intense. This was, in a real sense, the most intense battle he had fought since he became stronger, and he had a hunch that Fang Xuan did not use his full strength. Fang Xuan's whole body erupted with white breath, and then he condensed the air bombs with his hands, and then used a prince's tactics against Saitama. A large number of air bombs poured down like a meteor shower, covering all the space around Saitama. Facing this overwhelming attack, Saitama did not choose to dodge. Instead, he kicked his feet hard, jumped up, ignored the air bomb attack on his body, and quickly rushed towards Fang Xuan in the air. At this time, Fang Xuan had just condensed a Qigong wave, and saw Qiyu rushing up, so he fired forward. A yellow Qigong shot out instantly. Looking at the oncoming shock wave, Saitama clenched his fist, and then punched the Qigong wave away. Boom. After the Qigong wave landed below, there was a violent explosion. When the smoke dissipated, a huge pit appeared in the endless desert, and a large amount of sand continued to pour in. But the battle is not over yet, because the attacks just now are just tests, and the next one is the real beginning. Chapter 57 Fang Xuan vs Qiyu Part 2. Qiyu and Fang Xuan fell to the ground from the air. Saitama lightly patted the dust on his body, his eyes flashing with excitement. In the fight with Fang Xuan just now, he clearly felt the feeling of passionate fighting. Since he became stronger, in addition to apart from dreaming, this is the first time I feel it in reality. He raised his head and looked at Fang Xuan, with a challenging smile on his lips. Fang Xuan, you are indeed very strong. I will show my true ability next. When Fang Xuan heard this, he raised his brows and showed a serious expression on his face. Me too, Qiyu. I will go all out in this battle. Before he finished speaking, Qiyu's figure had disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Fang Xuan, punching him in the face. Fang Xuan reacted quickly and immediately activated Kaio Fist, dodging the thunderous blow on one side of his body. At the same time, he condensed an air bomb in his hand and threw it towards Saitama. Seeing this, Saitama didn't dodge, and exploded the air bomb with one punch. The shock wave caused by the explosion stirred up a burst of sand and dust, but Saitama's figure remained motionless. He took this opportunity to bully him and started a hand-to-hand fight with Fang Xuan. Their fists, legs and feet were intertwined, making a dull sound with every collision. Their speed became faster and faster, and their movements became more and more fierce, until they turned into afterimages. Fubuki, Tatsumaki, and Genos could only hear the sounds of collisions coming from the sandstorm from time to time. Suddenly, Fang Xuan's figure flashed and reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. He doubled the power of Kaio Fist, and then his hands took on the shape of calyxes and began to gather energy. Turtle Pi Qi Gong Wave. As the last word fell, Fang Xuan pushed his palm forward, and a huge energy wave spurted out from his palm, with a long tail flame, piercing the sky like a comet, heading straight for Saitama. The earth seemed to feel the terrifying power of this blow. In this desert, the sky suddenly gathered thick dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if to provide the background for this shocking blow. Fubuki, Tatsumaki and Genos were stunned. They had never seen such a powerful energy wave. Even the aftermath emanating from Fang Xuan made them feel palpitated. Earth. N Aries summation Q pipe D P Wahoo, FK. 100,000 critical hits, 100,000 critical hits. Feeling the terrifying energy coming towards his face, Saitama didn't feel scared at all. Instead, his blood boiled even more, and his whole body showed inexplicable yellow energy fluctuations. Saitama took a deep breath and then let it out suddenly. His body began to exude an invisible coercion, as if the surrounding air had become thicker under his will. It's refreshing, it's so refreshing. Look at me, serious punch. Saitama's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in midair, colliding head-on with the Qigong wave. He clenched his right fist, all the strength of his body was concentrated on the fist, and then blasted forward violently. Fang Xuan's terrifying Qigong actually changed its trajectory under Saitama's punch. It was like an out-of-control comet, carrying unrivaled energy and rushing upward at an alarming speed. As the Qigong wave rose rapidly, it began to violently collide with the Earth's atmosphere. Under the impact of the Qigong wave, the atmosphere seemed to be split open by an invisible giant blade, forming a long crack. Then an astonishing explosion occurred. The air waves generated by the explosion caused the atmosphere on both sides of the crack to roll, surging, like huge waves in the ocean. If someone were on the moon at this time, they could clearly see that the Earth was divided like a human being. This thrilling sight made Fubuki, Tatsumaki, and Genos stunned. They had never seen such a shocking scene. Earth. You guys are so happy watching this, I'm almost scared to death. At the same time, the battle between Fang Xuan and Qiyu was not over yet. I saw Saitama's right hand emitting white smoke and landing steadily on the ground. Then he kicked hard again and rushed towards Fang Xuan's position quickly. Seeing Saitama's shiny head approaching, he quickly put his hands on his forehead and shouted, Sun Fist. A dazzling light burst out from between Fang Xuan's hands, as if the sun had descended on the world, and the endless heat and light instantly illuminated everything around him. Saitama felt that his eyes were completely white, and the strong light stimulated him so much that he could not open his eyes. Even his tough body, which had gone through countless battles, could not open his eyes under this strong light. Good chance. Fang Xuan secretly shouted in his heart, knowing that this was the perfect opportunity for him to fight back. The moment Saitama was temporarily blinded by the Sun Fist, he flashed and quickly circled behind Saitama. However, he did not launch a direct attack, but deliberately slowed down his movements, as if waiting for something. At this moment, Qiyu suddenly sensed Fang Xuan's existence with his extraordinary intuition. He turned around suddenly and punched Fang Xuan. However, his fist missed and hit an afterimage. It turns out that Fang Xuan deliberately slowed down his movements to lure Saitama into attacking. The moment Saitama turned around, he immediately used the afterimage fist and appeared on Saitama's side. Seeing this, Fang Xuan punched Saitama on the back. Under this powerful blow, Saitama fell rapidly from the air. Boom! Saitama hit the sand heavily, stirring up large amounts of sand. Fubuki, Tatsumaki and Genos' hearts tightened. Although they knew Saitama was powerful, they couldn't help but feel cold sweat for him when they saw this scene. However, just as the dust gradually dispersed, a figure slowly stood up from the sand. It's Saitama. He gently patted the dust on his body, and there was no sign of pain on his face, but a more fanatical smile. He looked up at Fang Xuan in the air, his eyes flashing with excitement. Okay. Great. Is this your strength? Fang Xuan, you really did not disappoint me. Saitama, you are also very strong. However, this battle is not over yet. Fang Xuan took a deep breath and directly increased the Kaioken multiplier to 5 times the current maximum limit. The original 16,250 fight instantly became 81,250. Feeling the surge in Fang Xuan's combat power, Qiyu's eyes became sharper. Come on, Fang Xuan. Have a good fight. Qiyu roared and rushed towards Fang Xuan again. This time, the two were faster than before and their movements were more fierce. Their fists, legs and feet intertwined in the air, making a deafening sound with every collision, and the sand in the desert continued to fly due to the impact of the collision between the two. Fubuki, Tatsumaki and Genos were already frozen in place. Suddenly, Fang Xuan's figure flashed and appeared behind Qiyu again. He clasped his hands together, then pushed forward violently, and an even greater wave of energy spurted out from his palms, hitting Saitama's back. You're too careless, Saitama. Galric Cannon. As Fang Xuan's roar fell, the energy wave shot towards Saitama at an alarming speed. Boom. After a loud blow, a mushroom cloud appeared above the desert. When the smoke dissipated, Saitama was seen with his hands crossed on his head. It was obvious that Saitama had resisted the blow just now, except for some damage to his gloves. Other than that, there was no physical damage at all. Fang Xuan frowned slightly and thought to himself, FK, Qiyu's cheating is a little too outrageous, but he didn't get hurt at all. After complaining, Fang Xuan burst out again and rushed forward to fight with Qiyu. As time goes by, the battle between the two becomes more and more intense. Their speed is getting faster and their strength is getting stronger. The entire desert was affected by their battle, and every collision made the entire desert tremble, as if it was going to destroy the entire desert. The sun gradually set, leaving behind a fiery red sunset, and the battle between Fang Xuan and Qi Yu came to an end. After a collision, Fang Xuan stopped the fighting. Fang Xuan, why didn't you fight? Saitama, who was hit on the head, didn't notice the changes in the surrounding environment at all. Fang Xuan was sweating profusely, and after releasing the Kaio Fist state, he pointed at the surrounding environment and said, "Nonsense, if we continue fighting, the earth will probably be gone. Look at the surrounding environment." After hearing this, Saitama noticed that the surrounding environment had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally flat desert has now become pitted with huge potholes and cracks everywhere. The hills in the distance were also affected by their fighting and became dilapidated. The entire desert was filled with a solemn atmosphere, as if telling the horror of this battle. Tatsumaki, Fubuki, and Genos were also slightly affected, so now they were flying in the air under the leadership of Tatsumaki, otherwise the three of them might have been buried long ago. Okay, that's it for today. Saitama took a deep breath and calmed down his inner desire to fight. Fang Xuan looked at the surrounding environment, shook his head and thought to himself, this environment has been damaged. It is estimated that it will be difficult for the earth to repair itself. If you want to repair it quickly, unless, well, it seems that you can only rely on lottery. That's enough, but the number of times is a bit too much, and the probability is small, but fortunately you only need to hit it 7 times. Then several people left here. Earth. It's finally over. Chapter 58 Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates. Deep in the vast universe, a super large spaceship is jumping through a wormhole. And this spaceship is from the Space Dark Matter Pirates. Through wormhole jumping, they came from the other end of the universe not far from the Earth, spending a lot of time. Lord Boros, it will take us about 3 days to reach the Earth you mentioned. A dark blue octopus-like alien is saying to the man in armor on the throne in the center of the screen. Now, this person is Boros, the leader of the Dark Matter Pirates in the universe, known as the Overlord of the Universe, and possesses strength above dragon level. As for the octopus-like alien, he is one of the 3 most advanced combatants of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates. He has dragon-level strength, Goryu Ganshup, and is known as the #1 telekinesis user in the universe. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Boros, who had his eyes closed, opened his only eye. Is it finally here? I was prophesied 20 years ago. I will soon find out whether the ending is a lie to me or whether there is really an opponent who can rival me. Because he is rampant in the universe and has never been defeated, and because of the harsh environment of the planet where his race was born, he has acquired unparalleled physical functions. In addition, he himself is the best among them. Over the years, he has challenged masters everywhere in the universe, no failure. Feeling deeply empty due to being too invincible, he always wears armor that suppresses his physical abilities. Believing the prophecy of the fortune teller, who said that there was someone on the distant Earth who could have a hearty battle with Boros, Boros spent 20 years arriving on Earth to fight the prophesied man. It would be great if there really was an opponent stronger than me. After saying that, Boros closed his eyes again, and the huge power he poured out also dissipated at this moment. Goryu Ganshuop looked at Boros on the screen and consciously turned off the screen. As the brain of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates, he knew Boros' strength well and understood Boros' desire for challenges. I saw Goryu Ganshup turning his head to Gloribasto, one of the 3 most senior combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates and with the strength of a dragon behind him, and said, I understand very well that Lord Boros desires to have the mood of an evenly matched opponent, but judging from what I know about Boros' current strength, the fortune teller may have deceived Mr. Boros. Indeed, this possibility is extremely high. Lord Boros has traveled across the 3 star fields and challenged countless opponents without ever being defeated. And on such a lonely planet with backward technological civilization, how could there be anyone better than Boros? The adults are even more powerful. Gloribasto said in agreement. Indeed, as the overlord of the universe, Boros must have some strength, but this guy should never come to Earth, because there are 2 most powerful copies on Earth. One is a one-punch bald copy. In this copy, the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates need to defeat a man named Saitama. This man's strength is extremely terrifying. In addition to being unable to fly and unable to kill mosquitoes, the rest of his body is. His abilities have reached an unmatched height. It should be noted that during the process, you cannot say that his head is bald, otherwise you will be killed in 1 hit, unless he makes you angry first. The other copy is the Saiyan copy. In this copy, the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates need to defeat a man named Fang Xuan. Apart from being unable to defeat the bald man above, this man currently has no rivals on Earth. And not only can this person fly, but he is also proficient in various moves. An inevitable crisis is quietly approaching the Earth, which can also be said to be a waste of human life. In a luxury hotel in City A handsome-looking man was drinking red wine and listening to the news from the manager next to him, and he was the handsome guy's mask or sweetheart's mask who ranked first in the A level. Although he is the #1 hero in A level, he has the strength to be promoted to S level hero. However, he has not been promoted. According to his own words, the reason is that he deliberately stayed in A level so as not to easily become an S level hero. The body has a strong ability to regenerate, and it hates weirdos as much as it hates them, and adopts the policy of killing them all. I particularly hate ugly things, and will be unable to move when I see extremely ugly monsters. In addition to being engaged in heroic activities, I am also a very popular idol singer with a large number of fans. Oh, he is the boyfriend of Tatsumaki who was making a lot of noise on the internet a few days ago. After putting down the wine glass in his hand, Masked Sweetheart showed some doubts on his face. Since he can get Tatsumaki's favor, this kid should have some strength, but a guy who relies on soft food is not worthy of my attention. Any other news? There is indeed one more thing. The Hero Association has recently promoted a B-level hero to an A-level hero, named Saitama. Hearing this, Masked Sweetheart's face darkened. I said, do you think of me as a handyman in the Hero Association? Don't tell me about trivial matters like this B-level promotion to A-level. Unless it is something like A-level promotion to S-level, you can tell me. Hug. Sorry. Some chubby men immediately apologized when they were questioned by the Masked Sweethearts. There was no way anyone could make this man the most popular person in his company. He couldn't help but dote on him. As for why Saitama was suddenly promoted to A-level, it was because after the sparring session with Fang Xuan, Saitama suddenly became excited, went wild and completed tasks, and then met the conditions for promotion. Z City. Fang Xuan's family. Fang Xuan was staying at home alone at this time, opening the lottery panel for a lottery. Since he won the Kaio Fist last time, the rewards he won after that were either Bulma, Lanchi or No 18's underwear, or something like Sony and firearms. Class, you can't even draw fairy beans. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a revolver. Please check if it has been issued. Listening to the voice in his mind, Fang Xuan complained, I've talked about the system, how many times have I drawn it? Why are all the things I drew useless? Did you see me draw the Kaio Fist last time, and then deliberately adjusted the lottery mechanism? The system felt a little guilty and said, it's none of my business that you have bad luck. This system swears by its character that it will never do such a thing. Fang Xuan asked, character, are you a human being? You don't care if I'm a human or not. If I don't smoke, get out of here. The system yelled, pull, pump, I can't do it, it's really. Seeing that the remaining 103,541 emotion points in the balance were only enough for one draw, Fang Xuan finally made up his mind, closed his eyes and clicked the draw button. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a gravity training room. The maximum gravity is 250 times. Please check it after it has been issued. I saw a universal capsule placed in the system warehouse. This reward is pretty good. I'm worried that my recent practice is not going well. I didn't expect it to come out of nowhere. It's really great. Hurry up and try it. After saying that, Fang Xuan immediately walked out of the door to test the gravity training room. The system was full of question marks, checking the lottery function. It doesn't make sense. I obviously changed the lottery probability. Logically speaking, the next 100 times he should draw underwear or firearms. How could he draw the gravity training room? Chapter 59 Fang Xuan's Balance. Z City. This city is considered by everyone to be the scariest, most desolate, and the city where weirdos often appear. But in fact, this city is not full of extremely dangerous areas. As the branch of the Heroes Association in City Z, with the large amount of funds and weapons provided by the Heroes Association every year, it is one of the few safe areas. In addition, one is in the area where an apartment is located. The largest bank in Z City is also the only one located opposite the Heroes Association. Residents living here will handle banking business here. Since it is the only bank, its internal security is naturally extraordinary. Today, this bank welcomed two special guests. One was bald and had an expressionless face, and the other was a handsome young man who flew in. And these two people are Kaio and Fang Xuan. The Hero Association paid out this month's salary a few days ago, and after Saitama was promoted to an A-level hero, his salary naturally increased a lot. After leaving some daily living expenses, he planned to bring the money to the bank. Save. It happened that Fang Xuan also wanted to come to the bank to check the balance of his bank card, so the two of them came together. After the two entered the bank and received their numbers, they sat in the waiting area and waited. Guest 83, please go to window 1 to handle business. The bank's announcement sounded, and Fang Xuan looked at the number on his hand, which was no. 83. Finally it's my turn. After saying that, Fang Xuan stood up and walked to the window of no. 83. Kaio was also very curious about how much money Fang Xuan had in his balance, so he followed him. After Fang Xuan sat on the chair, he handed the bank card to the clerk. Hello, please help me check the balance in the card. The lady at the counter who took the bank card saw that it was a handsome guy, so she served Fang Xuan with a smile. Hello guest, your account has been confirmed and the current balance is 130 million yuan. After seeing the balance in Fang Xuan's card, this young lady with exquisite makeup had a brighter smile on her face, and her eyes looking at Fang Xuan became more intense. She now wanted to stick directly to Fang Xuan's body. After all, no matter in which world, the rich are the uncles and can enjoy the best quality services. 130 million, converted into RMB, it's about, more than 6 million. Fang Xuan made a rough calculation in his mind. Fang Xuan, so you are so rich. Kaio's eyes widened at this moment and he looked at Fang Xuan. At the same time, he was also very confused as to why Fang Xuan was so rich, because as far as he could remember, Fang Xuan was basically either practicing or playing on the computer every day. There is no income at all from cooking, but why is this guy getting richer and richer? Low-key, Low-key. After Fang Xuan finished speaking to Kaio, he turned to the young lady handling the business and said, help me withdraw 300,000 yuan. Okay, I'll do it for you. After hearing what Fang Xuan said, the young lady handling the business immediately started operating on the computer, and soon handed the money and bank card to Fang Xuan and Fang Xuan. Sir, your business has been processed. This is your card and cash withdrawal money, please keep it. Fang Xuan took the bank card and cash, smiled and nodded to the young lady, thank you. Seeing Fang Xuan's actions, Saitama, who was originally here to save money, also became interested. He handed his bank card to the young lady handling the business and said, please check it for me too. After the young lady handling the business took Saitama's bank card for inquiry, although she had a smile on her face, she was not as enthusiastic as Fang Xuan. Your balance totals 20 yuan, less than 1 yuan RMB. Ah, yes sir, you do have only 20 yuan left in your account, and your account has not been credited or paid out for a long time. Seeing that his balance was only so small, Saitama began to doubt his life. As for the 600,000 he earned from beach volleyball, it did not flow into Saitama's account because it was in cash. That's it, can I save money now? Okay, how much do you want to deposit? That's it. With that said, Saitama took out the money wrapped in the plastic bag. In addition to the normal salary, there was also a bonus of only 300,000 yuan that was spent last time. The total is 360,000 yuan, all of which have been deposited. This is your bank card, please keep it. Thanks. Saitama took the bank card. Saitama, there's a shop selling oden over there, do you want to eat it? After coming out of the bank, Fang Xuan saw a shop selling oden not far away, so he asked Kaio. Oden, it should be delicious, Saitama said, and wanted to take out his wallet to buy some, but when he thought about the wealth gap between himself and Fang Xuan, he immediately shook his head and said, forget it, this oden it doesn't look very tasty. After hearing Chiyu's words, Fang Xuan said, isn't that what you said just now? But Saitama still shook his head and refused. Fang Xuan had no choice but to say, well, you should eat my treat, right? Eat. After hearing that Fang Xuan wanted to treat him, Kaio agreed directly without any hesitation. I'll go, you agreed very quickly. Fang Xuan complained. Then the two of them walked towards the oden shop. Not long after the two left, the bank welcomed the Class A wanted criminal goat and his subordinates. Boom. I saw the Class A wanted criminal goat holding a machete and opening the bank door with one blow. After hearing the sound, the security personnel in the bank immediately stepped forward to stop them, but they were knocked to the ground one by the goats. In an instant, the crowd in the bank began to panic, and someone among them recognized the origins of these guys. These guys are the robbery gang of the Class A wanted criminal goat and a group of younger brothers that were reported on the news not long ago. Hearing this, the crowd at the bank became even more panicked. The goat laughed arrogantly, waved the machete in his hand, and shouted at the customers and employees in the bank. No one is allowed to move, I will chop to death whoever dares to move. Customers and employees were so frightened that they screamed and hid behind the counter or in the corner for fear of becoming the dead souls of the goat. After frightening all the people in the bank, the goat immediately said to the younger brothers, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and load the money, otherwise we will be in trouble when the guys from the Hero Association next to us arrive. After hearing what the boss said, a group of younger brothers immediately started taking action. They threatened the bank manager, opened the door of the safe, and started loading money. UBCH, please hand over the money in your pocket quickly, otherwise I won't be polite to you. I saw a young man holding a knife and saying to a bank clerk, and this clerk was the young lady who had just handled business for Fang Xuan and Saitama, and the money in her arms was Saitama's 360,000 yuan. Seeing that the woman refused to let go, the robber kicked the business lady to the ground and then snatched the money. At this time, the robber didn't know whose money he had robbed, but he was still searching. Chapter 60 Saitama, what? My money was robbed. Z City. In the bank. Under the threat of the Class A wanted criminal goat, all bank employees and customers were controlled by his younger brother. There was also a security guard who was knocked to the ground by the goat. Goat saw that he was about to complete a robbery under the nose of the Hero Association branch, and felt very proud, because after success, his reward amount would definitely increase a lot, and he would become famous by then. At this time, several boys wearing goat suits came over carrying several large bags of money. After seeing that the money was almost gone, the goat immediately ordered to his men, very good, since the money is almost gone, let's prepare to evacuate. Stop, if you want to leave, ask my C-Class hero Angry Superman first. And me, C-Class hero Fireman. I saw these two buddies standing at the door, looking cool while watching the robbery gang. They also happened to go to the bank to handle business. The reason why they did not show up at first was because they heard that this was a Class A reward criminal. They were no match, so they squatted down with the other guests. But seeing how arrogant the robbery gang was, the two of them still stood up. Oh, do you want to show off? Young men, come on over and kill these two people. After receiving the boss's order, a group of younger brothers immediately swarmed up and surrounded the two people with weapons in hand. Welcome, let you see, C-Class heroes are not easy to mess with. After the two said that, they struggled with the surrounding robbers. What a b thing. The goat, who was in a hurry, knocked over the Angry Superman and Fireman, who seemed to be untouchable, with one punch. Due to the inertia, the two of them flew out directly, hit the light sign above and passed out. No matter what level you are, a C-level hero dares to interfere with my A-level wanted criminal's affairs, bah. Looking at the two people who had passed out, the goat said disdainfully. Take that woman as a hostage and let's go. With that said, the goat who had robbed the money walked out of the bank without worrying about the Heroes Association branch next to him. Inside the Odin restaurant, Chi Yu was eating big mouthfuls of Odin. Since it was Fang Xuan's treat, he ordered a lot of food without any courtesy. Fang Xuan was not to be outdone. He saw a super large bowl in front of him. The bowl was filled with all kinds of Odin ingredients. He was using chopsticks to quickly pick up the food and put it into his mouth, chewing quickly. It has to be dazzling. Suddenly Saitama heard a lot of noise outside, so he turned around and saw a group of people swaggering out of the bank just now. Fang Xuan, look, something seems to have happened at the bank we came out of just now. After taking a bite of Saitama cooked in Odin, he pointed at the bank and said. Therefore, a person must not do anything bad, otherwise he will encounter someone more terrifying than a ghost. The goat group took the bank's female salesperson hostage. As luck would have it, this salesperson was the young lady who just handled business for Fang Xuan and Kiyu. After putting all the stolen money in the car, Goat and his brothers quickly got into the van that had been prepared. It seems that this robbery went very smoothly. Although there were two reckless guys blocking the way, it was not a big problem. Boss, what should I do with this girl? Asked a female bank clerk holding a knife to her neck. It's not easy. Once we get deep into the mountains, we can just leave this guy there to fend for himself. But boss Goat, this girl looks decent, why don't we throw her away before, Hahaha. A younger brother said with a lewd smile, and at the same time made an obscene gesture with his hand. Before he finished speaking, the other boys burst into laughter. The female salesperson was very frightened when she heard what the gang of robbers said, and she involuntarily leaned against the car behind her. The goat frowned. He was not a good person, but he was not without a bottom line either. At least at this time, he didn't want to get into trouble. I'm not as big as you. I am the boss, or you are the boss. Just do whatever I ask you to do obediently. How come there is so much nonsense? You are not afraid that you will not pass the trial. The angry goat raised his fist and hit the boy on the head. I understand, boss goat. The boy covered his head and said tremblingly. After teaching the little brother a lesson, the goat saw that the car was still not starting, so he shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Why don't you start the car? Don't you know there is a Heroes Association next to you? Boss, there is a bald man in front of us blocking our way. The driver said, Bald. After hearing this, the goat stretched out the car window and looked, press the accelerator to the bottom and kill this guy. Yes, boss. After saying that, the driver stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed forward. The person standing in front of them was Saitama, who came out of the Odin restaurant. As for Fang Xuan, he was paying the bill. Saitama looked at the van rushing towards him without any expression on his face. Looking at the van rushing towards him, Saitama just raised his palm and stopped the approaching van firmly in place. The tires of the van rubbed violently against the ground, making a screeching sound, but the car could no longer move forward. The goat saw that the car was not moving forward, so he asked again, Why is the car not moving? Boss, our bald man blocked the car with his hand. What? The goat was shocked when he heard this, and he stuck his head out again in disbelief. Damn, it looks like we've run into some serious trouble. Brothers, get out of the car and show this guy his skills. Then the goat got out of the car with a group of boys and female salesmen. The goat's boys surrounded Saitama with weapons. One of them said arrogantly, Boy, I advise you to be wise and get out of the way immediately, otherwise I will kill your bald head with the machete in my hand. At this time, a robber looked familiar to Saitama, so he hurriedly came to the goat and said, Boss, this kid seems to be the bald-caped man who was just promoted to the A-class hero not long ago. Really? Goat raised his head and looked at Saitama seriously. After the female salesperson on the side heard what the robber said, she looked at Saitama and realized that this was the person she had just dealt with. Unexpectedly, he was actually an A-level hero, so she hurriedly shouted, Mr. Help, these people are robbers. They just robbed a large amount of money from the bank. They also took away the money you came to deposit. Quote, Saitama was very calm after listening to the first half of the words, but immediately became excited after hearing the second half of the words. What? The money I just deposited was robbed by these guys. Chapter 61 Bangu's Visit. What? The money I just deposited was robbed by these guys. After Saitama heard the female salesperson's words, he immediately clenched his fists, and then looked at the goat robbery gang in front of him with an angry look. How dare you guys steal my money? Unforgivable. Thinking that he had 20 yuan left in his bankbook before, he finally deposited some money, but someone robbed him shortly after leaving. How could he bear it? I saw Saitama roaring angrily, and his aura suddenly burst out, scaring the surrounding robbers to take a few steps back involuntarily. Although, this robbery gang is really brave enough. They dare to steal Saitama's money. It's going to be a good show. Fang Xuan, who had just finished paying the bill at the Odin restaurant, happened to hear the female salesperson. Then he stood aside and watched the show with gloating. After all, it was Saitama's money that was robbed, so it was better to leave this matter to him. The goat was shocked when he felt Saitama's powerful aura, but he was a class A wanted criminal after all, and he was not a vegetarian. Brothers, don't be afraid of this bald man. This guy is just a newly promoted A-level hero. I have been on the A-level wanted list for many years, so I can be afraid of him. Come on, I'll destroy this kid. The goat shouted, and the boys behind him also waved their weapons and rushed towards Saitama with the goat. These people didn't know what the bald man in front of them looked like. Continuous normal punches. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of intensive fist blows, accompanied by the screams and sounds of the robbers falling to the ground. The robbers who rushed towards Saitama couldn't see his movements clearly. They only felt a powerful force coming, and then they were knocked to the ground. The weapons in their hands flew out one after another, hitting the surrounding vehicles and buildings, making loud noises. When the goat saw this scene, there was a look of horror in its eyes. He had never seen such a powerful force. This newly promoted A-level hero could defeat his younger brothers so easily. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. After seeing Saitama knocking down all his men, Goat immediately wanted to pull the kidnapped female salesperson in front of him, but when he turned his head, he found that the female salesperson had disappeared. The goat scanned for a week and found a man not far away untying the rope from the female salesperson's hands. Seeing that the hostage had been rescued by others, the goat looked at Saitama, who was getting closer and closer to him, and quickly waved the machete in his hand, trying to force Saitama back, while shouting, "You, don't come here. I am a Class A wanted criminal." Boom. Before the goat could finish what he said, Saitama rushed forward and punched the goat in the stomach, sending the goat flying away. The goat drew a long arc in the air, then hit the ground heavily and passed out. After cleaning up the robbery gang, Saitama clapped his hands and said, "Robbers are as annoying as mosquitoes." Not long after Saitama solved the robbery gang, people from the Hero Association came to the scene. Seeing that the robbers had all been beaten to the ground, Chiyu and Fang Xuan had already left the scene. Fortunately, the female staff member was still at the scene and told everything about what had just happened. After handling the matters at the bank, Fang Xuan and Chiyu returned home. Saitama family. As soon as Saitama entered the door, he saw an old man sitting on the sofa. This made Saitama think that he had gone to the wrong room, so he said sorry and left. After exiting the door, Saitama took a closer look. "That's weird, you went right." After saying that, he opened the door and walked in. In the kitchen, Genos, who was boiling water, heard the sound of the door being pushed open, so he walked out of the kitchen with a teapot and said, "Teacher Saitama, you are back." As he spoke, Genos began to add tea to the old man's cup. Saitama looked at Genos and asked, "Genos, who is this old man?" "Calling me old man is too harsh, Chiyu-kun, we have met before." The old man put down the tea in his hand slowly, and his whole body showed the demeanor of a martial arts master, even though he is already a very old man, but his whole body reveals a spirit that is not inferior to that of young people. "Have we met before?" Saitama scratched his head and searched in his mind, but he couldn't remember where he had seen the old man. Genos said at this time, "Teacher Saitama, this is Mr. Silver Fang Bangu, the third-ranked S-class hero." Bangu, no impression. Saitama continued scratching his head. Seeing that Chiyu still didn't think of him, Bang Ji-yu immediately stood up and then performed a move smoothly in this narrow room. Lu Shui rock-shattering fist. I saw that beneath that simple move, there was an uncontrollable majestic power. "How is it, Saitama-kun, have you remembered?" "No." After hearing that Saitama still didn't think of it, Bangu staggered. "Forget it, if you don't remember it, then you don't remember it. So, are Kiyu-kun and Genos-kun interested in visiting my dojo?" Bangu, an old martial artist, quickly calmed down and continued to ask. After all, the purpose of his visit this time was not to ask Saitama if he remembered him, but to find a successor for his flowing rock-shattering fist. During the last meteorite incident, he discovered that Genos, Saitama and Fang Xuan had excellent physical fitness and were very suitable for martial arts training, so he came directly to his door. "If you're not interested, you can go back." Saitama waved his hand and said. Seeing that Saitama was not interested in his dojo, Bang Ji-yu closed his eyes and said a very seductive word to Saitama. "Are you really not going? I have 5A grade special beef there. If Saitama-kun goes to my dojo, I can invite you to eat together." When Saitama heard the words, 5A grade special beef, his eyes suddenly lit up, he clapped his hands and said something he didn't know, but the general meaning was that he agreed. Genos' eyes were also gleaming. He wrote down what Saitama said in his notebook seriously and said, "I understand. It turns out that eating 5A beef is also part of becoming stronger. You guys wait for me, I'll ask Fang Xuan to go with me." After saying that, Chiyu quickly went out to call Fang Xuan. Seeing that Saitama agreed, Bang Ji-yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Saitama was extremely powerful. If he could teach Saitama the flowing rock-shattering fist, then he believed that Saitama would definitely be able to use the flowing water rock-shattering fist. Can be carried forward. Chapter 62 Bangu's Dojo. Z City. Bangu Ashram. This is a training place full of martial arts and traditional atmosphere. It is located on a high mountain in Z City. Although the appearance of the dojo is unremarkable, the inside contains profound martial arts heritage. The interior of the dojo is spacious and bright, and the layout is very simple and practical. Some martial arts pictures and slogans are hung on the wall, inspiring the disciples to keep making progress. There are solid training mats on the ground for disciples to conduct various martial arts training. In the center of the dojo, there is a ring used for actual combat drills. This is a stage for disciples to show their strength and skills. Bangu taught many outstanding disciples here. In its heyday, there were hundreds of disciples in Bangu dojo. However, due to an incident, there is only one disciple left in the current dojo. Under the temptation of the 5A grade special stake, Saitama and his party quickly arrived here from the no man's land. Looking at this high mountain, Saitama turned to Bangu and asked, "This is it, right?" "Yes, my dojo is at the top of the mountain. Let's go." Bangu nodded. "Okay, let's go for the stake." Wait a moment. Looking at the majestic mountain in front of him, Saitama shouted excitedly and rushed up the climbing stairs. Seeing Saitama being so motivated, Genos on the side naturally regarded mountaineering as a training. He saw that his whole body's power device was activated instantly, all the LED lights in his body were turned on, and then he followed Saitama and rushed towards the mountain. "Go up." Bangu wanted to say something, but before he could finish speaking, the two of them disappeared. "Hey, young people today, why are they so impatient? I haven't finished speaking yet." Looking at Saitama and Genos, who couldn't even see their backs, Bangu shook his head after sighing. After speaking, he pointed to the elevator not far away and said, "Let's go over there." There is an elevator that can go directly to the top of the mountain. The current dojo is in a downturn, so I can only develop tourism to earn some living expenses. Fang Xuan stood aside and witnessed the impulsive behavior of Saitama and Genos and couldn't help laughing. He turned to look at Bangu, followed the old man's hand, and sure enough he saw a modern elevator standing quietly not far away. "Haha, Mr. Bangu, it seems that the two of them are really looking forward to your 5A grade special beef." Fang Xuan joked. Then several people stepped into the elevator, and as the door slowly closed, the elevator began to rise steadily. Through the transparent elevator wall, you can see the mountain scenery outside gradually fading away. As the elevator rises rapidly, the dojo at the top of the mountain slowly comes into view. 3 minutes later, in front of the Bangu dojo at the highest point of the mountain, Genos was estimating the time it took to climb the mountain. Excluding the 4.5 seconds that Mr. Saitama took the lead, overall, I lost to Mr. Saitama by 58.7 seconds in total. It seems that I still can't beat the teacher in terms of speed. Genos' machine eyes are flashing red, which shows that he is really making precise calculations. Although Genos' brain is still a human brain, some intelligent auxiliary functions are installed in his body. Quite a few. "Hey, who are you two?" This is the dojo of Mr. Silver Fang Bangu, who ranks third in the Hero Association's S class. Hearing the sound, Genos and Saitama, who had just climbed to the top of the mountain, turned around and saw a man wearing white training clothes and orange hair walking out of the dojo and asking Saitama and Genos. "Who are you?" Saitama asked, looking at the man. "I am Teacher Bangu's disciple, Cha Lanzi." "Who are you? What's the matter here?" Cha Lanzi replied, looking at Saitama and Genos up and down. Genos said, "It was Mr. Bangu who invited us to eat the 5A grade special steak." When Cha Lanzi heard this, he was stunned at first, but then he quickly realized, "Oh, so that's it. Then you have come to the right place. Teacher Bangu's steak is indeed outstanding. However, the teacher's steak is amazing. Not everyone can eat it, so let me test your strength first." Just when Cha Lanzi was about to take action, Bangu and his party also took the elevator to the top of the mountain. Seeing Cha Lanzi who was about to attack Saitama and Genos, Bangu hurriedly shouted, "Cha Lanzi, stop it quickly, don't be rude. These two are my guests. Teacher, you are back." Cha Lanzi was very happy to see his teacher Bangu back. As Bangu's only disciple at present, Cha Lanzi was very happy. Although his strength was ridiculously weak compared to the senior brothers before him, at least he was still a disciple. With the strength of a low-level B-level hero, Cha Lanzi loved Bangu as his mentor, and even after the Hungry Wolf beat all the juniors out of the dojo, he still insisted on sticking to and accompanying Bangu's disciples. After seeing Bangu coming up, Saitama asked, "Old man, where is the 5A grade steak you mentioned?" "There will be steaks, but I want to show off my flowing water rock-breaking fist before everyone eats the steaks." Bangu said with a posture. "Old man Bang, why do you have to do those fancy tricks of yours again?" Tatsumaki said with an indifferent expression. Although she knew that Bangu's martial arts was very powerful, she was not interested in her at all as a person who used superpowers. Cha Lanzi on the side heard that someone dared to call his teacher this way, and that the teacher's Liushui rock fist was a flower fist and embroidered leg. He couldn't bear it. Just when he was about to give the speaker some color, he found that behind the words, the person turned out to be Tatsumaki, the second-ranked S-class person. Well, he was someone he couldn't afford to offend. "You girl, can't you respect me? After all, I'm old." Bangu looked at Tornado helplessly. Saitama looked at Bangu and asked, "Liushui rock-breaking fist. Is it very powerful?" Hearing Saitama's question, Bangu suddenly became active. He thought that Saitama was interested in his flowing water-breaking rock fist. Little did he know that Saitama was thinking about the flowing water-breaking rock fist compared with his serious punch. How? Of course it's powerful. This is a martial art that has been passed down from generation to generation in my dojo. If you practice it to a small level, you can start to crack the ground. If you practice it to a great level, you can turn rivers and oceans upside down. If you practice it to the transformation state, you can do whatever you want. If you practice it to the transformation state, you can do whatever you want, crushing rocks like powder, and even in an instant. Destroying a mountain. Of course, this requires extremely high martial arts talent and long-term hard practice. Bangu proudly introduced his flowing water rock fist. Well, it does look interesting. Let's take a look before eating the steak, Saitama said seriously. Seeing that Kaio wanted to see his flowing water shattering fist, Bangu immediately said to his disciple Chaolanzi, go and prepare immediately. I want to show off the flowing water shattering fist today. Chapter 63 Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist. Inside Bangu Dojo. Lu Shui Rock Breaking Fist. As Bangu shouted low, his body moved instantly. His boxing techniques are smooth and coherent, as if a stream of water is constantly surging, and as fierce as broken rock. Every punch and every kick contains powerful power, yet appears light and agile without any clumsiness. Chaolanzi watched attentively from the side. Although this was not the first time he saw his teacher doing Liu Shui Rock Fist, because his martial arts qualifications were too poor, he was unable to learn the essence after joining Bangu's sect. Although Saitama has no interest in martial arts, he still sat on the ground and watched Bangu's demonstration. He couldn't help but treat someone to eat 5A grade beef. Fubuki was amazed by Bangu's flowing water rock breaking fist, as if it would be difficult to escape if caught by this move. Soon, with Bangu's closing movement, the display of Liu Shui rock shattering fist ended. Okay, I have shown all the moves of the flowing water breaking rock fist. What do you guys want to try? I think that with the understanding abilities of Fang Xuan, Saitama and Genos-kun, they should be able to learn it very quickly. Bangu clasped his hands behind his back, smiled and extended an olive branch to several people. Bangu, who wanted to promote Liu Shui rock shattering boxing, now looked very much like those selling insurance. No interest. Fang Xuan, do you want to give it a try? Chiyu flatly refused, then looked at Fang Xuan and asked. I don't need it anymore. Genos, do you want to give it a try? Fang Xuan shook his head and refused. I'll be exempted too. While martial arts sounds great, it's not technique that I'm after. Genos, who had witnessed the battle between Fang Xuan and Saitama, was no longer interested in this kind of technical martial arts. Now he only pursues speed, attack, and explosion. Seeing Genos' refusal, Fang Xuan looked at Tatsumaki and Fubuki. Hey, look what we are doing. My sister and I are both superpowers. This way of fighting is not suitable for us at all, okay? Tatsumaki said angrily, while Fubuki nodded aside. Seeing several people's refusals, Chaolanzi finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, You guys, you actually despise the teacher's flowing rock-breaking fist like this. Let me, Teacher Bangu's #1 disciple, show you the power of the flowing water-breaking rock fist. As he said that, he stood up with a strong head, made the starting move of the flowing water-shattering fist, and rushed forward. 3 seconds later, Chaolanzi was pinned to the ground and rubbed by Genos with one move. Seeing that Bangu's #1 disciple was defeated by Genos, Chiyu was a little surprised and said, Your #1 disciple's strength doesn't seem to be very good. Genos let go of Chaolanzi and turned to ask Bangu, Mr. Bangu, I heard others said that there should be many masters in your dojo. How? Bang Ji-yu shook his head helplessly and sighed. Well, it was indeed like this once, but one disciple went crazy and beat all the disciples who had strength at that time. Those who were beaten could not recover, and the other disciples could not recover. The disciples also left the dojo because they were afraid of being beaten. Saitama asked curiously, Is that crazy disciple very strong? Very strong. His martial arts talent is very high. Then what's his name? His name was Hungry Wolf, and he was my top disciple at the time. After the incident, I beat him up and expelled him from the school. I didn't expect you to be quite powerful, old man. Hearing Saitama's words, Charanzi, who had just been pressed to the ground and rubbed, immediately stood up, touched his chin and shouted, You brat, haven't you heard of the title Silver Fang? A master of martial arts who can manipulate his opponent in the palm of his hand with his flowing movements and can crush huge rocks with one strike. After introducing his teacher, Charanzi looked at Saitama carefully, then remembered the newspaper he read 2 days ago and said, I remember you were an A- class hero who was just promoted not long ago, right? Tell me, don't think that you are so arrogant just because you have become an A- class hero. Teacher Bangu is the 3rd-ranked master of S class. Teacher like you can hit 10 with one hand. Chaolanzi must not be rude, Chiyu is several times stronger than me. Bang Ji-yu scolded this apprentice who didn't know the heights of the world. Chaolanzi looked in disbelief. What? Teacher, are you kidding? How can this guy be better than you? Bang Ji-yu shook his head gently. He was really helpless towards his eldest disciple. Although Chaolanzi is kind-hearted and passionate about martial arts, her talent and strength are indeed mediocre, and she is sometimes too impulsive and arrogant. Saitama looked indifferent and didn't care about Chaolanzi's words. He is a casual person and never cares about other people's opinions and evaluations. The reason why he stayed here to watch Bangu's demonstration was just because he was looking forward to the 5A grade beef. Old man, when are we going to eat beef? Seeing that several people were not interested in his flowing water-shattering fist, Bang Ji-yu did not want to force it, so he said, You guys wait here, I will go and prepare it for you. After saying that, Bangu was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, a man in a suit and glasses ran into the dojo. Mr. Silver Fang, I am a person sent by the Hero Association. The association has issued an emergency gathering order for S-class heroes. Please come with me to the association headquarters. After saying that, the man in the suit turned around and saw Tatsumaki and Genos, and then said happily, "That's Mr. Genos and Miss Tatsumaki over there. That's great, I didn't expect to meet them here." Quote, "This call requires all S-class heroes to be present, so please come with me." After Genos heard this, he said seriously, "Is it a dragon-level disaster?" Tatsumaki also showed a rare serious expression. "No, all S-class heroes are present, which shows that this disaster is likely to be dragon-level or above." Fang Xuan thought to himself, "All S-class heroes, this is really interesting. I'm curious what would happen if Saitama and Police Dogman collide." Saitama said, "When are you going to eat steak?" Bangu paused and said, "It seems that I can only treat you to the steak next time. Let's go to the Heroes Association headquarters first. Cha Lanzi will stay behind to look after the house." Genos looked at Saitama and Fang Xuan and asked, "Are the two teachers going together?" Saitama saw that he might not be able to eat the steak, so he said, "Okay, I have nothing to do anyway, let's go and take a look." Fang Xuan, who wanted to see what would happen when Saitama and Police Dogman met, also agreed, "Let's go together." Since there were too many of them, there was only one car, so the man in the suit asked Bang Ji-yu, Genos, and Tatsumaki to get on the car. As for Fang Xuan, Saitama, and Fubuki, they asked them to find another way. After all, he was here this time. It's just inviting S-class heroes. As for the three of them, they are dispensable. In response, Fang Xuan, Saitama, and Fubuki were speechless, so Fang Xuan could only use his superpowers to fly Saitama and Fubuki to the Heroes Association headquarters. Chapter 64: The meeting between Police Dogman and Saitama. City A. Hero Association headquarters. A towering tall building stands in the city center, which is the symbol of the Heroes Association. Because they were flying, Fang Xuan, Saitama, and Fubuki came here first. However, because today's meeting was very important, the security measures in the hero building were very strict. Saitama and Fubuki's A-class hero status was also inaccessible, so the three of them could only wait for Tatsumaki, Bangu, and Genos outside. While waiting, several people walked into the hero building one after another. This is because these people are all S-class heroes. "Hey, do you two still remember me?" A muscular man wearing a vest walked towards Fang Xuan, Saitama, and Fubuki. This man was the 14th ranked S-class Vestal Master who was kicked to the ground by Saitama before. Saitama looked at the strong man in front of him and wondered, "Ah. Who are you?" "He is the vest-backed venerable who helped my little brother out before." "Oh, I seem to have an impression." After helping Kiyu recall it, Fang Xuan asked, "What do you want from us? You're not here for revenge, are you?" The venerable vest smiled naively and then said, "Hey, no, I already understood what happened last time. It was my two younger brothers who were at fault. After I went back, they both made good repairs. I came here to say sorry to you." Fang Xuan said, "It doesn't matter, this guy has already forgotten about it. By the way, are you also here to attend the meeting? But I remember that this meeting did not only invite S-class heroes, so why are you here too?" The vested venerable asked in confusion. Saitama shook his head and said, "No, we just came over to take a look when we have nothing to do. Let's stop talking about this for now. I have to go in quickly and leave first." After greeting the three of them, the venerable in the vest entered the building. After the venerable vest entered the building, the three of them began to wait boredly. At this time, a man wearing a dog-shaped doll came over, and he was the 12th ranked police dog man in the S-class. "Here I go, he does look a lot like Saitama. No wonder when I was reading comics and animations in my previous life, some people would say that Police Dog Man is Saitama's trumpet." Fang Xuan thought to himself as he looked at Police Dog Man. Judging from the appearance, the Police Dog Man looks like Saitama wearing a dog suit. In addition, both of them have paralyzed faces. Some people believe that they are born from the same mother. Fang Xuan quickly patted Saitama who was in a daze next to him and said, "Kiyu, look, there's a person who looks like you." Dog? No, it should be a human dog." "That's not right either," Fubuki on the side said. "Teacher Fang Xuan, what are you talking about? That is the 12th S-class police dog man, but he does look similar to Saitama." There is someone who looks like me. Where is it?" Saitama heard this and immediately turned around and looked. "Isn't that a dog?" The police dog man who was about to enter the hero building also spotted Fang Xuan and the others, but he didn't pay attention until he saw Saitama and was stunned because this person looked similar to him. "I saw the police dog Sha." I quickly arrived in front of Saitama, and looked around Saitama carefully. "Hey, why do you worship me? You don't need to deliberately undergo plastic surgery to look like me, right?" Police dog man looked at Saitama and asked. Saitama was very angry when he heard what the police dog man said. He said angrily, "What do you mean? You are obviously the one who pirated my face." "Okay." Saitama's words stunned the police dog man for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Saitama to answer like this. He looked at Saitama carefully again, then shook his head and said, "Impossible, I debuted much earlier than you, how could you possibly say that I pirated your face?" After Saitama heard what the police dog man said, he became even more furious. The police dog man looked at Saitama and said, "Your face does not seem to have been plastic surgery." Saitama, Nonsense. Police dog man asked. Then who are you? Why do you look so similar to me? Saitama replied seriously. My name is Saitama, and I am an A- level hero. A-level hero. No wonder I haven't heard of you. However, you must be pretty good, right? After all, being able to look so similar to me shows that we still have something in common. Police dog man said. After hearing the police dog man's words, Saitama swore that if this guy said another word, he would seriously punch this guy's smelly, handsome face. Okay, I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, the police dog man walked into the hero building just like a real dog. Saitama watched the police dog man's leaving figure, and the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. He shook his head, turned to Fang Xuan and Kui Shui and said, it's really unlucky. Why did we encounter so many strange things today? Fang Xuan smiled and joked. Speaking of which, Kyu, do you really not have any twin brothers? Saitama shook his head and said, no. After a while, a black car stopped in front of the three people. Tatsumaki, Bangu, and Genos got out of the car one after another. Seeing the three people standing in front of the building, Genos asked doubtfully, Teacher Fang Xuan, Teacher Saitama, and junior sister Fubuki, why are you standing here and not going in? Could it be that you came here specially to wait for us? Fubuki said, our level is not enough, so we are not allowed in. Bangu smiled and said, this is not a problem, come with me. Then several people entered the building. As soon as I entered the building, I saw a man wearing a retro samurai uniform and two samurai swords on his waist. This man was the 4th-ranked atomic samurai in the S-class. Silver Fang, I knew you would come. Tatsumaki is here with you too. The atomic warrior heard the movement behind him, turned around and saw an old acquaintance, and said hello. Bangu immediately replied, long time no see, atomic warrior. As for Tatsumaki, he still looked that arrogant and ignored the atomic samurai. Atomic samurai set his sights on Fang Xuan and the others, that one is Genos, the devil's reformer. I remember the other girl is Tatsumaki's sister. Are there two other guys I don't know who are Bangu's new disciples? Bang Ji-yu introduced to Atomic Samurai. This is the A-class hero Saitama, who will become an S-class hero sooner or later. The other Fang Xuan is as talented as Saitama, so I brought them too. Come in. Saitama looked at the atomic warrior, stretched out his hand and said, Uncle is also a hero. Please give me more advice in the future. Snapped. Atomic Samurai slapped Saitama's outstretched hand away and said, I won't shake hands with you. I only shake hands with strong people I recognize. When you climb to my position that day, I will say hello to you again. Also, I'm only 37 years old this year, so I'm not old enough to be called uncle. Saitama asked doubtfully, but isn't 37 an uncle? Guys, the rest of the S-class heroes have all arrived. It's just you who are missing. Please come with me quickly. A staff member from the Heroes Association ran over and said, Chapter 65 Tatsumaki, is this your boyfriend? City A. At present, the residents of this city are still going to work or going to school as usual, without any idea of the disaster that is about to happen in the city where they live today. Hero Association Headquarters. Conference Room. Except for the top-ranked S-Class Blast and the 6th-ranked Metal Knight, all the other S-Class heroes were present. On a large square table in the center of the room, more than a dozen people were sitting around. These people are S-Class No. 17. Because of obscenity and his love of knocking down beautiful men and being in trouble with the law, he took the initiative to go to prison. During the last invasion of the Sea People, he had a physical collision with the Deep Sea King but unfortunately lost. Now he is thinking about how to follow up. The sexy prisoner who confesses his love to Genos. The 16th S-Class guy is Genos, who is thinking about what happened. Ranked 15th in S-Class, holding a baseball in his hand, always thinking about going out to challenge others, and at the same time thinking about the metal bat of his younger sister who is learning piano. The 14th S-Class person is the Venerable Vest who just apologized to Fang Xuan and others. The 13th S-Class, Flash, who claims to be the strongest in speed flow, came out of the ninja village with Sonic. The 12th S-Class one is a police dog man who looks very similar to Saitama and guards Q City alone. The 11th member of the S-Class, with dark complexion and muscular build. He is a member of the flesh sect like the master of the vest. He is a super alloy black light. Ranked 10th in S-Class, he is a pig god who looks dull and loves to eat, but he has a sense of responsibility as a hero and a sense of companionship. Ranked 9th in the S-Class, he has a mechanical suit that can transform his whole body into various shapes. Like Genos, he is a driver knight who transforms people. Ranked 8th in the S-Class, he is a zombie man whose body has extremely strong recovery ability. Even if he is beaten to pieces, he can regenerate after a period of time. The 7th S-Class, King, who is known as the strongest man on Earth, and possesses the Emperor engine. The 6th place in S-Class is absent. Number 5 in the S-Class is a talented young child emperor who looks like a child, but is actually a child. The 4th S-Class Atomic Samurai who refuses to shake hands with Saitama. The 3rd S-Class member is Silver Fang Bangu, who is thinking about how to continue inviting Saitama and Fang Xuan to his dojo after the disaster is dealt with. The 2nd-ranked S-Class girl, the little Lolita who is called the ultimate weapon by the Hero Association. Zansu's Tornado, S-Class number 1, absent. Ranked 0th in the S-Class, Fang Xuan is only known to be the strongest warrior among the top brass of the Hero Association. This time's S-Class combat power can be said to be even better than the last time the Heroes Association issued year-end bonuses. Apart from these people, A-Class Hero Fubuki and A-Class Hero Saitama are sitting next to Tatsumaki and Genos respectively. As for Fang Xuan, although he is the 0th S-Class, who can let his identity still exist? There was no exposure, so I sat on the other side of the tornado. The sexy prisoner looked at Saitama sitting next to Genos, and wondered, strange, who is the bald man sitting next to Genos? Is he Genos' younger brother? Is there tea? Saitama asked. Soon a staff member brought Saitama a cup of tea. When the sexy prisoner saw this scene, he thought to himself, as expected, I want to pour tea for my big brother Genos. Wait, why did you drink it yourself? Saitama drank the tea in one gulp. Emperor Tong looked at Fang Xuan sitting next to Tatsumaki, and remembered what he had seen about the two of them on the internet before, so he asked curiously, Tatsumaki, is the man next to you your boyfriend? As soon as these words came out, except for Chi-Yu, everyone else's eyes immediately shifted. When Tatsumaki heard this, her little face suddenly turned slightly red, but she still maintained the appearance of a royal sister and said to the Tong Emperor, Little brat, if you want to be beaten, just say so, I can satisfy you. Quote, regarding the tornado's threat, Emperor Tong said, you are a little kid yourself. Besides, it's not certain who will get beaten in a fight between us. Okay, let's give it a try. After saying that, Tatsumaki planned to take action. Bang Ji-yu came out in time to persuade and said, okay, we are not here to fight with each other this time. After hearing this, Tatsumaki sat back on his chair with an angry look. Seeing Tatsumaki's appearance, the zombie man said, looking at your appearance, this thing is most likely true. I didn't expect you, Tatsumaki, to have a boyfriend. What kind of boyfriend? That's obviously a rumor and there's a zombie man. Have you lived enough? After Tatsumaki finished speaking, he looked at Fang Xuan, who was thinking about something, and said in his mind, it's all because of you, the hateful guy, that caused this young lady to be in such embarrassment. At this time, a man with a big nose in a suit walked in. After a quick glance, he found that except for Explosion and Metal Knight, everyone else was here. Am I not dazzled? He's here too. The big-nosed man was very surprised when he saw Fang Xuan. He didn't expect that the number 1 S-Class person didn't come, but the number 0 person in S-Class came. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Fang Xuan would be there this time. I guess there won't be any surprises here. Then he came to the middle of the table and began to explain the incident. I am Ziki from the Hero Association, and I will be responsible for explaining this time. Since the situation is urgent, I'll get straight to the point. This time we are called together for one purpose, and that is to hope that you can protect the Earth. But before I tell you about this, what I want to tell you is that because this incident is very serious, even S-Class heroes may die, so if you want to quit now, you can leave the conference room now. You can rest assured that the Hero Association will not deprive you of your S and Hero titles. On the contrary, as long as you hear what follows, you will not be able to leave. Until this matter is over, you will all be under house arrest here to prevent the news from leaking and causing panic in society. Does everyone understand? After Ziki finished speaking, the metal bat with his legs crossed said with a serious face, come on, I just slipped out of my sister's important piano concert. If it's not a big deal, I'll take this building. The building was smashed. The great prophet, Mrs. Sibava has passed away. What? That Sibava has passed away? Did someone kill him? Ziki said with some embarrassment. No, I heard that Mrs. Zybabawa was doing divination before her death. Maybe it was because the results of the divination were so shocking, so she kept panting, so she drank a piece of candy, and the result was it got stuck in his throat accidentally and he died. After listening to this, Super Alloy Black Light said, I understand, this big thing is that without Mrs. Zybabawa's prophecy, we would not be able to know the coming disaster in advance, but is your half-year house arrest a bit too exaggerated? Ziki said. No, the focus of this meeting is the note left by Mrs. Sibabawa before her death. Please read it. A note appeared on the projector on the square table, which read, Earth, something is not good. Chapter 66 Identity Revealed. Earth, something is not good. Ziki pointed at the projected large characters and said seriously to the S-Class heroes with an extremely exaggerated expression, this is the note left by Mrs. Zybabawa before her death. Can everyone understand its meaning? Quote, the heroes who looked at these words all fell silent without exception. The Tong Emperor was the first to stand up uncontrollably. Hey, what are you doing? You just called us here for this kind of thing. As he spoke, he took down the wave candy in his hand and said with a dissatisfied look, I thought it would be something big, but it turned out to be like this. It's so boring. I have to go to cram school. Let's go first. For the Tong Emperor, who believed in science, such illusory things as prophecies were simply something to fool people. Tong Emperor, I remember that you are just 10 years old this year. Although I heard that you are a genius boy, if you cannot realize the seriousness of this incident, it means that you are only a child no matter how smart you are. Quote, seeing that Emperor Tong didn't take this matter seriously, Shichi immediately put on the face that only adults have and lectured Emperor Tong. What did you say? The Tong Emperor said angrily that although he was indeed a primary school student, the most taboo of the Tong Emperor, who was ranked 5th in the S-Class heroes list, was judging people by their appearance. Immediately, The child emperor looked at the big-nosed Ziki in front of him with a somewhat unkind expression and said seriously, "You better explain it to me clearly, or else I'll make you look good." Looking at the performance of the child emperor, big-nosed Ziki secretly rejoiced. Hey, he is still a child, and he fell into my rhythm all of a sudden. While Ziki was talking to the child emperor, Saitama, who was sitting next to Genos, asked his nearest sexy prisoner, "Sir, I'm sorry to ask, who is Mrs. Zaibabawa? Are you talking to us? Are they the same heroes?" Hearing Saitama's words, the sexy prisoner turned his head and said, "What? You don't know Mrs. Zaibabawa? She occasionally appears on TV. TV, I've never seen it before," Saitama said thoughtfully. The sexy prisoner saw that Saitama really didn't know, so he explained, "Mrs. Zaibabawa, she is a prophet, and she is also a great prophet. She can accurately predict the time when earthquakes or strange people will attack. Even without Mrs. Zaibabawa's prophecy, we have survived many crises, but we will still protect her and let her enjoy special treatment. The reason is that her prophecy will be 100% fulfilled." Relying on the strength of the sexy prisoner's explanation to Saitama, Ziki said, "Yes, it is precisely because the accuracy of Mrs. Zaibabawa's prediction has reached 100%, so we must pay attention to it. Before this, she had predicted several disasters, such as floods, dangerous biological monsters, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In these disasters, many people lost their lives, but Mrs. Zaibabawa never used the word bad." Boom. Speaking of this, Ziki suddenly slapped his big hand on the table and said in an unusually heavy tone, "This means that disasters that are likely to be worse than major earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions or ghost-level or dragon-level monsters it's going to happen. And within this half-year." Ziki's words caused the conference room to fall into silence again, and the expressions on everyone's faces were not as relaxed as before, but became serious. Except for two people present, namely Fang Xuan and Chi Yu. After a pause, the police dog man grasped the core point of the problem and said, "Understood, the general meaning is that we know that a disaster will happen, and we know that it will happen within this half-year, but no one knows what day it will be within half a year. Therefore, countermeasures cannot be planned in advance." Ziki nodded and said, "Yes, that's it, so please be ready to fight at any time within this 6 months. On behalf of ordinary people who are powerless, I would like to say to you, it's up to you." Ziki bowed deeply to everyone. Saitama said at this time, "The disaster will happen within half a year, right? That means it might be today, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." "Well, that's true, but then again, who are you?" After answering the question, Ziki realized that he had never seen this bald man on the list of S-class heroes. Saitama said happily, "Fortunately, I'm here. By the way, I'm the A-level hero Saitama." Looking at the confident Saitama in front of him, Nishiki said with doubts on his face, "In the meeting of S-class heroes, how did the A-class heroes come in, and what do the security personnel do for food?" Then Ziki shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. He turned around and walked towards Fang Xuan, then stretched out his hand and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you very much for coming to attend the meeting this time. Then, in the future if there is any disaster that they cannot handle, please help solve it." Seeing Ziki's attitude towards Fang Xuan, those S-class heroes who didn't know Fang Xuan's true identity were confused, and they were thinking at the same time, "Who is this? What do you mean by an enemy we can't deal with? Why bother him to take action?" Just when everyone was confused, Ziki explained to everyone, "This is Mr. Fang Xuan, the strongest S-class warrior who has been admitted by Mr. Blast to be stronger than him." "Nani, number 0 in S-class?" everyone said in unison. Ziki nodded and continued, "Yes, with Mr. Fang Xuan joining us this time, I think our chances of winning may be directly improved." Hearing this, except for Tatsumaki, Genos, Saitama, and Fubuki, everyone's eyes fell on Fang Xuan. Low-key, I'm just an ordinary person." Fang Xuan waved his hand and said. He didn't expect that his identity would be exposed like this. At this time, the zombie man noticed that among the heroes on the field, Tatsumaki's expression was very dull, so he asked, "Tatsumaki, looking at you like this, it seems that you have known it for a long time." Tatsumaki said proudly, "Of course, in order to draw Fang Xuan into the Heroes Association, Blast and I guaranteed it together." Atomic Samurai wondered, "But, why don't we S-class heroes know about the 0th place in S-class?" Ziki explained, "Because this matter is quite special, in order to prevent the enemy from knowing that the Heroes Association has a hidden card, only our senior management, Mr. Explosion and Miss Tatsumaki know about the S-class number 0 position." Quote, A-level hero Snake said, "I have known it for a long time." Gauss, the person in charge of the invasion of the Sea People, said, "Me too." Chapter 67 The Destruction of the Sky Clan. I saw the defeat of the Deep Sea King and the Underground King in the sky. If this is the case, then let me rule the surface world. Kate, Igor, Falcon, Hawk, watch carefully. Next, you will see the strongest attack I can launch as the King of the Sky. The Sky King, who looks like a Tengu, is hovering over City A with his only 4 younger brothers. As flying monsters, compared with the previous Deep Sea King, Underground King, and Ancient King, their mobility is obviously much better than them, and they also have long-range attack methods. They are the kind of very troublesome monsters. Although the 4 subordinates of the Sky King were his younger brothers on the surface, they were actually the children of the Sky King. They all looked at the Sky King and began to praise him. Is it the boss's strongest attack? I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't seen it for a long time. The last time I saw it, I remember the whole city was shaking under the attack of the boss. Yes, that attack almost reduced half of the city to ruins. It was really shocking. It is estimated that with this attack from the boss, all the ants in the buildings below will disappear. After all, the attack from the boss is no joke. Sky King listened to his younger brother's praise, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a ferocious smile. He took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth, and an invisible energy began to gather in his mouth. Sky Cannon. The Sky King roared angrily, and the invisible energy in his mouth instantly condensed into an energy cannon with devastating power, rushing straight towards the Hero Association headquarters building in the center of City A. Boom. At this moment, the entire City A seemed to fall into silence. When the citizens looked up, they could only see the dazzling beam of light and the 5 ferocious figures in the sky. A huge explosion sounded, and the headquarters building of the Heroes Association was in huge smoke. Ha ha ha, as long as these heroes disappear, then this world will belong to my Sky Clan. The Sky King looked at the huge smoke with great pride. The explosion did cause a great shock to the Hero Association headquarters building, but the headquarters was still a headquarters after all. How could it be destroyed so easily? After the smoke dissipated, the entire Hero Association building was intact. Tien, who was laughing wildly in the sky, suddenly choked up. In order to relieve the embarrassment, he said to the younger brother behind him, "It seems that this building is indeed somewhat tenacious. Let's launch a stronger attack together. For the glory of the Sky Clan, come with me." After boosting his younger brother's fighting spirit, Sky King immediately took the lead and headed out. But after he finished speaking, he heard the screams of his younger brothers. "Ah, Dad, run away, there's something up there." I saw the 4 younger brothers of the Sky King falling apart from the air. At this time, Sky King also discovered that the earth was shrouded in the shadow of an unknown object, and then several unknown air bombs flew up from below, destroying him and the body of his younger brother who had been torn apart. At the same time, inside the building of the Hero Association headquarters, Fang Xuan was flipping through the Child Emperor's school bag curiously, and saw that there were various high-tech weapons hidden in the Child Emperor's school bag, and this was basically the entire combat power of the Child Emperor. If he lost this school bag, then the Child Emperor would lose it. 99.99% combat effectiveness. As for the Child Emperor, he looked at Fang Xuan with admiration, because he felt that Fang Xuan had seen through his weaknesses the first time he met him. As expected of the 0th ranked S-class existence, you can actually see through it to this extent. It's really amazing. Looking at the admiring eyes of the Child Emperor, Fang Xuan said with a puzzled look on his face, "What is this kid talking about? I'm just curious about your school bag. I'm just curious about what's in your school bag." Quote. After thinking about it, he turned his attention to Tatsumaki and continued thinking, what would it feel like if Tatsumaki carried this school bag on his back? It should feel very suitable. Seeing Fang Xuan staring at him, Tatsumaki's keen sixth sense instantly noticed that the other person's eyes were full of vicious interest, so he immediately asked, "Hey, Fang Xuan, why do I feel a kind of evil in your eyes? Smells ill-intentioned. Are you thinking about something strange again?" Quote. "No, you are overthinking, haha." Seeing that the tornado exposed him, Fang Xuan immediately laughed and thought, why is this girl so sensitive to my thoughts? However, at this moment, the entire Heroes Association headquarters building suddenly shook. All the heroes in the conference room tensed up instantly. Metal Baseball took out a baseball from somewhere and asked Big Nose Zeki, who had just obtained information in front of him, "Hey, what was the vibration just now?" Zeki used a projector to shine the information he had just obtained and said, "The attack on the headquarters building just now was done by these weirdos. The preliminary detection level of the disaster is Ghost." Emperor Tong looked at the mapped photo and said, "It seems that it is a flying monster. It is best if we send people who can fly or perform long-range attacks to fight." As one of the think tanks of the Heroes Association, Tongdi is very familiar with such emergencies. So I suggest that before you know the specific situation of the opponent, don't send people with long-range attacks. It's better to send people who can fly to fight. With that said, the Child Emperor turned his gaze to Fang Xuan. Seeing this, everyone also looked at Fang Xuan. As for why they didn't choose Tatsumaki, who can also fly. This is because they know the strength of Tatsumaki very well, but the strength of this sudden appearance of S-class number 0 is unknown, so they want to take this opportunity to take a look. Fang Xuan's strength, and at the same time, he also wanted to see what the strength of a man who was stronger than Blast was like. "Hey, what are you looking at me for? Although I can indeed fly, isn't there a tornado next to me?" Fang Xuan thought to himself as he looked at everyone's eyes. Genos also touched his chin and nodded. Well, indeed, if Teacher Fang Xuan takes action, it is estimated that the other party will not have a chance to take action at all. "Here, Genos, is this how you buy your teacher?" Fang Xuan was speechless after hearing this. Tatsumaki also looked at Fang Xuan and said, "Fang Xuan, I'll leave this matter to you." "Okay, leave these birdmen to me." Seeing that everyone was looking forward to it, Fang Xuan couldn't say anything else. After he determined the location of the weirdo, he gathered a few air bombs in his hand and fired them. I saw those air bombs directly penetrated the building that even the Sky King could not penetrate, and flew straight upward. Chapter 68 The Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates Invade the Earth. City A. Hero Association Headquarters, Conference Room. Everyone was extremely shocked as they watched Fang Xuan launch an attack with his bare hands that was more powerful than a cannonball, directly penetrating the building that even the Sky King could not break, and killing the Sky King. After firing the air bomb, Fang Xuan also heard the sound of the system collecting emotions in his mind. Ding! Bangu's shock was detected, and the emotional value is plus 10,000. Ding! The shock of the Atomic Warrior detected, the emotional value plus 10000. Ding! The Child Emperor's shock was detected, and the emotional value is plus 10,000. Ding! Among the people present, except for Tatsumaki, Fubuki, Genos, and Saitama, everyone else was shocked by the 2 air bombs just now. Big-nosed Zeki, one of the top leaders of the Hero Association, was also shocked and said, "Is this the strength of the S-Class? No. 0. It's so powerful that a ghost-level disaster can be solved so easily." The Child Emperor's face was full of curiosity, and he immediately looked at Fang Xuan's eye carefully and asked, "How did you attack just now? I didn't find any weapons on your body." At this moment, the Child Emperor was completely convinced of Fang Xuan's strength. The S-Class ranked 0th was really powerful. The old boy of the Atomic Samurai on the side was holding the 2 beloved knives on his waist at this moment, and said, "Is it the same as the tornado, a super attack method? It seems that he is indeed a difficult opponent." Quote, "Of course, apart from some people who want to see Fang Xuan's true strength, there are also some people who have strange thoughts about Fang Xuan. Fang Xuanjun, he is handsome and looks like a good man. He is so handsome even when he moves his hands. Do you really want to talk to him? Compared to Genos-chan, he is my favorite type. I really want to overthrow him. There is no need to guess, the people who think so are not Tatsumaki and Fubuki, the only women present, but sexy prisoners who like to push men down." Saitama asked doubtfully at this time, "Are those weirdos just now the catastrophe in the prophecy?" After hearing Saitama's question, everyone began to think deeply. Big-nosed Zeki, one of the top leaders of the Hero Association, said, "Think about it, this is impossible. How can this kind of disaster that is only a ghost level become a catastrophe?" Boom. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a vibration that was more than 10 times more powerful than Sky King's attack from the Hero Association building. The metal bat looked at Zeki again and asked, "Hey, what happened again? Wait a minute, let me take a look." Zeki also panicked and quickly called up all the surveillance cameras in the Heroes Association building to check. The next second he suddenly screamed, "Ah! This, how, is possible?" The destruction rate reached 99.7%. The entire City A was reduced to rubble in just an instant. The prophecy was fulfilled so quickly. This city is completely ruined. After Zeki finished speaking, he sat weakly on the ground. Bang Ji-yu asked a serious question at this time. Since the entire City A has been destroyed, why is there nothing happening at the Hero Association headquarters building we are in now? This is because the building of the Hero Association headquarters was built entirely by Metal Knight. It is more than 10 times stronger than other shelters. But although our place is intact, all the current buildings outside have been destroyed. Zeki held his big head and said in a panic. The Atomic Warrior spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth and said, "It seems that the prophecy of a catastrophic disaster within half a year has come true." The Tong Emperor put his school bag on his back and said to everyone, "Forget it for now, let's go outside to judge the enemy's strength first, otherwise we won't know whether it is the predicted enemy." As the think tank of the Heroes Association, Emperor Tong immediately expressed his opinion. Although he was only 10 years old, everyone present had great trust in his decision-making power. Genos turned around and said, "Teacher Kiyu, Teacher Fang Xuan, let's go up and take a look." Genos, who hadn't finished speaking, turned his head and found that Fang Xuan and Chiyu had already disappeared. The devil transforms people, Fang Xuan and the bald head have already left here. The one who spoke was the metal bat, and just witnessed Saitama punching a big hole in the ceiling with one punch and then jumping out. Fang Xuan followed closely thereafter. The metal bat looked at Zeki and asked, "Hey, didn't you guys say that this place is more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary shelter? I can understand that Fang Xuan can break it. After all, he is the 0th S class, but why can even that A-level 1 punch a big hole easily?" Zeki looked at the big hole above and was puzzled. Outside world. Saitama and Fang Xuan had arrived outside the Hero Association building at this moment. They stood on the opposite top of the building and looked up at the super spaceship in the sky that covered the sky and the sun. And this spaceship is the spaceship from the Space Dark Matter Pirates. It's so big. Is the enemy this time an alien? Saitama looked at the spaceship. There was no exclamation in his words, but it was just strange that he had never seen it before. It's indeed big enough. I don't know what the defense of this spaceship is, Fang Xuan said, and suddenly felt something flying towards the two of them quickly. When he turned around, he saw that several super large cannonballs were flying towards the two of them. Fang Xuan immediately condensed a Qigong wave and fired it at the oncoming missile. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded one after another. Saitama looked at the black smoke caused by the explosion and said, "Is that the big scary shell that destroyed City A? Fortunately you took action just now, otherwise my clothes might have been set on fire." Saitama said calmly. At this time, several more shells hit, and Saitama immediately punched him. "Go back to your planet." The cannonball was knocked back to the spacecraft by Saitama's punch, and a huge explosion occurred. Its power was even stronger than before, including Saitama's punch. Under the ruins of City A. Ian, the second-ranked disciple of the A-class hero who came to the meeting with the Atomic Samurai, opened up the rocks on top and walked out. I remember that I came to City A with my master to wait for the meeting to end. Then I heard a violent explosion, and then I passed out. What exactly happened here? Why did City A become a ruin? After thinking for a while, Iagan looked up and said, "What is this? A huge spaceship. Could it be that this guy did it to turn City A into ruins?" However, at this moment, a monster with many heads appeared behind Ian and patted its head with its big hand. Boom. In the monster's hands, a metal helmet turned into an iron piece, but Ian himself had already dodged and came out. He put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist and said confidently to the monster, "Do you think I can't feel such a heavy murderous aura?" Chapter 69 The Battle at Ian. Do you think I can't feel such a strong murderous aura? After escaping the attack of the multi-headed monster in front of him, Ian abandoned his iron helmet, but the image of the big-headed soldier who was playing the role of a walk-on had disappeared, and what appeared instead was a handsome guy with blonde hair. It has to be said that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. This change in Iagan is really eye-catching, from a supporting role to a supporting role that can last 2 more episodes. Are you the alien creature in that huge spaceship above? Is it you who destroyed City A? Ian stared angrily at the creature in front of him. As one of the apprentices of the Atomic Samurai, the justice in his heart made him unable to accept the ruins of City A in front of him. Won't you answer my question? It doesn't matter, because you're going to pay for it soon. When Huluo Ihin pulled out the knife he wore on his waist, a powerful murderous aura emitted from his whole body. This murderous aura was so powerful that it could even frighten some ordinary weirdos. Then he aimed at the monster in front of him, then leaned forward slightly, and then he rushed out like a bolt of lightning. The blade in his hand cut through the air, bringing with it a whistling wind, and struck the monster's vitals. And this is exactly the name of Ian's special move, I's Slash. Ihin has practiced with Atomic Warrior for many years, and is the most talented and hardest working disciple among the 3 disciples of Atomic Warrior. Years of hard training with his master and the ultimate pursuit of kendo have given him his own unique understanding and attainments in swordsmanship, and he has mastered the I's Slash to the point of perfection. Even when facing an enemy stronger than yourself, as long as you have a knife in your heart, you can still fight against it. After the attack, the sharp long sword in Ian's hand was retracted from its scabbard, and multiple slashes suddenly appeared on the monster's head, heart and other important parts. Seeing the blood splattered all over the body of the weirdo in front of him, Ian showed a confident expression on his face. He knew he had won the battle. It's a pity that if the weirdo in front of me is a weirdo on Earth, the winner of this battle may really be Ian. But this multi-headed monster is one of the 3 highest-ranking combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates, Melza Gerudo, whose disaster level is Dragon. Its biggest feature is its unlimited regeneration ability, which means that if you don't know where this guy's weakness is, you won't be able to defeat it no matter how many times Iagan attacks it. Meruza Gerudo smiled ferociously, with multiple heads opening their mouths at the same time, revealing sharp fangs. His body was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds he had just received from Ian had disappeared. Ihin said with a serious expression, "Damn it. This is the first time I have encountered this situation. Is this guy immortal? It seems that this battle is far from over. What a warlike creature. The attack just now looked pretty good. The vigilance is also very strong, and he was able to avoid our attacks. Kill him. I think this proposal is very good. Quickly, kill him." I saw that the 5 heads of Meruza Gerudo each spoke completely different words, and this is because this guy has 5 different personalities in his head. This means that these 5 heads not only look scary, but each one really has a different consciousness, and it can also be split into 5 bodies. Each body has a head and core, or the 5 bodies can be fused together without merging the head and personality. That's what it is now. At this time, after the opinions of the 5 heads of Meruza Gerudo were unified, his arm also turned into a huge hammer. Meruza Gerudo raised his hand that turned into a hammer and hit Ian heavily. Ian's eyes narrowed, and he understood that the power of this attack should not be underestimated. However, years of training and combat experience allowed him to react quickly. He dodged, but unfortunately his left arm was about to be hit because he had no time to avoid it. At this moment, an air bomb blew Meruza Gerudo away in an instant. In the original work, Ian was supposed to have his arm broken by this blow, so he saved his arm. Looking at Meruza Gerudo flying upside down, Iagan wondered, what's going on? Why did this weirdo suddenly fly upside down? Also, what was that yellow attack just now? Meruza Gerudo, who was knocked out, stood up tremblingly, and saw a huge wound on his body. Black smoke curled up, looking quite embarrassed. Even though his regeneration ability was repairing the injured body was extremely slow. Roar, who is it? Stand up. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be such a master on this shabby planet. After a while, Meruza Gerudo's body recovered as before, and then he turned his attention to Ian again, and one of the heads said, "Kill this human first, and then let's go find the guy who just attacked." Quote, "Okay, X4. The other 4 heads responded in unison, and then Meruza Gerudo's body began to change. His body split into 5 bodies and slowly walked towards Ian. Split. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to have such a perverted ability. Ian looked at Meruza Gerudo who was getting closer and closer to him, and pulled out the knife in his hand again. Out. I'll kill him, you go do other things. Okay, I'll destroy the building over there. I'll guard the ship. At this critical moment, a flash of sword light flashed, and Meruza, who had just split into 5 bodies, was cut off. Iagan, are you okay? Master, I'm fine. Seeing his master Atomic Samurai rushing over, Iagan breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, leave this guy to me, and get out of here quickly. After saying that, Atomic Samurai focused all his attention on Meruza. The person who just fired the air bomb was naturally Fang Xuan, who was on top of the Heroes Association building. Kaio looked at Fang Xuan and asked, Fang Xuan, what was the attack you just made? Fang Xuan replied, oh, I just sensed that someone was fighting a weirdo, so I fired a gas bomb to help him. Okay, let's forget about this for now. Let's get into the spaceship above first. Good. Just as the two were about to enter the spacecraft, the hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft opened, and a figure was seen standing at the door. Chapter 70 The Battle on the Ground and the Enemy in the Sky. City A. On the ground. Master, when I fought with this guy just now, I found that ordinary slashes didn't seem to have much effect on him. But when I was almost hit by him, a mysterious attack helped me repel him. He was killed, and the mysterious attack caused huge damage to the weirdo, and even the regeneration speed was slowed down a lot. Quote, so I think it's better for us to retreat first and wait until we figure out how to deal with this guy before we eliminate him. Although he was relieved when he saw his master Atomic Samurai arriving, Iagan did not evacuate immediately. Instead, he told what happened in his battle and his suggestions. Although Iagan is very young and his strength is still far behind that of his master Atomic Samurai, he is very talented and works hard enough, and he also has an advantage that few young people have, that is, in any battle situation, you can stay calm, judge the battle situation, and decide how to proceed with the next battle based on your own situation. Just now, Iagan came to the conclusion when he was fighting Meruza that physical attacks would hardly cause harm to the guy in front of him, so he made his proposal come out. However, although Iagan made his own suggestions, it is up to the Atomic Samurai whether he listens to them or not. There is no word retreat in my dictionary. You should leave here immediately. Atomic Samurai said in a fighting posture. Meruza has recovered from his injuries. He roared and rushed towards Atomic Samurai and Iagan. 5 bodies launched attacks at the same time, each body showing strong combat effectiveness. Facing Meruza's fierce attack, the Atomic Warrior's eyes became sharp, and his whole body burst out with powerful sword intent. Atomic Slash. As the Atomic Samurai shouted, the sword in his hand instantly turned into a ray of cold light, slashing through Meruza's body at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. In an instant, a series of dense cutting sounds sounded in the air, as if countless sword energy exploded in an instant. Atomic Slash is the special move of Atomic Warrior, which can cut everything into pieces. Meruza's body turned into large and small pieces under this blow. But soon, the Meruza who was cut into pieces reunited, and this ability is the fusion corresponding to the splitting ability, and this is also the ultimate form of Meruza. It is to fuse all 5 heads, personalities and bodies together. Both the strength and speed are far higher than before the split state. The most obvious thing about this form is that the 5 heads are fused together, with 5 pairs of eyes on one head. More importantly, the consciousness of each of the 5 heads is also fused together, but there will still be a little accent. Hehehe, I didn't expect that there are life forms on this planet that can compete with me. Very well, come and try to resist our aggression. Meruza showed his sharp teeth and smiled ferociously. Planet, in other words, are you from the universe? Should all your companions be in that big toy in the sky? After all, you alone shouldn't be able to turn this city into this. The Atomic Warrior held a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth and said with veins on his forehead. At the same time, other S-class heroes also came to support Atomic Samurai. After hearing the important news, the leader Silver Fang said, Atomic Samurai, we are here to help you. In addition to Silver Fangs, there are also metal bats and sexy prisoners. I saw the metal bat holding the baseball bat tightly in his hand, looking at Meruza with an angry look. Is it you, the BD, who ruined this city? Look how I smash you into pieces. Meruza, one of the 3 most senior combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates, is considered to have seen the world, and he started laughing after hearing the words of the metal bat. Ha 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 ha. The reason why I have to repeat it 5 times here is not because of the word count, but because this guy has 5 pairs of eyes, and each pair of eyes will light up once he smiles. So what if it's me? What can you do to me? Meruza looked at the metal bat with an arrogant expression and said. Let me avenge those boys you killed. I saw the sexy prisoner quickly coming behind Meruza, clenching his fists tightly, and the words he said when he was knocked down by the Deep Sea King last time rang in his mind. Remember, every punch must hit the flesh and be filled with killing intent. Dark Angel Impact. Bang, bang, bang. The sexy prisoner instantly transformed into an angelic form, with muscles all over his body swelling, and he hit Meruza's body with a series of fierce punches. Each punch contained powerful power and anger, as if it was going to blast Meruza directly into the center of the earth. On the other side, on the roof of the Hero Association, the rest of the S-class heroes also came here from the conference room. Of course, their target was the huge spaceship. As for Fang Xuan and Chiyu who had already come out, no one saw them because these 2 people had already gone to the spacecraft cabin. As the think tank of the Heroes Association, Emperor Tong immediately began to analyze the battle situation. With 4 people including the Silver Fang, Atomic Samurai, Metal Bat, and Sexy Prisoner, it should be enough to deal with the enemy on the ground. But the question now is what to do with this thing in the sky. At this distance, most of our attacks can't hit it at all. Even if we use auxiliary technology such as aircraft, we will probably be shot down by the opponent. The Child Emperor ate a lollipop and explained the limitations of the current battlefield. Mr. King, as the top master of S-class heroes, don't you want to express your opinion? Super Alloy Black Light spent all his time on building muscles, so he couldn't think of any good ideas, so he turned his attention to King, whom he considered the best among the S-class heroes. Genos on the side also looked at King at this time. The S-class is ranked 7th. His title of hero is the same as Teacher Fang Xuan's, strongest. It seems that this man's strength cannot be underestimated. I'm surprised, but I still think Teacher Fang Xuan and Teacher Chi Yu are stronger than him. Everyone's attention was now focused on King, wanting to see what good ideas this strongest man would have. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about this kind of thing. Chapter 71 Glorybus was killed instantly. Sorry, there's nothing I can do about this kind of thing. Nani, can't you even do anything? Super Alloy Black Light was a little surprised after hearing King's words. After all, in his opinion, if even this strongest man couldn't do anything, then the situation would be really bad. The enemy is suspended in the air, and I don't have any long-range attack methods. But the mysterious flying object hasn't made any movements yet, so our best way now is to find the Metal Knight. King said expressionlessly. In fact, what he said was indeed true. His attacks were indeed ineffective against the enemy, because he was just an ordinary person who stayed at home who liked action and loved games and did not have strong combat power at all. The reason why he became an S-class hero and also has the title of the strongest man on Earth is because he has far better luck than ordinary people. He is probably the kind of person who can win 1,000 every time he draws a lottery ticket. Thousands of dollars. In terms of luck, he can be called the strongest. No one can compare with him. What do you mean? It's so embarrassing. How can you be the strongest man like this? Don't forget, a city has been destroyed now. Is it possible that we still have to wait for the other party to take action first? Damn it, I don't know where that guy Fang Xuan has gone at this time. Forget it, I don't need you anymore, I'll go take care of those guys above by myself. Tatsumaki was very angry, and the slender Lolita sounded, not giving anyone any face. The Super Alloy Black Light on the side said weakly, Stop talking, little tornado, if you anger Mr. King, you will be killed. Genos clenched the mechanical arm and said, Wait, I'll go too. Although I don't know if it will work, I will try to attack from the ground, and I guess the 2 teachers will also. Genos, didn't you hear what I just said? I already said no. Tatsumaki was like an ant at this moment, interrupting Genos with a look of irritation and dissatisfaction. Super Alloy Black Light hurriedly said to Genos, Calm down, Genos, I understand your mood, but if you anger Tatsumaki, you will be killed. Genos crossed his arms with a bitter look on his face and said to himself, Sure enough, Teacher Fang Xuan is right. The temper of a woman like Tatsumaki is really unpredictable. It seems that the only man in this world who can control Tatsumaki is Teacher Fang Xuan. Speaking of which, the 2 teachers are probably on top of the spaceship now. Genos looked up at the ship in the sky. A few minutes ago, just when Fang Xuan and Chi Yu were about to forcefully attack the interior of the spacecraft, a hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft opened. And what came out of it was Glorybus, one of the 3 most senior combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates, who was also a dragon at the disaster level. Hahaha, intruders, it's not easy for you to get here, but that's the end of it, because you can't defeat me, Glorybus. Listening to the words of the guy in front of him, Fang Xuan asked, Please, it seems that you are the intruders. Stop talking nonsense, my uncle's acidic breath will completely melt you 2 guys, and then... Bang, boom. Before Glorybus could finish speaking, Saitama punched his head, while Fang Xuan exploded his body with a Qigong wave. This guy talks a lot of nonsense. Fang Xuan shook his hand and turned to Saitama and said, Kitama, let's keep going. Whoever finds the boss on the spaceship first, how about fighting him? Okay, no problem. Saitama nodded and said, in order to prevent Saitama from grabbing monsters again, Fang Xuandao said, You'd better abide by the agreement this time, otherwise you are not allowed to come to my house for dinner within a month. Okay, I understand, Saitama agreed after exclaiming. Then the 2 people began to run rampant in the spacecraft, destroying many facilities in the spacecraft along the way, and also killed a large number of enemies. Spaceship Control Room. Goryu Ganshup, one of the 3 most senior combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates, is here checking the situation inside the spacecraft. Lord Goryu Ganshupu, the interior of the spacecraft has been invaded by the indigenous people of the Earth. It is expected that the spacecraft will crash to the ground in 15 seconds. After the spacecraft crashes, 85% of the basic facilities will fail. What should I do, Lord Goryu Ganshupu? Hearing the sudden report from his subordinates, Goryu Ganshupu looked confused. How is it possible that Glorybus, a first-level combatant, was killed like this? And the spaceship is about to crash. Are you mistaken? We are the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates, a group that is feared in the universe. The overlord of the entire universe, Lord Boros, is here. What is going on here? Immediately activate the emergency plan, switch the spacecraft to autopilot mode, and do our best to prevent the spacecraft from falling. Goryugansub quickly ordered, knowing that the situation of the spacecraft must be stabilized as soon as possible. The men immediately got busy and carried out operations according to Goryuganshupu's orders. However, the falling speed of the spacecraft did not slow down much, and it was still falling rapidly towards the ground. At this time, the door to the control room opened, and a man wearing armor with only one eye walked in. Goryuganshupu, what happened? Hearing the sound, Goryuganshupu quickly turned around and said, I'm very sorry, Lord Poros. Due to our negligence, 2 indigenous people of this planet invaded. In just a few minutes, the facilities inside the spacecraft were severely damaged. Although there were only 2 intruders, all the combatants I sent out were killed by 2 people. It doesn't matter. As long as the power system of the spacecraft is not damaged, the spacecraft will not fall. Goryuganshupu, go and call Glolibas and Maruza. The 3 of you will go together to eliminate these 2 intruders. Boros issued the order with a calm expression. There was a cold sweat on Goryuganshup's head and he said, Lord Boros, there seems to be some problem with the power system of the spacecraft, and Glolibas has been killed. What? Poros's only eye widened after hearing this. Don't be angry. I will contact Maruza and we will work together to kill the 2 intruders. After saying that, Goryuganshupu quickly opened the communicator and contacted Maluja Garudo. Boros, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the picture of Fang Xuan and Saitama uploaded on the big screen. Chapter 72 The Difficult Maruza Garudo. On the ground, facing the attack of 4 S-class heroes, Maruza Garudo, one of the 3 powerful forces under Boros, was also in a hard fight at this moment. However, it was said to be a tough fight, but it was actually a one-sided beating. There is no way anyone can make the 4 S-class heroes on the opposite side tough, and they are all quite capable of fighting. How does my fist taste? The sexy prisoner said, completely naked. I saw that Maluza Garudo's body was punched with several big holes by the sexy prisoner at this moment. After the battle with the Deep Sea King, although the sexy prisoner lost, he learned a lot from it, the most important of which was the technique of continuous hitting. In addition, after he returned, he performed some devilish tricks in addition to the training. He also discovered that if you attack with emotions, the power of your fists will become more powerful. So when the sexy prisoner attacked just now, he thought of the boys who were killed, and he couldn't help but feel hatred in his heart, and the power of his fists became stronger as a result. Although this method is a bit strange, the power of transformation is truly powerful. However, although the sexy prisoner's attacks have become stronger, Maruza Garudo has extremely powerful regeneration ability, so at the same time that he was beaten and transformed, his body instantly returned to its original state. After all, as long as Maruza Garudo's weakness is not attacked, even Fang Xuan's air bomb cannot directly destroy it, although it is just an extremely ordinary air bomb. Iihin immediately reminded. Sexy prisoner, this is not acceptable. This weird's recovery ability is very abnormal. Although Iihin kindly reminded her, the sexy prisoner who was an S-class hero didn't listen at all. After recovering, Maruza Garudo stood up and shouted, You bastards, I will make you into specimens and put them in my room. Boom. But as soon as he finished speaking, his head was smashed to pieces by a metal bat and a baseball bat, but even with such an attack, Maruza Garudo quickly recovered as before. Damn it, this BD just returned to his original state. I don't believe it anymore, come again. As he spoke, the metal bat spat in the palm of his hand like a delinquent, then he held the bat tightly and continued to hit Maruza Garudo's head. The most powerful skill of the metal bat is not this, but his playing style that becomes more and more courageous as he fights. Bang, 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 the metal bat kept waving the baseball bat in his hand, hitting Maruza Garudo's head firmly every time, and even left a baseball bat on the opponent's head due to too many attacks. Seal, but unfortunately it is impossible to completely defeat the opponent. As soon as Metal Baseball took back the baseball bat, Maruza Garudo's battered head returned to its original state. Ha, it's useless. Your attacks are just a waste of energy. Maruza Garudo laughed wildly, seeming to enjoy the feeling of being attacked by a group but unable to be defeated. After he regrouped his body, he raised his hand and hit the metal bat hard. Although the punch was very powerful, it was obviously not fast enough. The metal bat easily dodged it with a jump, and also counterattacked, smashing the attacking hand out of shape. Although the attack just now failed, Maruza Garudo was not that angry, because this itself was one of his fighting methods, which was to use his unlimited regeneration ability to wear down the opponent's physical strength. In this way, not only will the opponent not be able to defeat him, but his physical strength will be exhausted by the constant attacks on him. Then it will be his time to counterattack. At that time, these people will not be able to even dodge his own attacks, let alone take action. After thinking for a while, Maruza Garudo continued to stand where he was being beaten. While the 4 S-class heroes were fighting Maruza Garudo, Ian, who should have withdrawn from the battle long ago, was still standing here. Although this battle was not something that an A-level hero like him could participate in, he continued to maintain his greatest advantage, which was to calmly judge the situation on the battlefield. Relying on his keen observation, Ian discovered that the monster Maruza Garudo could not be reached through simple physical attacks. And although there are currently 4 S-class heroes on the field taking turns to attack him, it seems that they are currently at an absolute advantage, but none of their attacks can cause effective damage to the monster. On the other hand, the weirdo relies on his strong recovery ability. Every time he is beaten to the point of dying, he will immediately return to his original state. If this continues, once the 4 S-class heroes on our side are exhausted by this guy, then the opponent will not hesitate to launch a counterattack. By then, I am afraid that everyone present will not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Ihin took a deep breath, and then shouted his proposal loudly again. Mr. Bangu, Master and the other 2 S-class heroes, listen to me. This guy doesn't seem to be defeated by simple physical attacks. As you have seen, this weirdo has extremely strong recovery ability. Pure physical attacks cannot cause substantial damage to him, so we can temporarily consider retreating. Or try to use other attack methods to find his weaknesses. Only in this way can you win. Otherwise, once this guy exhausts all your physical strength, all of us will be in danger. Iagon immediately explained the situation and direction of the battlefield, and also proposed the optimal solution. Maruza Gerudo, who was feeling complacent in his heart, was shocked when he heard what Iagon said, because if he really did what this guy said, then for him, the risk of the battle might skyrocket. After all, his immortal body is not without its weaknesses. The metal baseball swung the bat and hit Maruza Gerudo again and said, "Boy, what you said is very good, but I don't accept retreat, because I, the metal baseball, can only hit people with the baseball bat in my hand." Quote, "Young man, although you are right, I'm sorry, but I don't accept retreat. Maybe it's because the elderly cannot accept new things." Lu Shui rock breaking fist. After Bangu finished speaking, he hit Maruza Gerudo with another flowing water rock breaking fist. As a martial arts master, he could not retreat no matter what. "Me too, I'm sorry, Xiao Yi, I don't accept it either, because I only know how to teach the enemy a lesson with my fists." The sexy prisoner who clenched his fists to attack also directly rejected Iain's suggestion. Among the 4 S-class heroes before the meeting, 3 rejected his proposal. Iain could only place his last hope on his master Atomic Samurai. The Atomic Samurai cut out the sword in his hand and chopped Maruza Gerudo into pieces again. Then he turned to Iain and said proudly, "Ei, there is nothing in this world that I can't cut, so I also refuse the proposal." Seeing that all 4 people rejected his proposal, Iain almost turned black at this moment. He could only see his desperate heart saying, "Damn it, I shouldn't have had any hope that they could accept my proposal." Maruza Gerudo, who was being beaten, laughed secretly in his heart after listening to what the 4 people said. "Ha ha ha, although the strong men on this planet are good in strength, their brains have been kicked by donkeys, and they will refuse such good suggestions. It seems that I will win this battle." Chapter 73 Lost Saitama. Inside the spaceship, as a pirate group led by the universe overlord Boros himself, it can be said that there's basically no threat in the universe. After all, in addition to the overlord Boros, there are 3 top combatants on this spaceship. Under normal circumstances, just these 3 the highest combat member can solve a large part of the problem. Over the years, they have invaded countless technologically advanced planets. Without exception, these planets were captured by them without any ability to resist. Most of the planets did not even need Boros to take action at all. The 3 highest combatants could do it, solve. But now, facing the invasion of 2 unknown low-level planet natives, Glorybas, one of their 3 highest combat powers, was killed instantly. What's even more frightening is that with the continuous destruction of the 2 people, the spaceship is about to crash on this unknown planet. As the commander of this spaceship and one of the 3 highest combatants, Goryu Ganshupu, the #1 telekinesis user in the universe, is currently frantically contacting Maruza Gerudo, who is being held back by 4 S-class heroes. Wait a minute, Lord Goryu Ganshupu, the situation seems to have changed a little bit just now. After our inspection, we found that the power plant system of the spacecraft has changed from being dangerous just now to being in good condition, and the infrastructure has basically been restored to startup, except for being damaged by intruders. It seems our spaceship won't have to crash anymore. After listening to the latest information, Goryu Ganshupu couldn't help but feel a little more confused. What's the situation? It was about to fall just now, and how come it's healed in the blink of an eye? However, after a slight pause, he continued to contact Maruza Gerudo. Boros on the side ignored this report, because at this time he was looking at the other 2 people on the screen and Fang Xuan. Interesting, could it be that the person predicted to be able to fight with me is between the 2 of them? As for why the spacecraft that was about to crash just now recovered all of a sudden, let us draw our attention back to Fang Xuan and Saitama. After Fang Xuan and Shiyu decided whoever found the boss of the spaceship first would want to fight him, they started to act separately. In the process of searching, Saitama used his lost attribute, wandering around inside the spacecraft, and accidentally short-circuited the power supply of the power room. However, this short circuit only lasted for a while and then recovered automatically. As for Fang Xuan, he directly locked the position of Boros by relying on his sense of breath, and then launched Qigong waves one after another to push forward. If you ask me why Fang Xuan launches Qigong to push forward, please let me go in a roundabout way. It is better to just use Qigong waves to create a direct road to the end. Boom. Saitama's brain cells are really too simple. He even forgot that I can determine the enemy's position by sensing the breath. Judging from the current situation, I am far ahead of Boros. Fang Xuan, who broke through the wall again, said after collapsing through the big hole. Fang Xuan, you guy has indeed reached the top. Little Lolita, you came quite quickly. Fang Xuan turned around and saw that the person coming was Tatsumaki. How is the situation now? Tatsumaki asked. The boss of this spaceship should be right in front. I can find him soon. As for Saitama, he seems to have lost his way and is wandering around. Fang Xuan said. Tatsumaki asked with some confusion, why don't you act with Saitama? Fang Xuan, I bet with him that whoever finds the boss of this spaceship first will fight that boss, and I am already far ahead with my breath perception. Tatsumaki touched his forehead. Have you really given in to your men's desire to win and lose? Can't you be more prudent and eliminate your opponents directly? Above Fang Xuan, a bald man was running around on a complex intersecting route without a clue. Because Boros' spaceship was too large, the intricate roads inside the spacecraft were like a maze. Saitama was just like this. There was a circle inside. Where is this? It seems like this door can't be opened either. Is anyone there? Is there a guest? As he spoke, Saitama placed himself in front of the very solid-looking alloy door, and then put a little pressure on his hands. Click. I saw that the strong door and the mechanical wall were torn down by Saitama. Oh, if it's broken, no one will ask me to compensate, right? Saitama carefully looked around and found that no one was there. He quickly threw the torn-off wall and left the place as if nothing had happened. Looking at Saitama's familiar appearance, everyone must understand that this is not the first time a similar situation has happened. Think about the front door of Fang Xuan's house before. And on the ground battlefield at this moment, Meluzagarudo, who was trying to use the beatings to drain the physical strength of the 4S class heroes, suddenly heard the voice of Goryu Ganshup in his mind. Meluzagarudo, what are you doing? I am at war with the creatures of the earth. Don't worry about those guys for now. Get to the spaceship immediately. Someone is invading. How is it possible that someone can invade the spacecraft? Besides, Glorybus is there. Let him go and destroy the intruders, right? Glorybus has been killed by the invaders. You should return to the spacecraft immediately. What? Glorybus has been killed. I didn't expect that a creature from this low-level planet would have two brushes. Although I also want to go back, I am also entangled by these creatures on Earth. What? There are actually creatures on Earth that can put you in a tough fight. I can't say it's a tough fight. By the way, can you concentrate the firepower of the spaceship to destroy these annoying flies that are fighting with me? I don't have that time. Besides, launching artillery fire is something low-level combatants do. But, I cannot return to the spacecraft in my current condition. Okay, I will inform the artilleryman right now. Please be careful and don't let your weak points be hit by the artillery fire waiting later. Wait a minute, you come to the ground first and help me eliminate these guys. It seems faster this way. Hey, is the call cut off? It seems that guy is also in trouble. As the chat between the two ended, the metal baseball bat hit Meluzagarudo's head again. Boom. With one blow, Meluzagarudo's head was shattered again, but with his super recovery ability, this guy quickly returned to his original state. Chapter 74 Fang Xuan vs. Boros. Inside the spaceship. Warning to intruders, I now order you to stop your sabotage immediately and leave the ship. The person who was warned was seen wearing a khaki Superman costume and Saitama with a bald head. Strange, what is this sound? Saitama dug his ears and thought he was hearing hallucinations. After looking around for a week, he didn't find anyone here. Warning again, if you don't leave the spacecraft, I will use all my combat power to surround you. Saitama ignored the sound at all and said as he walked, it's strange, this sound reached his ears directly. Seeing that Saitama ignored his threat, the voice continued angrily, if you take a step forward, you will be dead. The person who spoke was naturally Goryu Ganshupu, one of the 3 senior combatants under Boros. He was talking to Meluzagarudo just now when he suddenly saw a bald head on the surveillance camera heading toward the control room where they were. Came over, so he quickly disconnected the call. Saitama simply ignored the voice in his head, thinking it was an auditory hallucination. Hey, can you please answer me, or you'll make me look like a fool talking to the air. Looking at Saitama's silence, Goryu Ganshupu was in a very bad mood. After all, when a person can directly use mental power to connect to another person's brain for dialogue, but no matter what you say, the other person never agrees, your mood must be it's going to be bad. In the eyes of other people, you are like a mentally ill person, speaking to the air what Monk Jong-er can't figure out. Did you hear that? Exit the spacecraft immediately, otherwise we can only fatally strangle you. Hey, you should say something. If you are scared, then exit quickly, I can still save your life. Seeing that Saitama still ignored him, Goryu Ganshupu became furious and increased his threats. However, after Ganshupu spoke, he was left with only silence. Shopu brought tremendous pressure. After all, his boss Poros was by his side at the moment. If Saitama really broke in, he would be finished. Hey, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you for my inappropriate words and behavior just now. Please get out of there quickly. Seeing that the other party was not afraid of his threat at all, Goryu Ganshupu could only speak softly. After hearing the other party's apology, Saitama began to answer the call. I can't go back even if I go back. I'm lost and can't find the exit from here. That's right, then you can leave according to my instructions. First turn right, then go to the stairway exit next to you, and finally. Boom. Before Goryu Ganshupu finished speaking, there was a sudden disconnection, followed by a violent explosion. Saitama heard the explosion and said, this explosion seems to be on my left. Go over and take a look. After saying that, Saitama quickly walked to the road on his right. Control room. At this moment, a big hole was blasted on the floor, and two people, a man and a woman, flew out of the big hole, and these two people were naturally Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki. Goryu Ganshupu looked at Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki who appeared in front of him. He was very confused at the moment. It was not that he didn't know the existence of the two of them, but because he had just discovered through surveillance that they were one floor away from the control room. So I planned to trick Saitama away first, and then deal with the two of them, but I didn't expect that the two of them actually punched through the floor and flew up. Tornado patted the dust on his body and looked at Boros and Goluganshop and asked, which of these two guys is the boss of this spaceship? Fang Xuan pointed at Boros and said, judging from the intensity of the aura, it's this guy. Okay, let me, my aunt, kill him. After listening to Fang Xuan's words, Tatsumaki immediately rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack Boros. Fang Xuan hugged Tatsumaki and said, hey, little lowly, this guy's opponent is me. Don't make trouble, and with your strength, you are no match for this guy, so you should just stand aside and watch. Quote, after calming down Tatsumaki, Fang Xuan looked at Boros. Hey, you actually wantonly destroyed our spaceship. Let me, the greatest master of telekinesis in the universe, mince you into a pulp. As he said that, Gelyuganshupu used his telekinesis to control a large amount of gravel and used his unique technique, telekinesis flow stone wave, and then hit Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki. Although the attack launched by Goryu Ganshupu was very powerful, the attack stopped when it reached a few meters away from the two people. The tornado's whole body was seen to be emitting green light, blocking the oncoming attack. It turns out that he's also a guy who attacks through telekinesis. Since I can't beat that guy, I'll hit you. After saying that, the tornado flew forward. At this time, Boros was looking at Fang Xuan carefully, because he felt a very powerful aura flowing from Fang Xuan's body, which far surpassed him. Welcome to my ship, I didn't expect you to arrive here so quickly. Although Boros said this, he thought in his heart, is he the representative of this planet? He contains energy that I can't estimate. Boom. At this time, another loud noise rang out, and the seemingly extremely solid alloy door was directly smashed into pieces. As the fragments of the door fell to the ground, a bald head walked in. Boros looked over. It's unbelievable. The energy in this guy's body is dozens of times higher than the guy just now. No. It should be hundreds or thousands of times. Kyu did not pay attention to Boros immediately, but looked at Fang Xuan on the other side. Fang Xuan, I didn't expect you to be so fast. Fang Xuandao. According to the agreement, this guy is my opponent, you are not allowed to interfere. Saitama touched his head and said, if I don't take action, what will I do? To be honest, Kyu really wanted to take action at this moment, but when he thought that Fang Xuan would not let him eat at his house for a month, he still endured it, otherwise he would break through the limiter again with the help of his last battle with Fang Xuan. Saitama has already killed Boros with one punch. Looking at the powerful Fang Xuan and Saitama in front of him, the armor Boros wore exploded with an extremely powerful momentum at this moment, and that was the powerful momentum he left behind when he conquered the universe, and Boros only relied on this. This momentum can make monsters with strength below dragon level surrender directly, because in front of this momentum, these monsters cannot lift up at all. It's a pity that these momentums have no effect on the two idiots Fang Xuan and Saitama. Fang Xuan watched Boros step forward and said, come on, let me be your opponent next. A completely crushing battle is about to begin. Chapter 75 Fang Xuan. The overlord of the universe is nothing more than that. Oh, don't you two plan to go together? Boros looked at Fang Xuan and Kyu with some surprise. He thought that these two people would join forces to fight against him, but he didn't expect that they seemed to plan to come one by one. However, this did not make Boros feel the slightest fear. He has been fighting in the universe for many years and has never flinched when facing various powerful opponents. Fang Xuan looked at Boros, with a smile on his face, and said, no need, I am enough alone. Chiyu also nodded and said, although I really want to take action, considering that Fang Xuan may really not let me go to his house for dinner for a month, you can fight. Well, let me see how strong you are. Before the decisive battle, please sign up. I am the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates, Boros, the overlord of the entire universe. Boros said excitedly. Fang Xuan introduced himself calmly. My name is Fang Xuan, and I am an ordinary person on Earth. Seeing that both of them introduced themselves, Saitama also said, I am just interested, but now I am a professional hero. Before Saitama could finish speaking, Boros had already taken the lead in launching an attack on Fang Xuan. After all, the one he was going to fight now was Fang Xuan, so he didn't need to worry about the bald man for the time being. Hey, can you two listen to me and stop ignoring me? Goryu Ganshupu, who was having a mental battle with Tatsumaki on the side, said, now you understand why I was angry just now. Fang Xuan, right, I will remember this name. Then welcome to my ship. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was in front of Fang Xuan and punched him in the face. As he spoke, his whole body's momentum exploded, and the entire interior of the spacecraft seemed to be shaking under his power. Facing Boros' sudden attack, Fang Xuan didn't have any panic expression on his face, because the attack speed was too slow in his eyes. Fang Xuan was seen clasping his hands behind his back, turning aside easily, and dodged Boros' attack. At the same time, his right hand stretched out at an incredible speed and accurately grabbed Boros' wrist. A trace of surprise flashed in Boros' eyes. He didn't expect that his attack would be resolved so easily by the other party. However, he did not give up. He made a fist with his other hand and struck Fang Xuan again. Your attack speed is too slow. After Fang Xuan remained calm and finished speaking, he pulled Boros towards him with a gentle pull. At the same time, he raised his knee and hit Boros hard in the abdomen. Boom! The force of this blow was so great that Boros felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. His whole body felt like he had been hit by a heavy hammer and flew backwards. The armor on his body that limited his strength was also hit by this blow. There were cracks underneath. Looking at Boros, who was knocked away by him, Fang Xuan shook his head and said, "Hey, your strength and speed seem a bit unmatched for the title of the Overlord of the Universe. Awesome. Over the years, I have been fighting in the universe, and you are still the only one who has injured me with one blow." As he spoke, the armor on Boros that limited his strength began to peel off. Since you are the representative of this planet and the strongest person on this planet, let me tell you one thing. The armor I am wearing is not to improve defense. Its purpose is just to limit excessive, it's just a powerful force. But just now, you punched cracks in my armor, and at the same time, the ability to restrict me disappeared. While explaining, Boros' body began to undergo obvious changes. After the armor came off, Boros' blue skin was revealed, and a wave of energy appeared on his body. There are 3 combat forms of Boros. The first is a power-suppressed state. He wears armor that suppresses power, and his body's abilities in all aspects are far lower than in a normal state. The second is the normal state. Obviously, this form is stronger than the power suppression state and can deal with most dragon-level monsters. The third is the energy liberation form. In this form, Boros has a very powerful recovery ability. His broken arm can regenerate instantly. He can easily repair fatal injuries by concentrating energy, and his strength and speed have been greatly improved. In this state, you can also use extremely powerful energy cannons. At this time, Boros has completely entered a normal state from a state of power suppression. At this time, Fang Xuan still calmly looked at Boros in front of him and asked, "First of all, let's confirm, what is the purpose of your coming to Earth? Is it just to destroy a city? Is it as simple as conquering this planet? For what? Of course it's for prophecy." Prophecy. Fang Xuan was a little confused. Why were everything he encountered today related to the prophecy? Soon, Boros gave an explanation. Yes, it's a prophecy. Speaking of this matter, it's a long story. I saw Boros, who was originally planning to launch an attack, but the single big eye on his face revealed a nostalgia for the past. After all, he has been fighting in the universe for many years, and there are many stories that have happened. Looking at Boros' expression, Fang Xuan didn't know why he saw the figures of Genos and the armored gorilla on him, but he quickly shook his head and denied it. After all, Boros is the overlord of the universe, so it's impossible. He is a talkative person like Genos and armored gorilla. I was born on a planet with a harsh living environment. Hearing Boros start telling stories from birth, Fang Xuan was speechless for a moment, thinking, why do these guys like telling stories so much, and you actually want to tell stories from birth? Please, if you want to, how long will it take to finish speaking? So Fang Xuan quickly interrupted Boros. Wait a minute, there's no need to talk about birth and other things. You should talk about the key points, just talk about the prophecy, don't mention anything else. Hearing this, Boros withdrew his memory mode, and then began to say, before I heard the prophecy, I took my cosmic dark matter pirate group to conquer the universe, passed through the major star fields, and competed with various masters. I have fought against each other, but unfortunately none of those guys can be my opponent. At that time, I was too strong, so no battle could interest me, so I built a set of armor to limit my own strength, but even so, no one was my opponent. Now I'm starting to get bored. But just 20 years ago, in a galaxy, a fortune teller told me that in a remote solar system in the universe, there is a planet called Earth that has an opponent that can make me go all out. So in order to find an opponent for me to fight to my heart's content, I chose to believe the fortune teller's words and spent a lot of time driving towards the Earth. But my men thought that the fortune teller was fabricating lies to trick us into leaving his planet. I was a little skeptical at first, but now I believe it. You were the guy who predicted it. So if the opponent is you, then my current state may not be enough. Then, let me tell you one more thing. If my body is in a normal state, it can enter a state of energy liberation. In this form, my strength will be even greater. As he spoke, Boros' body began to change. Energy liberated. In an instant, Boros' body began to grow larger, and the bones throughout his body began to grow to a degree visible to the naked eye, and black bone spurs grew on his back. What's even more frightening is that due to the huge energy in Boros' body, glowing lines appeared on the surface of his body, and the second eye on his chest also opened due to the release of energy. Okay, now let's continue fighting. Boros' voice echoed inside the spacecraft, and every word was full of fighting intent. His body looked even more powerful and domineering in the form of energy liberation, as if it were a beast from the abyss, which was intimidating. However, facing Boros like this, Fang Xuan still remained calm. He looked at the opponent in front of him, without any fear on his face, but instead showed a hint of excitement. Are you finally serious? Very good, this is the fun. As he spoke, Fang Xuan took out the hand he had been carrying behind his back. At this time, Boros had completed the form transformation of energy liberation. Feeling the surging power in his body, he couldn't help but roar to the sky and then rushed towards Fang Xuan. Take the move, Earthling. Boros shouted loudly and punched Fang Xuan. The power of this punch was even more powerful than before, as if it was going to blast through the entire spacecraft. However, facing this terrifying punch, Fang Xuan still looked very calm. He stretched out his palm and blocked the violent attack without any effort. Feeling the attack coming from his palm, Fang Xuan provoked. The overlord of the universe is nothing more than that. Chapter 76 Maruza Gerudo offline. City A. On the ground. It is said that Maruza Gerudo's head was smashed by a metal bat after the contact with Goryu Ganshup was over. Although he recovered quickly, the metal baseball discovered Maruza Gar while it was recovering. A small glass ball-like gadget that Ludo hides in his head. What is this? With quick eyes and quick hands, metal baseball took out the black thing that resembled a glass ball just before the opponent recovered. Looking at the thing in his hand, the metal baseball said doubtfully, "This is a glass ball. I wonder why this guy has such a thing in his head." When Garudo's restored head discovered that his core was missing, he immediately became furious. "Give it back to me." The metal bat saw the other party so panicked, so he grinned sinisterly and said, "Although I don't know what this is, it seems to be very important to you." As he spoke, the metal bat threw the core into the air, and then swung the baseball bat in his hand hard. Click. With a sound, the glass ball-like core was directly shattered. At the same time that the core was shattered, Garudo's newly recovered head also turned into an unknown thick liquid at this moment. "I'll go, it's really disgusting." You died. Metal baseball looked at the scene in front of him with an expression of joy on his face. "Hey, there is something like a glass ball in this guy's body, and that is this guy's weakness. Everyone, send him on his way." Oh ho. Suddenly the 4S class heroes on the field looked at Garudo like a butcher looking at pork. The atomic samurai waved the double swords in his hands and slashed continuously. "Ha ha ha, good job, I just need to keep slashing until I hit the vital glass ball." Damn it, a head that has lived with us for more than 100 years actually died like this on this low-grade planet. After metal baseball accidentally discovered Garudo's weakness, the situation on the ground battlefield was directly reversed. The core in Garudo's head is the weakness of his immortal body. It can be said that without this weakness, even all S-class heroes will not be his opponents, unless they can deal irreversible damage. And the current situation is a little worse than imagined, because not only his multiple points were discovered, but there were also some problems on the spacecraft, resulting in no movement of the missiles supporting him. Not only that, even Gloribus, who was one of the 3 senior combatants with him, had been killed long ago. At this moment, under the siege of 4 S-class heroes, only one of his original 5 heads is left. This also means that as long as everyone destroys the last core in his head, he will die completely. Although the situation has become so bad, the harsh words must be said. "Damn it, you guys have completely angered me. I'm going to eliminate you all." Maruza Gerudo shouted loudly at this moment. Pooh. After spitting into the palm of his hand, the metal bat began to show his talent for bad trash talk. "You guys have even discovered your weaknesses, and you still dare to be so arrogant. It seems that you have lost your sense of judgment after I hit you in the head just now." "No, I think it should be my atomic slash." The atomic samurai put the back of the sword on his shoulder, then said with a dog tail in his mouth. "Pull him down." In my opinion, the flowing water rock-breaking fist should have exerted its main power. After Bangu finished speaking, he gestured for the flowing water rock-breaking fist's posture, and then asked Yihin who was standing aside, "How about it, Xiao Yi, are you interested? While practicing kendo, you can also learn some martial arts skills. My flowing water-breaking rock fist is a necessary martial art for traveling at home and destroying weirdos." Quote. When the atomic warrior heard that Bangu, an old man, was poaching in front of him in broad daylight, he immediately strongly condemned. "Hey, Bangu, I'm still here, aren't you a little too disrespectful to me? In my eyes, EI will inherit my legacy and pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the future." Bang Ji-yu said with a smile, "Don't be such a rigid atomic warrior. I think this is good. Think about it, when Xiao Iwai fights monsters in the future, once the weapon is lost, he can still use martial arts to deal with it. Isn't this good?" The sexy prisoner also said at this time, "I think you can let Xiao Iwai come to study with me for a period of time. Not only can I train him, but I can also take the time to communicate with him in depth." Atomic Samurai. Get out. Hedong listened to the discussion of several S-levels, and said with black lines on his face, "These guys, not only can't listen to other people's suggestions, but they also like to fight alone. These S-levels are not suitable for team battles at all. And sexy prisoners, what do you mean by exercising with you for a while and having in-depth communication, bah?" At this time, the metal bat swung out the baseball bat in his hand with force, and then interrupted the conversation of several people. "Hey, you 3, is now the time to say such things. Mr. Metal Bat." Iagan looked at the metal bat excitedly. He did not expect that at such a critical moment, it would be the metal bat that could take into account the team spirit. It can be said that if this is a normal novel and the protagonist is a metal bat, then the current situation is that the metal bat, as the son of destiny, guides the partners to resolve misunderstandings, eliminate arguments, and then get together under the sun set face powerful enemies. Unfortunately, this is not a normal novel, and the metal bat is not the protagonist. He saw the metal bat pointing at himself and said, "Please. If I hadn't discovered this guy's weakness just now, no matter how powerful your attacks were, they wouldn't have had any effect at all, so my attacks still played the key role. Sexual effect." Puff. After hearing the words of the metal bat, Ian immediately vomited a mouthful of old blood. Oh, why did I hold on to that little hope just now? These S-levels don't even know what it means to take the overall situation into consideration. The sexy prisoner looked at Ian, waved his hand and smiled and said, Xiao Yi, after the battle is over, are you interested in having dinner with me in the prison where I am? While talking about the sexy prisoner, this guy even twisted his body. You must know that after turning on the angel state, this guy is now naked. Ian's eyes were about to explode at this moment. He regretted why he didn't listen to the master's words and retreat just now. At this moment, an astonishing force suddenly erupted from the spaceship in the sky. The power of this force made all S-class heroes on the ground shudder. But except for Meluza Gerudo, who currently only has one head. After feeling that this power was Boros, he said excitedly, Lord Boros has taken action. Great, wait, could it be that the guy Goryu Ganshupu has also been killed? Otherwise in this case, it should be our 3 senior combatants who take action. After thinking about it, Meruza Gerudo said to the 4 S-class heroes in front of him with an arrogant look, even if you can defeat me, you will definitely die at the hands of the Universe Overlord, Poros. Overlord of the Universe. Sorry, I don't know him. If he comes, I will let him taste the baseball bat in my hand. What is the Overlord and not the Overlord? My sword doesn't care about that. Metal Baseball and Atomic Samurai said that although they knew that they were no match for the powerful person just now, at least they could not lose in terms of momentum. You guys, sooner or later. Boom. Before Meruza Gerudo could finish his words, Bangu appeared behind him without knowing it, and used the flowing water rock-breaking fist to directly smash his head into pieces. By chance, he also happened to smash the last core, and as the core shattered, Meruza Gerudo's body directly turned into an unknown slime-like substance at this moment. Ha, it seems that I just accepted this weird as head. Bangu hunched over and said with a smile, but his body was full of the aura of a martial arts master. Okay, let's go over there and meet the Overlord of the Universe that this guy just mentioned. Chapter 77. The Duel of Telekinesis, the Supreme Combatant is wiped out. Inside the spaceship of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates. While Fang Xuan was fighting Boros and Saitama was watching from the sidelines, Tatsumaki was also dueling with Boros, last remaining Supreme Combatant, the universe's #1 telekinesis master, Goriganshup. You little brat's telekinesis really impresses me. Over the years, Master Boros and I have been fighting in the universe. Among the opponents I have encountered, your telepathy is the strongest. There was an expression of surprise and admiration on Goryu Ganshupu's dark blue face. He was suspended in the air, surrounded by countless stones. Although the smaller Tatsumaki looks like an 11 or 12-year-old girl, she is already 28 years old. She is also suspended in the air with green light all over her body, standing opposite Goryu Ganshupu. You're not bad, you stinky octopus. Your mental power can reach this level. It seems that you have fought a lot in the universe. Tatsumaki said with a sneer. Humph, little brat, don't be too arrogant. Although your telepathy is very strong, it's still too early for you to defeat me. I'm the #1 telepathy master in the universe. Gelyuganshupu snorted coldly. Then he used his mind power to control a large number of stones and hit the tornado. After using his telekinesis to stop the flying rocks, Tatsumaki said angrily, What a brat, I'm already 28 years old, and I'm a real adult. After saying that, Tatsumaki clasped his hands together, and the stones that were stagnated by his mind instantly shot back towards Goriuganshup at a faster speed. Upon seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Gelyuganshupu's face, but he soon regained his composure. He waved his arm lightly, and the rocks that were originally flying toward him immediately changed their trajectory, bypassed his body, and hit other places. You have some ability. In that case, how about this? After Gelyu Gangziu finished speaking, he immediately concentrated on the tornado. Seeing that Gelyuganshupu was so serious, Tatsumaki thought that this guy was about to unleash some big move, so he immediately prepared for defense, but after a while there was no movement. Hey, are you just showing off? Tatsumaki said with confusion on his face. A sinister smile appeared on Goryu Ganshupu's face. Don't worry, you will know what will happen soon. Suddenly a super strong gravity spread throughout the room. Gravity control, I didn't expect you, a stinky octopus, to have some tricks, but this trick won't have any effect on me. Tatsumaki smiled contemptuously and did not move, but the green light around him became brighter and brighter. The super gravity didn't seem to have any effect on her. She was still suspended steadily in the air, facing off against Goryu Ganshup. Gelyuganshupu frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect that the tornado could resist his gravity control so easily. This is one of his trump cards, and it has left countless opponents helpless in the universe. However, the seemingly petite girl in front of him seemed not to be affected by it. It seems that I underestimated you too much. In that case, let me show you my true strength. Gelyuganshupu snorted coldly, and the two blue tentacles danced continuously, and the stones around him it began to tremble violently. Thinking moves the flowing stone waves. Gelyuganshupu gave a low shout and pushed his hands forward suddenly. The stones surrounding him seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, flying towards the tornado along the trajectory formed by the power of thought at an extremely fast speed. This time, the stone didn't just simply hit the tornado like last time. Goryu Ganshupu used telekinesis to eliminate air friction this time, and the stone flew away at sub-light speed. Those stones drew strange arcs in the air and shot towards the tornado at a speed that was difficult for the human eye to catch, as if they were going to tear the entire space apart. Facing such a terrifying attack, even one as powerful as a tornado has to be taken seriously. So, she took a deep breath, and the green light around her instantly became more dazzling. Immediately afterwards, Tatsumaki waved his hands quickly, and his mind power surged out like a tide, forming a series of strong mind power barriers. Those stones hit the telepathy barrier and made a deafening sound, but they were still unable to break through the barrier's defense. Seeing that the tornado had formed a barrier with his mind power, Goryu Ganshupu immediately changed his attack method. Just when the stones were about to hit the tornado's barrier, they suddenly exploded in the air, and the shock waves and debris generated by the explosion scattered everywhere, trying to break through the tornado's mental barrier from all angles. Goryu Ganshupu sneered and waved his hands again. More stones began to gather and rotate at high speed, forming powerful whirlwinds and attacking the tornado. Tatsumaki frowned, knowing that her opponent this time would not be easy to deal with. But she did not flinch, but activated her telekinesis to make the barrier stronger. At the same time, she also began to gather her mental power and prepare to launch a counterattack. Just when Goryu Ganshupu's whirlwind was about to hit the barrier of the tornado suddenly clasped his hands together and then pushed forward violently. A powerful wave of telekinesis instantly burst out from her hands, colliding head-on with Goryu Ganshupu's whirlwind. Two powerful forces collided fiercely in the air, making a deafening noise. The entire interior of the spacecraft seemed to be shaking at this moment. When Goryu Ganshupu saw this, his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Tatsumaki's mental power was so powerful that it could compete with his own attack. He tried his best to activate his telekinesis, trying to suppress the tornado's telekinesis fluctuations. However, the tornado didn't give him much time to think. She waved her hands, and the green light all over her body instantly converged, and then attacked Goryu Ganshupu at a faster speed. Goryu Ganshupu was shocked and it was too late to escape. He could only use all his strength to use his telekinesis to form a stronger protective barrier in front of him. However, the power of that mental wave was so powerful that it instantly defeated his protective barrier. Then the remaining power hit him unabated. Ah! Goryu Ganshupu screamed, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall heavily. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and his breath suddenly became weak. Tatsumaki snorted coldly. Is this the strength of what you call the #1 telekinesis master in the universe? It's really disappointing. Okay, now you can die. After saying that, the tornado's little hand made the motion of twisting the towel, and then the tornado's mental power filling the world began to rotate. The rotating mental power drove everything in the space to rotate and twist together, and Goryu Ganshupu's body was also rotating and twisting. Below, he was killed. In this way, the three top combatants of the Space Dark Matter Pirates were wiped out. At present, apart from Boros, the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates only have miscellaneous soldiers left. Chapter 78 Boros's Offensive. Cosmic Dark Matter Pirate Spaceship. Since the top three combatants, Goryu Ganshup, Glolibas, and Maruza Gerudo, were all killed, the only threat posed by the Space Dark Matter Pirates that have invaded the Earth now is Wave Rose alone. However, with Fang Xuan's strong strength, Boros' threat can be ignored. And because he was struck by Fang Xuan's words, the Overlord of the Universe is nothing more than that. Boros was having a fierce battle with Fang Xuan at this time. However, although it is said to be intense, it is actually only one-sided. Under Fang Xuan's absolute strength, even a weirdo like Boros with powerful strength above dragon level could not take advantage at all. Boom! Boros's left arm was blown away by one of Fang Xuan's air bombs, and he himself flew backwards due to the powerful force of the explosion, and did not stop until he crashed through several walls. Saitama looked at the buried Boros, touched his bald head and asked doubtfully, "Hey, Fang Xuan, have you killed this strong-looking guy right now?" "No, I have been suppressing my strength just now, so an attack of this level is not enough to kill him." As explained before, Boros has a very powerful recovery ability when he is in the energy burst form. As long as he concentrates his body's energy, he can recover his body. Even if only one hand is left after being beaten, he will not really die. Saitama was still confused and asked, "In that case, why didn't you just use all your strength to defeat this guy?" Fang Xuan smiled slightly. Fighting is not about winning, but about enjoying the process. After all, it is good to enjoy the occasional torture. Yeah, he actually recovered so quickly. Fang Xuan's breath sensing range is very large. Not to mention this spaceship, Fang Xuan can also sense the entire Earth. Sure enough, the next moment, Boros stood up from the ruins. His left arm had returned to its original state, and the aura exuding from his body was even stronger than before. What a pleasant attack, but this level of attack is not enough to defeat me. Boros stared at Fang Xuan coldly, his voice full of fighting spirit. Then, "It's my turn next me." As he spoke, the energy in Boros's body further increased. The energy in his body was so strong that powerful energy lightning surrounded him. He stepped on the ground suddenly and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was in front of Fang Xuan and punched him hard. He will never be able to hide from this distance. Boros was convinced that his blow would definitely hit Fang Xuan. However, just when his fist was about to touch Fang Xuan's figure disappeared from the place like a ghost. What? Boros was shocked. He quickly looked around, trying to find traces of Fang Xuan. However, there was no Fang Xuan's aura within his range of perception. Impossible. He is obviously here. Boros felt a strong uneasiness in his heart. He knew that Fang Xuan had completely controlled his rhythm. No matter how he attacks, Fang Xuan can easily dodge and then launch a fatal counterattack. At this moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and Boros subconsciously raised his arm to block it. There was a loud, bang, sound, and his arm was hit hard by a huge force, and his whole person flew out like a cannonball. Boros fell heavily against the wall, and the entire spacecraft seemed to tremble. However, relying on his recovery ability, Boros quickly stood up again. He adjusted his breathing quickly and stared at the empty area ahead, trying to catch Fang Xuan's traces again. However, no matter how hard he tried, Fang Xuan's aura seemed to have completely disappeared, making him unable to lock onto the target. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Poros's field of vision. It was Fang Xuan, standing not far away with a joking smile on his face. It seems that you are ready to try again. Fang Xuan's voice revealed a trace of ridicule. Poros gritted his teeth and said nothing. He knew that he had been completely manipulated by Fang Xuan. However, he did not intend to give up just yet. He is the leader of the Cosmic Dark Matter Pirates and the overlord of the universe who has experienced various battles and won in the universe. How could he fail? Thinking of this, Boros, who was in a state of energy explosion, paused for a moment, and then the violent energy burst out again. Boros's energy burst seems to be the same form, but in fact it is very similar to Fang Xuan's Kaio Fist, which can instantly enhance his strength far beyond his normal strength. When the shocking energy once again surrounded Boros' strength soared to a terrifying level. It can be said that if there were not Fang Xuan and Saitama on the Earth, other S-class heroes except Blast Boros may not be a match for all his moves. After Boros finished raising the energy, he focused his eyes, took a deep breath, and disappeared again. This time, he was faster and more powerful than before. So how powerful is it? Let's analyze it. It is known that Boros' strength in normal state already has the dragon level. After being in the energy burst form, his strength directly surpasses the dragon level. And when Boros is in a state of energy explosion, each attack will gain explosive speed and power increase. This increase is calculated to be about 300%. In addition, Boros may become angry due to some kind of stimulation, and his power may increase by another 150%. In other words, Boros' strength at this moment has reached 5 times that of the energy explosion state. With such strength, Boros can easily destroy a standard monster with dragon-level strength with every attack. This is why it is said that apart from Fang Xuan and Shi Yu, the guy who exploded can fight with them. However, even though Boros' strength has risen to such a terrifying level, in Fang Xuan's eyes, he does not seem to have changed much. Fang Xuan still maintained his calmness, as if he had anticipated Boros' attack. Boros' figure moved quickly inside the spacecraft, and every appearance was accompanied by a powerful energy impact. His attacks were like a violent storm, dense and violent, as if they were going to tear the entire spacecraft apart. However, no matter how Boros attacks, Fang Xuan can always dodge easily. His figure flickered in and out of the spaceship, like a ghostly existence. Whenever Boros' attack is about to touch him, he will always disappear in a strange way, and then appear out of Boros' sight. Chapter 79 Boros' vigorous attack. Because City A suddenly turned into ruins, people in other urban areas began to panic. After all, City A was the strongest city among them. Dear citizens, I believe that everyone is very concerned about the fact that City A suddenly turned into ruins. However, the reporters sent by our station have not yet received any news, and we do not know what kind of interference the drone has received. Once it gets close to City A, it will automatically fall and lose all contact, so we can't get any useful information at the moment. So we can only contact the Heroes Association headquarters in City A directly to find out what happened. The host of the TV station also used extremely exaggerated body language to express this unexpected incident. Now the focus of the world is all on City A. After all, such a prosperous city suddenly turned into ruins in an instant. Something terrible must have happened. For a while, overwhelming rumors spread on the internet. Some people who had long disliked the Hero Association immediately recruited trolls online and began to launch public attacks on the Hero Association. Topics such as the Hero Association no longer having the ability to protect citizens made headlines in an instant. However, most people still approve of the Heroes Association. After all, since the establishment of the Heroes Association, it has indeed eliminated many weirdos and protected their personal safety. Therefore, they did not think anything serious would happen in City A. After all, the headquarters of the Heroes Association was still there. If even extremely safe places like the Heroes Association begin to become unsafe, then are there any safe places on Earth? So some people spontaneously began to fight back against the rumors on the internet. After a short period of contact, the host of the TV station finally contacted the relevant person in charge of the Hero Association, that is, the big-nosed Ziki from before. Hello everyone, I am a cadre of the Heroes Association and one of the people in charge of predicting the dangers of the Earth. Next, I will explain to you the situation in City A. As one of the top cadres of the Heroes Association, Ziki naturally knows what to say and what not to say. It is absolutely impossible for him to say something like a prophecy that the Earth is not good, that mankind may encounter a major crisis. After all, doing so will not do any good except causing panic in society and suspicion among citizens. But they cannot completely regard the citizens as fools. Otherwise, once the citizens discover the truth, the reputation of the Heroes Association may fall directly to zero. At that time, the Heroes Association may be completely disbanded due to the pressure of public opinion. The sudden situation in City A this time is due to the attack from aliens with a disaster level of dragon. City A has suffered a devastating blow. According to calculations, the basic building destruction rate in City A is as high as 99.7, and the number of casualties is even higher. We haven't calculated it yet. City A is now completely paralyzed. But the current situation has been brought under control. With the cooperation of S-class heroes, we have eliminated a dragon-level alien creature. I believe, the citizens who were watching in front of the TV were all dumbfounded when they saw the content of the broadcast. City A. It's raining lightly in the sky right now. A handsome man holding an umbrella looked at City A, which had been turned into ruins, and expressed doubts. Is this what you call being under control? What are those S-class heroes doing? The person who came was none other than Masked Sweetheart. After learning about what happened suddenly in City A, he immediately put down his work and rushed here quickly. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise not far away. When Masked Sweetheart heard it, she immediately turned her head to look. Is it there? After saying that, he threw away his umbrella and quickly ran towards the location of the sound. Inside the spaceship, the two figures were fighting in flashes at a speed that was beyond the reach of the naked eye. Hit. Boros waved his fist quickly. After seeing that none of his attacks could hit Fang Xuan, Boros could only use his bottom-pressing form, the Meteor Burst form. This form converts the energy in the body into propulsion, thereby obtaining explosive speed and power that exceeds biological limits. The destructive power is greatly increased. Even if the body is shattered, it can be recovered instantly. However, this form requires the loss of vitality to maintain. Boros himself has almost never used this form in these years of battles. First, this form requires a loss of life, but the strength of the enemies does not allow him to use this form. But now, facing Fang Xuan, an unfathomable opponent, Boros knew that he must go all out. With the rapid surge of energy in Boros's body, his body shape began to undergo startling changes. The muscles swelled instantly, and the body was wrapped in a layer of bright light, as if it was a meteor that was about to pierce the sky. His speed and strength reached unimaginable levels at this moment. Fang Xuan watched Boros's changes quietly, without a trace of ripples in his eyes. He was not surprised or nervous about Boros's form, as if everything was as expected. Boros roared and disappeared instantly, leaving only a bright light. The next moment, he appeared in front of Fang Xuan and punched Fang Xuan in the face. However, facing Boros's astonishing punch, Fang Xuan just gently raised his hand, and then accurately grabbed Boros' fist. Boros' power seemed to be completely blocked at this moment, unable to move at all. Fang Xuan smiled and said, "Hey, let me ask you something. In all these years of fighting in the universe, have you ever met a guy named Frieza?" Boros asked doubtfully. "Frieza, I've never heard of him. Is he so powerful?" "No, just asking." After saying that, Fang Xuan threw Boros over his shoulder and fell to the ground. Boros, who was knocked to the ground again, still refused to give up. The eyes on his chest opened and began to gather powerful energy. "I risk everything and release all my energy. I don't believe I can't win you." Oh, this move seems very similar to Fang Xuan's move. After Saitama on the side saw Boros using this move, he finally became a little interested in the soy sauce. At this moment, Boros also jumped into the air and released his strongest attack. Collapse Star Roaring Cannon. A shock wave capable of destroying the earth shot out from the eye on Boros's chest. The shock wave of this energy illuminated the entire battlefield, and the clouds that were originally raining in the sky dissipated because of this attack. Earth. Tisk, I didn't panic at all this time because there were two big guys who gave me the scoop. 3 nanoseconds. Chapter 80 Terrifying Energy Wave. Let me see, are you going to avoid my attack, let the earth bear the damage, or are you going to stand still and be hit by me? Boros roared loudly, and the Star Collapse Roaring Cannon on his chest strengthened a lot. Is this your last resort? It's really good. It actually made me feel a little threatened. Fang Xuan took out his ears and said calmly as before. Please, how can you tell that you feel a hint of threat in your relaxed look? As he finished speaking, Fang Xuan's hands took on the shape of calyxes, and then he placed them on his waist. Energy began to gather between the palms of his hands, gradually forming a small blue energy ball. Turtle-style Qigong wave. After Fang Xuan shouted, he pushed his hands forward, and the small blue energy ball between his palms instantly turned into a blue energy wave and attacked Boros' Daobungshing Roaring Cannon. The two energies collided fiercely in the air, erupting with dazzling light and unparalleled impact. The entire earth seemed to be shaking at this moment, and the sky was dyed a blazing white, like daylight. There was a look of surprise on Boros's face. He obviously didn't expect that Fang Xuan could use a move similar to his. And Xuanzi still maintained a calm expression, as if everything was under his control. At this moment, on the top floor of the Heroes Association building. All S-class heroes are gathered here, and they are thinking about how to attack the spaceship in the sky. Super alloy black light, why is your head glowing? The zombie man asked with a puzzled look, pointing to the bald head that was glowing with super alloy black light. Glow, what do you mean? After hearing the zombie man's words, super alloy black light took out a mirror from somewhere and looked at it, and found that the dark top of his head was really glowing. Others were also attracted. It's not the super alloy black light's head that's shining, but the thing above that's shining on the top of his head. The child emperor said aloud. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked up. What it is? Metal Baseball looked at the bright spot shining with powerful light in the sky and said doubtfully. Is it a star? The venerable vest beside him answered with his unique vest humor. I'm talking about the vest, can you be more reliable? How can the stars be so bright? Besides, how can there be stars in broad daylight? Oh, I see the atmosphere is too tense, so I want to liven up the atmosphere. How about everyone? Have you raised some fighting spirit? No one responded to the unique way of activating the atmosphere of Venerable Vest, not even anyone who complained. Seeing no one responded, the Venerable Master in the vest touched his nose in embarrassment, and then raised his head again to look at the light spot in the sky. By the way, what on earth is that light spot? Emperor Tong took out a special computer from his school bag, then pointed it at the energy waves in the air and began to detect them. Everyone, I suggest you put aside attacking the spacecraft for the time being and evacuate this place. Looking at the powerful ability in the sky, a lot of cold sweat flowed from the sharp face of Silver Fang Bangu. This majestic energy made him feel terrified. That's why he proposed a strategic retreat. Even the always proud atomic warrior put his swords back into their sheaths and said, indeed, if that energy wave from the sky comes down, all of us here may disappear completely. Just when all the S-class people decided to prepare to evacuate, a voice came from the child emperor on the side. I regret to inform everyone, including myself, that we probably won't have time to evacuate. As soon as these words came out, everyone who had just discussed and prepared to evacuate stopped one after another. Flash, who had already run out for several hundred meters, saw that everyone was motionless, so he turned back. Emperor Tong continued. While everyone was discussing evacuation, I tested the energy level in the sky and found that this energy actually reached an energy level of 30,000 that can completely destroy the Earth. 29,000 in 30,000 as a square meter. Zon, 1,000 as Boros. In other words, there is no place on Earth that can avoid this energy wave. Listening to the Tong Emperor's words, Super Alloy Black Light's face showed an expression of disbelief. You must know that among these S-class heroes, the strongest Tatsumaki only burst out with an energy value of 570, while the others had an energy value ranging from 350 to 450. The energy required to destroy a city is only 260, so the strongest attack of the tornado can completely destroy 2 cities. But compared with the current energy, it is not worth mentioning at all. Because now the energy in the sky has directly reached 30,000. With such destructive energy, Super Alloy Black Light couldn't even think about it. Emperor Tong looked at everyone's expressions and continued. In addition to this, I also regret to tell you that to be precise, this energy should be above 30,000, because my equipment can only detect to 30,000. But 5 seconds ago, this energy value has exceeded the limit that I can detect. It is obvious that this energy is still increasing. The Tong Emperor's words made everyone look desperate, but then the sexy prisoner suddenly thought of something and said, why don't we retreat to the headquarters of the Hero Association first? After all, under the alien attack just now, the Hero Association's the headquarters withstood the attack. But it can only withstand an attack with an energy intensity of 1,300 at most. A planet-destroying blow like this is simply a fantasy. The Tong Emperor's words rang out again, and everyone was silent at this time. Is there really no other way? The sexy prisoner said. Everyone was still silent. Faced with such a situation at this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of Mrs. Zaibabawa's words. Earth, something is not good. ... Boros. Collapsed star roaring cannon was completely suppressed in less than a second after it collided with Fang Xuan's turtle-style qigong. His eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He originally thought that his attack was invincible, but the man in front of him easily defeated his attack. The light gradually dissipated, revealing Boros' shocked face and Fang Xuan's calm figure. After the turtle faction qigong wave suppressed the collapsed star roaring cannon, it did not stop, but continued to attack Boros. Boros reacted quickly, dodged, and narrowly avoided this fatal attack. It was seen that the turtle qigong wave did not stop because of Boros' dodge, but continued to hit the sky, and did not stop until it blew up an unknown planet. That unknown planet. This can hit me, I will offend anyone. Chapter 81 The Fall of Boros. Just when the S-class heroes thought that the Earth was about to end, they saw that the powerful energy wave in the sky did not hit the ground, but flew higher into the sky. Seeing this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's over. The sexy prisoner patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to hug the Super Alloy Black Light's arm tightly and said, you thought you were going to lead to the other side of happiness today with the Super Alloy Black Light and the metal bat. Although this is good, it is better to be alive. As the sexy prisoner spoke, he blinked the long eyelashes at the Super Alloy Black Light and metal bat. Listening to the sexy prisoner's words, the metal bat wanted to give him a stick at this moment. As for the Super Alloy Black Light, there was no reaction. After all, this guy exercises every day, and the nerves in his brain are probably already rigid. By the way, was the attack just now made by the enemy? No, the energy wave emitted from below is the turtle-style qigong wave emitted by teacher Fang Xuan. Genos, who had been silent for a while, looked at the sky and said, how is it possible? How can humans emit such powerful energy? It was the child emperor who spoke. His voice was full of shock and disbelief. His eyes were fixed on Geno's, as if waiting for his explanation or confirmation. Geno's did not answer immediately. He just looked up at the sky, where the aftermath of the energy wave impact still remained. He took a deep breath before speaking slowly. I know this is hard to believe, but it is true. That energy wave was launched by Teacher Fang Xuan. Not long ago, when Teacher Fang Xuan was sparring with Teacher Kaio, I saw with my own eyes Teacher Fang Xuan's double the blue energy ball gathered in his hand instantly turned into a powerful energy wave. The child emperor still couldn't accept this fact. He shook his head and said, impossible. How can the human body withstand such powerful energy? Let alone emit it. This is simply, Thai pants are hot. When the battle is over, I must study Fang Xuan's body structure carefully. The child emperor's eyes were full of excitement, and his thoughts had drifted to the ocean of science. For a talented young scientist, there was nothing more attractive to him than unknown mysteries. And Fang Xuan's body obviously hides such a secret. The atomic warrior on the side held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and thought, is this the strength of the 0th ranked S-class? It is simply impossible to defeat such a monster. I am afraid that the atomic warrior I am proud of killing is nothing in his eyes. It seems that I am really old. In the future, maintaining world peace will depend on young people like Fang Xuan. The person who spoke was Silver Fang Bangu, and his face looked a little twilight when he looked at the spacecraft. However, if your excellency Fang Xuan can learn my flowing water rock-breaking fist, he will probably become stronger. After Bangu saw Fang Xuan's true strength, he became even more crazy about taking Fang Xuan as his disciple. Because at present, in terms of strength, although he is far from the opponent's opponent, this does not prevent him from teaching Fang Xuan's moves. As long as Fang Xuan learns the moves of flowing water shattering rock fist, then the fame of flowing water shattering rock fist will be just around the corner. Look, the spaceship started to fall. The tiger in the vest pointed at the sky and shouted, and the others looked up when they saw this. No, leave quickly. Inside the spaceship, after Fang Xuan saw Boros dodge his attack, he flashed in front of Boros and immediately struck out with a combo of moves. Bang, 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 bang. Due to the continuous overload of Boros' use of the popular burst form, his vitality has been seriously overdrawn at this time. Now let alone fighting, he cannot even do simple dodge, and can only passively endure Fang Xuan's fist. Boom. Fang Xuan hit him with his knee, knocking Boros away and falling heavily to the bottom of the spacecraft. The force was so strong that Boros hit many places before stopping. As luck would have it, during the collision, Boros happened to damage the power unit of the spacecraft, causing the spacecraft to start to bump and start to fall downwards. After being hit by Fang Xuan again, Boros was like a deflated rubber ball, lying at the bottom of the spacecraft. His whole body was like a piece of coke, and he had almost lost all vital signs. Sure enough, just as predicted, your power is incredible. Boros, whose vitality was about to drop to freezing point, could hardly even speak at this moment and could only speak intermittently. I can feel you haven't shown all your strength. I, maybe, can't be considered your opponent at all. Quote, haha, although I failed, but at the last moment, I still asked you to use other moves, so I died without regrets. Boros's voice became weaker and weaker, but his eyes were always fixed on Fang Xuan, as if he wanted to imprint the figure of this strong human being deeply in his pupils. Ahem, cough, and I also want to ask you one thing. After I die, throw my body into the universe, that's right. My best destination. After saying these words, the life of the universe overlord Boros came to an end. Fang Xuan looked at Boros' body, shook his head and said, do you have to know how big the gap is between you and me at the cost of your life? If you hadn't come to Earth as an invader, maybe we could have become very good friends. Then Fang Xuan controlled his strength and performed a qigong, sending Boros' body into space. Tatsumaki came to Fang Xuan at this time and said, Fang Xuan, let's leave quickly. There seems to be something wrong with the spaceship and it is falling downwards. Single quote. Fang Xuan nodded and said, I know, let's go. Then the two flew out of the spaceship. As for Saitama, don't worry, this guy is more powerful than you imagine, and the mere explosion of the spaceship probably won't hurt him at all. Saitama said, why do I feel a little redundant? Although this is the case, Saitama is not a fool. He jumped out of the spacecraft. After Fang Xuan flew out of the spacecraft, he did not immediately return to the ground. Instead, he came under the spacecraft, dragged the falling spacecraft and placed it firmly on the ground. Chapter 82 Masked Sweetheart's Accusation. City A. Top of the Hero Association building. Explain to me why City A is like this, a metal bat. It's better to have a reason that convinces me. After everything was over, Masked Sweetheart finally arrived here. The time was just right. I saw him sitting on a big rock with his hands folded and facing a metal bat. He was asking questions in the tone of a superior questioning a subordinate. He didn't care about the metal at all. The bat just put up a fight. But who is the metal bat? He is a hot-blooded boy except for his sister. His biggest characteristic is his bad temper, and he is not tolerated by anyone except his sister. Especially when Masked Sweetheart asked himself in such an arrogant tone, to be honest, if his sister hadn't been a fan of this guy, he would have knocked him over with a stick. Hey, isn't this Masked Sweetheart? Why are you here? And pay attention to the tone of your words. Don't forget, you are just an A- class hero. You are not qualified to question me as an S class. The metal bat raised his head and said with a bad tone and provocative attitude. All in all, it's a mixed attitude of an impatient expression like, why do you care about me, and a mixed attitude of, why should I listen to you, and explain to you like a gangster who doesn't deserve to be beaten. Masked Sweetheart replied, I was filming a TV series in a nearby city. Because there was a huge roar and vibration here, I thought something must have happened, so I came over to take a look, and I saw that City A had already destroyed. No, Masked Sweetheart, are you a coward? The normal plot should not be to see the metal bat not answering your questions, but also looking directly at you, and you respond. What are you worried about? What do you think of you? Would you like to try another one? Just give it a try. Then in one conversation, the two of you came together. Instead of continuing the conversation about the metal bat, which makes it look like you have no presence at all, you should use the dialogue above, so that the plot is exciting enough. Seeing that Masked Sweetheart was the first to answer his question, Metal Bat assumed that the other party was timid first, so he slowly explained with disdain, aliens have invaded here in a huge spaceship. City A after being bombarded by the opponent, it became like this, but now the problem here has been solved by us. Quote, what, you said it was solved? After listening to Metal Baseball's words, Masked Sweetheart opened his hands and continued. You call this miserable situation solved? Can this situation be called a victory? It's really incompetent. I'm disappointed in you from the bottom of my heart. Masked Sweetheart pointed at the destroyed City A and said. The metal bat was irritated by Masked Sweetheart's words. He widened his eyes and stared at the opponent closely, as if to say that if you come to cause trouble, I don't mind having a fight with you. Hey, are you here to cause trouble? What did you say? Say it again if you can. You obviously haven't done anything, but you still have the nerve to question others with such a condescending face. How do you feel? The sound of the metal bat was full of anger and dissatisfaction, and he could not accept the accusations made by this seemingly relaxed guy. It is true that I came a little late due to work, but as S-class heroes here, how did you protect this city? Masked Sweetheart still clings on to the fact that the city was destroyed. The atomic warrior stepped forward, holding a piece of grass in his mouth and said, we were in a meeting in the building and could not pay attention to what was going on outside. But 10 seconds after the enemy attacked, we came out, but that by then the whole city had been destroyed. So what? Do you think this explanation can escape the media's condemnation? Faced with Atomic Samurai's explanation, Masked Sweetheart still had the same attitude. You kid, stop pretending to be noble here. We have tried our best to do our best. And if it weren't for your excellency Fang Xuan, your kid would probably be dead by now. Why are you still saying these words here? The metal bat on the side also angrily hit the Masked Sweetheart's words. Fang Xuan, no life. What does this mean? Masked Sweetheart looked puzzled. He had a vague impression of the name Fang Xuan. Isn't it Tatsumaki's little boyfriend? Why does this have anything to do with whether he is alive or not? The metal bat said. That's what it means literally. You should have seen the energy in the sky just now. Let me tell you, if it weren't for Mr. Fang Xuan, you must have reported to King Yama by now. After saying that, the metal bat couldn't help but wonder, why did I say King Yama just now? The naked sexy prisoner on the side also said, Little Masked, you are so aggressive, which side are you on? Faced with the sexy prisoner's questioning, the Masked Sweetheart also waved her hand to express her position. Of course I am on the side of justice. After saying that, he slipped down from the boulder and continued to say to everyone, US-class heroes are so shameless and will add a lot of confusion to me, so I suggest you guys just retreat. Hey, I advise you to take back what you just said, otherwise I will beat you up regardless of whether you are an idol or not. After hearing what Masked Sweetheart said, Metal Baseball couldn't bear it anymore. He put his hands in his pockets and walked up to Masked Sweetheart with the steps of a gangster and said, HMPH, you can give it a try. Do you know why I don't upgrade to S level? That's because I don't want a weak trash like you to upgrade to S level. That's why I have always guarded the #1 position in Class A. Masked Sweetheart was not afraid of the Metal Bat and continued. Metal Bat was completely irritated by Masked Sweetheart's words. He clenched his fists and prepared to show the opponent some color. Boom, boom. Just as the two sides were at war with each other, a voice attracted everyone's attention. The person who came was none other than the Metal Knight, ranked 6th in the S class. Masked Sweetheart looked at Metal Knight and said, Metal Knight, you guy just came now. Metal Knight ignored Masked Sweetheart and came to the spaceship, and said in surprise, is this the true face of the unknown flight reaction? It's great. Genos came to Metal Knight and asked, Metal Knight, what are you doing here now? The battle here is over. The Metal Knight said, of course I am here for peace. Genos, I will recycle this spaceship. We need more powerful weapons. The Masked Sweetheart said with a sneer, so what if you have powerful weapons, your virtue is a waste. Metal Baseball was very dissatisfied with Masked Sweetheart at this moment. Just wait, I will play with you later. Hey, I saved this spaceship and I can't give it to you. Just when the Metal Knight was about to recover, Fang Xuan's voice came out, and then he and Tatsumaki tied up some of the remaining aliens in the spacecraft with an iron chain and threw them to the ground. Chapter 83 Challenge Fang Xuan's Masked Sweetheart. Because in the previous meteorite incident, Metal Knight saw Fang Xuan, so he said, I know you are very strong, but this spaceship will not be of much use to you, so let me recover it. After all, I am a weapons master. In my hands this spaceship can exert its maximum value. Fang Xuan took out a universal capsule from his pocket, threw it at the spacecraft, and then took the spacecraft inside. Who says it's useless to me? I want to travel the universe, and this spaceship is just right. What was that thing you just had? It can actually fit into such a big spaceship. The Metal Knight asked immediately after seeing the universal capsule that Fang Xuan took out. Fang Xuan said, "It's just a capsule, it's no big deal." Tatsumaki pointed at some of the remaining aliens that had been tied up and said, "Okay, forget about the spaceships and capsules. How to deal with these guys?" Fang Xuan said, "Leave it to the relevant personnel of the Heroes Association to handle it." Masked Sweetheart saw Fang Xuan, so she stepped forward and said, "Hey, kid, you are the boyfriend of the tornado that was circulated on the internet a few days ago, right? By the way, why are you here?" As he said that, he looked at the tornado next to Fang Xuan and continued, "I know, it must have been the tornado that brought you here. Although you are Tatsumaki's boyfriend, I still advise you not to come to such dangerous places. After all, a pretty boy like you can only cause us more trouble." After Tatsumaki heard this, he immediately retorted in that thin lowly voice, "Hey, you guys, be careful what you say, or I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing Tatsumaki's appearance, Masked Sweetheart said, "Why are you so anxious?" "I'm just telling the truth." Gino said at this time, "Masked Sweetheart, Teacher Fang Xuan is ranked 0th in S-Class, how could he cause trouble here?" "What did you say? What is S-Class no?" "0. Is there an S-Class no?" "0. Masked Sweetheart was suddenly startled, and then asked doubtfully, "Yes, Fang Xuan is indeed the no. 0 S-Class hero." The speaker was Bang Gu. After he walked to Fang Xuan, he once again put on the posture of the flowing water shattering fist and asked, "Fang Xuan, I think if you can learn my flowing water rock breaking fist, your strength will be stronger, so you should consider it." "I'm really not interested in this. Old man, you should find someone else." Fang Xuan refused with a smile. After hearing Bangu's words, the Masked Sweetheart came to Fang Xuan and said in an arrogant tone, "Boy, although I don't know why you were ranked 0th in S-Class, I still plan to verify you. Only the strength will do." After hearing what Masked Sweetheart said, the others collectively showed surprised expressions and said, "Here, who gave Masked Sweetheart the courage to challenge Fang Xuan?" "Liang Jingru. Liang Jingru. I won't take the blame." "No problem, I'm always waiting for you." Fang Xuan also agreed directly. Then everyone dispersed. Although Metal Knight really wanted the spaceship, he finally gave up after seeing Fang Xuan's strength. As for Saitama, "I'm sorry, this guy jumped too hard and went directly into space, and was landing quickly at this time." Night. Several people returned to Z City, and then at Tatsumaki's suggestion, everyone gathered at Fang Xuan's house for a victory dinner. Of course, Fang Xuan was the one cooking. Because Saitama didn't fight Boros, he turned his regret into appetite and finished more than 20 bowls of rice in a row. A week later, on this day, City A completely disappeared from the map. In order not to cause panic among the citizens, all the top leaders of the Hero Association unanimously decided to seal up the alien invasion incident led by Boros forever and make it one of the top secrets. As for external reports, it was because there was a large amount of unstable energy underground in City A. After a long period of accumulation, it eventually led to a huge explosion, and the entire city had to be relocated as a whole. Although some citizens still expressed doubts about this explanation, and public opinion continued to say that this matter was not simple, there was no movement soon because there was no substantive evidence. But what I have to say is that some media do have some skills. In addition to this matter, they also mentioned that the person in charge of this incident, Big Nose, spent the night there the day before, and even the color of his underwear. It was reported, but fortunately, with the baptism of time and the Heroes Association's deliberate concealment, the heat of this matter soon passed. After that, the headquarters of the Heroes Association was once again strengthened and became a veritable fortress. In order to test the pit and hit test, they specially invited Fang Xuan. Everything returned to normal again, except for Fang Xuan. Z City. No Man's Land. Fang Xuan's family. What the hell is this? There are 7 FG versions of the story that the strongest warrior Fang Xuan and his little wife Tatsumaki have to tell. What the hell? Fang Xuan sat at the computer desk, looked at the magazine in his hand and said with a speechless expression. Today's media is really becoming more and more unruly. Fang Xuan couldn't help but sigh, and threw the magazine aside. Talking about why this thing appeared, it was not because the top brass of the Hero Association completely exposed his S-Class rank 0 in order to divert the attention of City A. Coupled with the boyfriend-friend incident that caused quite a stir between him and Tatsumaki not long ago, it has become even more heated now. In order to attract people's attention, some unscrupulous media have fully demonstrated their ability to write stories. As long as they can gain popularity, they will write almost anything. These people write what citizens like to read and keep up with current events. Now the internet has completely confirmed that Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki are boyfriend and girlfriend. Because of the gradual fermentation of this matter, Tatsumaki blushed and lifted the roof of Fang Xuan's building 2 days ago. Not only did this little loli recently live directly in Fubuki's room. The roof was lifted off. Who am I going to find reason for? Fang Xuan really has no interest in these boring gossips. He is more concerned about how to improve his strength. Fang Xuan looked at the blue sky above his head, and then got up directly to go find Saitama for sparring. Since the last time the two of them had a sparring session, Fang Xuan found that his strength improved greatly when he fought against Saitama, and he also became more and more proficient in some combat skills. Chapter 84 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 1. Since the last Boros invasion, the lives of Fang Xuan and others have returned to normal. Because Fang Xuan's status as the No. 0's class hero is becoming more and more popular, and his appearance is not inferior to those of male idols, many variety shows have sent invitations to him. Of course, the price offered was naturally sky high, but Fang Xuan naturally had no interest in the money. After all, he had a system and enough money. Just when Fang Xuan was about to refuse, the director of a program got the news from somewhere that Fang Xuan liked to play games and the roof of his home was open to the air, so he hurriedly proposed that as long as Fang Xuan came to participate in the show, he would not only pay him 50 million yuan, he also gave away 5 sets of collector's edition games, and also helped Fang Xuan repair the roof of his apartment for free. Fang Xuan was still not interested when he heard the offer was 50 million yuan, but when he heard that there were 10 sets of games, not to mention collector's editions, and they also helped him repair the roof that was damaged by the tornado last time, he immediately agreed. So he went to participate in a 2-week variety show. Sultry summer. Z City. Fang Xuan's family, Saitama, Genos, Tatsumaki, and Fubuki are sitting on the sofa at the moment. The coffee table in front of them is filled with all kinds of snacks and soda drinks, but their eyes are currently focused on the TV screen. He looked like he was about to watch a big movie. In front of the TV, Fang Xuan shook the CD in his hand and asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you want to watch it?" This disc is the advanced unabridged version of Fang Xuan's variety show, Idol Hero, and some content will not be shown on TV. Tatsumaki urged in her Lolita voice, "Hurry up, don't be too grindy." Saitama and Fubuki also looked at Fang Xuan expectantly. Genos said, "Teacher Fang Xuan, we are all looking forward to it." Then Genos took out a notebook and a pen, sat upright and continued, "I'm ready to learn relevant knowledge from Teacher Fang Xuan." Fang Xuan, who was playing the DVD, was speechless after hearing Genos' words and thought to himself, what is there to learn from this? I really didn't expect that Fang Xuan, a guy like you, would actually participate in this kind of show. The speaker is Tatsumaki. As the only S-class and the strongest female hero, she has also received many invitations from many TV groups or variety shows, but she rejected them all because she participated in these programs. She has to wear some designated clothes. According to Tatsumaki's personality, if she really wears those designated clothes, she will probably dismantle those TV stations. After Fang Xuan put the disc away, he took the remote control and said, "Let me tell you first, the interactions between me and some female stars that appear on the screen are all for the effect of the show. They cannot be taken seriously, especially you, Tatsumaki. Get angry, the roof of my building was just repaired not long ago, if you try to lift it up, I will spank your little A. Please, I'm an adult, can I not know that this is just a show? Stop talking nonsense and play it quickly." Tatsumaki still held his hands proudly and said, but if Fang Xuan could be more careful, he would find that the tips of Tatsumaki's ears were slightly red at this moment. When Fang Xuan saw this, he stopped talking nonsense and directly pressed the play button. Then the TV started to play the picture. In order to play the effect, this column group made the beginning into a snowflake picture like that of an old TV. After the snowflake scene ends, the official content begins. The first thing that catches the eye is a light show, and then the BGM sounds in the background. The camera starts to switch between the hero player area, the audience, and the central stage, creating a tense and warm atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, the female host walked onto the stage with a bright smile. This host girl has a very outstanding figure and a very nice appearance. In addition, it is summer and the weather is hot. The girl wears very cool clothes, which is very attractive to men. Welcome to the recording site of Idol Hero. I am the host Shaori. Shaori introduced in her cooing voice. Of course, the name Shaori must be a stage name, just like the titles of heroes, such as Fang Xuan's Strongest Warrior, Tatsumaki's Ultimate Weapon, Genos' Devil Cyborg, Saitama's Bald Cloaked Man, etc. Okay, I think the audience still can't wait, so let's officially start. As usual, we will invite 10 players, 5 of whom are female players who are our idol artists, and the other 5 male players who are our professional heroes. While several people were watching the TV program attentively, Saitama on the side said, "Strange, Fang Xuan, why does your program have no advertisements?" Saitama's question made everyone stunned for a moment. Only then did they notice that they had not seen any advertisements or sponsor information from the beginning of the show to now. You know, in this era without the sponsorship of the sponsor father, no program will last long, let alone idols and professional heroes. Fang Xuan explained. This is the advanced version, and I guess I won't have time to add ads later. Oh, so that's it. After everyone listened to the explanation, they turned their attention back to the TV. I saw the host Shaori, after talking a lot, finally started to talk about the topic. Next, let's invite 5 female idol artists to enter. As Shaori's words fell, the stage lights instantly focused on the entrance. 5 female idol artists took to the stage one after another. They wore fashionable clothes and exquisite makeup, revealing their confidence and charm. The audience screamed and waved their cheering sticks to cheer for the idols. Immediately afterwards, the host Shaohei began to introduce these 5 female idol artists. They are Nami Ozawa, Yuka Sakurai, Sori Miyazaki, Yuri Hirano and Miki Morikawa. Each idol has unique talents and charm, attracting the love of a large number of fans. In the warm cheers of the audience, the 5 idols completed their self-introduction and talent show. Their graceful dancing, Moving singing and charming smiles brought the atmosphere to a climax. Later, the host Shaori said, "Thank you to the 5 beauties for showing their talents, then let us invite the 5 professional heroes invited in this issue to enter. The first one we invite is the only one we have invited since the launch of our program. He is also the strongest warrior with the highest S-class ranking, Mr. Fang Xuan." The stage lights changed again, focusing on the entrance. Fang Xuan was seen walking at the front, greeting the audience with a smile. When those viewers saw that the professional hero in this episode was actually Fang Xuan, the recently revealed 0th strongest warrior in the S-class, they all felt that this was a dream. Compared to this show so far, the highest level was in the first phase. Masked Sweetheart, who ranked number 1 in A level, was invited to participate. After that, some A level or B level heroes were invited. Chapter 85 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 2. At this moment, the TV was still playing, but the tornado that was watching had already turned his eyes to Fang Xuan, and his eyes were very scary. It's not for anything else, just because the 5 female idol artists who just appeared have very hot bodies and very good-looking looks. Fang Xuan naturally noticed Tatsumaki's eyes, so he hurriedly explained, "Tatsumaki, calm down, it's just an appearance and you are like this, then you will have to." Before he could finish his words, Tatsumaki suddenly stood up, put his hands on his hips, and said aggressively, "Come on, you are a pervert and a pervert." Backstage, your eyes were still straight, and your brain was even more delusional. Except for countless dirty scenes, right? Fang Xuan said quickly, calm down, calm down. Besides, you can doubt my curiosity about beauties, but you can't doubt my character. I have no other thoughts about them except appreciation. Genos interjected at this time, what aspect of appreciation does teacher Fang Xuan refer to? After hearing what Genos said, Tatsumaki also turned her gaze over. She wanted to see how Fang Xuan would explain. At this time, Fang Xuan turned his head and looked at Genos' serious record-keeping expression. He once again put on the green little dinosaur clothes in his heart, then he lifted Genos with one hand, fanned and said, "I told you to talk too much, I told you to talk too much." After thinking carefully and rigorously, Fang Xuan said, appreciation naturally refers to the appreciation of the professional talents and charm they displayed on the stage. For example, their singing, dancing, performance skills, and the hard work and sweat it takes to become an idol are worthy of our appreciation and learning. He paused and continued, "Of course, I also admit that their appearance is indeed attractive, but this is not my main focus. In my opinion, a person's inner qualities and talents are the most important." Quote, after hearing Fang Xuan's explanation, although Tatsumaki still had a straight face, his eyes were no longer so scary. She snorted, then sat back on the sofa and continued watching TV. After Fang Xuanjian temporarily fooled the tornado, he felt relieved. After listening, Genos remembered what Fang Xuan said just now and said, "So that's it. Teacher Fang Xuan is truly a master. He can understand so many meanings even when he participates in a variety show. It seems that my practice is still not good enough." Quote. Fang Xuan looked at Genos speechlessly, and at the same time, he wanted to beat Genos in his heart, for no other reason than to beat him. The program on the TV continued to play, and cheers erupted from the audience shortly after Fang Xuan appeared on the stage. "Fang Xuan, look here, I'm your biggest fan. Ah, Mr. Fang Xuan, I want to marry you and give you a child." The audience was in chaos for a while. Fang Xuan smiled and waved to the audience, and then walked onto the stage. His appearance caused a burst of enthusiastic cheers, especially the screams of the female audience, which were deafening. After all, there were not many handsome and powerful people like Fang Xuan. Even the female idol artists who just appeared couldn't help but look at Fang Xuan through the monitor backstage. Since all the attention of the audience was attracted by Fang Xuan, this made the 4 heroes who appeared later a little embarrassed, because no one paid attention to them at all, but they didn't care. After all, they could compete with the number 0 hero in S-class participating in the same program as a rare thing. Seeing that everyone's attention was now focused on Fang Xuan, the host hurriedly introduced the hero who appeared behind him. The second one to appear is Golden Ball, the 29th ranked A-class hero. He has a special slingshot weapon and can fire shape memory gold bullets that penetrate 20 cm iron plates. Golden Ball was still dressed in the hip-hop style and walked onto the stage coolly. The third one to appear is Lightning Max, ranked 20th among the A-class heroes. He is good at leg skills and has extremely powerful special moves, lightning flying kick and lightning jumping backspin kick. Lightning Max still wears the standard pair of vests and sweatpants, plus a golden hairstyle similar to Astro Boy. The fourth one to appear is Stinger, the 10th ranked A-class hero. He likes to use his favorite gun, bamboo shoots. In the last Sea People invasion incident, he killed several Sea People by himself. The fifth one to appear is Snake, the 39th ranked A-class hero. He is a master of snake bite punch. Following the host's introduction, all 5 professional heroes came to the stage, and the 5 female idol artists who just left the stage also came to the stage. At this point, this variety show has officially begun. I saw the host holding the small card in his hand and saying, "Okay, now we officially start today's program." First of all, the first level, the hero is saddened by the beauty level. In this level, our 5 heroes will interact one-on-one with 5 beautiful idols. Each hero needs to complete a challenge from his partner. If the challenge is successful, he will receive our program group special rewards carefully prepared. The host revealed the rules of the first round of the game with a smile on his face. The audience cheered for this, and they were all looking forward to seeing the interaction between the hero and the beauty. 5 heroes and 5 idols were matched according to the method of drawing lots. Fang Xuan's partner was Ozawa Nami, the most popular among the 5 idols just now. Ozawa Nami walked up to Fang Xuan, smiled and stretched out her hand. Mr. Fang Xuan, please give me some advice. Fang Xuan also shook her hand politely. Miss Nami, you too, please give me some advice. The interaction between the two made the audience scream, and they all said that this pairing is so perfect. Listening to those words on TV saying that Fang Xuan and Ozawa Nami are a good match, Tatsumaki, who was lying on the sofa, looked at Fang Xuan and his expression became even more grim. Fang Xuan had been observing Tatsumaki's face since just now. Seeing that the little loli's face had deteriorated, he hurriedly handed over the orange he had just peeled. Do you want to eat the orange? It's very sweet. Tatsumaki glared at Fang Xuan, snatched the orange from his hand, and snorted, don't think I can forgive you. But she still couldn't help but take a bite of the orange, and the sweet and sour taste lingered in her mouth. It melted away, making her expression soften a little. Fang Xuan looked at what was still playing on the TV and sighed helplessly. Oh, if I had known better, I wouldn't have shown off that I was participating in the variety show. Chapter 86 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 3. The program on TV is still going on. Maybe it was intentional by the program team. There were no big problems with the projects challenged by the other 4 groups, but when it came to Fang Xuan, it became very strange. Because the program team prepared a special challenge project for Fang Xuan and Ozawa Nami, an imitation show. Taking into account Fang Xuan's identity and Fang Xuan's recent popularity, the program team wanted to make a profit by setting up a love challenge so that when the program was broadcast, citizens would see Fang Xuan and Ozawa. After Nami's intimate interaction, their show is expected to become an immediate hit. The host held a card with the words, "Romantic encounter between heroes and idols," on it, and then explained, in this link, Mr. Fang Xuan and Miss Ozawa Nami need to imitate a romantic love story to impress the audience. The audience and the audience in front of the TV can feel the tacit understanding and spark between you. After listening to the host's words, Fang Xuan said, damn, this is such a bad variety show, why does it still have such a cliched segment, and why is it still a love story? At this moment, Fang Xuan wanted to leave the scene directly, because although he liked to admire beauties, he only enjoyed them and had no other ideas. But now he just acted like this. If it weren't for the fact that he was giving money and games, for the sake of repairing the roof, he really wanted to leave here immediately. Although Fang Xuan thought so, Ozawa Nami on the side showed a very interested expression. After all, in this era where weirdos frequently appear, money and power are not the biggest bargaining chips. The most important thing is to have strength. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, if you have power, a powerful dragon may appear at some point. Super weirdo twists your head off. Therefore, these powerful professional heroes are the best spouse choices for female idol artists. The stronger they are, the higher their gold content. Moreover, the man in front of him is still the most powerful among the S-class heroes. Compared with other weird S heroes, Fang Xuan's looks are good enough to withstand a fight. If he can match up with Fang Xuan here, it will definitely be a sure win. Compensation matters, so Ozawa Nami planned to perform again later. Even if Fang Xuan wanted to take advantage, she would fully cooperate. She only hoped that Fang Xuan would have some good impressions of her. Tatsumaki, who had just been coaxed, turned dark again after seeing this. The door had begun to vibrate, as if it was about to be torn off. Genos on the side looked expectantly at the next performance. Saitama was eating snacks calmly, not interested in anything. As for Fubuki, after seeing her sister's dark face, she quietly moved her seat towards Saitama. Fang Xuan looked at Ozawa Nami's eager eyes, and his brain was running rapidly to see how he could complete this challenge without being rude and without being taken advantage of by the other party. After thinking about it, Fang Xuan quickly thought of a way. It was not so much a method as it was a person. Yes, this person was the little Lolita Tatsumaki. Anyway, the previous incident of him and Tatsumaki pretending to be a couple was a hot topic on the internet. Instead of taking a new blame, it would be better to take the previous blame as a shield this time, so as not to use it in vain. Fang Xuan made a plan in his mind, and he said, although I also want to perform this romantic performance with Miss Ozawa Nami, it is a bit difficult. After all, if Tatsumaki sees this scene, I guess I can't, there's nothing good to gain, maybe she'll get angry at me again. This is the art of speaking. I did not directly express my relationship with Tatsumaki, but I also hinted that there is some special connection between me and Tatsumaki, so that Ozawa Nami should not have any thoughts about herself during the performance. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone is simply impeccable. Sure enough, after hearing Fang Xuan's words, Ozawa Nami was a little disappointed, but she also knew Tatsumaki's strength and status, so naturally she did not dare to compete with such a woman for a man, so she had no choice but to give up this plan. As for his relationship with Tatsumaki, he didn't say it clearly, so you can just guess. Fang Xuan, who was in front of the TV, looked specifically at Tatsumaki beside him. Sure enough, Tatsumaki's originally dark face not only improved, but also turned slightly red after hearing Fang Xuan's words. And the sound of the doors creaking just now also disappeared at this moment. The host Shaori on the side looked like I understood, and then said, that's it. Don't worry, this is just a very ordinary performance. I don't think Ms. Tatsumaki will say anything. Tornado, who was watching TV, snatched the remote control from Fang Xuan's hand, pressed the pause button, then pointed at Fang Xuan with a red face and said, You, what is this guy talking about up there? You can perform with that Ozawa Nami if you want. Why are you trying to pull me? Looking at Tatsumaki's red little face, Fang Xuan said innocently, I didn't say anything. It's just to prevent Nami Ozawa from taking advantage of me during the performance. If I say this, the program will be more effective. I have to say that this trick is really easy to use. After all, Fang Xuan told a few people before watching it that everything in the show is just for show effect and should not be taken seriously. If you really take it seriously, then I can say it's for the effect of the show. Hey, you can't find anything wrong with it. Sure enough, Tatsumaki wanted to have a small outburst, but after hearing Fang Xuan's words, she found that she couldn't seem to say anything, so after glaring at Fang Xuan, she continued to lie on the sofa and read television. The show continued. Although the episode just made the atmosphere a little subtle, the host relied on his rich experience to quickly bring the topic back to the imitation show. Okay, dear viewers, let's look forward to the wonderful performances of Mr. Fang Xuan and Miss Ozawa Nami. The host said with a smile on his face. As the host finished speaking, the live music sounded, and Fang Xuan and Ozawa Nami began their performance. Although Ozawa Nami felt a little disappointed after hearing about the tornado, she was unwilling to give up just like that. I won't give up just like that, I will make you fall under my pomegranate skirt. This was what Ozawa Nami thought when she looked at Fang Xuan before the performance started. Then the two of them completed the imitation show challenge with the background music. Although Ozawa Nami would approach Fang Xuan from time to time during the process, she had the shield of the tornado before, so the other party did not go too far. Chapter 87 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 4. After the two people's performances ended, this session ended. The host Shaori also said to the camera in a very cute tone, Thank you Mr. Fang Xuan and Miss Ozawa for their performances, then we will start the next level, the outdoor show, everyone will imitate. After the host finished speaking, the screen turned to the outdoor venue of the next level. The host Shaori also changed into another set of clothes, and she said in a cute tone, Welcome everyone back to the idol hero scene, let's continue to challenge this level. The rules of this level for everyone to imitate are that without communication, the 5 female idols need to vote on the talent projects that appear on the big screen of the competition to choose a talent for our 5 professional heroes to perform. Quote, Our heroes here don't know what kind of talent show their partner will choose for them, so let us stay tuned. Of course, for the sake of fairness, the heroes will also perform at the same time after the partner selection is completed. Quote, Okay, let's invite 5 female idols to come on stage. After simply reading the rules, the host Shaori also announced the official start of this round of talent show through the instructions conveyed by the director in his ear. The 5 female idols stepped onto the stage set up by the program team one after another. They stood on the side of the stage, facing the big screen, holding a voting machine in their hands. The host Shaori stood in the center of the stage. She looked at the 5 female idols with a smile, and then said, Okay, now there will be several talent projects on the big screen. After discussion, the 5 of you please use the voting machines in your hands. Take a vote. Then I saw several talent projects appearing on the big screen, such as singing, dancing, playing billiards. Playing billiards. There seemed to be a strange project mixed in. The 5 girls looked at the talents presented on the big screen and started discussing, and soon started voting. After the voting ended, the camera was shown on the big screen again, and a magic show was displayed on it. Seeing the results on the big screen, the host Shaori smiled and said, It seems that our female idols are very interested in magic performances. So, what kind of magic will it be? Can the heroes succeed in the challenge? So please look at the big screen. Magic show. I didn't expect them to choose this. What magic show do you think the program team will choose? It's probably just some magic cards or cups or something like that. Backstage, after hearing the host's words, several people began to discuss what the magic would ask them to perform. Fang Xuan had the same idea as a few others. After all, it was just a show. What kind of magic could he come up with? I saw the picture gradually starting to appear on the big screen. Magic. A hopeless escape. Game rules. First use iron chains with iron balls to help your hands, then use hemp rope and iron chains to help your hands, and then lock them into a special iron box. Several circles of iron chains that have been roasted red should be wrapped around the iron box. Prevent people inside from escaping. Participants need to escape within 5 minutes. Because in 5 minutes, the entire iron box will be lifted by a crane to a height of 60 meters, then the iron box will be dropped into the hot magma, and finally a road roller will be used to flatten the iron box. Seeing this rule, several heroes in the background were stunned. They looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. This so-called magic show is far from the card or cup tricks they imagined. It is simply a life and death challenge. Fang Xuan looked at the rules displayed on the screen and thought to himself, No, the program team, how much do you hate this iron box to come up with such a perverted magic trick? Also, this seems to be just a show. Is it so bloody? And no matter how you look at this magic, it must be done by professionals. At this time, the host Shaori spoke again. Of course, because the risk factor of this magic is too high and the consequences of a magic failure are too serious. If the hero is not confident to complete it, there is a safety button inside the box. As long as you press it, the link will be terminated, and naturally this link will also fail accordingly. Quote, after this rule came out, everyone except Fang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as heroes, they could press the safety button even if they didn't break out of the cage. As for Fang Xuan, he currently has tens of thousands of combat power, and nothing on earth can control him. Since the magic show was to be held together, Fang Xuan and the other 4 people came to the middle of the venue together. The first one to appear was Golden Ball wearing hip-hop style clothes. As the first hero to appear, his face naturally showed a confident expression. After taking the microphone, Golden Ball said to the camera, "Dear viewers, I, Golden Ball, am full of confidence in today's challenge. Because I also like magic, so I am quite good at this type of escape magic." Followed by Lightning Max, Stinger, Nex, and Fang Xuan. After a few simple words that were useless, the magic show officially began. The host Shaori said, "Now that the heroes are ready, please ask the staff to tie their hands and feet first." After the staff tied up several people, the host continued, "Okay, then let's invite the heroes to enter the box." Because the iron chains on their feet were too heavy, Golden Ball and Lightning Max accidentally fell when they walked into the box. When the host saw this situation, he also explained very pleasantly, "Ah, Mr. Golden Ball fell, is it okay? It seems that the quality of our props is indeed very good. Okay, Mr. Golden Ball has stood up again and entered the iron box. Then let's ask the staff to wrap the box with red-hot iron chains." Just when the staff stepped forward to close the iron door of the box, Golden Ball suddenly noticed something was wrong with the iron chain on his hand, and quickly said to the staff, "Wait." However, before he could finish his words, the staff closed the door and then used red-hot iron chains to wrap the iron box tightly. Okay, the box is now completely locked, so let's see if the Golden Ball can escape within 5 minutes. The countdown begins. After host Shaori finished speaking, a digital countdown appeared on the big screen. At this time, the screen came to the top of the locked golden ductile iron box, and there was a red button with the word, "Safety," written on it. Chapter 88 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 5. Boom, boom, boom. The golden ball locked in the iron box made knocking sounds continuously during these 5 minutes. Kui Shui looked at the content played and said with a puzzled face, "Teacher Fang Xuan, is there really no problem? I just saw Mr. Golden Ball saying a word before being locked in." Saitama on the side also rarely discovered the problem. Moreover, the camera just cut to the top of the iron box, and I seemed to see that the safety button for giving up seemed to be installed backwards on the outside. It seemed that there was no way to give up. Quote, in fact, Fang Xuan also discovered this problem when he was at the scene, but after sensing his breath, he discovered that the old boy Golden Ball had already arrived outside the iron box. The BG sound that was still ringing inside had been recorded in advance using a tape recorder. As for how this guy escaped, it was because there was a secret door in the iron box, and the iron chains tied to everyone's hands and feet were tied with chains that looked like iron. In fact, as long as with a little force, you can break free. So I have to say that the guy Golden Ball just now has some acting talent, and the fall just now was so real. Fang Xuan explained. Don't worry, there is a secret door in this magic. The iron chains tied to the hands and feet are also made of special materials. They have no binding force at all, so it is very easy to escape from it. Easy. Although Fang Xuan discovered it, he did not go out through the secret door. Instead, he punched a big hole in the top of the iron box and flew out. After listening to Fang Xuan's words, several people instantly lost their nervousness. On TV, Fang Xuan and others also completed their performances one after another. Host Shaori also continued, "Thank you to the 5 heroes for performing an exciting magic show for us. It was indeed exciting, especially the Golden Ball performance, which fully demonstrated his acting talent. It can be said that it is a pity for this kid to be a hero. If he had become an actor, he would be even more famous than he is now." After a pause of a few seconds to allow the atmosphere to relax, Shaori started the next program. Then, let's move on to the next program, which is a relatively relaxed online question and answer session. After Shaori finished speaking, the screen on the big screen changed accordingly, showing various questions. The questions displayed on this big screen are all questions asked by netizens to the heroes on the internet. Of course, we cannot let you answer all the questions. We will select a few questions from them. The first question comes from the C-class hero, Battery Man. His problem is, "Dear heroes, I am now a C-level hero. In addition to engaging in some heroic activities every day, I just deal with some trivial matters in life. I am now confused about my future. So I hope all the heroes can give me some advice to make my hero career more interesting." After the host Shaori finished reading Battery Man's question, he also expressed his own opinions. It seems that the C-level hero Battery Man has fallen into the inherent confusion of all novice heroes, so let's let some of our professional heroes present answer this doubt for him. After finishing speaking, Shaori said to Golden Ball, "Then here we will continue to follow the moment of the magic show just now, and Mr. Golden Ball will answer this question first." Then the screen cut to the Golden Ball. Golden Ball faced the camera, adjusted his clothes, and then said with a smile, "Battery Man, I understand your confusion. Every hero will face such a problem at the beginning. He doesn't know what he should do and how to make it happen. My career has become more interesting. I have a deep understanding of this problem, because even though you may think that I am an A- level hero now, I also came from your time. First of all, I hope you don't give up and stick to it, even if you are just a C level hero. Although you feel like you are doing nothing now, this is a process that most of us have to face. You have to understand that the profession of a hero is not only about fighting criminals and protecting citizens, it is also a responsibility and a mission. Therefore, you must always maintain your love and awe for this profession. So my suggestion is to do your current job well first, and that's it. After the words fell, the audience present burst into sparse applause. Although what Golden Ball said was so reasonable, it was actually just some chicken soup for the soul on the internet. It's not as if the audience present has never used the internet in recent years. They have already read countless articles about chicken soup for the soul. They are now numb, so they did not cause much response. When Fang Xuan, who was at the scene, heard what the Golden Ball said, he looked surprised and said, "Here, is this still the funny-looking Golden Ball?" After hearing what Golden Ball said, the host Xiaori picked up the microphone and said, as expected of Golden Ball, an A- level hero. He has a deep understanding of heroes. Then let's listen to the advice of Lightning Max, who is also an A- level hero. Quote, the screen turned and came to Lightning Max. My advice is to practice hard and make yourself stronger. Compared to Golden Ball's psychological chicken soup, Lightning Max's words were barely understood by the audience present. Then Stinger and Snake also expressed their suggestions accordingly. Finally, their eyes came to Fang Xuan. As the only S-class hero on the field, everyone was curious about what good advice they could get from him. In fact, everything was normal here, but what Fang Xuan said next made everyone feel very Versailles. Regarding this issue, I'm sorry, I may not be able to make suggestions, because I have been S-class since I knew I was a hero. The atmosphere at the scene was a little awkward for a moment. The host Xiaori did not expect Fang Xuan to give such an answer. He quickly smoothed things over and said, "Haha, it seems that Mr. Fang Xuan is really talented. He was an S-class hero since he was born. This is something that none of us would envy." There was some laughter in the audience, but most people were still speechless. The battery man in front of the TV was even more confused. He originally expected to find some inspiration from the suggestions of these heroes, but now it seems that he and genius heroes like Fang Xuan are not from the same world at all. Chapter 89 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 6. You guys are still as stinky as ever. When he saw Fang Xuan nonchalantly saying on TV that he was an S-class hero as soon as he knew he was an S-class hero, Tatsumaki couldn't help but laugh. Fang Xuan spread his hands with an innocent face and retorted, "How am I being cool? I'm just telling the truth. In fact, I'm also very humble. Really, if you don't believe me, read on." At this time, the picture on the TV continues to play. After the host Xiaori cleverly eased the awkward atmosphere at the scene once again cut to Fang Xuan's side. Fang Xuan continued, "Although I don't have any suggestions, I can express my own feelings. The hero profession itself is a very high-risk profession. The higher the level, the more dangerous the disasters you have to deal with and the more dangerous enemies you have to deal with. So becoming a hero is a very troublesome thing. I suggest you raise this issue. It's better to forget about the hero." Fang Xuan also spoke out what was in his heart, because being a hero is really troublesome, and there are too many factors to consider. In terms of salary, it's okay for higher levels, but for lower levels, the guarantee of life is the same. Big problem. The best example is Saitama. According to the original story, this guy has been a hero for so long out of interest and has no money at all. Even if he joins the Hero Association, he is only a C-level hero and still has no money. After saying so much, Fang Xuan just wanted not to suggest others to become a fool, but what he didn't expect was that his good words would have a different meaning to the ears of the audience. I see, I understand what Mr. Fang Xuan means. You are saying that if you want to be a hero, you must have enough consciousness and courage, because the profession of hero is not a joke, and your life may be in danger at any time. Secondly, you must have enough strength and wisdom, because the enemies and disasters you have to face are very powerful and cunning. Finally, you must have enough patience and perseverance, because the growth and progress of a hero are all required of time and effort. Am I right, Mr. Fang Xuan? The host Xiaori seemed to be possessed by Genos, with bright eyes, and he instantly understood the meaning of Fang Xuan's words just now. The scene immediately burst into applause. Looking at the female host with admiration for him in her eyes, Fang Xuan nodded hesitantly. But in fact, Fang Xuan's heart was in a different situation. Damn, I didn't mean that. I just don't like being a hero. Also, how come you, like that guy Genos, like to understand other people's meanings on your own? You two really match each other. Speaking of Genos, this guy is writing furiously on the coffee table. Saitama was very curious as he looked at Genos' very quick notes in his notebook. Hey, Genos, what are you writing down? Teacher Saitama, what Teacher Fang Xuan said on TV just now makes sense to me. Being a hero requires enough awareness, courage, strength, wisdom, patience and perseverance. This sentence is not only very handsome but also very meaningful. I learned a lot from it. Kui Shui also said at this time, Brother Genos, can you lend me your notes for a few days? I would also like to copy a copy. No problem, I will lend it to you when I finish writing this notebook. Fang Xuan, who was watching the discussion between the three of them, was speechless. Hey, what I said just now was clearly not what I said, okay. It was clearly what the female host said, and Geno's, what did you understand? Tatsumaki poked Fang Xuan at this time. Fang Xuan turned his head, looked at the tornado poking him in confusion and asked, what's wrong, little loli? Tatsumaki showed a strange smile, and then pointed his index finger at the TV. At this time, the question session was over and it was time for the next session. I saw Fang Xuan and Ozawa Nami starting to go shopping with a romantic background music, and the two of them really looked like a couple. Oh, didn't I say it before, these interactions are just for the effect of the show, hiss. Feeling the pain coming from his waist, Fang Xuan took a breath of cold air. This little loli was so cruel. After pinching Fang Xuan, Tatsumaki snorted coldly, and then lay back on the sofa arrogantly, turning his head away like a child and ignoring Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan helplessly rubbed his pinched waist, looked at the angry Tatsumaki, and once again regretted why he had to show off that he was participating in a variety show. As for why there is this scene, it has to go back to the day when Fang Xuan went to participate in this unlucky idol hero program. After all, the conditions given to him by the program team were not so easy to earn. After the question session ended, the host Shaori took the microphone and continued. The next part is the last part of our column, which is called A Life with Heroes and Idols by Your Side. Our heroes and idols will pretend to be a couple and spend a refreshing afternoon in a normal city. Let us wait and see what interesting things will happen during this time. Shaori still talks to the camera with her sweet voice, but the pride on her chest is a bit foul. Such a hot figure has nothing to do with sweetness. As the host Shaori finished speaking, the TV screen switched to the streets of the city. At this time, Fang Xuan and Ozawa Nami had changed into clothes worn by ordinary people. Ozawa Nami smiled and said to Fang Xuan, then, Mr. Fang Xuan, I will give you more advice this afternoon. After the cross-dressing, Ozawa Nami wore a casual dress and a sun hat on her head, but it was still difficult to cover her beautiful face. Fang Xuan looked at Ozawa Nami in front of him with great disgust and trouble. This is because, even if the other party has gone through cross-dressing, her completely irrepressible beauty still makes Fang Xuan receive jealous looks from many men on the street. So, where does Mr. Fang Xuan plan to go first? When Ozawa Nami asked this question, she had already made some plans in her mind, because in her impression, men basically talked about going to movies, parks, amusement parks, or high-end restaurants, so no matter she was prepared for what Fang Xuan would say later. Well, I think there is a good game store ahead, let's go there. Fang Xuan pointed to a game store not far away and said. This sudden move stunned Ozawa Nami, and all the filings she had prepared in her heart just turned into bubbles. Chapter 90 Fang Xuan's Variety Show 7. Epsilon equals Omicron backquote. Oh, what did he just say? Game, sales store. Ozawa Nami was stunned when she heard Fang Xuan's words. She obviously didn't expect Fang Xuan to propose going to a place like a game store. The audience who were watching the two through hidden cameras did not react. No, brother, you actually chose to go to a game store to spend the afternoon with such a beautiful woman pretending to be a couple. What do you think? That is to say, look at it, the other group members either take their partners to an amusement park, or to a high-end restaurant, and the worst is a movie theater. Why did you choose a game store? What a pity. If it were me, I would definitely take Miss Nami to some fun places. Some LSP male viewers started talking after seeing what was on the big screen. The host Shaori also showed a somewhat surprised expression at this time. She obviously did not expect Fang Xuan to make such a choice. However, she quickly restored her professional smile and said to the camera, ha ha ha, it seems that Mr. Fang Xuan is really a game fan. He doesn't forget games even at this time. But having said that, Fang Xuan feels more real and approachable like this. The reason why Fang Xuan said, going to the game store, was completely intentional, in order to prevent Ozawa Nami from having any chance to get close to him during this afternoon. After all, walking on the street pretending to be a couple with a beautiful woman is really eye-catching, especially a beauty like Nami Ozawa. Therefore, Fang Xuan deliberately showed the image of a dead otaku who has almost no emotional intelligence and only knows how to play games. However, he obviously underestimated Ozawa Nami's adaptability. Although she was a little surprised at first, Ozawa Nami quickly regained her composure and accepted Fang Xuan's proposal with a smile. Okay, Mr. Fang Xuan, although I have never been to a game store, I am curious about what appeals to you about this place. After saying that, she took the initiative to hold Fang Xuan's arm, looking intimate. Fang Xuan suddenly felt his scalp numb. He didn't expect Ozawa Nami to be so cooperative with him. However, he didn't show it, he just nodded lightly, and then walked to the game store with Ozawa Nami. After an hour, Fang Xuan walked out of the game store with a great harvest. He was very happy because he bought many new games today, and they were all in his favorite categories. The only troublesome thing is that Ozawa Nami still doesn't give up on Fang Xuan's strategy. It doesn't make sense. Is it impossible that a beauty like me can't compare to a game? Ozawa Nami, who followed Fang Xuan, her brain was running rapidly, and she soon thought of an explanation. I understand. An S-class hero like Fang Xuan must be embarrassed to speak out. He is really not frank enough. Forget it, let me speak out. While Fang Xuan was still immersed in the newly bought game, Ozawa Nami said, I wonder if Mr. Fang Xuan will have time to accompany me next. It just so happens that there is a commercial plaza over there, with a cinema and a game center inside. Since I debuted as an idol, I have been very busy with work, so I haven't been to this place for a long time. After finishing speaking, Ozawa Nami thought to herself, I have made it so obvious. Mr. Fang Xuan should understand what I mean. As long as he agrees, I can take him to the cinema or game center and then find him again. An opportunity to bring us closer. Although the game center is not bad, let's watch a movie first. Watching a movie in a place like this will definitely be a very good memory. Just when Ozawa Nami started talking about going to the cinema, Fang Xuan was the first to say, in that case, let's go to the game center. Then the two went to the game center together. After playing games for an afternoon, the TV content quickly finished playing. Although Fang Xuan went to shoot for 2 weeks, because the picture Fang Xuan had was an uncut version, the post-production staff only edited one issue, so it was only so short. After turning off the TV, Fang Xuan swore that this was his first time participating in a variety show and probably his last. It is not impossible for him to participate again. Unless the roof of his house is blown off by a tornado again, or a very interesting game is released, it is impossible for him to participate in the show again. After all, Tatsumaki was really angry. You have to ask him how he knew, because Fang Xuan's mind was constantly thinking of the system's notification sound. Ding! The tornado was detected and the host and the beauty were angry when they pretended to be a couple for an afternoon. Emotional value plus 9999. Ding! The tornado is detected and the host is very angry when he sees the host holding arms with the beauty. The emotional value is plus 99999. After watching the show, Tatsumaki happened to receive a message from the Heroes Association, saying that a weirdo had appeared, so after hanging up the phone, Tatsumaki walked out of the door with a dark face. Fang Xuan looked at Tatsumaki's dark face and silently recited the great compassion mantra in his heart for the weirdo who was about to suffer misfortune. Afternoon. Saitama, who was lying on his side enjoying the air conditioning at Fang Xuan's house and reading the newspaper, suddenly put down the newspaper in his hand, then looked at Fang Xuan with a bored expression and asked, Fang Xuan, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Saitama, who has now become an A- level hero, no longer needs to complete a fixed number of tasks every week like in the original work, so he has a lot of free time. If this had happened to Fang Xuan in the past, he would probably complain directly. If you are bored, then go back to your home. Don't stay here from morning until now, even after eating. But it is a pity that Fang Xuan now needs Saitama to spar with him to improve his strength, so he is asking for help and naturally cannot drive him away. I don't have a plan. How about you accompany me to continue practicing? After Saitama heard this, he immediately said decisively, next time, I've been a little bored sparring with you every day lately. That's it, then do you want to go here? As he spoke, Fang Xuan pointed to a web advertisement on his computer. Family Mart Supermarket in City C is having a huge promotion, with 20% off on all products. Saitama, who was originally bored, became serious after seeing the advertisement on the computer. 20% off for the entire site, 20% off for all. Saitama kept repeating in his mouth, and then he suddenly stood up and said to Fang Xuan seriously, this activity sounds very good, let's go and have a look. After saying that, he looked at Genos and said, Genos, come with us. This is a very important trial. At this time, Genos, who was reading the notes he remembered from the morning, put down his notebook, then stood up and said, I understand Saitama-sensei, Fang Xuan-sensei. The reason why Fang Xuan mentioned this advertisement was because he happened to be going to the supermarket to buy ingredients. After all, the tornado looked like that in the morning, and he probably wouldn't look good in the past few days, so he planned to buy some ingredients and make it. Coax you with some delicious food. As soon as they left, they saw the three of them getting their money, getting dressed, and then heading out towards City C. Chapter 91 The Obscene Long-Tongued Monster, An Unexpected Surprise. City C. Even on a scorching hot afternoon, the city is still full of people. Girls on the street wear cool clothes because of the hot weather. Various short skirts, shorts, camisole and other summer outfits emerge endlessly, forming a beautiful scenery. Ah, help! Suddenly, on the originally crowded street, there were waves of girls' screams. A tall man over 2 meters tall and tightly wrapped took off his clothes and then revealed his face. Weird look, ha ha ha, I'm here because I like reptiles so much that I turned into a reptile-tongued weirdo. You women, come and give birth to my children. What everyone didn't expect was that these weirdos actually introduced themselves after appearing on the stage. Regardless of this, in short, this long-tongued monster with only wolf-level strength immediately spit out its 5-meter-long tongue with unknown mucus in its mouth, and its eyes were fixed on the scantily clad young lady on the street. Them. Don't run away, little girl, I just want to lick you first and then let you give birth to my baby. Completely ignoring the men behind him who wanted to push him to the ground, the long-tongued monster immediately chased after a scantily clad girl in front of him. With this guy's appearance, do you think those girls can stop running away? Although this guy is only at the wolf level, his strength has already surpassed that of ordinary people. Several big men were unable to subdue him. Instead, he was thrown away. The long-tongued monster continued to chase the target triumphantly, as if this chaos was the end of the world. His orgies. Hey, what's going on with this guy? 5 grown men came together and didn't stop him. Could this guy be a weirdo? It's a weirdo. Everyone, run. These people didn't know what was going on. It took them so long to react, and then they began to flee in panic. Let me tell you, are you people blind? How can normal people have such long tongues? Even if they do, that guy didn't introduce himself when he came on the stage. He became a man because he likes reptiles too much. Reptiles with long tongues, where are your ears? This moment is the happiest moment in life for the long-tongued monster, because not only has he turned into a lizard-like monster, but he is also surrounded by many beauties, and he can get them right away. Ha ha ha, pretty girl, don't even think about running away, I'll help you. Snap. The long-tongued monster's tongue knocked something out of the hand of the bald man in the middle of the three people passing by, and the guy also stepped on it several times. Then, the picture was frozen at this moment. Yes, these three people were Fang Xuan, Saitama, and Genos who came out to buy things. Originally, the three of them were preparing to return to City Z after buying things, but suddenly they heard someone shouting for help. So he came over. The long-tongued monster was stunned. He originally thought that his sudden attack would make the bald man run away in fear, but he didn't expect that the other man would just look down at the overturned thing. However, the long-tongued monster didn't pay attention and continued to walk towards the woman not far away, not feeling the murderous aura hidden in the surrounding air at all. Hey, you kid, you knocked off my teacher's things and didn't even say an apology, and you want to leave. Genos immediately stepped forward and blocked the way of the long-tongued monster. What I just bought. Genos, get out of the way, I'm going to beat this guy up. Serious punch. As soon as Genos raised his head after hearing this, he saw blood-red evil energy erupting from Saitama's body, and then the sandbag-sized fist hit the long-tongued monster in front of him. Fang Xuan saw Genos motionless and immediately pulled him aside. Boom. After a loud noise, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Fang Xuan, Saitama, and Genos also left. According to reports from the Hero Association, they found an unknown object and a long tongue from the pit. After leaving there, Saitama, Fang Xuan, and Genos returned to the supermarket. That guy was so disgusting. He made all the things I bought with great difficulty go to waste. I saw Saitama walking on the road angrily, talking angrily about what happened just now. Those items that fell on the ground were things that Saitama spent half a month's salary to carefully select in discount supermarkets. The most cost-effective ingredient I bought, but what I didn't expect was that it was knocked over by a guy with a long tongue not long after it came out. Okay, Saitama, you don't have to be too angry. Just come to my place for dinner in the evening. Besides, we can just buy another one later. Fang Xuan comforted Kaio while carrying the things. Although Kaio usually looks indifferent to everything, he pays great attention to shopping. But I spent half a month's salary on those items just now. Stop howling, I'll pay for this at worst. Oh, really? Okay. After hearing Fang Xuan's payment, Saitama, who had been looking sad and angry just now, immediately changed back to normal. This change of face was so fast that it was completely impossible to tell that he was still angry just now. Fang Xuan was speechless when he saw Qiyu changing his face as fast as the speed of light. Genos on the side said thoughtfully, I understand, it turns out that teacher Saitama was just teaching me how to confuse the enemy through performances. Just as the three of them were returning to the supermarket, Fang Xuan, with his extraordinary hearing, suddenly heard the sound of an advertisement from a nearby game store. The Love Development game, the limited edition of the Three Sisters Heartbeats, is newly launched. Experience the sweet time spent with three sisters with different personalities, and feel the different heartbeats of love. Come and buy it, and start a wonderful relationship with your heartthrob goddess, a journey of love. Although it is a limited edition, Fang Xuan's focus is not on this game, but on the next one. In addition, today there is also the X Daily Life of Loli and I adult version released. After hearing about the second game, Fang Xuan's eyes immediately lit up. I didn't expect to see this game in this place. It's such an unexpected surprise. For such a meaningful game, I must buy it back. But now there is a problem, and that is how to get rid of these two annoying guys around us. Fang Xuan stopped and began to think of ways to separate the two of them. Chapter 92: A group of bad thieves who do not know how to live or die. Well, what reason should I find to send them away? Otherwise, I have a stomachache and I need to go to the toilet first. No. This reason is a bit too cliché. I guess these two people wouldn't believe it even if I told them. Is there any better reason? Genos saw Fang Xuan suddenly stop, so he asked with concern, Teacher Fang Xuan, why did you stop? Did something happen? Just when Fang Xuan was about to use the excuse of stomachache to get rid of the two of them, a loud noise suddenly sounded from the building to their right, and a robot was seen swaggeringly smashing the floor and rushing forward. After seeing this robot, Fang Xuan immediately had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought, I really want to sleep, someone should give me a pillow. Then Fang Xuan pointed at the robot and said to Genos, Genos, go ahead. I feel that robot is very suitable as your trial opponent. How is it? Can you complete this challenge? Genos placed the thing in his hand in a safer place, then brought the two robot arms together, making a crisp metal collision sound, and said confidently, Don't worry, Teacher Fang Xuan, I will definitely do it. Take this trial seriously, and the opponent is still a robot, so I will definitely do my best. Please wait here with Teacher Saitama for a while, and I will come back as soon as possible. After Genos finished speaking, the jet system behind him was fully fired, and he left here as fast as a meteor. Fang Xuan looked at Genos' leaving figure and nodded with satisfaction. He successfully used the robot to drive away Genos, and then he just needed to find a reason to let Saitama leave for a while. Genos, the troublesome guy, has been driven away. The remaining bald man is basically not difficult. He can be driven away with a very simple method. It can be said that in order to buy this game, Fang Xuan was more serious than when he fought Boros before. After all, this kind of thing cannot be known to others, so it must be foolproof. Fang Xuan took out a wad of cash from his pocket, handed it to Kaio and said, "Kaio, I suddenly have a stomachache. I will give you the money first, and you can go buy something by yourself first." After saying that, Fang Xuan put the things into the capsule, and then quickly ran towards the small alleyway to the side. Saitama looked at the money in his hand, then looked at the toilet within 10 steps, and said with a confused look, "Strange. Isn't the toilet right here? Why does Fang Xuan go to other places? Could it be the toilets elsewhere are more comfortable? Forget it, I'd better go shopping first." Saitama shook his head, took the money and walked towards the supermarket. Fang Xuan, who was hiding in an alley, felt that Saitama's aura was getting farther and farther, and stuck his head out. Very good, it seems that Saitama, a simple-minded guy, doesn't have any suspicions, so let's go next game store. Just when he turned around and set off, a vicious voice came from behind him. "Hey, boy over there, are you here to chase our B-class bounty criminal gang? You actually dare to chase us here alone? You are really brave. Who are you? What kind of A-level bounty criminal theft group? I have other things to do, so stay out of the way." Fang Xuan had no interest in the people in front of him at all. After seeing Saitama walk away, he prepared to walk to the game store. Seeing that Fang Xuan dared to look down on him like this, the leader of the thieves group suddenly became furious and said, "I'm going to dare to look down on our bad thieves group like this. I originally just planned to rob you of some money, but now it seems that I must teach you a lesson. That's it, little ones, come out." I saw a few bad boys with colorful hair and masks walking out with some weapons in their hands. The boss said arrogantly at this moment, "Boy, as long as you hand over the money you have on you now, kneel down and apologize to us, and then get under the crotches of several of us one by one, I may let you go." I have to say that if these guys watched TV often and knew Fang Xuan's identity, they probably wouldn't dare to say such things. Fang Xuan still ignored the words of these people and turned around and walked towards the alley. "You are so arrogant. Brothers, teach this guy a lesson." Seeing Fang Xuan's performance, these people were also very angry. They immediately picked up the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Fang Xuan. Dang, dang, dang. 3 sounds of metal colliding were heard, and the iron weapons bent down instantly. Seeing this situation, the faces of these people all showed expressions of disbelief. Fang Xuan looked at the few people with a sneer on his lips. He didn't want to get entangled with these little minions, but since they took the initiative to provoke them, he didn't mind stretching his muscles a little. "You little thieves, you really don't know how to live or die." Fang Xuan shook his head, and then disappeared in an instant. Before the delinquent boys could react, they felt a strong gust of wind passing by, and then they were all thrown heavily to the ground. Ouch, what the hell kind of speed is this? Boss, this person is not easy to mess with. The boss of the bad thieves group also looked confused at this moment. He looked at his men who fell to the ground and groaned, and then looked at Fang Xuan who was standing not far away, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. "You, who are you?" the boss asked in a trembling voice. Bang, bang, bang. What answered him was Fang Xuan's fist. After cleaning up these people, Fang Xuan left. After all, he still had important things to do. Before leaving, Fang Xuan took off the clothes of one of them and found another. An unused mask was put on. Later, in the Heroes Association branch in City C, the B-class bounty criminals from the bad theft group came here with bruises and bruises to surrender. Fang Xuan quickly arrived at the game store. Looking at the dazzling array of games in the store, his mood became happy, and the episode just now was instantly forgotten. Great, this game, My Daily Life with Lowly Classmate. He took it in his hand and looked at it. Hey, the lowly on the cover looks a lot like Tatsumaki. It needs to be kept well so that Tatsumaki doesn't discover it. After buying the game, Fang Xuan continued to browse in the store to see if there were any other interesting games. Chapter 93 confirmed in the eyes, you are king. City C. Above the streets. It's strange. According to the intelligence, that man would appear here today. How come he didn't? Hey, stop. A tall robot quickly ran across the road, followed by a thin robot. Damn it, I didn't expect that. This guy looks very bulky, but his speed is surprisingly fast. I couldn't catch up with him for a while. Sure enough, in terms of speed, I am still not as good as Teacher Fang Xuan and Teacher Saitama. No, I should be inferior to them in all aspects. The one who was chasing after him so fast was Genos, who was pushed away by Fang Xuan. He was chasing the robot in front while being distracted and thinking about his own problems. This guy turned a corner again. If it doesn't work, he must be stopped at the next intersection, otherwise many innocent citizens will be injured. Look at me, Genos' second stage acceleration. Boom. Genos' whole body was filled with golden energy, and the firepower of the jet system behind him turned blue, making his speed faster. In the game store. After Fang Xuan purchased the game he wanted, he started wandering around the store again. The action-adventure thriller standalone masterpiece, Lost 2 Inches looks pretty good, so I bought it. The love development text game, My Domineering Female President, does look interesting, but it's a pity that it's a text game. Alas, let's forget it. Although Fang Xuan likes to play games, he only likes action or adventure games. Sorry, I really don't have much interest in text-based games like this. After going around in a circle, Fang Xuan returned to the column selling, My Daily X Life with My Lowly Classmate Adult Edition. Looking at the game promotion cover on the poster, Fang Xuan couldn't help but want to return quickly. Play this game at home. But when he saw the lowly on the cover who was 89% similar to the tornado, Fang Xuan couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, the lowly on the cover of this game is exactly the same as Tatsumaki. If Tatsumaki knew about it, she would probably get angry. Then Fang Xuan picked a few more games and walked towards the cashier to pay. When checking out, there was a man in front of Fang Xuan wearing a windbreaker, a hat and a mask whose face could not be seen clearly. When it was the other party's turn to check out, he took a special look and found that the other party bought more games than he did, and the one at the top was, My Domineering Female President, a text-based love game that Fang Xuan didn't like. Fang Xuan thought to himself, he seems to be an LSP otaku, but he actually likes this kind of game. It's really shameless. Come on, you have the nerve to tell me, didn't someone also buy My Daily Life with Lowly Classmate X Adult Edition and put it in the system warehouse, and it has more butter than My Domineering Female President, it's a shame to tell people. Soon the man in front of Fang Xuan finished paying. When it was Fang Xuan's turn, the cashier in front of him looked over the game Fang Xuan purchased and politely said to Fang Xuan, I'm sorry, sir, because one of the games you purchased has an age limit, and according to regulations, you need to show relevant documents. Fang Xuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He remembered that when he came in, there was indeed a relevant notice posted at the door of the store, but he did not pay attention to it at the time. Fortunately, Fang Xuan always brought his residence permit, so he immediately took it out and handed it to the cashier. After the cashier took Fang Xuan's residence permit, he looked at the photo on it. Because the photo on this residence permit was what Fang Xuan looked like a few years ago, he was not afraid that the other party would recognize him. As for his name, why aren't we allowed to have the same name? After the cashier carefully checked Fang Xuan's residence permit, he returned it to him with a smile and said, Your certificate has been verified correctly. Please review, Mr. Fang Xuan, you have spent a total of 78,203 yuan. After Fang Xuan paid the money, he took the bag and prepared to leave. Welcome next time. Looking at Fang Xuan who was about to leave, the cashier didn't react at the moment. He just thought in confusion, Fang Xuan, strange, why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. At this moment, the preview of the latest season of Idol Heroes began to play on the TV in the store. Hello everyone, the latest season of Idol Heroes is about to start. This time we not only invited 5 currently super popular female idol artists but also invited 5 heroes. Among them, we also invited the top of the current hero world. I don't know if you can guess it. Well, let me give you some tips, that is, this hero has recently appeared in the media for the first time. I hope everyone can watch it on time. After watching the trailer on TV, the people in line behind complained, Tisk, this crappy show is quite mysterious. Could it be possible that you also invited Fang Xuan, the strongest warrior ranked 0th in S class? Fang Xuan. After the cashier just heard the name, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He hurriedly looked towards the door of the store, but at this time, Fang Xuan's figure had disappeared at the end of the street. It can't really be him, right? Fang Xuan, is that customer really Mr. Fang Xuan, the 0th S class person? The cashier's heart was filled with doubts and shock. But then she shook her head and said, Impossible, impossible, how could a hero as powerful as Fang Xuan come to buy this kind of game? It must just be the same name. ... And Fang Xuan, who the cashier said was impossible to buy that kind of game, was walking down the street with the game. I bought it, My Domineering Female President, a masterpiece of love development game. Phew, I'm really looking forward to it. I have to go back and play it soon. After Fang Xuan heard the voice, he looked up and found that the speaker was the man in front of him who was wearing a windbreaker and a hat and a mask whose face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, he was holding, My Domineering Female President, said with excitement. This kind of anticipation and anxiety of wanting to go faster and slower at the same time is really addictive. Forget it, let's go home quickly. After taking a deep breath, the man put the game back into the plastic bag and headed back. Fang Xuan, who heard the man's words, said, Fellow Taoist. Friends in front of me, please stay. After listening to what you just said, I found that you are also a person who is proficient in the art of games. Especially when I buy my favorite game, the feeling becomes stronger and stronger. I feel the same way. In terms of gaming, you are the first person to be recognized by me. Make a friend. I wonder what your name is. After hearing Fang Xuan's words, the man also looked over. That's Scar. You are the 7th ranked hero in the S-Class conference, King. Are you the strongest warrior Fang Xuan? The two people who recognized each other were a little embarrassed at the moment. Chapter 94 Genos vs G4. At this distance, it shouldn't be a problem to catch up with this guy. Genos watched the distance between himself and the robot in front of him getting closer and closer, and immediately used his own detection system to start detecting the robot. Beep, beep, beep. It is detected that the robot in front has an extremely high energy response, above the tiger level. Looking at the detected values, Genos was a little surprised. I just made a preliminary guess that this guy's performance is actually better than the robot modified by the genius scientist Genos before. It seems that I have to be careful when fighting later. I must not embarrass the two teachers. As he spoke, Genos' tone and expression began to become more solemn. The two of them turned around a street again. Genos saw the right opportunity, accelerated again, and used a handsome movement behind him to reach the front of the robot. The tall robot stopped after seeing Genos. I remember that you are Genos, the demon cyborg who was ranked 16th among S-class heroes. Unfortunately, my target this time is not you, otherwise I really want to fight you once to see who's more powerful. After monitoring Genos' data, the tall robot finished speaking and left. Seeing that this guy was about to leave, Genos quickly stepped out of the way and stretched out his robot arm to stop him and asked, "Wait, who are you?" "I am a robot created by the organization. I am numbered G4. Drive faster. My target is not you this time." G4 didn't take Genos seriously at all. He pointed at Genos with a metal sword in his hand and said with disdain, because he felt that he was stronger than Genos. This guy seems to be a robot driven by artificial intelligence. And what is the organization he just mentioned? Could it be related to the guy who destroyed my home? If this is the case, then even if this guy is not the trial target given to me by teacher Fang Xuan, then I must hit him. Genos' eyes were firm. He would never let G4 leave so easily. The secret hidden in this robot may be the clue he has been looking for a long time. No matter who your target is, you have to get through me first today. Genos said coldly, while activating his own battle mode. His mechanical body began to make a low buzzing sound, which was a signal that he was ready to attack. It seems that you don't want to get out of the way, but it doesn't matter. Then let me kill you first before killing King. As soon as he finished speaking, G4 raised the metal sword in his hand high. The sword flashed with cold light, as if he was going to split Genos in two. With a movement of his body, he rushed towards Genos with a thunderous force, his sword pointed directly at Genos' vital parts. Ding, click. In an instant, there was a sound of metal, followed by the sound of breaking. Faced with G4's attack, Genos turned on his full power, held the mechanical arm tightly, and then punched the opponent's metal sword. Broken. Compared with my powerlessness at that time, I have become stronger now. Recalling the feeling of powerlessness he felt when facing the Boros spaceship, Genos looked at G4 with a firmer gaze. There was a burst of background music for some reason. Listening carefully, I found that this was Genos' exclusive background music during the battle. In Genos' exclusive background music, no one can beat him, unless his name is Saitama or Fang Xuan. I will never let down teacher Fang Xuan's expectations. I must defeat this guy. Energy accumulation, full power output. As he spoke, Genos' energy core began to continuously transmit energy to the rest of his body. It was seen that the power circulation system in his body had reached its peak at this moment, and the output power had also reached its maximum. Genos dodged, then came to the top of G4's head, and punched him on the head. It's useless. Although they are all robots, the parts and systems on my body are much more advanced than yours. It is absolutely impossible for your attacks to hit me. Boom. What G4 didn't expect was that before he finished speaking, Genos' mechanical iron fist flew towards his head. That's right, it was flying. Genos' robot iron fist and robot arm detached. The iron fist sprayed white steam and hit G4's head directly with a punch. Good opportunity, work hard and pursue victory. Look at me, incendiary cannon. The punch robot iron fist was immediately retracted to the robot arm. Genos quickly began to charge up, and directly aimed at G4 and fired another incendiary cannon. The power of the incineration cannon cannot be underestimated. With the high temperature, G4 was knocked to the ground with just one blow. You guy, you dared to act first. I'm angry. Today I'm going to rip off your head and use it as my second energy chassis. This is the emotional system specially set up for G4 by the people who designed it. However, products like robots are incomparable to people. The meaning of the sentence just now is probably that I will twist off your head and treat it as a human being. Chamber pot. I have to complain here. The person who designed G4, you said he didn't design more powerful weapons for G4, why did he set up such a useless thing? Although this system was useless, after G4 finished speaking, a hatch suddenly opened behind him, and a huge rocket jet protruded from it. The next moment, the rocket jet behind G4 burst into flames. G4 clenched its fist dozens of times larger than a sandbag and smashed directly towards Genos with the boost of propulsion. Boom. The sound of huge metal collisions was heard again, and Genos was seen colliding with the other party relying on the propulsion provided by the jets behind him. However, due to the difference in size, Genos could barely block the opponent's attack. Genos looked at the cracked ground beneath his feet, and he understood that he could not continue to confront G4 head-on. Although he is also very powerful, the difference in size makes him at a disadvantage in this kind of direct confrontation. He must find G4's weaknesses to effectively defeat him. Thinking of this, Genos immediately stepped back and put some distance between himself and G4. At the same time, he thought to himself, this guy is really difficult to deal with. It seems that I have to think of some ways. Just as Genos' brain was calculating countermeasures very quickly, G4's attacks followed one after another. Hateful. Genos cursed secretly and quickly jumped out of the way. In the supermarket, Saitama is carefully selecting ingredients at this moment. Huh, this potato doesn't look that good, so forget it. After saying that, Saitama put the potatoes in his hand back to their original position and turned to look at the special sushi on the side. Chapter 95 King's Love Development Game. City C. While Genos and G4 were having a fierce battle, Fang Xuan, who met King by chance, came to King's residence safely at the invitation of the other party. I saw that King lived in a very ordinary apartment in City C. Please come in. After King took the key and opened the security door, he said to Fang Xuan. Sorry, because I live alone, my home will be a bit messy. When King opened the door, Fang Xuan followed him into the house. Although King had warned him beforehand, Fang Xuan was still a little shocked by the scene in the house. The house was filled with game discs, comic books and various snack bags, and a few pieces of clothing were randomly thrown on the sofa. The whole room does look a bit messy, but this is also in line with the living conditions of a single homebody. But it is in sharp contrast to Fang Xuan's home. Because Fang Xuan himself loves to be clean, even in the 3 years without a system, the hygiene at home has been very clean, and now he has a maid and robot servant to help him every day. He cleans the house, so Fang Xuan's home is rarely dirty or messy. Ahem, please ignore these. King smiled awkwardly, quickly walked over to put away the clothes on the sofa, and cleared a place to sit. Please sit down, Mr. Fang Xuan. Quote, although it was a bit messy, Fang Xuan still sat down without mind and said to King who was cleaning up the room, King, don't worry about hygiene for now. Come over quickly and try the game you just bought. Quote, although the encounter between the two was a bit awkward, through conversations along the way, Fang Xuan discovered that King really knew a lot about games, and some of the games he bought were the types he liked to play, so Fang Xuan immediately became friends with King. Made good friends. After hearing Fang Xuan's words, King stopped what he was doing, turned on the PS5, and connected it to the TV. By the way, Fang Xuan, what type of games do you like to play? After King saw that the PS5 was connected to the TV, while holding the purchased game disc, he asked Fang Xuan, who was sitting aside and very knowledgeable. I actually like to try out various genres, but recently I've been playing some open-world RPG games, which I find very interesting. Fang Xuan replied, oh, it's an open game with a high degree of freedom. It's really interesting. I also like it very much. Not only do I explore the map, I'm also curious about unknown things. Sure enough, King's accomplishments in gaming are comparable to Fang Xuan's. This understanding alone can defeat Saitama and Tatsumaki, two people who have no talent at all in gaming. After listening to King's words, Fang Xuan asked, King, what game do you like? Hearing Fang Xuan's question, King was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly became very embarrassed when he saw his face with terrifying scars. Well, I'm still a little embarrassed to say it. The type of game I like is the relationship development system. King rubbed his nose and said a little shyly, I'm a big fan of the relationship development system. What I like most is the shyness when attacking girls in this game. King said excitedly, but Fang Xuan, who didn't know much about this kind of game, didn't understand it at all. I'm very curious, what's so fun about a game that only has a few pictures, then paired with free special effects, and finally a few paragraphs of text? Hearing what Fang Xuan said, King showed a shocked expression. If this is how to describe a love development game, does it mean that Fang Xuan, you have never played a love development game? Fang Xuan shook his head and said, I haven't played it before. This is not okay. Fang Xuan, if you have never played a love development game, you will never be able to appreciate the charm of this kind of game. I saw that King, who was obviously just an ordinary person, probably weaker than the old man with a combat power of 5 in Dragon Ball, actually showed an aura that even Fang Xuan was moved by when they were talking about the game. He quickly took out a game disc, put it into the PS5, and said, if that's the case, then Fang Xuan, come and try the recently released, My Domineering Female President. With that, King handed a controller to Fang Xuan and continued, although this game is new, I was already looking forward to it when it was pre-sold, because the female resident Naomi in this game but the voice actor is currently the super popular idol Ozawa Nami. According to rumors, even the character model is modeled after her. Nami Ozawa, why, Fang Xuan, don't you even know the most famous and popular idol currently? King looked at Fang Xuan's expression and thought that the other party didn't know Ozawa Nami, so he was surprised by Fang Xuan's ignorance. But he never expected that Fang Xuan was just a little surprised, because he had just finished recording a variety show with Ozawa Nami not long ago. After hesitating for a while, Fang Xuan took out his mobile phone and showed the selfie of Nami Ozawa to King. Is this the person you're talking about? Yes, that's her. So you know Fang Xuan. It seems that you are a fan of Nami-chan just like me. But is this photo of yours the latest? Why haven't I seen it before? Is this the latest news? With that said, King took out his mobile phone and started to check and confirm. It's not that I don't know this woman, but I know it too well. I just finished recording a show with her last time, and your idol is actually interested in me. Of course, Fang Xuan couldn't say these words to King, but he spoke from his heart. After looking at his phone for a while, King continued, in short, Fang Xuan, this game is a rare game. It is very fun. I dare say that when you play, you will feel the idol goddess surrounding you. Quote, King is still recommending this game to Fang Xuan without sparing any effort. So, you must play it once. After repeated emphasis, the game finally entered the loading screen. Look, the opening animation of My Domineering Female President is so wonderful. It's really fascinating, especially Nami-chan's sister-like voice, which is perfect for her. Listening to the familiar voice in the game, Fang Xuan covered his face and said, "Oh, just be happy." Fang Xuan, who had developed a problem with this kind of word game in love, completely lost interest in this kind of game after hearing the voice of Ozawa Nami. At this moment, he regretted meeting King. After all, he thought this guy would like adventure games like him. Chapter 96 Saitama climbing the stairs. City C. King's house. Fang Xuan, it's time to choose a name for our male protagonist. After watching the opening animation in full, King operated the game controller and came to the naming session of My Domineering Female President. How do you name it? How about just using your name? No, I refuse. Fang Xuan deliberately emphasized his tone and said that he did not want to use his name in the game to attack other women, especially when this person was modeled after a troublesome woman he knew. Why don't I call you by your real name? After all, this is the game you bought. Call me by my real name. I'm a little shy, after all, I'm 29 years old. Seeing that the old boy King was still not happy, Fang Xuan continued, how about calling me Kiyu? Are you going to talk about me again? Isn't this name a bit? Wait, did you say what Fang Xuan just said? No, this guy said it. Fang Xuan shook his head, then pointed to the window and said. King turned his head and saw a big bald head climbing in from the window of his house, holding a plastic bag filled with many things. Who is this guy? Why is he at my house? Seeing King's question, Kiyu replied, I am Kiyu. After I finished shopping at the supermarket next door, I saw Fang Xuan going upstairs with you, so in order to confirm whether it was Fang Xuan, I followed you. The window of the house was not closed, so I climbed up, and it turned out to be Fang Xuan. Saitama put the two large plastic bags in his hands on the ground, then found a place to sit down. Hearing Saitama's words, King was immediately stunned. He looked at the bald man sitting on the sofa and thought, why is this guy talking so calmly? You know my family lives on the 25th floor. How did you get up there? By the way, don't you know me? Looking at the expressionless Saitama in front of him, King felt an inexplicable feeling of familiarity in his mind, as if he had seen this guy somewhere before, so he pointed at himself and asked Saitama. The reason why King feels this way is because Saitama was also present at the last S-level game emergency meeting. However, since Saitama is only an A-level hero, he naturally did not attract attention. In addition, Saitama is also present today. Instead of wearing his standard khaki Superman costume, he was wearing a plaid casual short suit, so King didn't recognize him. Upon hearing King's question, Saitama asked expressionlessly, who are you? What, you don't know my name? Wait, I remember this guy seems to be. King, who was a little surprised when he heard that Saitama didn't know him, suddenly remembered where he had seen Saitama. This guy seems to be the A-class hero who appeared at the last S-class hero meeting, but last time he seemed to be wearing a khaki Superman suit, and he was sitting next to Gino's drinking tea. Saitama ignored King's question and saw him sitting next to King skillfully, without any sense of being a guest, and this guy came uninvited. You also like playing games just like Fang Xuan. It's just that this is the type of game you like to play. Looking at the naming screen of the beautiful lady appearing on the TV screen connected to the PS5, Saitama showed the same expression. Brother, please come up with a name and attack me. The beautiful lady in the game screen repeated her name in a very charming voice. King would have enjoyed this in normal times, but now there was a strange man sitting next to him, which made him feel on pins and needles. Ah, don't look. Saitama is different from like-minded gaming friends like Fang Xuan. This guy is exactly the type who only has a 3-minute passion for games, and he often tells what he knows as if nothing has happened. In other words, playing love-building games in front of Saitama is no different from publicly executing King. However, Saitama didn't notice the embarrassment on King's face at all. He still picked up the box of another mecha combat game that fell on the ground and said seriously, what is this? Game. It seems to be more interesting than the games Fang Xuan usually plays. Quote, I saw a man and 4 women on the packaging box of this machine combat game, and there was also an action game label on it. Hey, you guy, don't just take other people's things. King panicked and took the game box from Saitama, and then said to Saitama with a serious face, this action game, no, this machine combat game is specially prepared in advance to deal with the robots I may encounter later. Things. Is it that boring game? No. That's right. Fang Xuan on the side listened to King's explanation, shook his head, and thought to himself, this guy is really good at making up lies. It is obviously an adult game, but this guy said it was prepared to deal with the enemy. Really convinced. Single quote. Not only Fang Xuan, but also King, who just said this, felt a little guilty. After all, no normal person would believe what he said next. At this moment, although King was still calm and composed on the outside, he was still dying in his heart. He felt that the guy in front of him must have discovered that he, as an S-class hero, liked to play this kind of game. But King obviously overestimated Saitama's IQ. He nodded and said, so that's it. Okay, let's play this game first. Saitama said, pointing to the game currently on TV. Nani, did this guy believe what I just said? King looked at Saitama who believed his words in shock. Saitama has no interest in King's hobbies. He just wants to know if this game is interesting. Although he didn't understand what was going on with the guy in front of him, it didn't stop King from getting off the slope. He took another controller and handed it to Chitama and said, then let's play together. It just so happens that this game requires 3 players. Individuals can switch between different games. At this time, the beautiful lady on TV also sounded the prompt again. Brother, please come up with a name and attack me. On weekdays, the voice of King's favorite idol was ringing in his ears like a life-threatening bell. Curious Saitama continued to ask, is this game also an action-type game like the one just now? No. That's right, because he was too ashamed, King closed his eyes directly and finished telling lies. There was no other way. Compared with the game just now, King had no choice but to give up his boss to save his car. I'm sorry, Nami-chan, there's nothing I can do about it. After reciting silently in his mind, King immediately threw the packaging box of My Domineering Female President out of the window. Chapter 97 King is about to die. Saitama, who was curious about the game, saw King throwing out the packaging box with My Domineering Female CEO written on the ground, and curiously asked, by the way, why did you throw that thing away? Looking at the packaging box that he threw out, King held back his bleeding heart and said, to prepare for the battle, what I need is an action game. I thought this game was also an action game, but I didn't expect it. It's actually a love game. Damn it, I bought it wrong. Saitama said in confusion. The one called, My Domineering Female President, turns out to be not an action game. After hearing Saitama's words, King thought to himself, damn it, I was still seen. What I want to say here is, never lie, otherwise you need to tell more lies to maintain the initial lie. Ahaha, I thought this game was called Lightning Flintstone, and I was fooled. Fang Xuan looked at King's guilty expression and dishonest actions and thought to himself, do you still dare to act so fake? However, he is a little confused about King's current situation. Isn't it just a love game to develop hobbies? What's so embarrassing about this? As long as it doesn't affect others, what's the point of liking it privately? Therefore, Fang Xuan planned to help this new gaming friend to face himself more frankly. Fang Xuan patted King on the back and said, say, King, didn't you just say that you like nurturing love games? Why don't you like it again all of a sudden? Ah, this, that, must be Fang Xuan. You heard me wrong just now. I think I should have said that I like action-adventure games. King never expected that Fang Xuan, who had been silent all this time, would actually speak at this time, so he quickly waved his hand and said. Seeing that King still refused to admit it, Fang Xuan had no choice but to take out his smartphone and play out the entire conversation that King had just had with him. Well, I'm still a little embarrassed to say it. The type of game I like is the love development system. I'm a big fan of the relationship development series. What I like most is the shyness when attacking girls in this kind of game. Hearing his own voice coming from the phone, King wanted to find a crack to get in because it was too social. 1 second he said he bought it wrong, and the next second Fang Xuan exposed himself. When he got here, Fang Xuan pressed the pause button, and then said, look, King, I remembered it correctly, you clearly said it just now. King, I think you should be more frank. It's not just that you like nurturing love games. It's not a big deal. Besides, I am the kind of person who likes games the most. So I know how people who really like games feel about games. Okay, come on and play, let me see your skills. Also, King, you are already 29 years old, stop crying, it's too disgusting. Seeing King who wanted to hug him and cry bitterly, Fang Xuan immediately refused. Half an hour later, why did I fail the strategy again? Saitama looked at the scene of the failure of the heroine's strategy shown on the TV and scratched his head in confusion. Fang Xuan was speechless when he saw Saitama, this big scammer. The number of times he and King had been resurrected by Saitama. His own resurrection times were used up, forcing them to restart the game. King was shocked when he looked at Saitama. He didn't expect that there would be people with such poor gaming skills in this world. Saitama looked at Fang Xuan and King with an innocent face and said, why are you looking at me? Do you still have the number of resurrections? Please save me. Fang Xuan had a dark face and was about to say something when he suddenly heard the sound of a radio broadcast. Citizens of a certain district in City C, please pay attention. A huge mecha monster has appeared in City C. According to monitoring, its disaster level is ghost level. Currently, the 16th S-class Devil Cyborg is fighting with it. Please nearby citizens to evacuate to the shelter immediately. Take refuge. The sirens of the Heroes Association in City C rang in the alleys and alleys. After all, the level of disaster caused by ghost-level monsters is no joke. Think about the previous Deep Sea King, who was even an S-class hero sexy prisoner. The ruthless man was defeated, so after the alarm sounded, the citizens closest to the weirdo immediately dropped what they were doing and all ran towards the shelter. Although Fang Xuan and Shi Yu who were at King's house heard the siren at this moment, they did not care at all. After all, the two of them lived in Z City, and this kind of alarm sounded almost every day. Later, Fang Xuan felt that the sound was too noisy, so he removed all the alarms where they lived. Moreover, when the two of them went out, they would occasionally clean up monsters, but they didn't know what the disaster level of those monsters that had been eliminated was, because the two of them basically killed them instantly every time. But King, who was ranked 7th in S-class but is actually an ordinary person, felt a little panicked when he heard the alarm, because the location mentioned by the alarm was not far from his home, but when he heard the battle with the monster but Genos felt relieved again. Genos. Weird man. What's worse, he forgot about this. After Fang Xuan heard the sound of the alarm, he also thought of the trial mission he had arranged for Genos in order to distract him. However, with Genos' strength, there is no need to worry. Let's play the game first, and I will help when something really happens. After thinking about it, Fang Xuan focused on the game again. Kaio said, Fang Xuan, aren't we going to help Genos? Fang Xuan replied, no rush, let's play the game first. I think with Genos' strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that weirdo. Even if there is any problem, let's wait until it happens. Right, after listening to Fang Xuan's words, Kaio also returned his attention to the game. Genos said, I am really lucky to have you two teachers. King saw that Fang Xuan and Shiyu beside him were not panicking, so he forcibly calmed down. After all, the strongest person in the S-class was here. If anything went wrong, he would be very safe. The three of them started playing the game again, as if the siren had never sounded. And our Genos is currently in a fierce battle with the robot G4 from the organization. You are an S-class hero after all. Do you only know how to dodge? Do you dare to confront me head-on? Although the huge G4 has some advantages in terms of body and performance, and every punch or kick has huge destructive power, it is obvious that its speed is obviously lacking. As for Genos, although his speed and attack have been significantly improved with the support of Dr. Kusno's various new technologies, his defense capabilities are still obviously weak. Do you think I'm a fool? Genos responded to G4 while dodging. Chapter 98 Genos, Fierce Battle. On a street in a certain district of City C, Genos cleverly dodged the attack from his opponent G4. Although Genos' technology has improved a lot after Dr. Kusno's improvements, there's one thing that cannot be compensated for, and that is defense. Once Genos encounters a monster with a strong attack, if Genos cannot defend himself, he would probably lose his hands and feet. However, the speed increased by the power device system equipped on Genos temporarily made up for this weakness. Genos also discovered this, so he used his speed advantage to constantly shuttle around G4, sometimes launching attacks and sometimes avoiding its attacks. Although G4's attacks are powerful, they are very slow, which makes Genos cleverly avoid the attacks every time, which makes him a little annoyed. Damn it, it's as slippery as a mechanical spiral tube. The general meaning of this sentence is to be as slippery as a loach. I have to say, what is the use of this trash talk system? The next moment, in order to defeat G4, Genos deliberately bought a flaw and pretended to be unable to dodge, and was punched into the air by G4. Good chance. If he is in the air, this guy will never be able to dodge my attack. Upon seeing this, G4 was indeed fooled, and mistakenly judged that Genos could not move in midair. So, he immediately activated the jet device behind his back and struck Genos with all his strength. But just when he was about to contact Genos, Genos' body suddenly accelerated at this moment. Dodged his attack. Overload. Speed increases. Output increases. Improving the current strength through short-term overload is a skill that almost every sophisticated robot can master. I saw Genos' body draw an arc in the air, cleverly bypassing G4's attack, and then with the help of the power of the jet device, he instantly came to the back of G4, grabbed its mechanical arm, and jumped from the air, and when it landed on the ground, Genos' arm had already grabbed G4's neck. Overload Incendiary Cannon. Genos grabbed G4's neck tightly with his right hand. For a moment, Genos' whole body lit up with golden energy, and then a super hot energy erupted from his hand and hit G4's neck, physically. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the high temperature distorted the surrounding air. After suffering this attack, the G4 at the center of the explosion became very miserable, and did not look like the domineering robot it had just been. There was only a dark mass, and the vaguely melting armor. But even so, G4 is still struggling. Genos looked at the still struggling G4 and started to talk nonsense for some reason. Are you still standing up? This is impossible. My incineration cannon has dissolved your structure from the inside, so now you should be unable to take action. Although your huge body brings you super strong defense and attack, it also weakens your flexibility, which actually harms you. How can it be? Just when Genos was still talking nonsense, his detection system suddenly fed back information, which clearly showed that the G4 currently lying on the ground struggling still had ultra-high energy in his body, which meant that his attack just now didn't have much impact on him, it just destroyed his appearance. After all, it is absolutely impossible for his detection system to have problems, but under his attack just now, this huge robot is definitely unable to continue moving. So what exactly is the problem? Thinking of this, Genos fully activated the early warning system, carefully guarding against dangers that may arise at any time. The high energy fed back by the detection system had not disappeared, and Genos did not dare to be careless at all, so after retreating to a safe place, he began to carefully observe the fallen G4. Genos stared at the pile of tattered G4s on the ground, filled with doubts and vigilance. His eyes were like scanners, carefully searching for every possible clue, trying to find out what was wrong. Dip. Suddenly there was a beep from the detection system, and his eyes were fixed on a slightly glowing armor plate on G4's chest. Although the armor plate had been burned black, it still emitted an unusual energy fluctuation. The next moment, the armor plate opened and a small robot jumped out. Operator, no, this should be the main body. The reason why Genos said that this little robot is the main body is because he detected the huge energy just now from this little robot. In other words, the huge mecha is just used to hide from human eyes. This little machine talent is the main thing. The moment the little robot climbed out, it immediately began to transform. His head, arms, and knee joints were turned upwards, and then rapidly expanded and reorganized to form a more compact and flexible robot form. You said my huge body hurt me, then let me see what your dexterous body can do. Laser shot. Suddenly, a mechanical laser transmitter's launch port appeared on his chest, and the launch port continuously aimed at Genoseo and fired lasers. Fortunately, Genos had fully activated his early warning system, so he avoided the overwhelming laser in time. The laser beams drew dazzling rays of light in the air. Genos relied on his flexible body and excellent reflexes to shuttle and dodge between the lasers. He knew that he had to find the opponent's flaw as soon as possible in order to end this battle. However, the little robot's laser fire rate was very fast, leaving almost no chance for Genos to fight back. Moreover, his small and flexible body makes it difficult to be attacked. Genos kept dodging the lasers while thinking about countermeasures. He understood that he could not continue to dodge passively like this, he had to find a way to attack the little robot. So, he began to try to disrupt the opponent's rhythm with his own attacks. He moved quickly, sometimes rushing towards the small robot, sometimes moving away from him, trying to lure the opponent to reveal his flaws. However, the little robot's reaction speed is also very fast. He can always adjust his position and launch angle in time so that Genos cannot attack him. Suddenly, Genos' situation began to become a little dangerous. And just when the situation on Genos' side became a little critical, Fang Xuan and Saitama also encountered something at the King family. Chapter 99 The Giant Bird That Kills People from Thousands of Miles Away. The sirens that had just resounded through City C rang again at this moment. Emergency evacuation notice. A huge strange bird suddenly appeared in the sky above City C. The disaster level is ghost level. All citizens of City C should go to the shelter immediately. I repeat, all citizens of City C, please go to the shelter immediately. The citizens who had just heard the giant robot monster now heard the sound of the giant strange bird coming, and they all fell into panic. After all, City C is not City Z, so why did weird people suddenly break out frequently today, and they were still ghost level, and what was even worse was that there were two of them. King's house. Why is this game so difficult to play? Women are really weird. Why does she get angry every time I make a choice? Because Saitama once again used all his resurrection times, Fang Xuan's and King's resurrection times, he could only sit on the sofa and watch the two of them finish. When Fang Xuan heard this, he couldn't help but said, why is it difficult? Please, this is a simple mode, okay. Don't think I don't know. The reason why you keep failing is because you want to choose all the options through the number of resurrections and then pass the level. Don't even look at the words of choice given to you above. At this time, the siren in City C sounded again. Strange, why is the siren sounding again? There are so many weirdos here. I know, the reason why I keep failing is because of the mistakes that those weirdos keep making. Saitama, who had failed continuously, was holding a fire in his stomach that could not be released, and another strange siren sounded. I have no choice but to make this weirdo unlucky. I didn't read the almanac when I went out today. Okay, leave this weirdo to me. Saitama stood up, gritted his teeth and clenched his fists while speaking, and stared. Now he looked like a bad guy. Fang Xuan, who was playing the game, sensed through his breath and found that something was flying towards this direction quickly, so he opened the window that had just been closed and condensed a qigong wave in his hand. Fang Xuan, what are you doing? Saitama looked at Fang Xuan's movements and couldn't help but be a little confused. After all, Saitama couldn't sense breath and could only see things through his eyes. He was probably better than a girl seeing the bag she wanted. Fang Xuan smiled and said, a weirdo is here. I plan to give this guy a surprise. You can help me play the game first. At this moment, a bird with a length of more than 100 meters appeared outside the window. Its wings were as hard as steel, and its beak was as hard as an eagle's peck. It was filled with sharp fangs. Its wings were spread out, like blocking out the sky. I saw this huge bird monster flapping its wings and rushing towards King's home with thunderous momentum. King, who was sitting on the ground playing games, also saw the appearance of this bird through the window. Even because of his good eyesight, King was able to clearly see the sharp fangs in the mouth of this giant bird. This sudden scene directly frightened the 7th-ranked S-class hero, who stared blankly at the strange bird attacking outside the window. It's a lie, it's a lie. In this case, King cannot escape even if he is possessed by Bolt. This strange bird was about to hit the building, and King was so scared that he closed his eyes tightly and prepared to welcome death. There is no way, although King is an S-class hero ranked 7th, but in fact only he knows the extent of the moisture in it. With his true strength, he probably does not even have the strength of a C-class hero. It's over. It seems that my game of pretending to be an S-class hero is about to end here. Just when King thought he was about to die, he found that after a while, he didn't seem to feel any pain, so he slowly opened his eyes and looked at his home in disbelief. It was actually intact, and the huge strange bird was blocked out by Fang Xuan with one finger at this moment, unable to move forward even an inch. As for why Fang Xuan changed qigong to finger resistance, it was purely because he felt that it would be too boring to deal with the strange bird all at once. He wanted to play with it. After all, he had played a love text game for a long time. Very boring. Holy shit, Saitama, you just took over my position and you killed my character. Why did you kill King's character too? Fang Xuan put a finger on the big bird's mouth, turned his head and looked at Kaio in surprise. I saw him closing his eyes and thought he wasn't playing anymore, so I just helped. Kaio also followed Fang Xuan's words and explained, but the next second Kaio suddenly smelled a smell of urine. Huh. Where did it come from? Urine smell. The smell of urine naturally came from King. When he saw the big bird about to hit his floor, King was so frightened that he became incontinent. At this moment, his face was pale and his whole body was trembling, as if he had just escaped from the gate of hell. Saitama looked at King and said, "King, why are your pants wet?" After hearing this, King said awkwardly, "Oh, this is because I accidentally knocked over the water glass just now. Yes, that's why all the water spilled on my pants." Quote, "I have something else to do, Saitama, you can play by yourself for a while." With that said, King stood up and walked towards the bedroom calmly. Although King's explanation was far-fetched, Saitama believed it to be true. After all, this guy had no brain cells to begin with. Fang Xuan started to play with the giant bird. Fang Xuan first flew out of the window and then let go. The giant bird got free, spread its wings, and flew high. It looked at Fang Xuan with disdain, thinking that it must have been an accident just now. How could it be captured by a weak human being? So it once again. However, the giant bird's confidence was quickly broken. Fang Xuan's figure flashed and appeared next to it again. He stretched out his hand gently and grabbed one of its wings. The giant bird screamed in horror. It struggled desperately, but no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from Fang Xuan's hand. Fang Xuan looked at it with a smile, as if looking at a naughty child. He waved his hand gently, and the giant bird was thrown out by him, and then drew a long arc in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground. With such a simple blow, the giant bird almost saw its breast. If it hadn't been for its ghost-level strength, it would probably be dead by now. The giant bird that fell to the ground was dying, as if it would die at any time. Fang Xuan, who was flying in the air, looked at the giant bird and couldn't help but said, "Here, are you a bird here to touch porcelain? I just used a little strength and you are like this. Giant bird. Damn it, you call it Yidiandian." Chapter 100 Ordinary People's King. Hello everyone, my hero's name is King. He is the 7th ranked S-class man and is known as the strongest man on earth. Although I am said to be the strongest, in fact I am not strong at all. Because being called King by everyone was a misunderstanding from the beginning. I can swear that from the first time I happened to pass by the scene where the weirdo was defeated, I never thought that I would impersonate the hero who was supposed to be the real king. This misunderstanding also starts with that ghost-level mantis monster. I just happened to be there at that time and place. The second time was chased by the ghost-level weirdo multi-headed dog, the third time was chased by the dragon-level weirdo vaccine man, the fourth time was chased by the dragon-level weirdo ancient dinosaur, and the fifth time. Each of these 5 times, I happened to be at the scene. Each time, I was a victim. I just wanted to escape, and then an unknown hero would kill these weirdos. But I don't know why, every time after the weirdo is solved, the hero will disappear, and those people think that those weirdos were defeated by me while I was running for my life. It is because of this that I became a hero inexplicably, and because the monsters I solved were all relatively high level, I was rated as the 7th ranked S-class hero by the Hero Association headquarters. But in fact, I have never been in a fight since I was a child, let alone fight such a scary weirdo. Those who have always misunderstood that I am strong did not give me a chance to explain. They thought that I saved them, and they spontaneously established my fan support club and gave me the name of the strongest hero king. The reason why I was given this name is to show that I am the strongest man among human heroes. But I'm really just an ordinary otaku. Why do you say I look fierce? Sorry, I just look fierce, but in my heart I'm just a sultry uncle who likes love-making games. I am the S-class hero king who is made up of big lies made up of small lies. I am not the hero king who really defeats monsters. Now, I want to tell the truth to these 2 people in front of me. ... After taking a shower, King changed into a new pair of pants and walked out, telling Fang Xuan and Chiyu who were playing games his secret. As for the big bird just now, oh, it has been sent to see its breasts now. Saitama touched his chin and thought, these weirdos you mentioned seem to have been defeated by me before. According to what you said, all the credit for the weirdos I defeated before will be attributed to you. After hearing Saitama's words, King thought of the cause of the scar on his eye. ... Once when King was escaping from a monster, he was accidentally hit in the eye by the monster. Just when he thought he was about to be killed, a voice came. Hey, calm down, that weirdo just now was killed by me. Are your eyes okay? The wound doesn't seem that deep. Please open your eyes slowly and try. Hearing the sound, King slowly opened his eyes and saw a young man with black hair and a school uniform standing in front of him. The young man's face was covered with blood, whether it was his own or Weirda's. At that time, King looked at the young man and asked, who are you? The young man smiled slightly and said, me. I am a person who wants to be a hero out of interest. If that super powerful hero appears in the future, it will probably be me. You seem to be seriously injured. King looked at the young man and said. The young man smiled and said, this little injury is nothing to a future hero. I killed a big guy today. ... It turns out that you were the one who saved me back then. Sorry. King looked at Saitama and thought of Saitama who still had hair back then. Saitama said while playing the game. You lie like this and act like a hero in fear all day long. Are you happy? King said. Not happy. Saitama continued. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with me, and I don't intend to accuse you or anything. King replied. It can't be said that it doesn't matter. After all, I took the credit for killing the monster from you. This is not a matter of merit. After all, you are now considered the strongest hero by everyone. So King, are you going to continue lying or stop being a hero? Saitama asked expressionlessly. King said. I'm sorry, I don't have the courage to make up my mind, and I don't know what the best choice is. Saitama looked at the majestic-looking man in front of him, who was like a weak sheep at the moment, and made his own suggestion. Wouldn't it be better if you just become stronger? As long as you become stronger, you can become a real king. Then won't all the problems be solved? I'm afraid this is something that is simply impossible. Even if ordinary people practice till death, they probably won't be able to defeat ghost-level monsters or even dragon-level monsters. Fang Xuan said. Don't say too much. Look at Kaio and I, haven't we obtained powerful power through various practices? Especially Saitama, this guy has been practicing for 3 years, and he has gone from a young boy with vibrant black hair to a bald man with dull eyes. Although Saitama lost something in this process, he gained a lot. Yu thought. Although Fang Xuan is right, why'd I sound a little weird? After hearing what Fang Xuan said, King asked, is this true? Of course it's true. Okay, it's getting late, and I have to go home to cook, so we'll go back first. Goodbye, King. After saying that, Fang Xuan picked up the game bag he bought and flew out of the window. Seeing Fang Xuan fly out, Yu immediately picked up the 2 big bags of ingredients he bought and jumped out of the window. No, why don't you two walk out of the door? After seeing the 2 people leaving, King fell into deep thought. Fang Xuan and Yu left King's house and walked on the streets of City C. Fang Xuan, what should we have for dinner? We'll just look at it when we get back. Anyway, we bought so many ingredients. Speaking of Fang Xuan, where are the things you bought this morning? It seems like you have nothing else except games. I put things in a universal capsule. By the way, Fang Xuan, do you feel that you have forgotten something? Forgot something. When we came out, there seemed to be 3 of us. Genos, I'm going to go play games and forget about Genos. Just at this time, a voice came from not far away from the 2 of them. Fang Xuan and Kaio looked at each other, and then walked over there. Chapter 101 The Victorious Genos. City C. At this moment, the battle between Genos and the small G4 robot became more and more intense. After getting rid of the bulky mecha shell, the G4's body became smaller, but its firepower increased several levels. The intensive laser beams ejected from his chest almost completely suppressed Genos, making him unable to do any unnecessary actions except dodge. It seems that you are not as flexible as you say. Be careful, my next attack is coming. Although the little robot did not inherit the previous nonsense system, it did have its own yin and yang system. After saying that, he once again erupted laser light from his chest, aiming at Genos and began to fire. Accelerate. Genos' power system began to operate rapidly again, and his speed reached its peak at this moment. However, facing the dense lasers coming towards him, no matter how fast he was, his body skills were still weak. No matter how flexible he was still scratched by part of the laser. And just by rubbing, the high temperature brought by the laser melted part of the mecha on Genos' body. Damn it, overload acceleration, buzz, PFF'd. Genos spewed out a large amount of white gas from his whole body. Relying on the brief overload, Genos' speed became much faster again. He jumped high and dodged the lasers that were pursuing him. Fortunately, this little robot did not have an automatic tracking function, otherwise Genos would have been defeated long ago. But even so, Genos was still suppressed, and before he could relax, the next round of attacks from the little robot followed. I saw dense lasers, leaving deep burn marks wherever they went. Genos had no choice but to quickly hide behind a building and use the building to block all the lasers. If you want to get rid of this troublesome guy, you must first solve the troublesome mechanism, otherwise you will not be able to complete this trial at all. There must be some way. Genos, who was temporarily safe, began to think about what to do. Suddenly he saw 2 fire extinguishers in front of him, and he suddenly had an idea. The little robot had already discovered Genos' location using the energy detection device. Do you think hiding will help? Don't waste your efforts, just accept your death and you will suffer the same consequences. As he spoke, a large amount of energy began to accumulate in the little robot's chest. Seeing that Genos thought hiding would be useful, the little robot planned to use this opportunity to concentrate all its energy into its chest, and then use a laser to directly destroy Genos. Goodbye, self-righteous guy. The energy in the little robot's chest gathered to a critical point, and a laser beam thicker than any before burst out, shooting straight towards the building where Genos was hiding. Boom. With a loud noise, the building where Genos was hiding was directly dissolved by the laser fired by the small robot, but strangely it exploded and a large amount of dust was scattered in the air. Hahaha. I said I came to kill King today, but you are seeking your own death, don't blame me. Before he could finish speaking, the detection system suddenly detected Genos' energy reaction. It was obvious that Genos was not where he was just now. Energy deception perception technology, I'm looking down on him. Where is this guy's body? Little G4's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to find Geno's figure. But at this moment, Geno's voice suddenly sounded from behind little G4. When fighting, don't rely too much on your eyes or detection equipment. After all, the enemy may have ways to avoid you that you don't know about. This is what teacher Fang Xuan taught me. Fang Xuan, are you talking about the existence of the 0th strongest S-class warrior? Good. While responding to the little G4, Geno's threw another fire extinguisher in his hand. Before the fire extinguisher could hit little G4, it was shattered by the laser. HMPH, it doesn't matter that you are Fang Xuan's disciple. Your attacks are of no use to me at all. But before he finished speaking, little G4 was slapped in the face. The second fire extinguisher thrown by Geno's was actually a foam fire extinguisher. In an instant, countless foams were all covered in little G4's body. Geno's continued. Teacher Fang Xuan also taught me that I should be good at using things around me to help me reverse the situation of the battle. You guy, do you think this can interfere with my special laser transmitter? That's ridiculous. Little G4, who was covered in countless foamy mucus, was talking very angrily at the moment. Then, being disturbed by the line of sight, little G4 began to shoot randomly. This was naturally to prevent Geno's from taking advantage of this opportunity to make a sneak attack. As a cyborg, Geno's knows very well the configuration of robots like little G4. If the bubble expands again, everything will be back to where it started. So, if you can't fight head-on, then you have to find other ways to solve it. Knowledge is power. This is what teacher Fang Xuan and teacher Saitama taught me. Fang Xuan Q. We have never said this. We like to use brute force. After hearing what Geno said, little G4 was a little frightened. What do you want to do? Geno stretched out his hand and hit a fire hydrant not far away with an incendiary cannon. Boom. With one blow, the water from the fire hydrant's outlet spewed out quickly, and then Geno stretched out his palm and hit the incineration cannon, hitting the little G4 at the fire hydrant outlet. Poof. The head full of water vapor directly wrapped the body of little G4. HMPH, try to be clever. Don't you know that robots like me are basically not afraid of water? With that said, little G4 stood up again, and the foam on his body had been washed away by the water. He once again aimed his chest at Geno's, and then prepared to fire the laser. But just when he was about to launch, he found that his laser was fired in another direction. What's going on? Did it miss the mark? Isn't it possible that I was clearly aiming at it just now? Little G4 said with a confused look. Geno's explained. Water vapor will cause diffuse reflection of your laser, so your prediction system will mislead, which means that your laser has no effect on me at all now. Then I saw background music playing around me again, and Geno's body was filled with energy, and he said to G4, the trial is over, it turns out that I am stronger than you. Boom. After a loud noise, the little G4 turned into a pile of scrap metal. Geno's also won the battle. Chapter 102 Ozawa Nami's Call. Not long after Geno successfully defeated the little G4 robot, Fang Xuan and Saitama rushed over. After seeing that Geno's was fine, Fang Xuan and Kaio were ready to return to Z City. But Geno said that he had other things to do, so he refused to go back with the two of them. Then he put the scrapped little G4 robot on his shoulders and left first. Night. Z City. Fang Xuan's family. Fang Xuan, what did Geno's do with that strange robot's head? And the injuries on his body shouldn't matter, right? Saitama, who had come to Fang Xuan's house for a meal, was lying leisurely on the soft sofa in the living room, looking at Fang Xuan who was busy in the kitchen and asked. While Fang Xuan skillfully stir-fried the dishes in the pot, he replied in an uncertain tone. I don't know what he went to do, but the injuries on his body are not very serious, probably. Fang Xuan was really unsure about Geno's injuries. After all, Geno's only transformed humans from demons. He couldn't judge the seriousness of his injuries through his breath. But looking at Geno's, although he was in some tatters, he could still walk normally. So he didn't think it was serious. Master, it turns out this is how this dish is made. Standing in the kitchen, the robot servant wearing a maid uniform was carefully watching Fang Xuan's cooking movements and learning Fang Xuan's cooking skills. This request was made by Long Wan, because sometimes Fang Xuan cooked a little late because of his cultivation, so she asked her servants to stand aside and study while Fang Xuan was cooking. In this way, when Fang Xuan was not around that day, you can also ask your servant to cook it for her. What? You ask me why Tatsumaki doesn't learn to cook by herself? There's no way. Who told Tatsumaki that she has a level 9 disability and has almost zero life skills except for powerful superpowers? Let her learn to cook. Then it's simply harder than reaching the sky. Therefore, she could only let Poo-Poo learn. Fang Xuan glanced at Poo-Poo and said, Poo-Poo, you have to remember that when cooking, it is very important to control the heat. Different dishes require different heat, so you need to explore slowly. Secondly, I put sugar here to enhance the umami taste. Also, be careful not to put the cut meat directly into the high-temperature oil pan, because no matter what kind of meat, it will have a fishy smell. The source of the smell is the blood. Don't fry the meat directly after cutting it. Add it to clean water and mix well. Then soak it for 20 minutes to soak out the blood in the meat to remove the fishy smell. Poo-Poo, what are you writing? This. I'm recording the cooking methods and precautions that the master just taught me. While answering Fang Xuan, Poo-Poo handed the notebook in his hand to Fang Xuan to read. Looking at Poo-Poo's familiar recording method, Fang Xuan probably guessed who he learned it from, but he still couldn't help asking, "Who did you learn this method from?" The servant replied innocently, "Gino's. When I was doing housework before, I always saw him writing down the master's words in a notebook. Then I learned to do it and found it really convenient." After hearing what Poo-Poo said, Fang Xuan was very speechless. "No, you are an intelligent robot. Don't you have a storage function? Why use such a primitive method? Besides, if you just record it, why do you still record the gossip I said with modal particles and my demeanor? What's the use of it?" Looking at the contents recorded by Poo-Poo, Fang Xuan felt helpless for a moment. "Well, servant, when you take notes, just focus on the key points. The tone of voice and demeanor are not necessary. Why, I think that's how Gino's remembers it. ... Ring ring ring. The phone at Fang Xuan's house rang at this moment. Saitama, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, heard it and shouted to the kitchen, "Fang Xuan. There's a call." However, Fang Xuan, who was cooking in the kitchen and instructing his servants to take notes in this way, had no time to answer. He said, "I don't have time right now, Saitama, please help me answer it." After Saitama heard this, he stood up and answered the phone. "Hello, are you Mr. Fang Xuan?" As soon as Saitama answered the phone, he heard a sweet female voice greeting from the other end of the phone. "I'm not Fang Xuan, do you have anything else to do?" Saitama's answer made the other end of the phone stunned. The caller was none other than the national idol level artist who was on the show with Fang Xuan before, Ozawa Nami. Because when she was recording the program last time, Ozawa Nami didn't ask for Fang Xuan's mobile phone number, but the background of these sisters was unusual. She didn't know how to find Fang Xuan's home phone number, so she called come over. When she heard that it was not Fang Xuan, Ozawa Nami, a hole formed in her forehead. "So, may I ask your name?" My name is Saitama. Saitama. Before making the call, Ozawa Nami did a lot of homework on Fang Xuan. She naturally knew the network around Fang Xuan, and she had also investigated Saitama's information. Saitama is ranked 40th in A-level games. His hero name is the Bald-Caped Man. According to the top brass of the Hero Association, he is a hero with very high potential. He is also one of the few neighbors and good friends of Fang Xuan. He is one of Fang Xuan's disciples and has high win-win value. According to the investigation, this person is very poor and likes to read comics, days and eat in his daily life. In an instant, countless information about Saitama flashed through Ozawa Nami's mind, and she quickly organized a battle plan in her mind. She planned to reveal her identity, and then the other party would definitely agree to her future plans. Why is this? After all, she is a super perfect national idol artist. So that's the A-level hero Saitama. I've heard of your name a long time ago. I didn't expect to be able to talk to you. It's such an honor. The reason why Ozawa Nami said this is because she felt that if she could be remembered, the other person would be very excited, thinking they were his fans, and then ask who she was. It's just a pity that Ozawa Nami overestimated Saitama's brain cells. Saitama simply replied, "Yes, what can I do for you?" Listening to Saitama's plain answer, Ozawa Nami did not react for a moment. After all, according to her assumption, Saitama should be curious to ask who she was. There was no other way. In this case, she could only take the initiative. Although it might miss many important steps, as long as the outcome achieved her expected goal, it would be fine. "You must be Saitama. I am the artist Nami Ozawa." "Well, I am Saitama. You have said this twice." ... Ozawa Nami was a little dumbfounded and thought, what's going on? Is there anyone in this world who doesn't know me? Forget it Fang Xuan, why is there another one now? Thinking of this, Ozawa Nami asked doubtfully, "Don't you know me?" Saitama was somewhat familiar with the name Ozawa Nami. He seemed to have heard it recently, but just couldn't remember it. At this time, he looked at Fang Xuan, and then remembered the variety show he watched in the morning, which seemed to be similar to the one he watched in the morning. The woman who recorded the variety show with Fang Xuan was also named Ozawa Nami. "Ah, I remembered." After hearing Saitama's words, Ozawa Nami nodded, with a proud expression on her face, thinking, this is the right thing. How could an A-level hero not recognize me? You are the woman who participated in the variety show with Fang Xuan, right? It's exactly what Fang Xuan said. Your name is very strange. ... Ozawa Nami was speechless again. She felt that this man was definitely not something that ordinary people could deal with. So she immediately started the second step of the plan. "Well, I have a friend who received help from you before, so she entrusted me with it. If I can contact you, I must tell her that she wants to thank you in person." Although this matter was just made up by Ozawa Nami, it is not the most critical. The key is that as long as she said so, then this matter will definitely exist. As for the means used, it is unknown. That's right, you're welcome. After all, I am a professional hero. These are the things I should do. Before Saitama could finish her words, Ozawa Nami continued, "In order to repay the kindness of saving my life, please be sure to honor me when the time comes." If other people heard Ozawa Nami's voice and tone, they would probably agree directly without even thinking about it. After all, a national-level goddess invites you to dinner with such a condescending attitude, how could you refuse? But is our Saitama a normal person? Such moves are of no use to him. I told you, don't worry, I really. Seeing that Saitama was still refusing, Ozawa Nami immediately grasped Saitama's weakness and said, "That friend of mine owns a high-end restaurant, so he wants to treat you to a super luxurious meal, and you are also welcome to bring your friends. Come together." After hearing about the free luxury meal, Saitama's dull eyes lit up. "Oh well," Saitama agreed directly, "it's just a meal, there shouldn't be any problem." After writing down the address and time for dinner, Saitama lay back on the sofa and watched a TV show. Chapter 103 Genos' Upgrade Work, Tatsumaki's Random Thoughts. In an unknown laboratory. At this time, Genos dropped the small robot on his shoulders on the ground, and opposite him was an old man. "This is, Genos, where did you get this thing?" The old man in front of Genos, who looks like he has a pothead, is actually Dr. Kusno, who has transformed Genos many times. She helped repair Genos every time he was injured. Dr. Kusno looked at the robot that Genos brought back. Having studied robots for many years, he could tell at a glance that this robot, which looked inconspicuous, was by no means inferior to him in terms of technology. Genos replied, "Dr. Kusno, this is a robot calling itself G4. Not only does this guy have amazing artificial intelligence, but he also has unimaginable firepower. Even though it is now scrapped, I want you to put the still usable parts of this guy on my body. Maybe I can become stronger this way." Genos looked at the scars on his body, clenched his machine fist and said, "That's right, okay, I understand. Let's do the upgrade work together while repairing you." After listening to Genos' words, Dr. Kusno wanted to continue to persuade Genos not to lose his way on the path of power, but he still did not say it. After all, he had warned Genos countless times over the years, and it had no effect. It didn't work, so I just agreed with Genos. Afterwards, Dr. Kusno began to upgrade Genos countless times. Lying on the huge research equipment, Genos looked at several large and small robot arms around him, as well as several mini robot arms that were replacing basic parts on Genos. The energy core is not damaged, the energy supply system is normal, and the output ratio is normal. Dr. Kusno sat on a chair, examining various data about Genos' current body through the mapping on the large screen. The body components are damaged, with a damage rate of 41%. The limbs and body parts need to be reassembled and repaired. Due to continuous overloading, the power system suffered a damage rate of 62%, and the power output system needs to be repaired and optimized. Dr. Kusno stared at the colorful data on the screen, and the robot arms surrounding Genos were also rapidly replacing the parts on Genos' body. At this time, Dr. Kusno looked at Genos lying on the research bed and asked, "Genos, although the purpose of reforming you was for justice, you should not be too reckless. You see, you will lose the core this time. There is no damage to the system, otherwise you would be in danger." Dr. Kusno said to Genos sincerely like a parent. Genos said seriously, "There's nothing I can do, Dr. Kusno, the enemy is too powerful. It won't work if we don't act randomly. I knew you would say that. If it's too much, I won't say anything. But Genos, don't push yourself too hard." Jarhead's Dr. Kusno said to Genos with an expression that said he already knew you would say this. After hearing what Dr. Kusno said, Genos said, "Dr. Kusno, I know everything you said, but when I truly saw my own weakness, I found that if I can't go all out and risk my life to change if you are strong, then I am not qualified to say that I am a reformed devil who carries out justice. And, only in this way can I complete the trial task given to me by teacher Fang Xuan. I often hear you mention the two teachers you mentioned. If I have a chance next time, I really want to meet them and see who they are that can make you follow them so wholeheartedly. Doctor, my two teachers are both very powerful people. In this world, it is estimated that no one can be their opponent, and there will be no existence more powerful than the two of them." Genos, who was lying on the research bed, spoke of Fang Xuan and Saitama with admiration. To describe them like this, it seems they are definitely two outstanding people. Yes, the two teachers are the strongest and most outstanding heroes. Genos, are you sure that the bald Saitama, who has so many nerves and doesn't care about serious situations, and Fang Xuan, who likes to stay at home and spends all his time playing games or teasing Lolita, these two are the ones you have in mind? The best hero in the world. As time went by, Genos' restoration work gradually came to an end. Okay, Genos, your repair work is all completed. If you have time, you can wait here for a while. I will now start analyzing the robot you brought back to see if anything has been added to your body. Quote, "Please, doctor, I have to become stronger no matter what." Looking at Genos, Dr. Kusno smiled confidently. "Don't worry, in terms of scientific research, my old man has lived for decades and has never been afraid of anyone." After saying that, Dr. Kusno took little G4 into another laboratory. Fang Xuan's family. At this time, Fang Xuan had already prepared all the meals and put them on the table. However, there were only Fang Xuan and Saitama at the table. Genos was not there because of his upgrade, Fubuki was not there because he had to deal with Fubuki's team, and Tatsumaki was not there because of the mission. Saitama told them what happened when Ozawa Nami called just now and wanted to invite them to dinner. "That's it, so you want to go with me the day after tomorrow?" After Fang Xuan heard this, he felt happy for Saitama in his heart. After all, Saitama's heroic path was not smooth before. Even if he saved people, no one would thank him for unknown reasons. But now this kid actually has fans. Although Saitama usually likes to come to his house to have dinner, he is also good at playing games, and he has to bring him some trouble from time to time. I don't know why I thought of it. Here Fang Xuan suddenly felt like beating Saitama. In short, as one of Fang Xuan's few friends and training partners, Fang Xuan is also sincerely happy for Chi Yu. So I agreed and went there with Saitama the day after tomorrow. After dinner, Saitama went back, Fang Xuan lay on the sofa, and the robot servant was washing dishes in the kitchen. It seems that I can bring a few more people, including Tatsumaki, Fubuki, and Genos. With that said, Fang Xuan also directly dialed Tornado's phone number. Hey, is it little Lolita? After answering the phone, Fang Xuan directly expressed his intention. Do you have time the day after tomorrow? Yes, what's the matter with you? Of course, this is a good thing. What good thing? Invite you to dinner. Please, treat me to dinner. Isn't this too quick? What's too fast? What are you talking about? Fang Xuan listened to the tornado on the other end of the phone and didn't understand it for a moment. So, will you come the day after tomorrow? Come, okay, I understand, see you the day after tomorrow. After hearing that the tornado was coming, Fang Xuan hung up the phone and immediately called Fubuki. At this time, after hearing Fang Xuan's invitation, Tatsumaki's face turned red. After all, this was the first time a boy asked her out for dinner. Ah, why did I agree all at once just now? No matter how you look at it, this is an invitation for a date. Could it be that guy Fang Xuan wanted to take the opportunity to confess his love to me, but I actually agreed like this? Doesn't this make me look worthless? I'm not telling you about the tornado, you may be thinking too much. Chapter 104 A small conflict in the restaurant. 2 days later, City B. Several people were standing at the entrance of a super high-end restaurant called A Ocean. Wow, this hotel is really impressive. Looking at the door of the 6-star high-end restaurant called Ocean in front of him, Saitama said with a face full of amazement. I think it must be more spectacular inside. Genos, let's go in. After saying that, Saitama strutted into the restaurant. Understood, Saitama-sensei. The newly upgraded Genos came back last night. After replacing the G4 machine parts, Genos not only improved its performance a lot, but also obtained a brand new one under the research of Dr. Kusno. Mode, G4 mode, Genos' strength can be greatly improved in this mode. After hearing Saitama's words, Genos hurriedly followed. As for Fang Xuan, he was looking at the tornado curiously. I saw that this girl was wearing a white slit dress today, a pair of exquisite leather shoes, a lace hairpin on her head, and a light makeup on her head. Very beautiful. I have to say that this little loli looks very good when dressed up, just like a porcelain doll, which is as rare as a porcelain doll. It's just a pity that it would be nice if this little loli was taller, then she would look like a royal sister. At this time, Tatsumaki lowered his head, crossed his arms with his chest, puffed out his cheeks and stamped his little feet impatiently. Fang Xuan looked at Tornado and said, "We're going in, little loli. By the way, you're dressed very strangely today. This is the first time I've seen you wearing a white slit dress since I've known you." Not only Fang Xuan, but also Kui Shui was a little surprised by today's elder sister, because in her impression since she was a child, her elder sister had never put on makeup, and had never worn a dress with slits other than black. Tatsumaki didn't pay attention to Fang Xuan, but still looked unhappy, lowering his head and stamping his feet, looking very much like a little potato. Fang Xuan was confused when he saw Tatsumaki's performance. After all, when she set off this morning, the girl was obviously very happy. Why did she become like this all of a sudden? Finally, Tatsumaki raised his head slightly, and his blushing face looked at Fang Xuan, but his eyes became a little smarter. This look made Fang Xuan, whose combat power was about to reach 100,000, shudder. Fang Xuan, UBD, when you called me yesterday, why didn't you explain clearly that so many people came to eat? If I had known that so many people would come to eat today, I wouldn't have changed into clothes like this. Tatsumaki, who thought Fang Xuan called her for a date, dressed up specially today. She took off the black high-cut dress she had been wearing and put on this white skirt. As a result, she went downstairs. Only then did I realize that Genos, Fubuki, and Saitama had also followed. It was not at all what she thought. This was too embarrassing. The key was that it was in front of her sister. This would make it difficult for her to meet people in the future. Seeing that something was wrong with Tatsumaki's expression, Fang Xuan was ready to grease his feet and run away, relying on a man's unique seventh sense. Well, Saitama and Genos are walking pretty fast. I'll chase them first. Tatsumaki, you and Fubuki should come in quickly. After saying that, Fang Xuan walked quickly into the restaurant. HMPH. This guy can slip away really fast. After turning his head and snorting coldly, Tatsumaki and Fubuki walked inside. In the restaurant, the lighting is soft, the environment is elegant, and accompanied by soft piano music, the atmosphere of the entire restaurant appears quiet and upscale. Saitama walked at the front, curiously looking at the environment in the restaurant. Snap. Saitama ran into a fat, middle-aged man who looked like a businessman, and there was a pretty woman beside him. Hey, you guy doesn't have eyes when you walk. Ah, sorry. Saitama saw that he had bumped into the other person, so he apologized, but because it was just a small thing, Saitama did not pay attention to it, but continued to walk inside. After the middle-aged man stood up, he saw that Saitama was wearing a very cheap plaid short-sleeved suit. He was obviously not a rich man, and it was just right for him to show his prestige in front of the girlfriend he just met. Stop, boy, do you know who I am? Have no idea. You blind boy, let me tell you that I am the general manager of EIO company. Do you think you can apologize with just one sentence if you bumped into me? This fat, middle-aged man is very confident because the EIO company he works for is one of the branches of the four major consortiums, DTIFA Consortium. And his uncle is a small director of the DTIFA Consortium, so he can sit in the position of general manager of EIO company because of his fat head and big ears. And ever since this guy sat in this position, poor boys like this were the ones he often played with. Boy, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I may be able to forgive you, otherwise you won't be able to leave this restaurant today. Saitama looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked with an expression of confusion, what on earth are you talking about? What, you guys dared to trick me, just wait for me. As he said this, the fat middle-aged man called the restaurant's manager and security personnel over. In his opinion, a poor guy like this couldn't afford such a high-end place and must be a gangster. Come in, manager, I seriously suspect that this guy is a suspicious person. For the safety of noble people like us, let's get rid of this suspicious person. At this moment, Genos walked in, following behind. Teacher Saitama, you walk really fast. Before the fat, middle-aged man could recognize Genos, the female companion beside him recognized him first. He is a devil reformer, Genos. I didn't expect that I would see him here today. The fat middle-aged man looked at his new girlfriend looking at Genos showing admiration in her eyes and was suddenly filled with jealousy. He hated this kind of pretty boy the most. As for why I hate him, it's because I compare him to him. HMPH, so what if I'm an S-class hero? There are no weirdos here, and poor guys like you are not welcome. Teacher Saitama, who is this guy? I have no idea. Hey, didn't I just say that I am the general manager of EIO company? Who are you? Quote. The middle-aged man was furious when he saw that Saitama didn't remember his name at all. Chapter 105 Audacious SX. Inside the restaurant, the middle-aged man looked at Saitama and Genos with his nostrils arrogantly. Because in his opinion, even an S-class hero cannot be compared with him. After all, he has money. Well, it's really not bad here. Fang Xuan, Tatsumaki, and Fubuki also walked in one after another. Saitama, Genos, why aren't you two leaving? Are you waiting for me? The universe has opened its eyes. You, Saitama, actually have a day waiting for me. Fang Xuan looked at Saitama and Genos in front of them and walked over jokingly. The middle-aged man who was still arrogant just now couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing Fang Xuan. This person is. He looked at Fang Xuan in disbelief, because even a person like him had heard of Fang Xuan's power, the strongest S-class warrior, Fang Xuan who had just defeated the aliens not long ago. And judging from Fang Xuan's tone towards the poor-looking bald man in front of him, it seems that the relationship between the two is quite good. What's going on with this bald man? Forget it's Genos, how can he even recognize an S-class hero like Fang Xuan? The fat man with big ears was a little surprised by Saitama at the moment, but he soon calmed down. After all, even if he is the strongest S-class hero, so what, he is not a weirdo, so there is no need to be afraid. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes became lewd because he saw Tatsumaki and Fubuki coming in behind Fang Xuan. Because Tatsumaki put on makeup today and wasn't wearing the usual black slit dress, the middle-aged man didn't recognize him, but his attention was not on Tatsumaki, but on Fubuki's body to be precise. Looking at Fubuki's proud figure, the middle-aged man had a smile on his face at this moment, completely ignoring the new girlfriend beside him. He stretched out his hand to Fubuki and said, "Hello, miss, I am the general manager of EIO company, may I ask? Would you be honored to have dinner with you and have an in-depth communication?" Fubuki looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly approached and felt a little sick. Tatsumaki on the side saw that this fat middle-aged man dared to mount his sister. He was furious and wanted to tear this guy into pieces. Fubuki said with a cold face, "Kikai, I'm not familiar with you, stay away from me." The middle-aged man was stunned by Fubuki's indifferent response. He obviously didn't expect that this gentle and pleasant-looking beauty would reject him so directly. With his fat head and big ears, he was a bit embarrassed, but he still tried his best to keep a smile and tried to use his identity and status to impress Fubuki. He didn't believe that there was a woman who didn't like rich men. "Miss, you may not know who I am. I am the general manager of EIO company. As long as you are willing, I can let you live the best life in this city. Otherwise," the middle-aged man said proudly, as if he had everything under control. When Tatsumaki saw this man's appearance, he immediately became angry. He pointed at him and cursed, "You fat pig, get up here. If you dare to take advantage of my sister, be careful, I will tear you to pieces." The middle-aged man was a little confused when he heard the little girl call Fushui's sister, but he still said, "Oh, I didn't look carefully just now. I didn't expect that your little girl is also quite beautiful. It's okay, I can take you sisters all collected." The volcano in Tornado's heart completely erupted, and she swore that if she didn't teach this fat pig a lesson today, she would stop calling Tornado. The middle-aged man didn't feel Tatsumaki's killing intent at all at this moment. Instead, he looked at Saitama with a mocking look on his face and said, "Why are you still here? Manager, hurry up and get this guy out." The manager who had checked Saitama's identity at this moment also smiled and nodded to the middle-aged man, and then said, "I'm very sorry, this Mr. Saitama is our supreme VIP member of Aocean. Please don't be rude, otherwise I can only deliberately revoke your silver membership status. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded when he heard that this poor boy's membership level was a fixed limit supreme membership that was 6 levels higher than his silver membership. Hey, are you mistaken? How could this kid be a supreme member? The middle-aged man was still in disbelief. The manager still smiled and said, we are not mistaken. This gentleman is indeed our supreme member. We have confirmed it. That's right, in order to facilitate movement, Ozawa Nami added Saitama's name to the list of supreme members. After all, this restaurant is one of her family's businesses, so of course she can do whatever she wants. The atmosphere is very awkward at this time. At this time, the door of a private room was opened, and a woman walked out. Mr. Fang Xuan, we meet again. Looking at this stunning woman walking over, Fang Xuan felt pain in his face. Yes, it was a pain in the flesh, because Tatsumaki had arrived behind him at some point and was pinching the flesh of his waist with his small hands, and he was smiling. The meaning was self-evident, and this woman is Ozawa Nami, who previously filmed a show with Fang Xuan. As for the fat middle-aged man just now, not only his heart is cold, but also his body is cold. Because after he saw Ozawa Nami coming out to greet several people, he knew that he was finished. Even if his uncle came forward, he probably couldn't save him. After all, the person who could make Ozawa Nami treat him so politely was definitely not someone he could offend. Thinking that he actually wanted to drive this bald boy out before, he felt a little scared, and at the same time he was glad in his heart. Fortunately, this bald boy didn't have the same experience as him, otherwise he would have been really cold today. So he no longer had any intention to stay here, and quickly took the woman beside him and left in despair. But for some reason, not long after this guy went out, a strong wind of fists suddenly blew through, and then the middle-aged man was directly knocked out. You thought it was over like this, but no, then another evil wind blew through and tore the man into pieces. The woman who witnessed this scene looked at the man's body in confusion and remained silent. After an unknown amount of time, a sharp and harsh sound resounded on the street. Of course no one will know who did this, because no one saw who attacked or who took action. After all, in the restaurant, Fang Xuan just met a mosquito and punched it to death. As for Tatsumaki, he released the hand that was holding Fang Xuan and waved it lightly. So don't be willful when you have money, because you never know if there is someone more powerful than you standing in front of you, and there are several of them. Chapter 106. In front of S-class heroes, the kidnappers came to kidnap. After the fat middle-aged man cooled off, Fang Xuan and the others also arrived at a super luxurious box on the recommendation of Ozawa Nami. The decoration in this box is as luxurious as the decoration outside, and it is also served by a dedicated waiter. After bringing Fang Xuan and his party into the box, Ozawa Nami winked at the two waiters at the door, and then the waiters closed the door of the box. After several people sat down, Ozawa Nami also said, the dinner is already being prepared and will be served in a moment. But before that, I still want my friend to thank Mr. Saitama. A life-saving grace. As the saying goes, you have to do a complete set when acting, otherwise how can you continue to promote future plans, and such small things are even easier for her. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open, and a very delicate-looking woman walked in. This woman's true identity was Ozawa Nami's personal bodyguard, and she also had Lily, who was not weaker than an A- class hero. But at this time, she was just a weak woman, not a bodyguard, because this was the role assigned to her by her boss. Lily quickly came to Saitama and said happily, you are the hero Saitama who saved me before. Thank you very much, Lily, who can definitely become an actress, said the words prepared by Ozawa Nami for her. Saitama saw this and said confused, although I have no impression of you, you are really welcome. After all, I am a professional hero, and these are the things I should do. Soon, after Lily, pretending to be the victim, thanked Saitama, the high-end dishes were brought out one by the waiter. Mr. Fang Xuan, last time I wanted to add your mobile phone number, but you refused, can you add it now? Ozawa Nami said, looking at Tatsumaki. After all, she thought that Fang Xuan didn't join her last time because of the tornado. Probably, maybe, no need. Fang Xuan was also very clear about the implication of Ozawa Nami's words. Tatsumaki, who was sitting next to Fang Xuan, was looking angrily at the woman in front of him who was ogling Fang Xuan. To be honest, when Tatsumaki saw Ozawa Nami, he felt frustrated for the first time in his heart, because not only was she beautiful and tall, but the proud spot on her chest was much larger than hers. Tatsumaki looked down and said in his heart, no, it's just a little bigger. Oh, what's there to be proud of? Then Tatsumaki could only turn his grief and anger into appetite, and ate all the high-end dishes that had just been placed on the table as if he were this hateful woman in front of him. Ozawa Nami noticed Tatsumaki's expression and couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. So what if you were the only female hero in S-class? No matter how powerful you are still just a woman. For men, a woman's appearance and body shape is often more important than strength. Although you have great strength, you are far inferior to me in this aspect. Quote, she thought this, but did not show it. Instead, she continued to maintain an elegant smile and watched the tornado wipe out the food on the table one by one. It's so delicious. It's worthy of being a high-end cuisine. Even compared to the rice cooked by Fang Xuan, it's not far behind. Saitama ate haste while commenting on the food. Fang Xuan's eating appearance is no better than Saitama's. Since he is of Saiyan blood, His appetite is terrifying at this moment, and he devours almost every bite. Compared to these two people, the other people's eating habits are relatively more elegant. Just when everything was very calm, the door to the box was opened again, and a group of people wearing chef uniforms walked in. Looking at these chefs, Ozawa Nami frowned and asked, "Didn't I tell you today? Just let the waiters do the serving. You just cook in the kitchen. Why are you all coming in?" Saitama waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as you serve the food, it's fine." "Speaking of food, why did you come in empty-handed?" "Hahaha, Miss Ozawa Nami, our group of cooks and robbers finally got this good opportunity. I am an S-class bounty criminal, a group of cooks and robbers, and I am their leader, a 7-star senior chef. Now I want to inform you, Miss Ozawa Nami, that you have been kidnapped by us." At this time, Lily, who was Ozawa Nami's personal bodyguard, stopped pretending and immediately came to Ozawa Nami, ready to fight at any time, and told the other party's origin. S-class bounty criminals, the Cook Robbers Group, are composed of robbers who work as chefs in major cities. They specialize in kidnapping wealthy people in restaurants and high-end hotels. Even in the face of several A-class heroes, they can easily defeat the danger. Gang of robbers. After saying that, Lily thought to herself, "Damn it, I can't handle these guys alone." While Lily was nervously thinking about how to fight, the others were doing their own things as if it had nothing to do with them. Seeing how nervous Lily was, Ozawa Nami patted her on the back and then looked towards Fang Xuan. Lily was very surprised to see her eldest daughter remain so calm and composed when facing such a dangerous group of robbers to kidnap her. But after seeing Fang Xuan and the others, she understood instantly. There were 3 S-class heroes at the scene. What was she, a bodyguard with A-class strength, worried about? The people who were worried should be this group of robbers. So she thought for a while, then sat back in her seat, and turned back into a weak woman. The group of cooks and robbers who came to kidnap people couldn't stand it anymore when they saw that everyone showed no reaction and instead concentrated on eating the high-end dishes on the table. "Hey, we're here to kidnap people. Are you just ignoring us like this?" The 7-star senior chef who was the leader couldn't believe it at the moment, and shouted loudly to several people. "You must know that they are a vicious gang of robbers. When they kidnap rich people, those people are scared to death. But today they suffered a misfortune. Well, this dish is really delicious. Please help me make a few servings." Saitama took an empty plate and handed it to a younger member of the robber group. After the boy took the plate, he also replied in a strange way, "Okay, please wait a moment, I will make you one right away." After saying that, the little brother was about to go out to cook. This scene was all seen by the leader. Boom. I saw the leader clenching his fist and hitting the little brother on the head and scolding, "What are you doing? We are here to kidnap people, not to cook. And can you cook these dishes?" "Ah, this is all, it's my exclusive recipe." After hearing this, Saitama said, "It turns out you cook these dishes. Not bad, what's wrong?" "Nothing, I just want to say that it tastes good," Saitama said, giving the leader a thumbs up. The 7-star chef who was an S-class bounty criminal also touched his nose and said sheepishly, "Really? As long as the guests enjoy their meal." Chapter 107 Secret Meeting of the Heroes Association. "Is that so? As long as your guests enjoy your meal." The 7-star chef, who was an S-class bounty criminal, was stunned after saying this. The boy who was beaten just now was also stunned. No, I'm here to rob. Damn it, I'm used to cooking before." The leader then realized that his main occupation was a robber, not a cook. Thinking of this, as the leader of the S-class bounty cooks and robbers, the 7-star chef also looked at Ozawa Nami fiercely and said, "Miss Nami, now you have been kidnapped by our cooks and robbers. If you don't want to be harmed, just comply with our requirements. Don't even think about it." Ozawa Nami also retorted forcefully. After all, she had 3 S-class heroes here, so she was afraid of what he would do. "Since Miss Nami won't cooperate, don't blame me for being polite. It's up to me to tie the spoon." With that said, the 7-star leader took out a spoon from behind and rushed directly towards Ozawa Nami. At this time, Lily, as a personal bodyguard, once again came to Nami, but with only A-level strength, how could he be the opponent of an S-level bounty criminal? He was knocked away by the other party just after a confrontation. When he saw that it was about to land on the dining table, Fang Xuan hurriedly pulled the dining table back and kicked Saitama's chair out at the same time. Just like this, under Fang Xuan's mysterious operation, Lily happened to fall into Kyu's arms. Fortunately, Fang Xuan is fast, otherwise he would be in trouble if he bumped into the seat. After all, these dishes are very delicious. After Lily, who fell in Saitama's arms, heard what Saitama said, she immediately complained in her heart. "Hey, what do you mean, am I not as good as a table of food?" Lily, who was quite confident in her appearance and figure, was very unconvinced at the moment. "Hey, we are having dinner, can you please leave us alone?" Fang Xuan, who had just eaten a chicken leg, also waved his hand, and then saw the S-class bounty criminal 7-star chef being knocked away by the wind of the palm, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then fell to the ground, unable to get up again. How can it be? It only took one strike to knock down the boss. The other younger members of the cook and robber group were immediately dumbfounded. They did not expect that the boss, who was an S-class bounty criminal, would be knocked down by others at once. At this time, someone finally recognized several people who were eating. That woman seems to be the A-class hero Hell Fubuki. Look, which one is the S-class hero Devil Cyborg? That seems to be the second-ranked S-class ultimate weapon, the Tornado. Holy crap, this person is not Fang Xuan, the strongest warrior ranked 0th in S-class. Looking at Fang Xuan and the others in front of them, the cook and robber group were scared to death. No wonder their boss was knocked down just now. It turned out to be this person. Saitama said. Strange, why don't these guys talk about me? Because of this sudden episode, all the plans that Ozawa Nami had prepared before and those that had not yet been implemented came to nothing. After Fang Xuan and the others finished their meal, they took a bus back to Z City. The next day, the Heroes Association released a message that all the S-class bounty criminals, the cook robbers, had been captured. This news made the rich people very happy. After all, they were often robbed by the cooks and robbers. Then the Hero Association received a large amount of funds. City A, Heroes Association headquarters. Since Boros led his men to level the entire City A, even in the aftermath, the Heroes Association has not been able to restore the place to its original appearance. Instead, in the decision of the top management, the entire City A has been merged within the headquarters of the Heroes Association. But now, under the reinforcement of the Metal Knight and Fang Xuan's detection, the headquarters of the Hero Association has now become the most secure fortress worthy of the name. At this time, important cadres of the Hero Association were holding a major meeting in a conference room. This meeting was related to the future destiny of the Earth. Everyone, if the big prophecy left by Mrs. Sibabawa before her death refers to the disaster of aliens destroying City A, then there may be some problems with the prophecy. But have you ever thought about what if this prophecy does not refer to this matter? What would happen if Mrs. Sibabawa didn't even predict Mr. Fang Xuan's appearance? The doubts raised by the president of the Hero Association resounded in the ears of all the members of the Hero Association. This is indeed a possibility, and we cannot be careless. After all, Mrs. Sibabawa's prediction is only valid within half a year, so in order to deal with this possibility, we must be cautious. The person in charge of the Earth Prophecy Countermeasures group on the side also agreed with the chairman. He was not flattering, but because when the life and death of the Earth was at stake, it was always better to be careful. And everyone, I don't know if you have felt it. After this incident, although the number of monsters above the ghost level has been very few, the number of wolf and tiger level monsters has increased dozens of times compared to previous years. This does not include Z City, where monsters frequently appear. If this frequency continues, no matter how powerful the heroes of our Hero Association are, they will be exhausted and unable to cope with it in the end. Please note that this is the result of the dispatch of all other S-class heroes except Mr. Fang Xuan. In other words, our current manpower can be said to be seriously insufficient. Everyone in the conference room became silent because they knew that this matter was no joke. I suggest that we apply for support from martial artists from various places. We have contacted you again about this, but there are only those martial artists from all over the country, and they can't solve the current urgent need at all. Faced with the cadre's proposal, the president also responded. In this case, let's use the power of everyone, regardless of good or evil, to gather all the bounty criminals, prisoners and top killers to face this disaster together. I think it is related to the survival of mankind and even the Earth. They should know the importance of the issue. Another cadre put forward his own suggestion at this time, but as soon as he said this, he was immediately opposed by others. Are you kidding? If we accept these people, what will happen to our Heroes Association? And can you guarantee that these guys will listen to our orders? No, I think this might be the best way at the moment. The president of the Hero Association interrupted the rebuttal at this time and continued. As long as we don't put this matter in the open, it will be fine, and we can also deal with unstable factors. But, President, it's no big deal, we just need guys who agree to follow orders. The president of the Heroes Association said with a gloomy look. Since no one has any objections, let's just decide this matter. Zeki, I will leave this matter to you. Yes, the meeting is dismissed. In this way, under the tough attitude of the president of the Hero Association, the matter was directly finalized. Chapter 108. Son of Destiny, Hungry Wolf, appears, Sonic's problem. Bang, bang, bang. In a certain gym, various hitting sounds were heard one after another. TCH, I didn't expect you to be so weak and have the nerve to teach others here. Let's go together, I don't want to waste time on you losers. Let me see how powerful you are. I saw a young man with white hair looking at everyone with an arrogant expression and saying. The disciples who were learning boxing here were also looking at this white-haired young man with incredible eyes. Just now they were having evening classes as usual, but suddenly this man appeared out of nowhere and challenged their master as soon as they entered the gym. Then in the previous fight, this guy actually knocked down their master with just one move, and it didn't seem to take any effort. What, don't you dare to take action? Snort, what a bunch of cowards. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Let you guys have a good experience of what real martial arts is. Lu Shui Rock Breaking Fist. After the white-haired young man finished speaking, he faced the 20 young men in martial arts uniforms in front of him and used the same moves as Bangu. Even in the use of some skills, he was not inferior to Bangu. With his superb martial arts skills, this white-haired young man's boxing skills are as unpredictable as flowing clouds and flowing water. It is obvious that this white-haired young man is a master of Liu Shui Rock Fist. Although he is not as good as Bang Ji Yu, he is not far behind. I believe that as time goes by, this young man's strength will definitely improve in the future. Above Bangu, the identity of this person is the one Bang Jiyu said had extremely high martial arts talent, but was expelled from the school by Bang Jiyu because he injured many of his fellow disciples, Hungry Wolf. He has an extremely terrifying talent in martial arts. Looking at these so-called martial arts geniuses in front of him, he thinks they are just a joke. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, the sound of punches hitting the flesh was heard, and the 20-odd young men who were standing still just now were all lying on the ground with bruises and swollen faces like their master, unable to get up again. It's really boring. I thought there would be some powerful person among you, but now it seems that I thought too much. The Hungry Wolf looked at the people who fell to the ground and said with a sneer. This is Lu Shui Rock-Breaking Fist. Who are you? The chief disciple of this gym is also somewhat discerning, and he can see the boxing techniques used by the Hungry Wolf through the moves he performs. I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. As for who I am, HMPH, I am what you think of as a villain. Hungry Wolf. Boom. After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, he jumped up and kicked the sign of the dojo to pieces. Then he turned to everyone and said disdainfully, "You are so weak. I suggest you not open a dojo. It is a waste time." Quote. After saying that, Hungry Wolf planned to leave, but before leaving, he saw a recruitment order from the Heroes Association falling on the ground, so he picked it up and looked at it. Calling all the bounty criminals and top killers together in City A to discuss a decision. It's a bit interesting. Hey, I'll take this thing with me. With that said, Hungry Wolf waved his hands to everyone and then disappeared in front of everyone. A few days later, City A, Hero Association headquarters. I saw a bunch of smoky, chaotic people gathered here. Some of these guys are bounty prisoners, some are prisoners, and some are killers. I didn't expect that these people would actually come here. The big-nosed Ziki who stood under the podium looked at the gathering of evil forces below. When he saw that the time was almost up, he slowly walked up to the podium and briefly introduced himself. Everyone, please be quiet. I am the general manager of the Earth's Dangerous Language Emergency Response Team. My name is Shi-Chi. I am one of the cadres of the City Heroes Association and the person in charge of this incident. As soon as he introduced himself, Ziki felt a little regretful, because in front of such a group of people, is it really okay to reveal all his name and position? After thinking for a while, Ziki looked at the 3A level heroes he brought here. These three people are Heavy Tank Wodubu ranked 5th in Class A, Qingyan ranked 6th in Class A, and Magic Master ranked 7th in Class A. Seeing that there were 3A level high-level combatants behind him, Big Nose Ziki felt a lot more confident when he looked at the group of criminals below. Then, the first thing I want to state here is that we have not set any traps in calling you here this time. And the reason why you dared to come here must be because you are confident that you will not be retained by us, right? After speaking, Ziki carefully looked at the reaction of the audience and saw that everyone's expressions were normal, and then continued. Okay, then let me tell you the purpose of calling you here this time. Please take a look at the information you received before coming in. Wait a moment. Just when Ziki wanted to explain further, doubts came from the crowd. I would like to ask, among the heroes who came this time, why is there not the S-class hero Fang Xuan who has made a lot of noise recently? Fang Xuan, that is the no. 0 S-class existence. I don't have the right to command him. If you have nothing else to do, I will continue. Ziki looked at the person who said this with a strange look, and then planned to continue explaining the purpose of this time. Okay, next. Wait, why do you have so many problems as a guy? The A-level hero Qing Yan, who was wearing a long coat, looked at the man in black tights and strange decorations with a somewhat unkind expression when he heard this man interrupting one after another. And this person is Sonic, who was defeated by Fang Xuan before. The reason why he asked Fang Xuan was because after being defeated by Fang Xuan last time, this kid had been training hard in order to defeat Fang Xuan. Sonic ignored Qing Yan's words and turned his attention to Ziki again. You are a cadre of the Heroes Association. So does Fang Xuan live here? As soon as these words came out, the underground group of bounty criminals, prisoners, killers and some crazy scientists began to talk about it. Fang Xuan, did I hear you right? This guy was talking about Fang Xuan just now. He is the strongest warrior who is known as the 0th ranked S-class warrior. Although this name is indeed domineering, why do I always feel that his name is in vain? Chapter 109 Heroes who resist joining forces with the underworld. The gangsters of the evil forces in front of them like nothing more than to brag about their own strength. After all, there is nothing more satisfying than verbally speaking and belittling those with great names. But I just don't know what their expressions would be like if Fang Xuan was really standing here. Seeing that everyone below was being led away from the direction of the meeting by Sonic's topic, Big Nose Ziki hurriedly stopped them. Mr. Fang Xuan is currently not at the Heroes Association headquarters. As for his address, I'm sorry I don't have the right to tell you. Unexpectedly, all the information collected about Fang Xuan these days is wrong. After thinking about it, Sonic turned around and left. Since Fang Xuan is not here, then there is nothing wrong with me. As a ninja, being cool is synonymous with him. No matter what time, being cool is the right thing to do. Even if the information collected before is wrong, it doesn't matter. And this is Ninja Creed. Hey, where are you going? The meeting isn't over yet, are you leaving? Qing Yan looked at Sonic who had just ignored him very angrily. Although he was not an S-class hero, He was at the top of an A- class hero, so he was not easy to talk to, especially to the arrogant guy in front of him. Now that people like this are here, don't leave, just send them to prison directly. This is what Qing Yan wants to do now. After hearing Qing Yan's words, Sonic, who was walking towards the door, stopped. He turned his head and glanced at Qing Yan, showed Sonic's trademark smile, and then disappeared in an instant. So fast, did this guy escape? Seeing Sonic disappearing from his eyes in an instant, Qing Yan was also a little surprised, because he didn't catch Sonic's movements at all just now, but barely saw a little afterimage of him before disappearing. While Qing Yan was still surprised, Sonic's figure appeared on the spot again at some point, but this time there was something extra in Sonic's hand. It's some paper with information engraved on it. Recently, the frequency of disasters with levels above Tiger level has increased abnormally. The number of incidents this month is dozens of times the average of the past 3 years. The great prophecy left by Mrs. Zaibabawa before her death. Heroes are too exhausted to take care of themselves. So in order to deal with this disaster, the Hero Association decided to integrate all the combat forces on the Earth. Regardless of good or evil, all humans on the Earth, even prisoners, bounty criminals, killers and the like, must provide strength support. Quote, well, that's probably the content of this meeting. Sonic read out all the information in his hand, and then scattered the information in the sky. Wow, the paper flew in the air like a white dove, and then slowly fell to the ground. When did that guy steal the information that hadn't been distributed yet? Looking at the empty box containing information on his right, Zeke also widened his eyes and looked at Sonic off the court in disbelief. Although this meeting is about the harm to the Earth, I still refuse to refuse. Because what I hate the most is playing games with heroes like you. I will vomit. The reason why Sonic refused was because whenever he thought of a hero, his mind would involuntarily think of Fang Xuan. When he thought of being beaten by this guy before and being unable to fight back, he felt so sick. He didn't know why. Why? Well, I've finished telling you what I'm going to say next. You can go now. Farewell. After finishing his handsome performance, Sonic disappeared directly from the spot, and the 3A level heroes present could only watch Sonic leave. After all, he was leaving, except for Fang Xuan and Qiu. Apart from stopping him, only Flash with Lu Hai's Flash can stop him, but the problem is that these 3 people are not at the scene now. However, the heroes at the scene didn't care about Sonic leaving, because they had a more important thing, which was to ask Zeke what Sonic said just now. Veins popped up on Qing Yan's face. He turned to look at Zeke on the stage and asked loudly, "Hey, Zeke, is what that guy said just now true? Is this the resolution of the Heroes Association to seek help from these scoundrels?" At this point, Qing Yan felt that what he had done before was a bit ridiculous. He who became a hero in order to protect the most important things, now actually had to fight side by side with the person he hated the most. What a joke. Qing Yan is not willing to fight side by side with such people even if he dies in battle or is exhausted. After all, you can know whether these guys will suddenly rebel during the battle. The other 2 heroes were also very resistant to this. That's right, humanity now needs to unite, otherwise we will not be able to get through this difficult time. Currently, among the heroes recorded in the Hero Association, there are 390 C-class heroes, 107 B-class heroes, 40 A-class heroes, and 18 S-class heroes. Do you think these people alone can solve the huge crisis that the Earth is about to encounter? And I don't know where the S-class number 1 blaster is right now. We are seriously short of manpower. Zeke also roared loudly. To be honest, I don't want to endorse these guys who kill people and set fires, but now we have reached the point where we have no choice. Although these people are unreliable, there are indeed many people in the underworld whose combat effectiveness is comparable to that of heroes. We won't let your work go in vain. As long as you are willing to fight against the weirdos, the Heroes Association will pay you accordingly. Big-nosed Zeke, after explaining to Qingyan, continued to speak to the gang of underworld people below. Forget it, this is a waste of money. These guys are not reliable at all. Once there is danger, they will definitely be the fastest ones. The A-class hero Heavy Tank Crotch Bu folded his hands and calmly expressed his opinion. To be honest, he really looked down on these gangsters and other villains. Hey, bearded man, you have to be careful what you say. A killer with a strange tattoo also touched the dagger in his hand on the abdomen of the crotch bag. When it comes to killing people, I know a lot more than you. I need to experience it. Boom. Before the little gangster could finish his words, he punched out the crotch bag, causing the gangster to lose consciousness on the spot. As you can see, these guys are of no use at all. But the scale of the disaster that will happen next. Zeke was about to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Hey, after I read this information just now, I was thinking, this information is so accurate. It's really very accurate and amazing. Who is this great prophet? He actually knows that an unprecedented god-level disaster is about to come. A young man with white hair was holding a piece of information and saying while reading it. Chapter 110 Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki become husband and wife in the game. Just when Hungry Wolf was about to emerge, something happened to Fang Xuan. Z City. Fang Xuan's family. Although Wolf level and Tiger level weirdos from the outside world frequently appear, Fang Xuan, as an S-class hero, is very calm because he has a peaceful heart. So in order to pass the free time, Fang Xuan planned to play with Tatsumaki, Saitama, Genos and Fubuki through a recently acquired Shenhao-type game using virtual reality technology. And this game is exactly from the system lottery page. Okay, everyone, now put on the virtual device. Fang Xuan said to several people. How to use this thing? Looking at the completely embedded gaming device similar to a helmet in his hand, Saitama said in confusion. Just put the device on your head. It's put on. After Saitama put it on, everyone else also put the fully embedded device on their heads. After pressing the switch, a very dazzling light flashed in front of their eyes. Hey, where are we going? Saitama asked confused. Fang Xuan explained. This is a technological effect achieved through special means to deceive the brain. In fact, we are still in the living room of my house. After a brief explanation, Fang Xuan told the rules of the game again. After a while, I understand. In short, whoever loses all the currency in the game first will be eliminated first, right? Saitama stretched out his finger and said the only rule he understood. Fang Xuan patted Chi Yu on the shoulder in surprise and said, that's right, I didn't see it. Ever since I went to King's house, you actually understood the rules. It's really strange. I have another question, is there a resurrection mechanism in this game? No. Oh, after the white light flashed, everyone also came to the game interface. The game has officially started. Please draw your own identity card first. The game's prompt sounded, and then countless huge cards appeared in front of everyone, and then these cards began to rotate rapidly. After a minute, the ID card stopped rotating. The positions of everyone also changed, and Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki were seen standing together, with a huge identity card in front of them. Identity card. Couple card. Effect. Both parties will act together before divorce. The game coins held by both parties belong to the common property of the husband and wife, and the rewards and punishments received are doubled. Holder. Fang Xuan, Dragon Scroll. Ah, how come they are husband and wife? And with this guy, Tatsumaki blushed and looked at the identity tags in front of himself and Fang Xuan with wide eyes, and then he cast a questioning look at Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan looked at Tatsumaki and didn't react for a moment. He originally thought that they would each draw different identity cards, but he didn't expect. Ahem, what are your identity tags? With this change of subject it's pretty stilted, but what the heck? Soon, the identity cards dissipated, and then a ray of light surrounded Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki. Due to the virtual reality technology, the characters in it can be changed. So, after a change, Fang Xuan put on a handsome suit and a ring on his ring finger. Tatsumaki's change was the biggest. Tatsumaki's height gradually increased, from the original lowly height to a slim girl, and then to a mature woman with a bumpy figure and full of charm. Her long hair fell down like a waterfall, slightly curled around her waist, shining with luster. The originally black slit dress now turned into a gorgeous white wedding dress, with the skirt gently swinging as light as a cloud. A ring also appeared on her ring finger, which complemented the ring on Fang Xuan's hand. An expression of surprise and shyness appeared on her face, and her big bright eyes were shining with a different kind of brilliance at this moment. The two of them stood together. They looked like a talented man and a beautiful woman, nothing more than that. What's going on? Tatsumaki's voice was trembling, obviously shocked by the sudden change in front of him. Seeing the huge changes in Tatsumaki, Fang Xuan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that this little loli could be so beautiful. In terms of appearance, she directly surpassed Ozawa Naomi. But he quickly came to his senses, coughed slightly and said, this is the mechanical characteristic of this game. Since we are husband and wife, the game naturally cannot let you keep looking like a Lolita, so we use technology to change you into a Lolita. Return to normal developmental state. After hearing this, Tatsumaki said excitedly, isn't that true? In reality, I will become like this. Seeing Tatsumaki's excited expression, Fang Xuan shook his head and said, this is just a game. After you get out of the game, you will still be the same. Sure enough, after listening to Fang Xuan's explanation, Tatsumaki's excitement suddenly became a little disappointed. Okay, don't be sad, let's take a look at other people's ID cards. Fang Xuan also comforted Tornado. Then, the rest of the people came out one after another, and Fang Xuan read out the identity cards. Identity card. Hero. Effect. Whenever a player is punished, if the hero is not in the punishment period, he can take the initiative and accept the punishment on his behalf, and then obtain 20% of his current game currency as a reward. The holder. Saitama. Although heroes are very powerful, they also need a certain economic foundation as a guarantee. The moment Fang Xuan finished reading, the card disappeared, and then a ray of light surrounded Saitama. Saitama was seen wearing a Superman suit, but it was not the khaki Superman suit, but standard red underwear, with a Superman suit printed with $$ on the chest. Yes, the engraving is not S but $, which is the $ sign. Fang Xuan complained in his heart, as Saitama called a reward Superman. Identity card. Lover. Effect. You can choose a couple in the game, and you can get the same reward every time the other party gets a reward. On the contrary, if the other party is punished, you will also be punished, but whether it is a reward or the punishment will not be doubled. Holder. Fubuki. I saw that the dark green dress on Fubuki's body turned into a thin veil, which made Fubuki's hot figure looming. But Tatsumaki on the side showed something strange in her dark green pupils after seeing that her sister Fubuki's identity card was her lover. Then she looked at Fang Xuan and saw that the other party's attention was only on the card. That trace of strangeness quickly disappeared. Chapter 111 Hungry Wolf. Come together, I will beat you all. After reading Kuishui's ID card, Fang Xuan turned to look at the ID card in front of Geno's and read it out. Identity card. People who eat melons. Effect. When an event occurs in the game, such as guests attending a wedding ceremony, neighbors quarreling between couples, bystanders when a hero rescues someone, in short, every time an event occurs, you must be present and if you bring a melon, you will be rewarded as long as you are present, otherwise you will be punished. Holder. Geno's. Although I am just a melon eater, but, well, you can just watch. As the ID card disappeared, a ray of light shone on Geno's body. The originally handsome Geno's instantly transformed into a man wearing a simple t-shirt, big shorts, a pair of flip-flops at his feet, and in his hands. A crowd of melon eaters were also holding a huge watermelon. He also wore a straw hat on his head, looking very down to earth. Although everyone has changed a lot, it has to be said that the one who has changed the most is Tatsumaki. Fang Xuan looked at Tatsumaki's slender thighs and said, well, Zenbai. After the identity cards of several people were confirmed, the game officially started. Hero Association Headquarters. Because of the words of the white-haired young man, everyone present looked over. The A-class hero magic expert looked at the crazy look of the young man and sighed, is there another madman? Sure enough, guys who live in the dark places of society are not mentally normal. The white-haired young man stepped forward, shook his finger and said, no, you may not understand what I just said. Because, I am what you call the coming god-level disaster. The white-haired young man put his left hand on his waist and raised his head to look at the hero above the platform. Ziki looked at the young man in the audience and wondered, it seems like a strange person has arrived. At this time, the audience didn't know who said, hey, boy, do you dare to say your name? I am a hungry wolf. I started practicing because I yearned for weirdos, and so far I have destroyed countless dojos. After saying that, Hungry Wolf glanced at the people present and sneered, oh, it seems there are a lot of baits here. Maybe there will be some good opponents. Then, let's come together as a bait to stimulate my strength. Let's decide who is the most powerful here. Hungry Wolf looked at the evil forces present and the 3A level heroes on the stage with great excitement. In his eyes, these people were all bait for him to become stronger. The people present showed angry expressions after hearing Hungry Wolf's arrogant remarks. Who is this kid? He dares to speak like this in front of us. Damn it, how dare you not take my S-class bounty prisoner in your eyes at all? It seems that it is necessary for this boy to learn how to speak. For a moment, everyone in the venue began to gather towards where the Hungry Wolf was. Hey, stop it, we didn't gather you here just for such boring things. Your name is Hungry Wolf, right? You can leave. Ziki on the stage also looked like he didn't pay attention to Hungry Wolf at all. After all, a nameless person like Hungry Wolf was not worthy of his attention at all. Boring. For the earth. Ha. That's right. Are you saying this in a self-righteous tone? It's really disgusting. The Hungry Wolf who deliberately looked disgusting also waved his hands with a look of disgust on his face. Okay, I've decided, since you are the righteous party B, I can only choose evil. In this case, we will be enemies. I have decided to punish you guys. This will be a crime carnage extravaganza. As the Hungry Wolf spoke, the originally sneer expression on his face turned ferocious, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. TCH, is he a fighting maniac? Ziki looked at the appearance of the Hungry Wolf and said disdainfully. Then he turned to look at the 3A level heroes and said, I'm sorry, you three, you may have jobs. Get this guy out. Happy to oblige. The one who spoke was a magician. Like a gentleman, he took out his weapon, the magic cane, and pointed it at the Hungry Wolf. Hey, is it the hero who wants to make the first move? Haha, interesting, let me see what you are capable of. Hungry Wolf also waved to the A-level hero's magic hand. In his actions and words, he did not take the magic hand in his eyes at all. You actually look down on me so much. Seeing the Hungry Wolf's actions, the magician was also very angry. This was the first time in his life that he was looked down upon by others. He decided to teach this white-haired young man a lesson. Then he rushed forward with his magic cane. But 10 seconds later, the magic hand was strangled by the Hungry Wolf with one hand. It seems that you are weaker than I thought. After saying this, the Hungry Wolf threw the unconscious magic hand on the ground like garbage. Magic hand. After seeing the magician being knocked down, Xing Yan and Heavy Tank Gudubu, both A-level heroes, immediately stepped forward to rescue him. As a muscular hero, the Heavy Tank Crotch Bag rushed forward directly. After facing the Hungry Wolf head-on, he made a fist with his right hand and smashed it on the Hungry Wolf's head. Special move. Direct punch from the tank gun. Boom. Although the power of this punch should not be underestimated, it even broke the hard ground, but it was a pity that it did not hit the Hungry Wolf. It really disappoints me. It seems that's all you can do. The Hungry Wolf, who is good at martial arts, has unimaginable skills and has an absolute advantage when facing powerful heroes. As he spoke, Hungry Wolf changed his hand and punched out. The Heavy Tank's left hand, which was trying to parry, was directly deformed by the punch and bent in an extremely terrifying arc. It was obvious that his left hand was useless. If you don't have that strength, don't imitate other people's games of saving lives. After Hungry Wolf finished speaking, he added another punch and knocked the crotch cloth of the heavy tank away. The heavy tank crotch bag also fell directly at Qing Yan's feet. In just a few dozen seconds, 2 of the 3 A-level heroes present were beaten to the ground. This scene made those people who were watching the show extremely excited and clapped their hands and applauded. Ha 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 ha. Good job, boy, for knocking that A-level hero down. Good fight, keep going, there is another A-level hero, beat him down too. After hearing what these people said, Hungry Wolf turned around and said, what are you losers talking about? You will be killed by me later, but you are still so happy. Your understanding is really poor. After hearing the Hungry Wolf's words, the faces of those who had just applauded suddenly changed, and they all wanted to rush forward and kill the Hungry Wolf. Looking at everyone's expressions, Hungry Wolf shouted even more arrogantly, if you are so unconvinced, well, I'll give you losers a chance. Come together, I will beat you all. Chapter 112 Everyone who was beaten down. Come together, I will beat you all. Hungry Wolf's arrogant speech made everyone present furious. They did not expect that the young-looking guy in front of them would dare to be so arrogant. What did you say, brat? Is there something wrong with your brain? What's in it for you? And what have we done to deserve to be killed by you? Besides, you seem to be on our side, right? For a moment, these gangsters took out their weapons and cursed at the Hungry Wolf. Listening to the noise coming from the surrounding area, Hungry Wolf stretched out his index finger, pointed at everyone and said, wrong, it seems you don't understand what a weirdo is. Listen, heroes are always late, but weirdos are always there first, because weirdos show up out of nowhere for no reason. As for what is said here and there, it is even more wrong, because you are human beings and I am a weirdo. After hearing Hungry Wolf's speech, Zeke also began to have a premonition that something was wrong, and cold sweat gradually began to break out on his forehead. For a human being to say that he is a weirdo, he is so stupid. But you are indeed no longer human, you are scum. I, Qing Yan, the 6th in the A level, will cremate you. Qing Yan stood up at this time, and saw him cross his hands. After a while, he pointed the palm of his right hand at the Hungry Wolf, and then a stream of green flames went straight towards the Hungry Wolf. Whoosh, boom, the huge green flame also swallowed up the place occupied by the Hungry Wolf. Just when Qing Yan thought his flames had killed the Hungry Wolf, he suddenly found that his right hand had lost all feeling, and then a severe pain spread throughout his right arm. As the blood splashed onto his face, Qing Yan came back to his senses and found that his right arm was bleeding profusely, and his right hand had been cut off by the guy in front of him at some unknown time. It's really disappointing. I thought you could really control flames. I didn't expect it to be just some embarrassing little tricks. As Hungry Wolf spoke, he held Qing Yan's right hand, pulled out the flamethrower hidden in his sleeve and threw it on the ground. After discovering Qing Yan's little secret, Hungry Wolf still looked indifferent. After throwing away Qing Yan's hand, he punched Qing Yan with his backhand, sending Qing Yan flying to the wall and then sliding to the ground. After Qing Yan completely passed out, only a minute passed, and the 3 top A-level heroes were defeated by Hungry Wolf alone. After Shi Chi saw that all 3 A-level heroes he had brought to the scene were defeated, he immediately called for support through the transmitter on his ear. Hello, 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 call the headquarters. I'm Zeke. I'm in the multifunctional hall on the 7th floor of the central tower of the association headquarters. In order to solve the bad prophecies about the Earth, I have gathered many people from outside the association here, but now the scene is a little out of control. Please ask the headquarters to have the heroes who live in the headquarters come immediately. There is also a medical team, so hurry up. The 3 A-level heroes I brought have all been defeated. After hearing Zeke's cry for help, the hero headquarters also hurriedly contacted the other heroes and medical teams at the headquarters and rushed to the multifunctional hall on the 7th floor of the central tower. When Shi Chi contacted for support, Hungry Wolf also began to look at the rest of the people, with murderous intent in his eyes. Okay, now it's your turn. Next, let me show you what a weirdo is. Saying that, the Hungry Wolf rushed directly into the crowd. BD, didn't you just defeat 3 A-level heroes? How dare you be so arrogant? You BD, I didn't say anything, but you still got excited. Everyone, let's go together and beat him up in a group, so that this kid can feel the beating from society. ... By the way, Sonic, who had left the multipurpose hall on the 7th floor of the central tower, was walking out. Boom. Suddenly, there were various sounds of hitting and howling ghosts coming from the floor behind him. Sonic turned around in confusion and said, what's going on? Isn't this a meeting? Why is it so noisy? Is there a riot? Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. With that said, Sonic continued to walk forward and soon left the Heroes Association headquarters. And in the multifunctional hall on the 7th floor of the central tower of the association headquarters. Only a few dozen seconds passed, and the meeting scene, which was noisy just now had no other sounds except the sound of beatings. The people from the evil forces who were so arrogant just now are lying on the ground in a mess, and everyone is seriously injured. The big-nosed Zeke who was in charge of this meeting was so frightened by the scene that he sat paralyzed on the ground. At this time, a person flew towards him. Boom. The man hit the wall next to Shi-Chi and then slid down, his life or death unknown. In the entire meeting scene, apart from Zeke, only Hungry Wolf, who was doing everything, remained awake. Hungry Wolf looked at Shi-Chi who was frightened to the point of confusion, grinned and said, okay, the weird Hungry Wolf's first frightening performance will be here first. Today is just a declaration of war. Now if I face a few S-class heroes here, it might be more difficult for me, so forget it. However, within half a year, I will become stronger than now. At that time, I will come back here, but at that time I will come in through the main entrance. Before then, I will travel around to improve my strength. I hope you can ask King, who is known as the strongest man, to fight with me, or Fang Xuan, the strongest warrior recently. Okay, I'm leaving first. Goodbye, Mr. Frightened P. As Hungry Wolf spoke, he opened the door and walked out. As for our Zeki, he had already been frightened to P. He was holding his head in his hands and squatting on the ground with sweat on his face. After a while, Zeki came back to his senses from the extreme panic. With trembling hands, he picked up the beacon that had fallen to the ground, and called out in a crying voice, "Support, come and support. I need a medical team here, and please notify the S-class heroes quickly." Following Zeki's call, the entire Heroes Association headquarters became busy. The medical team quickly rushed to the multipurpose hall and began to treat the injured. At the same time, some S-class heroes also received the notice and began to rush to the headquarters. However, the Hungry Wolf has disappeared. While the Hungry Wolf at the headquarters of the Heroes Association in City A has emerged, Fang Xuan and the others are still playing games. Chapter 113 Tornado. Fang Xuan, UBD, why do you always ask me to have children? Z City. Fang Xuan's family. Fang Xuan, UBD, why do you always ask me to have children? Tatsumaki shouted in a shy voice to Fang Xuan. And the reason why this happens is because Fang Xuan's luck value is ridiculously good in this game for some reason, so among thousands of identities, he and Tatsumaki become husband and wife, and Fubuki is also his lover. Although this may sound silly, it is all logical. So I watched Tatsumaki and Fang Xuan in virtual wedding dresses go further and further in this game. Ding! A new event card has been triggered. Congratulations to Fang Xuan Longjuan, the newlywed couple. Because of the wedding, other members came to attend the ceremony, with a total of 100,000 yuan. Ding! A new event card has been triggered. Congratulations to Fang Xuan Longjuan, a newlywed couple, for giving birth to their first girl after getting married. Other members sent congratulations, totaling 100,000 yuan. Ding! A new event card has been triggered. Congratulations to Fang Xuan Longjuan and his wife, because they gave birth to a second girl after their marriage. Other members sent congratulations, totaling 100,000 yuan. Ding! A new event card has been triggered. Congratulations to Fang Xuan Longjuan and his wife, because they gave birth to a third girl after their marriage. Other members sent congratulations, totaling 100,000 yuan. I don't know why, but every time it's a cute little daughter, why isn't there a naughty boy? This makes him how to vent when he's angry. It seems that the point of complaint is not here. Fang Xuan looked at the event card in his hand and complained for a moment. What the hell, why do I always get this one? Are these all cards for giving birth? Seeing the same event being triggered 3 times in a row, Fang Xuan was speechless. You must know that according to the rules of this game, the number of event cards is as high as millions, which is 1,000 times as many as identity cards, including various reward event cards or punitive events that people encounter in normal life. Reward cards include, for example, winning the lottery, getting married and having children, issuing bonuses, etc. Punishment cards include, for example, drunk driving, compensation, going to jail, etc. But the probability of having a child 3 times in a row is very slim. It is 1 in a million. It is basically impossible to achieve. But something like this happened to Fang Xuan, and this also led to Tatsumaki giving birth to 3 children not long after the game started. Although it was just a game, Tatsumaki was still blushing and very shy. No, due to the previous marriage and 3 consecutive childbirths, Saitama, Genos, and Fubuki lost 300,000 yuan at once. However, due to the characteristics of the couple card, the 400,000 yuan was doubled, times, which is 800,000 yuan. But because Fubuki was her lover's identity card, not only was she not affected, she actually won some rewards. Genos' own amount has not changed much because of the people's cards. Except Saitama. Hey, Fang Xuan, why do you and Tatsumaki always have children? Saitama, who has always been calm, said seriously at this moment, because no one has been punished so far, Saitama's identity card is of no use at all. And due to the continuous expenditure, her initial 1 million yuan is now somewhat in jeopardy. Fubuki on the side also looked at Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki, and then said, "Teacher, if you give birth to children so frequently, my sister's body may not be able to hold on." Fubuki's words made Fang Xuan and Tatsumaki stunned on the spot for a while. Fubuki, what are you talking about? This is just a game. Tatsumaki blushed and stuttered. Ever since Kuishui became a disciple of Fang Xuan, the relationship between the two sisters has gradually become better due to Fang Xuan's reconciliation. In the past, Fubuki only wanted to catch up with her unreachable sister. To this end, she tried various methods and finally established the Fubuki Group. At that time, she thought that she could not catch up by herself, so she gathered together companion. But even so, the distance between her and Tatsumaki is still so big. It wasn't until I became a disciple of Fang Xuan that this idea began to gradually dissipate, because after I moved to Z City, I looked at the people around my teacher, whether it was the incredibly powerful Saitama or the powerful Genos. It's a bit far-fetched to say that. Well, The fact is that Fubuki was defeated by reality, because she is the weakest among this group of people, whether it is her senior brother S-class hero Genos, her sister S-class hero Tatsumaki, or it was her master, the S-class hero Fang Xuan. Everyone was S-class, but she was the only one who was a pitiful, weak and helpless A-class hero. Ah, don't you think Saitama is also an A- level hero? Come on, although Saitama is only an A- class hero, he has strength beyond that of an S-class hero. Seeing the genius in front of her, Fubuki, the things that had been brooding in her heart gradually faded away. All she wanted to do now was to become stronger. As for the goal, forget it. Fubuki said. I know this is just a game, but even though it is a game, I am still not ready to be an ant. Hearing this, Tatsumaki's face was extremely red. Although she was very shy, when she saw the 3 virtual babies she gave birth to, a trace of tenderness that belonged to mother's love still flashed in her eyes. At this time, Fang Xuan wanted to say something, but there was a hint of pain in his waist. Hiss. No, Tatsumaki, why are you pinching me? In reality, Tatsumaki came to Fang Xuan's side, put his little hand on Fang Xuan's waist, and twisted hard. ... A new event card has been triggered. Congratulations to Fang Xuan Longjuan, a newlywed couple, for giving birth to their 14th girl after their marriage. Other members sent congratulations, totaling 100,000 yuan. It was detected that the hero Saitama was unable to pay the gift and was eliminated. The game is over. That's right, Fang Xuan once again drew the event card of giving birth to a child. This was the 14th time he drew this card. In addition, Fang Xuan also drew the card of being supported by a rich woman 9 times and 12 times. Event cards of girls repaying a favor by committing themselves to each other, etc. In short, there are many tricks, but they can't escape the peach blossoms, and the tornado on the side can't escape the pregnancy energy because of Fang Xuan's luck. Saitama on the side was still possessed by the god of poverty, and lost all the currency in the game in the fastest way. Because he could not pay the amount of Fang Xuan's gift, he was eliminated from the game. Although this may have hurt Saitama, it ended the game at least. After Saitama came out of the game, he stared blankly at the ceiling. He couldn't figure out why he lost. After Tatsumaki came out of the game, he looked at Fang Xuan with a very angry and shy look, because just now in the game Fang Xuan actually let her give birth to 14 children, and this guy also won the lottery to be adopted by a rich woman, etc. Fang Xuan saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward, so he could only say, it's really an interesting game, so what should we have for dinner? Although the topic change is a bit abrupt, it is better than no change at all. Sure enough, after hearing about the meal, everyone's thoughts immediately turned to what to eat for dinner, and they didn't care about the game at all. Chapter 114 Sonic's Actions. In a dark and damp box, several men in black robes with their faces covered gathered together, and they were the few remaining ninjas. After all, ninjas have ninja methods to obtain intelligence. Even though the ninja village that was super famous and trained ninja killers has been destroyed, this does not affect these intelligence personnel. People in the black market call them information dealers. As long as they are willing to pay enough money, there is no information that they cannot get. The Sonic we know so well often does intelligence here. Nani, are you saying that the information Sonic obtained from us before was not entirely correct? This is bad. The person who spoke was the person who had previously sold information to Sonic. He listened to the report from his subordinates and learned that Sonic did not find the strongest warrior at the headquarters of the Hero Association, but the special meeting held at the headquarters of the Hero Association was real. But there is a use for this. Suddenly a black shadow flashed across, and before anyone could react, they saw the man who sold Sonic the information strangely floating in midair. Could this person be a person with superpowers? Of course not, he was just grabbed by the neck and picked up by Sonic, who came to the door due to wrong intelligence. Looking at Sonic in front of him, this man's face was very frightened, and he was trembling constantly. So, Sonic, tell me, you may not believe it. It was all a misunderstanding before. After working together for so long, you know that my information cannot be wrong. Jung. After Sonic pulled out the bright knife from his back, he put it on the man's neck. Feeling the coldness of the blade on his neck and the imminent threat of death, the man in black robe quickly changed his words. Of course, because of the large amount of information, I may occasionally have a little bit of trouble. Error. Just a little bit. Whoosh. Sonic still didn't speak, but just cut out the knife that was pressed against Goo's neck. Then he saw pieces of clothes flying in the sky falling to the ground, and the appearance of the man in black robe was also revealed. He was a fat middle-aged man. Seeing Sonic getting angry because of his intelligence mistakes, the intelligence dealer was also sweating coldly. After all, in his line of business, he knew Sonic very well. Sonic, there was indeed a problem with the last information, but I have obtained new information. The address of the hero named Fang Xuan, there is absolutely no problem this time. As long as 10 million yuan, slip of the tongue, I will give it to you for free, just as compensation for the previous time. The intelligence dealer who originally wanted to sell you the information for 10 million yuan immediately stopped after seeing Sonic put the knife on his neck again. Sonic saw that this guy was quite sensible, so he let go of his hand. Although this middle-aged man looked a little fat, as a ninja, he was still so strong that he fell from a height in one fell swoop, on the ground. Then the intelligence dealer hurriedly handed over the newly acquired information. This is the address of Fang Xuan. He lives in Z City, the most dangerous place. Frequent outbreaks of weirdos occur in that place, and he lives in a no-man's land. Quote, Sonic glanced at the address after taking it, and then warned, listen carefully, if I haven't seen Fang Xuan this time, then next time we meet, more than just clothes will be broken. Listening to Sonic's extremely threatening words, the information dealer couldn't help but shudder. Next time, I will cut off your pants as well. Quote. Well, it won't be Sonic. Ordinary people simply can't keep up with this bizarre brain circuit. After finishing speaking, Sonic also disappeared instantly. Chic, very chic. Sonic just left in a dashing way, even though the other party was the information dealer who had lied to him not long ago. Because being a ninja means being cool. A few days later, Saitama family, Geno's, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was discussing the hero's association with Saitama, who was lying on the sofa and had just finished eating. Why are you asking me why Kaio doesn't stay at Fang Xuan's house? It's because Fang Xuan won the teleportation in the lottery interface not long ago, so he is not on the earth. At this moment, he is sensing the breath, chasing and blasting, letting him kill him. The money owed to him was paid, and in addition, he and Tatsumaki were arranged to enter the hero meeting without his knowledge. Although Tatsumaki was also involved in this matter, who made Blast the guy the mastermind. As for the two sisters, Tatsumaki and Fubuki, before Fang Xuan left, he left them with the task of special training for superpowers. At the moment, the two sisters were undergoing special training on an uninhabited island. Teacher Saitama, Teacher Fang Xuan left a training mission for junior sister Fubuki and senior mother Tatsumaki before leaving. It seems I have to do something. How about you just practice according to the way the two of them practice? Saitama said without looking back. He is currently playing on the computer he moved from Fang Xuan's house. The game on the computer is Genshin Impact. Unfortunately, the training left by Teacher Saitama and Teacher Fang Xuan this time is specifically for superpower training, and it may not have any effect on me. Is this what Fang Xuan said to you? No, I realized this myself. So Geno's, although Fang Xuan didn't leave any special training tasks for you, it doesn't mean that you won't be allowed to do other things. I understand. As expected of Teacher Saitama, why didn't I think of that? Although I don't know what King Geno's was thinking, it is obvious that Geno's misunderstood Saitama's meaning. Suddenly, Geno's stopped washing the dishes. Quote. Something is approaching here at high speed. Except for Teacher Saitama and Teacher Fang Xuan, it is impossible for anyone else to achieve this speed. It seems that they are weird. Geno's, who was washing the dishes, discovered the high-speed unknown creature through the newly upgraded early warning system. Looking at Saitama who was busy playing games, he nodded and said, Teacher Fang Xuan is not here, and Teacher Saitama is busy, so just leave this weirdo to me. It just so happens that I have been looking for an opportunity to test the performance of my new upgrade. Having said this, Geno's also put down the bowl in his hand, then untied the apron tied around his waist and walked out of the door. After going out, he discovered through the detection system the reaction of the ultra-high-speed unknown reaction creature that had arrived at their location. Come out, I know you're here. After hearing Geno's calm words, Sonic also took a leap of faith and fell to the ground. At this time, Saitama, who was playing a game, looked at the game on the computer that was originally good, and suddenly turned into a restart interface. Oops, I just deleted the game saves in the computer I secretly borrowed from Fang Xuan. There should be no problem. Probably, Fang Xuan shouldn't be angry with me. Said, Saitama's confidence began to weaken. He quickly created a new character, and then started playing, hoping to play the progress of the archive he had just deleted before Fang Xuan came back. Chapter 115 Two Children Fighting. Z City, a certain uninhabited land. Outside the apartment, Geno's looked at Sonic falling from the sky and asked calmly, Who are you? What are you doing here? Holding back the question, Sonic said, Call Fang Xuan out. My intelligence shows that he is here. Oh, so you are an acquaintance of Teacher Fang Xuan. Acquaintance? No, I'm that guy's enemy. Call Fang Xuan out, kid. My target is not you. Looking at Geno's in front of him, Sonic said with disdain. You actually have the nerve to say that you are the teacher's enemy. You are so shameless. Please disappear. Buzz buzz. While speaking, Geno's raised his hand, and the power system in his body started to operate quickly entering the G4 form. In this form, Geno's speed and explosive power were significantly improved. I'm telling you, if you take a step forward, I will eliminate you. Geno's pointed the core fire device in his hand at Sonic and said with disbelief. As for why, it was because in his opinion, there was absolutely no existence that could be Fang Xuan's opponent. Ah, how dare a guy like you with flat golden hair dare to speak so wildly? As a ninja, Sonic naturally would not admit defeat verbally, and immediately used vicious curse words to refute Geno's appearance. What, you, a guy with hair like a dog's tail, have the nerve to talk about my hair? Hearing that the guy in front of him dared to talk about his appearance like this, Geno's was also very angry, and began to condense the energy of the incineration cannon in his hand. You piece of scrap metal, you dare to say that my hair looks like a dog's tail. Damn it, it seems I have to teach you a lesson today. With that said, Sonic took out a few darts from his waist. I'm a piece of scrap metal. Damn it, you, such a pain in the A, dare to talk about me. Then I saw the two of them quarreling like elementary school students. You said harsh words to me, but neither one made a move. If you ask me, if you can do it, stop making noises and just do it. Why waste so much breath? It seems that today I have to burn this painful guy like you to ashes. Okay, that's what I have in mind. I just have to deal with you, this piece of scrap metal. It was obvious that the two had not reached an agreement in the end, so they planned to take action to solve the problem. Buzz. All systems in Genos' body quickly started to activate, and the pale golden power furnace started, causing all the performance of his body to explode. Full power. Fully loaded with power in the G4 form, Genos' strength, attack, defense, speed, and agility are all greatly improved. Then Genos took the lead and rushed towards Sonic. Whoosh. Although Genos' speed has increased greatly, it is a pity that Sonic is still slightly better in the field of speed and dodges Genos' attack in an instant. Do you think you can hit me with this slow attack? You're too naive. Oh, really? Look at my acceleration. Humph, it's still too slow. I'm adding. Oh, it's still very slow. In the bursting air, the speed erupted by both sides has reached a level that is invisible to the naked eye. All you can hear is Sonic's voice constantly mocking Genos for his slow speed, and the voice of Genos speeding up. Dee. After Genos' detection system detected Sonic's figure, he immediately raised his right hand, and then poured out the energy cannon that had been gathered in advance. Incendiary cannon. The energy of the incineration cannon converged into a beam of light, which went straight towards Sonic's figure. However, Sonic's figure was illusory and he dodged to avoid it at an extremely fast speed. The beam struck the open space and exploded, causing smoke and dust to scatter. It's too slow, it's too slow. An attack like yours can't hit me even if it's 100 times faster. Sonic's figure came to a big tree and continued to talk pretentiously, without noticing that the corners of his clothes were burned black by Genos' incendiary cannon move just now. You've finished swinging your 3 axes, then it's my turn. Look at me, the secret ninja skill, exploding shuriken. Raptor formation. After saying the fancy names, Sonic also threw out the 3 shurikens with flames in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions sounded, and Genos used his robotic arm to forcefully knock all 3 shurikens to the ground. At the same time, Genos also said sarcastically, it's too weak. An attack like yours can't hurt me even if it is increased 100 times. Why are these words so familiar? It seems like Sonic said something similar just now. I can only say that these two people really look like elementary school students. But what Genos didn't notice was that the clothes on his body became tattered, obviously failing to completely defend against the attack just now. Sonic looked at Genos and said, HMPH, you are so tough. You are obviously smoking, but you still dare to talk nonsense. I don't have any problem. Why don't you try it yourself? Genos also looked at Sonic provocatively and said. When Sonic heard this, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He flashed and disappeared again, rushing towards Genos at extremely fast speeds. Then let me show you my true strength. The secret of ninjutsu. Demon Slayer in a flash. With that said, Sonic jumped up high and kicked towards Genos. Although this attack looks very ordinary, the name of the ninja's skill must be cool enough. Unfortunately, what was waiting for Sonic was Genos' continuous iron fists that were already prepared. I saw Genos' 2 robot fists hitting Sonic like a violent storm. It's still too slow. Your attacks are still of no use to me. Sonic, who kept dodging Genos' iron fist like a madman, really crushed his opponent due to his speed. Super load, overclocking and overloading, super acceleration. Genos was waiting for this opportunity. He used 3 supers in an instant, and instantly overloaded the core's power to several times. This effect resulted in a speed that exceeded the limit. Genos suddenly accelerated like a bolt of lightning across the air, instantly breaking through Sonic's speed limit and approaching him closely. This situation exceeded Sonic's lingering fear. After barely dodging Genos' extremely dangerous punch, Genos' second attack circled behind him. Damn it, why did this guy go so far away to attack me from behind? Could it be that you are telling me that his speed is faster than mine? Sonic looked at Genos' movements and couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 116 Sonic's egg finally broke. No, I will never accept anyone else being faster than me. Sonic saw that Genos was so fast, and his pride couldn't accept it for a while. But Genos just wanted to take off the band that tied Sonic's hair into his tail. Look, didn't I take off your tail like hair? Very well, boy, you are still the first person to completely irritate me. At this point, Sonic didn't intend to continue playing, because he couldn't stand this kind of thing. The next second he directly used his special skill. Mystery, 4 Shadows Burial. Then Genos saw Sonic in front of him quickly separate into 4 afterimages. What's going on? Does this guy have superpowers? Genos was a little surprised after witnessing all this, because he discovered through the detection system that among the 4 figures in front of him, only one had life energy fluctuations. Although there was only one life energy reaction, the survey results of 4 people were seen. This scene made Genos feel a little familiar. As this afterimage punch, but isn't this a trick that only teacher Fang Xuan can do? Why does this guy also do this? Looking at the 4 Sonics in front of him, Genos was also a little confused. What's wrong? Do you feel weird? HMPH, a useless piece of shit like you must have never seen such a powerful and gorgeous trick like mine. Looking at Genos' expression, Sonic said with a very proud smile. Hey, you thief, where did you learn the afterimage boxing that only teacher Fang Xuan can do? Hearing Genos' question, Sonic, who was just about to launch an attack, couldn't help but be startled, and then said loudly, "What Fang Xuan's afterimage fist? This is the secret ninja skill that I have worked hard to practice, foreshadow burial. Fart, I have seen teacher Fang Xuan use residual image boxing more than once. I understand, you must be stealing lessons. What are you trying to steal, you useless piece of shit? I'll say it again, this is what I've worked hard to practice. The secret ninja technique, foreshadow burial, it's not some bullshit residual image fist." For a moment, the two of them began to yell at each other like elementary school students. After scolding each other for a while, Sonic was completely irritated. He no longer held back, and 4 afterimages attacked Genos at the same time. At this time, Sonic's speed was extremely fast, even directly surpassing the speed that Genos could burst to suppress him under overclocking and overload operation. Even if Genos turned the upgraded early warning system to the maximum, he could barely estimate Sonic's attack trajectory. It was almost impossible to perfectly defend against Sonic's attack under such circumstances. Boom. Sure enough, even if Genos defended with all his strength, he could not completely block Sonic's attacks from all directions, and was kicked out by Sonic after a while. It seems that apart from being a bit tough-talking, you are a piece of scrap metal and you don't have any other abilities. Sonic looked at Genos, who was kicked to the ground by him, and said with disdain. Genos quickly stood up, looked at Genos in front of him and thought, in terms of speed, I am not his opponent, but this does not mean that I have no way to deal with such a situation. Since I equipped the G4 parts on the original basis, my core energy has increased several times. If I released the incineration cannon with all my strength at this distance, it would definitely exceed 100 meters. At such a range, no matter how many afterimages this guy has, they will definitely be swallowed up. Just when Genos was about to launch an attack with all his strength, the sound of a door opening interrupted the fight between the two. Genos, what's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Saitama opened the door and walked out, looking at Genos and Sonic, who were fighting with confusion. Who is he, your friend? Saitama asked, pointing at Sonic. Genos immediately replied, Teacher Saitama, this guy is not my friend, but he is here to trouble teacher Fang Xuan. Fang Xuan, he hasn't been at home recently. You should come back to him within 2 days. Not at home, right? After Sonic heard Saitama's words, he couldn't help but wonder, then who are you? Saitama pointed to himself and replied, me. My name is Saitama, I am Fang Xuan's neighbor, and I am also a hero. Neighbor, so you and Fang Xuan have a good relationship. Sonic did not hear the second half of Saitama's words, but only caught the first half. Kaio said without thinking, my relationship with Fang Xuan is indeed very good, what's wrong? After hearing this, Sonic showed his signature smile, then pulled out the knife from behind and quickly came behind Saitama and said, in that case, please be my hostage today before Fang Xuan comes back. Quote, Sonic was very confident at this time. After all, Genos, whom he called Scrap Iron, was no match for him. The bald man in front of him looked dull and not a powerful guy at first glance, so he planned to tie up these two guys, and then asked Fang Xuan to save the two of them. I always feel that this scene is very familiar. Hostage, no, I have other things to do. It's not up to you. You're so annoying, it seems I need to take it seriously. Why, do you think you will be my opponent? Okay, if that's the case, then I'll give you this opportunity. After Sonic heard Saitama's words, he put down his own with a smile, and then quickly moved to the other side. Saitama said with a serious expression, come here. For an arrogant guy like you, I can get rid of you in just 3 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, Sonic jumped and kicked Saitama. Seeing Sonic kicking towards him, Saitama remained unmoved and just slowly raised his fist, and then Sonic's balls directly hit Saitama's fist. With one blow, Sonic put on a mask of pain on his face, and then he lay on the ground, rolling around as if he was in pain. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I wanted to stop, but you were going too fast and bumped into you. I am Sonic, a ninja who is capable of both assassination and bodyguard duties. But I won't be taking any jobs recently, and I won't be looking for Fang Xuan either. Also, do you dare to tell me your name? Didn't I just say that? Stop talking nonsense, I forgot. Okay, my name is Saitama. Saitama, just wait for me. The next time we meet, you will die. I, Sonic, will use the strongest ninjutsu to defeat you, and then I will also defeat that guy Fang Xuan. After Sonic finished speaking with his thighs trembling, he immediately disappeared here to recuperate. Chapter 117 Hero Hunter, Hungry Wolf. City. In a narrow alley on the street, the Hungry Wolf was jokingly looking at the A-level hero he had defeated, the Vest Vegetarian. Oh, why is this all you have? It can be seen from the awkward posture and staggering body of the Vest Vegetarian that he is in a very bad condition now. Damn it, who are you? I'm an A-level hero. Why are you attacking me? The Vest Vegetarian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked in confusion. Why, don't you even know about an A-level hero like you? It seems that the Hero Association really didn't take my previous warning into consideration. Forget it, I'll just waste some time and introduce myself. I am a hero hunter, a villain who specializes in hunting heroes. My name is Hungry Wolf. As for you asking why I attacked you, there is no special reason. The 9th-ranked Vest Vegetarian in Class A, who told me that I happened to meet you when I was passing by, so I had no choice but to hunt you. Speaking of which, it's also your bad luck. Why did you choose to go here instead of taking so many roads? Quote, however, your guy's strength really disappoints me. Hungry Wolf also said with a look of disgust. I just happened to meet. I'm unlucky. Phew, brat, what did you say? How could a vest vegetarian who was an A- class hero accept being mocked by a little-known person like Hungry Wolf? So he rushed forward regardless of his injuries. But unfortunately, his opponent was a Hungry Wolf with extremely high talent in martial arts, so brute force attacks like this had no effect on him at all. The Hungry Wolf turned slightly to one side and easily dodged the collision of the vegetarian in the vest. At the same time, he hit the latter's waist hard with a swift roundhouse kick. Then he kicked out again, instantly kicking the opponent away, causing the vest vegetarian to have a close contact with the wall, and made a crisp breaking sound. After being beaten twice in succession by the Hungry Wolf, the vest vegetarian obviously couldn't stand up. When he fell to the ground, his eyes turned cold when he looked at the Hungry Wolf. If eyes could kill, he would probably have died sooner. He has killed the Hungry Wolf countless times, but now he can only say harsh words like some urban villains. Remember, I will pay back the shame you have suffered today twice as much in the future. Before the vest vegetarian could finish his words, maybe the Hungry Wolf was a little annoyed, so he stepped forward and kicked the vest vegetarian until he fainted. Please, if you are so weak, don't imitate others and say harsh words, okay? After saying that, the Hungry Wolf turned and walked out of the dark alley. But I'm really looking forward to fighting a monster-level hero. In that case, I will definitely learn a lot. As the Hungry Wolf's vest moves farther and farther under the sunlight. The most powerful thing about the Hungry Wolf is not his strength, but his terrifying learning ability and talent far beyond ordinary people. Every time after experiencing a fierce battle, he can learn the most powerful things from the opponent to make up for its own shortcomings. After all, One Punch Man 2 also has another name, the Legend of the Wolf. Z City. And he is Bangu's brother, Bangu. It seems that it is impossible for you to learn my moves. You have no talent for martial arts. Bangu sat next to Bangu and asked. After hearing Bangu's words, Bangu's always sharp eyes couldn't help but become cloudy. Unlike Bangu, who has thick white hair, Bangu's hair is basically bald. According to the setting in One Punch Man, whoever has less hair is more powerful, so there is no need to say more about who is more powerful, Bang Ji-yu or Bangu. Of course, this setting requires Fang Xuan to be eliminated. What's wrong? I will expel you from the school today, and you will never come here again. On the greenest mountain, in the dojo of S-class hero Bangu, there was a sound of hitting, but the sound ended after a while. In this regard, Bump could only lament that time is not forgiving. Is it because of your disciple that you called me here this time? After a while, an old man who looked older than Bang Ji-yu came up. Now, I am a loner just like you, brother. Hearing his brother's question, Bang Ji-yu also replied, brother, I have dealt with it a long time ago. My disciple Cha Lanzi was driven away by me just now for one reason or another, although his martial arts talent is indeed a bit worse. But after all, he is my disciple, and this is also to protect him. Quote, looking at his younger brother's appearance, Bump couldn't help but sigh that time flies by so fast. 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The two of them who had just debuted in the martial arts world back then were very high-spirited. After Cha Lanzi left, Bangu sat alone in the open space and didn't know what he was thinking. But who would have thought that 50 years later, one of the two genius twins would become bald and the other would become a lonely old man? At that time, one of the two mastered the flowing water breaking rock fist and the other learned the whirlwind iron slashing fist. Although the two of them did not master their respective martial arts at that time, they worked together as brothers and there were few rivals in the martial arts world. Within a few years they were rated as the twin geniuses in the martial arts world. As expected of the brother who loves me the most, he came over without hesitation when he heard that something was wrong with me. Then, without further ado, let's set off now. No, I am different from you. There are hundreds of disciples in my dojo. I said goodbye to them one by one before I came here. In order to highlight the difference from Bangu, Bangu quickly explained his situation. Bangu asked with a serious face as he looked at Cha Lanzi, who was lying on the ground with a nosebleed and scars all over his body. I understand, after all, that is your intended successor. Bangu nodded, and Bangu then asked, so have you dealt with the things around you? Then the two of them will set off. Hey, Cha Lanzi, what have you been doing in my dojo these past 6 months? I remember that when you first came here, you said that as a disciple of Bang Ji-yu, you must practice hard, but you look like you are practicing hard now. Hearing his younger brother's praise, Bump, as an older brother, was very pleased and said arrogantly, of course, and I'm not doing this all for you, but to remove a scourge in the martial arts world. If I continue to leave that guy alone, I guess he'll be in my dojo soon. At that time, Bangu had not yet gone bald, and Bangu was also very young and energetic. By the way, brother, you must be careful this time. I don't know how much stronger my disciple has become. Can't stand up anymore. Chapter 118 The Vested Lord vs. the Hungry Wolf. A few days later, City. It's a full moon night. The undocumented rider is patrolling here on his bicycle. Suddenly a young man with white hair blocked the path of the undocumented knight. Hey, you're a hero, right? I'm going to hunt you. The person who came to speak was the hungry wolf who had just beaten up the A-class hero Vest Vegetarian not long ago. I am a C-class hero unlicensed knight. By the way, what do you mean by hunting? Looking at the white-haired man who suddenly appeared in front of him, the undocumented knight's brain didn't turn around for a moment. This guy doesn't seem to be my supporter. The undocumented knight looked at the appearance of the hungry wolf illuminated by the moonlight and thought to himself. The hungry wolf raised his hand and said, "In order for me to become a complete weirdo, please be my food." Then hungry wolf said with a ferocious smile, "I have a feeling that as long as I defeat more heroes, I will become stronger as a weirdo." But just when the hungry wolf was about to take action, the voice from behind interrupted him. "Boss, it's this boy." Under the moonlight, several muscular men in vests walked over from the street behind the hungry wolf. The one walking in the front was the Vest Vegetarian who had just been beaten up by a hungry wolf a few days ago. At this time, he was wearing abrasive belts all over his body. He raised his plastered right hand and pointed at the hungry wolf and said, "Oh, I was taken care of by you the past few days." Boom. Before the Vest Vegetarian could finish his words, the hungry wolf punched him in the face. The Vest Vegetarian's nosebleed started flowing out again, and several of his front teeth were broken and he fell to the ground. "Are you here to take revenge? Vegan in a vest, you managed to save your life last time. Why are you so eager to die just now after so long? You were really a cute idiot." The hungry wolf's fist made a crunching sound, and then he looked at the other people wearing vests and said, "In this case, these muscular people you brought will never even think about going back alive." As soon as he finished speaking, his fists turned into claws, and then he attacked those muscular men. After a bang, the figure of the hungry wolf was seen flying backward quickly, with blood flowing from his nose. After turning over in the air, landing on the ground and retreating for more than 10 meters, the hungry wolf raised his head and looked at the man who had just punched with a surprised look on his face. "What's going on?" The person who took action was the S-class hero Venerable Vest. Seeing the hungry wolf beating his little brother in front of him, he couldn't bear it any longer and immediately punched back. "Thank you for taking care of my little brother," Venerable Vest said with a gloomy look. When Hungry Wolf saw that the visitor was an S-class hero, he shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to catch a big fish. I'm so happy, my blood is boiling. Let me see how powerful an S-class hero is." Listening to Hungry Wolf's words, Venerable Vest took the lead to take action. He tensed his muscles and then punched the ground. Vest block. The next second, the ground beneath their feet instantly fell apart, causing the Hungry Wolf to stumble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the Venerable Vest quickly rushed forward and knocked the Hungry Wolf into the air with an elbow, then landed on the ground. "Here he is, that's the boss's trick, Vest interception. Shake the earth to restrain the opponent, thereby delivering a fatal blow." As expected of the Venerable Vest, there are countless weirdos who have fallen to the boss's move. HMPH, after receiving such a heavy blow from the boss, this guy must be doomed. The group of Vest boys behind the Venerable immediately began to flatter him when they saw the Venerable attacking the Hungry Wolf. But before everyone could be happy for a few seconds, Hungry Wolf stood up in front of them. Apart from a little nosebleed, he was fine. "Awesome, this blow is really good. He is worthy of being an S-class hero, but this level is not enough." After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hungry Wolf also looked at Venerable Shit and said, "Why do you think I came to this place? It's because I discovered you a long time ago, so I specially waited for you here." Woolen cloth. At this moment, Venerable Vest's eyes couldn't help but become serious when he looked at Hungry Wolf. "Because you considered that the other party was a human being, did you unconsciously hold back your hand? Why F2F? No, is this guy human?" Looking at the appearance of the Hungry Wolf under the moonlight, it looks like a wild beast that has devoured everything. The injured Hungry Wolf smiled ferociously, as if he had encountered something that excited him. Then I saw the Hungry Wolf suddenly rushing towards the Venerable like an ape. Exclamation mark. Impossible, I obviously have the advantage in strength, why would this guy take the initiative to attack me? But before Venerable Shit could think about it, the Hungry Wolf had already arrived in front of him, and took a stance to attack. Seeing the extremely fast and violent attack of the Hungry Wolf, the Venerable Waistcoat quickly dodged. Suddenly, the Venerable Waistcoat caught a flaw in the Hungry Wolf and punched out with his backhand. Vest boxing. Although the name of this move is very crude, its power is unparalleled, and the Hungry Wolf can be knocked away with one punch. However, although it seems that Venerable Vest has the upper hand now, there is nothing relaxed about his expression. The Hungry Wolf was knocked away again, and after retreating a certain distance, he pulled out a trace of several meters on the ground with his feet and stopped. "Well, I didn't expect to be hit again." The Hungry Wolf who was hit by the Vest punch suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his forehead was also cracked by the Vest punch. The blood flowed to his eyebrows, which made the Hungry Wolf feel an indescribable oozing feeling. It was obvious that this attack caused a lot of damage to the Hungry Wolf. After all, the Venerable Master was an S-class hero, so the attack was no joke. This feeling is really great. Is this the power of an S-class hero? However, let's stop here today, because I have seen through your actions. When a person is beaten until he vomits blood but still talks nonsense, then this person is either mentally retarded or really has some skills. Obviously the Hungry Wolf does not belong to the former, so it can only be the latter. This guy is indeed a human being, but his aura is too similar to the weirdos we have encountered before. But for some reason, my intuition tells me that if we don't eliminate it now, there will be endless troubles. Seeing the hungry wolf with blood all over his face, the venerable husband said with a solemn expression, and then he tensed up his muscles again, preparing to give the hungry wolf the final blow. Chapter 119 The Naive Undocumented Knight. Hey, boy, this is the final blow. The venerable shit clenched his fist and came to the hungry wolf, punching the hungry wolf with one punch. Wait a moment, boom. The undocumented knight suddenly came to the hungry wolf, and the venerable vest's punch hit the undocumented knight in the face. What are you doing? Why are you trying to hinder me? The venerable vest looked at the undocumented knight who was knocked out by him and asked in confusion. The undocumented knight got up from the ground, with blood streaming from the corners of his mouth and nose, and then said, Don't you feel ashamed? After hearing what the unlicensed knight said, the venerable vest couldn't help but be stunned. What do you mean? The undocumented knight continued. As an S-class hero, he actually dealt with such a vicious attack against a gangster, and now the outcome has been decided. He was seriously injured and could no longer move, but don't you feel ashamed if you want to kill him? Seeing that the undocumented knight dared to comment on his boss like this, the boys in vests began to refute. Hey, boy, what are you talking about? It was obviously him who attacked the hero first, it was his fault. Are you an idiot? Don't meddle in other people's business here. We must let him know how powerful we are today. The venerable master thought for a moment, then turned to the younger brothers and said, Shut up. He's right, I didn't wear the vest so well just for everyone. The undocumented knight felt relieved when he saw that his words had convinced the venerable master. Then he looked at the hungry wolf and said, Hey, you, I hope that after you have learned this lesson, you will never come out to harm others again. Quote. The hungry wolf bent over and said with blood flowing from his nose, I know. Then the hungry wolf turned around and walked unsteadily. It's my fault that I left. I shouldn't have used violence. Just when everyone thought that the hungry wolf would find its way back, they never thought that he suddenly turned his head and said ferociously, That's weird, I will still kill you, and I will never change this. HMPH, I know dogs can't change from eating shit. I can only feel evil from you. It seems that you must be eliminated here before you become a huge obstacle. At this time, Venerable Vest's fist was less than 1 centimeter away from the hungry wolf. Bang, bang, 2 collision sounds were heard, and the hungry wolf was punched by the Venerable Vest, and the Venerable Vest was also punched by the hungry wolf. Oops, I didn't expect to use this trick in the end. After the hungry wolf retreated a few meters, he stabilized his figure, and then assumed the starting position of the flowing water shattering fist. After the Venerable Vest steadied his body, he felt very familiar when looking at Hungry Wolf's starting move, as if he had seen this move before. This feeling is, Silver Fangs. I see, it seems that guy has cultivated an incredible monster. The Venerable Vest, who had a nosebleed, finally recalled where he had seen this starting move. He had seen it with his fellow S-class hero, Silver Fang Bangu. The Hungry Wolf uses Silver Fang's unique martial arts, the flowing water rock breaking fist. This set of punches is as flexible as running water and can break rocks with powerful punches. At this time, Venerable Hungry Wolf Super Vest greeted him with a slightly provocative look in his eyes. Let's start over. Venerable Shit wiped away the nosebleed and shouted, Okay, since you want to start over, I will stay with you until the end. After saying that, the Venerable Master in the vest rushed towards the Hungry Wolf. At this point, there was no possibility of retreat for both sides. The Venerable Master in the vest rushed directly towards the Hungry Wolf. However, although his power was very strong and his speed was very fierce, for the Hungry Wolf who was proficient in the flowing water breaking rock fist, not too threatening. Because the previous beatings had made the Hungry Wolf's body remember the attack method of the Venerable Vest. Whoosh! Just when the fist of the Venerable Shirt was about to fall on the Hungry Wolf's face, the Hungry Wolf, who had already seen through the opponent's movements, dodged it sideways, and then hit him with a full set of flowing water rock-shattering fist attack moves with his backhand. It landed on the body of the Venerable Vest. After using it, the Hungry Wolf followed up with his own elbow attack and knocked the already seriously injured Venerable Vest away. Boom! The Venerable Vest fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Boss. Seeing that their boss, the Venerable Master, was knocked down by the Hungry Wolf in front of him, a group of Vest boys quickly gathered around him. Because they were stared at by the Hungry Wolf's eyes like wild beasts. After all, the power of a set of flowing water shattering fist is no joke. Just when all the younger brothers were panicking, the Venerable Master stood up again. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be able to push me to this point. The Venerable Master said in a deep voice. But don't think you can win me this way. The Hungry Wolf looked at the Venerable Master with a smile and said, Why, are you still trying to be brave? I have seen through all your attack methods, and you are no challenge to me at all now. The Venerable Husband gritted his teeth, knowing that Hungry Wolf was right. His attack method has indeed been seen through by the opponent, and from the previous confrontation, he also deeply felt the terrifying strength of the Hungry Wolf. But the Venerable Master is an S-class hero, and this dignity does not allow him to back down here. Hey, stop looking down on people. Hungry Wolf. The Vest Master mustered up all his strength, clenched his fists and prepared to use the last Vest punch, and this time the winner would be decided. Looking at the Supreme Lord in the vest who rushed up, the Hungry Wolf's eyes were full of disdain. Facing the powerful fist, he perfectly dodged the attack with just a sidestep, and aimed his backhand at the face of the Supreme Venerable in the vest. The door was punched hard. Boom. After the Venerable Vest received this punch, he fell to the ground again as the blood flowed, but this time he did not stand up. I've said it all, I've seen through all your attacks, and you came here to die. You really overestimate your capabilities. After finishing speaking, Hungry Wolf looked at the boys in vests and said, okay, now it's time to clean up the garbage. Quote, all the boys were furious when they heard that the guy in front of them used the word, garbage, to describe themselves. Damn it, how dare you describe us as rubbish? No matter how powerful this guy is, he is just a person. Yes, and this kid just had a fight with the boss, so he doesn't have much physical strength anymore. Brothers, let's show him some strength together. Justice strikes. The unlicensed rider rode his bicycle and hit the Hungry Wolf. But the Hungry Wolf just jumped and pushed his head to the ground. Then he looked at a group of boys in vests and said, I said, you guys want to come too. After hearing what the Hungry Wolf said, all the boys in vests rushed forward, but within 5 seconds they were beaten by the Hungry Wolf and fell to the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face.